Hello, and welcome back to EuropaHalo
Hello, everyone.
Blackpool.
Get out of the way. God, you're bigger than me.
Oh,
Not used to that.
yeah, I've given it a little bit
Oh,
of a push
I'm going
back.
to stand over here and respect you now.
Hey, that's more like it. I'm
Go on
gonna
then.
take more of your space. Hello,
Move
welcome
over.
back, folks. We have some big games on stage today. Particularly, we've got Quadrant up against Vuelta, two teams that were at Halo World Championships.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably the biggest matchup we've had so far. Certainly you would say the most experience on the stage, and it's going to be a very exciting one to kick the day off. Day 2 in Blackpool, one thing I am impressed with, even though there was an after party last night, everyone's here, everyone's ready to play some more Halo. Nobody is struggling too much from what I can see, although there might be a few people hiding in the shadows.
People are here in body, though. There is quite a lot of spirits that have been drained.
It's true.
Still a lot of games happening around the ground as well, which is good to see. Baxter's over there playing against Nooney. That's going to be a good match
Quiet.
for the ages. A lot quieter than I expected, actually. But what we can talk about is Quadrant against Vuelta, and they actually made a team change. I think this one, Respectful couldn't make it, so they brought in Millsy instead. He's a pretty good replacement as well.
Yeah, Millsy's always been one of those players who's been kind of hovered around the top 4. I think he's always been looking for an opportunity to jump on one of those top rosters should one come up. I think that when you're looking at Millsy as a player, he's going to win his 1v1, so a lot of the time I think he's one of those players who you can rely on in those individual battles. You're not going to have to kind of worry about him in a team slayer scenario, for example. He's very good at kind of negating those deaths, keeping those kills where they need to be. And I think over time, with a few more experienced players, I think alongside him, he's going to be able to become a little bit more of an efficient player as well. It's something that I always look at, but individually, I think he's got a lot of talent, and I can see him being on this roster for quite some time as well.
Yeah, well, game 1 we have Capture the Flag Aquarius, and that's going to be one of those ones
Lovely.
that everybody loves to watch, right? I love to watch them play. It's one of my favourite game types, but at the same time, when you're playing against Quadrant, you have to come out here and mind your P's and Q's right off the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a tough ask for anyone who's playing against Quadrant. This is going to be Quadrant's biggest test, without a doubt, so far this tournament. They're playing against some players who have played against them numerous times in tournaments across the year, and these players they're not thrown together. This has been a team for quite some while. As you say, Millsy obviously joining the team, but the core is there and know how they work with each other, know how they interact around the map. So for Quadrant, it's not a case of turning up and just being able to run through a team here. They're going to have to play some really good Halo, and Aquarius CTF is a great opportunity for both teams, I think, to play some good Halo, to get the feel of a map. 5 flags, of course, to win. You're going to have to put together not just 1 or 2 flag runs. It's going to have to be multiple ones to come out on top in this game. So everybody's got an opportunity. I think Quadrant's certainly the favourites without a doubt, but Vuelta, they genuinely could have a chance in this series if they can maybe steal away one of these early objectives.
Speaking of early objectives, with game 1 being flagged, I mean, it's the keys to victory are always the obvious ones. You throw power weapons, get power ups, that sort of thing. But it's a little bit more deeper than that. When you're playing against the likes of Quadrant, you're doing more than just picking up a heat wave.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of Aquarius is based around you get that full dead, you move that flag, and I think you've got to be aggressive on their side of the map. It's about putting yourself in a good position to be that front player to do damage, but also to escape with your life and allow everyone to clean up. So if you can apply pressure when you're running a flag onto respawners and on your opponent's side of the base, it means that when you've got that flag back past halfway, if you lose a player, they're going to be respawned in a position to continue to help that flag back. So keeping applied pressure on the map is such an important thing to do here in Aquarius, and I have to say that Quadrant are one of the best when they find that flow.
Both these teams boast European champions, some from a little while ago, some a little bit more recent, but both well and deserving to be on this stage here and now up against one another. Quadrant have expectations of being European champions again. Half that roster managed to achieve that last year, and how SLG and Chick would like to get that accolade here and now. Game 1 is underway. We're rocking and rolling.
We are indeed, and there's going to be 3 dead off the break, make it 4 dead. And Quadrant have always been interested in their opening strategy here on Aquarius, capture the flag. A lot of the time you see teams fighting for mid-map control, looking for power weapons, looking for, the basics of Halo essentially to pick up off the rip, but Quadrant quite often actually send to overextend on the pink side and get straight into the base behind enemy lines, shoot players who are weak from the initial battles, and then get that flag moving. And that's exactly what they're doing now. You can see the Chick has gone down. However, Mose is in a position where he's going to have to win a 1v1 here to send that flag back home. SLG will clean up that damage and keep it rolling, and it looks like there's no one here to stop this, Richie.
In a flash, they got the flag all the way back, 1-0. Quadrant boys take the lead. O's over on Car's side, takes a couple of shots, septic down to no shields on yellow brick. Flux makes it all the way to the closet, has teammate in Mo's there. They're going to try and apply some pressure of their own in the base, but Sika takes care of 1, takes care of 2, double kill for him. shuts down any opportunity of a counter cap.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good example of the teamwork differential, you would say, between the two teams. You know, you can see the idea from Vuelta. They want to be aggressive. They want to get in the base. They want to fly, but there's no thought to escape and keeping yourself alive. The kind of the expectation in that situation was to be able to clean up those kills aggressively and run that flag. The only problem was you're going up against a lot of talent in Quadrant, right? They're going to hit their shots. They're going to challenge you. They're going to make themselves a difficult kill. And every single second that a player like Seeker keeps himself alive is the chance for one more extra bandit bullet to come in from a teammate. And that's going to help them win that battle. There's Seeker as well, winning a big fight again. And Seeker at POV has got to be the place that we go right now, because he's won a few individual battles in the last few moments.
Question to be asked. Flux for the Heatwave had 4 shots, 4 attempts to kill Seeker. Missed quite a few. Want to produce something a little bit special. When you have the Heatwave, you have to capitalize on those advantages. We didn't see Flux do that there. SLG in the front base flag remains out. Every single time we switch to the POV of a member of Vuelta, they're losing those 1v1 engagements. They're going down. Seeker has the quantum translocator, so even when you think you have one, you don't.
Yeah, I mean, it's 3-0. Like, out of nowhere, you know, these flags have been going in consistently. And I want to talk about, you know, the use of this QT. I mentioned how applying pressure when you're running that flag on your opponent's side of the base is such an important thing to do. Well, the QT allows you to do that. You can overextend to the front of the base and then retreat back to your side. So that player is essentially irrelevant because you've done that damage. There's no way they can overextend into a position where other players are going to be there to help. And it's just a good example of game knowledge there from Seeker. And again, he just wins a huge individual battle, but it's not going to be enough this time. This flag will go home, but Vuelta been outplayed so far.
Barely 3 minutes gone. 3 flags already sent home. A smash and grab, if you will. Vuelta really not been able to find their feet here.
Flag returned.
Quadrant started off hot and continued in that same vein. Another flag grab. 3 dead again for Vuelta. Really can't get anything going. That's just it's testament to how good this Quadrant team really are.
I mean, this is just another cap. He's not going to be shot all the way back, but he was 75% of the way home before, you know, players were back on the map for Vuelta. So, you know, no one is in a position to stop him. No one's even able to raise their gun to put pressure on that flag run. It's really impressive stuff, this from Quadrant. And one game type, I think that when we talked about this strongholds, right? We've kind of like the tail of their strongholds being one of the best in the world, and it has been for quite some time. But when teams started to work out how to counteract their strongholds gameplay, they were forced to go and look at some of their weaker game types. This was a weaker one just a few months ago for Quadrant, but you can see the work that they've put in, and now it's become one of their strongest. It just shows that Quadrant want to be as well-rounded a team as they can.
The craziest thing is, you look at the kill deaths. I mean, the highest in the lobby right now is 9, and they have 4 flag caps. Almost as many. Legend has 5 kills. They've got 4 flag caps. He's only got 1 extra kill. So, I mean, how efficient they've been when they have the advantages. It's an opportunity here for Vuelta. Maybe get one on the board here. Vuelta's going to slide this one in, and they have got one on the board. A little bit of respect to the name.
Yeah, that's a much better run. It was a little bit scrappy towards the end, but you always felt that they were in control. SLG was going to have to make a hero play, and now all of a sudden you're seeing Septic on that MNK as we... It's almost like contractually we have to say it every time that we see Rob that he's playing on MNK, but he's picking up a few kills, and once again, Quadrant find themselves 2 dead here, and this might be another opportunity if he can hit this slide for Mose to put the second flag in and put a bit more pressure back onto Quadrant. But for now, that flag is down front base. You can see Chick is going to be the player who's given the responsibility to pick up a few more kills on his way to returning this flag. Finally, he is going to step on it and should get that return before the drop comes in. And not only that, gets the return, gets the kill, and somehow or other stays alive.
Sides for Rechal. Always with the grenade will get the kill. That means Vuelta's base is clear for now. Something to build on. Push out on the P side. Mose walks past where the Heatwave would spawn, but it's not there for now. Still some moments to wait. Seeker again wins the fight with the help of that thruster back. SLG clambers up top B, and there's such difficult kills that play the lives so expertly well. Chick will go down. 5 beautiful shots from Septic, and that might just hurt the opportunities this flag getting sent home.
Yeah, this one's going to be unlikely to go home. You can see floods are coming in now of players onto the return. Septic walks past it to make sure that no pressure is going to come in, or at least damage will be done to anyone trying to force that return. The return will come in, so now it's an opportunity for Vuelta to get inside of this base again and think about a flag run. But you can see they're being a little bit slow on it, and they need to be because they don't have the kills alongside it. They don't have any semblance of map control. So even if they get 1 kill in the base and throw that out, it's unlikely to be a run that's going to be clear. They're going to have to slay their way back.
Vuelta growing in confidence now, a lot more even when it comes to slays. In the lobby, being heavily outslayed by a couple here or there. the damage is done early game. Moz has heat wave now. Gonna pull a flag. 3 dead for a moment. SLG and Chick somehow manages to get that kill when he really shouldn't. Now, an opportunity for Millsy to keep this flag alive. Legend top middle. That pistol doing quite a lot of damage, but Legend wins it again.
Interesting to see there. It was a little bit of maybe indecision for Millsy. Did he want to try and force that flag? Did he want to try and pick up a few more kills beforehand? And I would say a lot of the time the safer option is to look for a kill. If you can secure it, you're going to buy you and your team a little bit more time. But the problem is you're going up against Legend, right? And even with that sidekick, he couldn't quite control the bloom well enough to get that headshot. And you only need to give Legend an opportunity to hit 5 shots, and he's going to take it most of the time. Another kill for Legend as well. 2 dead here for Vuelta, and more pressure expected to come in. And you can see from the way that Flux is having to play this situation, he's only thinking about controlling his base right now.
Septic and Flux will combine to try and take down SLG. Norwin's got one, manages to keep himself alive. Legend hits even more shots, flags on the move. 3 dead. Moz is dead now. It was all 4 dead for a moment, and all of Quadrant in great positions to provide cover fire for this flag to get all the way home, and it will make it home. 5-1 the score. Quadrant take the lead.
Only one blow really landed by Vuelta in that game, and there was that one flag cap that did come in. A lot of the time you were seeing Quadrant just in full control of the map, right? And one thing that was interesting for me is even when Vuelta were getting control of their base, they all had to wrap back to try and get control. It was a constant trade battle inside of their base just to get players out, which allowed the 50-yard line, the halfway mark, to be controlled by Quadrant. So every time that Quadrant were coming off spawn, they were able to walk up to the mid-mark, walk to top middle, get into the gen, wherever it might have been, and apply more pressure to respawners. And on the other side, Vuelta were having to fight for that top middle control. It never felt like they really got out of their base and really put pressure onto Quadrant more than once in that game. And that just comes down to winning some individual battles off the rip, right? Just being able to consistently put pressure on. As soon as you do that, you start to snowball things like the thrust, the heat wave, all of those things start to add up. And a few individual battles you can look back and pinpoint, right? The Flux one against Seeker when he has the heat wave and he doesn't manage to convert on that. And that's another thing with bandits, right? Like ever so slightly quicker TTK, if you miss one shot now, it can cost you. And it was a good example of it there.
I mean, you talk about pressure, and rightfully so. I think what we've seen from Quadrant is, although Vuelta were able to withstand some of the pressure, it was just sustained. It was only a matter of time before they got the 1, 2, 3 flag cap, and it happened in a flash. 3 minutes down, we had 3 flag caps back to back. But that game is already in the history books, and it's game 2 on the horizon now. Slayer, Streets. This has got to be a game win for Vuelta if they're have any hope of going on in this series.
Yeah, it has to be a win. It's as simple as that. Otherwise, you imagine Quadrant will close this out in over a 3-1 fashion, right? Because they've just looked so dominant in that game. Number one, they've looked dominant all season when it comes to Europe and some of the world competitions as well. It's looked like some game types they've looked unbeatable on. Rockets are going to be the point of contention, as you would imagine, for both teams, and it'll be interesting to see if opening strategy is going to be good enough. But SLG again wins a big individual battle there, because that was one that you didn't expect him to be able to win. But again, Bandit, you've got to hit the headshot. The body, when you've got those shields broken, isn't going to be good enough. And if you just take that extra second to line the headshot up, a lot of the time you'll come out on top.
Probably a lot of North American players watching this at home thinking, how is it going to look on LAN? Will I be able to outshoot some opponents? Will there be a skill gap? And
yes,
you can see that right here, right now. People are missing those shots. People have heat wave and they're getting outshot.
Yeah, and it makes it all the more fun, right? And you're a little bit less cross-mapping coming in as well, which means that teams who are aggressive and like to prioritize running in twos, the likes of Space Station, for example, you know, Stella and Eco have been doing it for so long. They're going to be extremely dangerous. FaZe, of course, are going to be one of the best in the world. But 8-5, Quadrant certainly taking control of this game, and it's Legend and SLG who are the two players who have started well here. 3-1 for both.
Rockets for SLG. Happy to wait, play this one patiently. 3 members of Vuelta, all towards Tramp. We have a stalemate. Both teams recognizing how important this next few moments is going to be. 2 rockets go down. Moz manages to evade both and get the kill. A huge opening for Vuelta.
Yeah, well, I mean, SLG is pretty good with a sniper rifle, but maybe we drop the rockets next time, Normal, because those were 2 pretty poor-looking rockets from a player of his talent. And now Moz, we can hear him on the main stage right now. He's a player who loves to play off momentum, right? He's 5-2 in this game at the start, and he's already starting to just pick up the intensity of the call-outs a little bit, and he's hitting some really nice shots. It's a really good comeback, this from Vuelta. Now it's just a 1-kill game. Flux trying to clear this up, should be able to do so, and does so. Now Quadrant find themselves 3 dead, and Vuelta back into this one.
Moz gets another. Perhaps going for the combat evolved is Septic here. First one failed. Second one, though. Rockets have been moved. Has he been able to get them from the window? I'll have to double back and see where those rockets have gone. O's hasn't got them. We've tracked them down, folks. Septic has got that combat evolved. Flux and Mo's get kills. Septic closing on the final member then. He's looking for information. He was spawned over towards Red Street. In Red Room, Flux takes care of business. They've got all the power weapons. This is good for Vuelta.
They are getting sandboxed at the moment, Quadrant. They are really, really struggling, and this is where you got to try your best just to get 4 players back on the map. They haven't even used the rockets. They've still got 1 left here. You saw Flux with the shotgun. They've also got the red gun as well, so they've got a huge DPS output at the moment, Vuelta. And when you have these weapons, when you have this kind of setup on the map where every single player has power, you need to make sure that you aren't going 1 for 1. This needs to be 4 for 1, 3 for 1, whatever it is. You need to keep your deaths down and make sure that you are racking up the kills, and that's exactly what they're doing. It's 22-13. Vuelta are using this sandbox so effectively.
Quadrant on the back foot, not something we've seen very often, particularly in Europe. Vuelta playing so well here. 9 kill advantage, make it 8. We know just how important rockets can be. We'll see another set in 40 seconds or so. Imperative that it's Quadrant to get their hands on it there to stand a chance of staying in this game. It's ever since Vuelta got control.
Ooh.
Again, that's one thing we don't account for, right? You win fights like that, it can turn the tide of a game.
Yeah, it certainly can. You know, one player gets taken down who his secondary weapon might have been the Bulldog, right? And Legend coming out in that situation with 2 kills, the Bulldog maybe is down, maybe it's an opportunity to fight for that, and then that power curve starts to swing back to the other side. It's a 7 kill advantage here, but I've got to say for Vuelta, I was actually pretty impressed with how they slowed the game down once the kills started coming in, and they let the map reset before they tried to get aggressive again. Nobody was willing to just run off and let the adrenaline get too much of them. It was complete control, but as we say that, we are seeing Quadrant start to get back into it, and it's because those weapons have been used up now. No one has control, and now Quadrant are starting to get back in. Now it's Bandit versus Bandit. You can see Quadrant are starting to take over.
Bandit versus Rocket now all of a sudden as well. Both Rockets out though. 1 kill game. Two dead now for Vuelta. O's on B steps will go down as well. So towards the mid game here. It's Vuelta on the back foot all of a sudden. Appears to be one-way traffic. Trying to win these fights. Legend inside tram will get a couple of shots down. 2 players on Vuelta down to no shields. 1v2 for Legend, has to back away, forced to put it in reverse. He gets himself up driveway and out of dodge for now. His teammates have gotten kills elsewhere. Double kill for Chick. It's going to mean that they take the lead.
Vuelta just starting to get cycled a little bit here in the moments of the game, and it's actually Chick with an overkill here who gets Quadrant back into a lead. A huge moment for him, almost gets the kill tack as well. Just cleaning up so much damage in that situation to get the overkill initially, to swing that lead back, but a double kill here from Septic is going to almost tie this game up again. So we're really getting into the moments now where everybody is going to be tested, not just individually, but the teamwork. And there is Flux giving away that first death, and that's what Quadrant are always looking for. They can play off that damage so well.
Septic down to no shields, has a Bulldog, needs to try and get a trade, can't do so. That means the win conditions possibly taken out of their hands. They pass the Bulldog over to Quadrant. Legend stays alive over towards Cafe. Face to face with Flux. Millsy could be about to suffer the same fate. Sentinel Beam doing a lot of damage though, manages to fry him to just dust particles. But again, the first death given up by Vuelta.
Legend was taken down, so it was a 3v3 momentarily. Where have those rockets gone though? Because that's what would really win this game. It's going to be one player on Vuelta who picks them up. It's going to be Mose, who had the hot start to this game, and if he can continue with that pattern of play with the rockets in his hands, there might be an opportunity for him to close the game out. It's Mose who picks up yet another kill here. The pressure is on Quadrant. Millsy in the cafe trying to challenge Chick here, who's one of the last players alive here for Quadrant. Seeker is alongside him, but Vuelta, you would say, have the advantage with map control at the moment and the numbers, but they don't want to push. They don't want to give away a free death here.
Vuelta applying the squeeze. Stalker Rifle doing so much damage just to stop the push. Mose was forced to back up. Flux will get one down to no shields, and Septic will recover on that damage. Down on L. 3 kills required then for Vuelta. O's gets a kill and gets loud on stage. Another one goes their way. Bulldog will drop in the front of Tramlo. 1 kill required. Milty tries to get it, but a perfect kill from Sika. Flux is on the driveway and has to back away.
And this is where a game can fall apart for Vuelta, right? They've given away 2 deaths just thinking, hey, we just run in here, we get the final kill. You've got to show a little bit of discipline. And there Sika gets another one, but it's not going to be enough here. Vuelta take game number 2, 50-49. It's a win, and it's a win that you'll take all day, but the way that those last few moments were going, you just felt that it was going to slip through their fingers, and Quadrant had a chance to get back into this.
I mean, on that driveway, a couple of shots are missed, and all of a sudden that game is flipped in its head. 1 kill game in the end on that driveway, but Vuelta hold on. 1-1 now this series, but what a game.
Yeah, great game, and I think Mo's had a really, really impressive performance. There's a few moments in that game where, you know, we're about 10 feet away from where Moses is at the moment. You could hear him popping off, shouting, trying to get his teammates motivated and put a bit of energy into his squad because he was winning some important fights. And if you're winning important individual fights against any of the players on Quadrant, that means you're out-shooting someone like Legend, out-shooting someone like Chick, SLG. You know, pick your poison when it comes to Quadrant, so you know you're shooting well, and it gives you all sorts of confidence. But I think that game was won with that final rocket launcher pickup, right? It was Mose who managed to pick up the rockets. They won a couple of individual fights beforehand, Vuelta, that allowed them to move in. The kills that came off the back of it, great. But there was a few moments in that game where you felt that Quadrant, just at the end there, were going to have a little bit of resilience to find their way back into it. But you're right, I think the driveway push, a couple of players, no shields, it could have gone either way at the end.
Game 2 then in the books. What's your reward for winning a Slayer? Well, up next, it's a Strongholds on Solitude, so it doesn't get any easier for Vuelta.
Yeah, this is one that you're probably looking at when the series layout came out, and you're like, this is going to be a tough one. If we win this one, we probably win the series if you're Vuelta, but very unlikely, you would say, with the history that Quadrant, of course, do have. But they did. This was the map that they lost the important streak on. However, I'm sure that looking back on that game, and certainly I look back on it sometimes, I'm like, did you really have to lose like that just for the streak? Like, it was, you know, they were up 249 to 160, I think it was. Managed to throw it away, but maybe if you're Vuelta, I'd be shouting over. Do you remember that game? Remember this game last time you played it?
If you didn't remember it before, try and make them remember it
Go
now.
And just airdrop the VOD. That might be the new form of trash talk, actually.
Just send
Ask
over.
the other team to turn their airdrop on.
We're underway then. 1-1 the series score. O's coming off the back of a very impressive game number 2. They need all the players to stand up and be counted for here if you're going to take down Quadrant, particularly on their strongest game type. One of the world's best. 3 dead, not the start Vuelta would have liked. That's going to mean map control for Quadrant. They can start to dictate spawns.
B does get flipped. C is being flipped as well, so you can see that a lot of the resources from Quadrant here are going towards playing for A. 4 dead is going to make it a lot easier to play 4A and basically play for whatever they want. And this is what you don't want. You don't want SLG with camo snipe. You don't want to be in a triple cap with no points on the board. Quadrant have started perfectly as SLG starts to find a few visors.
Still trapped inside blue, hemorrhaging points. Very quickly getting to that 50-point threshold. It looks as though they're trying to get and work yard. One player in B, he's going to give up his life very quickly, but is that just a distraction so they can push it to yard? SLG rips the face of one more. Mose will get another to answer back. Flux coming off the respawn, a Septic will also go down. Milzy, it's all on him to try and get his teammates some map control, or maybe he has to wait from the spawn back up, but the play that they tried to make, Quadrant just dealt with it.
Yeah, I mean, Quadrant are just, it's foot on the throat stuff for them at the moment. It's 100 points to 0, and Vuelta haven't really left blue. It's as simple as that. They have just been restricted constantly. They tried to rotate into yard. They tried to force their way through, but you saw SLG hits one shot, and then all of a sudden it's a numbers advantage to Quadrant. They can flank, they can take their time. I think it was Sika who came in with the BR flank just to clean up the final player, and even though the scoring has been slowed here as Vuelta commit some resources to bottom middle, it's still Quadrant who are in charge here. It's 2 dead again for Vuelta, and you would imagine it's a matter of time until they reflip B here.
B getting transferred, so much pressure. Lux has managed to scoop up the camouflage and get away for now. Spit trying to survive. Chick knows where he is, trying to spot him out, but Milty shoot him in the back, and somehow Milty keeps his teammate alive. Double kill for him. This is something to build off the back of. Then you have a slight numbers advantage. It's time to go and do something now. And Milty heads towards Dip, but somehow B will get transferred. C looking to continue in the same vein. Legend gets a double kill elsewhere, and that's going to even the odds.
Flux just got taken down with that camo as well, so this is fine for Quadrant. They haven't allowed a point, and Chick is not allowing Mose into the game, and even though Mose was giving it out a little bit ago, let me tell you, Chick just exchanged some more words across the stage to remind Mose who's boss.
Use the word trash, and I think you can piece the rest of that
Didn't need to
sentence
translate
together.
that one.
Triple cap locked in again. Vuelta yet to register a point. This could very easily be a 250-0 if they're not too careful. Septic wins a fight, but he's the last man on the map. Seeka's, along with Chick, 1v2, so Septic has got to try and do some damage here. Manages to use the repulsor, but not enough. And again, they're going to get the reset on C.
Yeah, Chick is, about to say, he is playing some Halo right now. It's a beautiful quick scope for the second kill there in the double. But when Chick gets into this kind of environment where he gets a little bit fired up, he becomes so difficult to stop. And I think once that momentum starts to turn on his side, he becomes one of the best in the world. And there's another headshot. This is almost over.
Game is over. 250-0. And I don't know if you noticed, but Chick let one player go and waited for Mose. Fired that headshot. But he was aiming for Mose. That's all he was waiting for. 2-1 now the score, but that was absolutely dominant and what we expected.
I wonder if Mose poked the bear a little bit there, or poked the chick, so to speak. He was just saying, you know what, forget about the other three players, Mose, I'm coming for you. But it's a dominant performance, right? And that, again, is how good they are at Strongholds. It's almost a pleasure to watch it sometimes, and when you're the team on the receiving end, like, what do you do? You know, they did everything right in certain circumstances, right? When they were trying to break out of the initial triple cap, Millsy kind of sacrificed himself bottom mid, tries to survive so everyone else can flood into yard, just to create a distraction, just to use B as a way to take attention away for a few seconds. But after one headshot gets hit by SLG, then numbers are still even. They pick up the kill bottom mid, hits the headshot, then it's 4v2 on the map, right? And they just flood in, they just recap, and they're just so good at cycling spawns, Quadrant. And one thing that's always impressive for me as well is nobody ever overcommits to give away a death, to let a team back into the game. They know if there's two players if they just kill them all four, there's going to be two players who spawn up before the other two because of the way that they stagger those kills. They can then take a few extra seconds to keep their shields, right? To do damage those two players off respawn, let someone else come in and move them, and then, hey, wherever the other two spawn, they're in blue as well, whatever it might be. They're so efficient at getting those kills off of respawn that it makes Quadrant almost unbeatable sometimes.
I mean, that's the challenging thing about playing against some of the best in the world. When you have a plan that's solid, you send a distraction down B, and that's a good idea. You push it into yard, then you just can't expect SLG to just whip away one of those lives immediately off the rip with that sniper rifle. You run straight into a headshot, and that just thins your numbers before you can even transfer. But we're going to load in now to map number 4, and Quadrant 1 away then from progression.
So Vuelta, who took that Slayer, are now going to have to take an oddball. This is a game type that you maybe think, again, if you're looking at map pool, you're looking at modes, Quadrant probably not the best oddball team in comparison to some of their other game types. So there is an opportunity here for Vuelta to maybe think about sending this to a game 5 if they can keep it scrappy, if they can keep Chick a little bit cold, if they can start to win a few individual fights. But Legend is already winning individual fights. It should be taken down here, and Millsy now is going to have to deal with Seeker as well. But kills starting to fall in the favor of Vuelta, so this is a good start and maybe an opportunity to look at that oddball.
Septic, beautiful shots. Again on the mouse and keyboard. It has to be stressed.
Contractual obligation fulfilled.
Millsy staying alive on the double stacks, just on a little ledge. Avoids the grenade damage, certainly enough to keep him in the game. Now they have hands on ball. Septic trying to rotate over towards blue. Wants the opportunity to play the ball if things get a little bit hairy, and they got hairy before he could even get there. 3 dead, Flux last man alive on the map. But unfortunately, he was the first spawner and has to wait for his teammates to get up and around him.
Yeah, Legend's got the shock rifle as well. He did get taken down, though. The little trade came in, so the shock rifle might have changed hands, and it has indeed gone into the hands of Millsy. The only problem for him is he's got 3 Quadrant players to deal with, and he's only got Mose alongside him, so he's going to have to play this one slow and carefully. Seeker get some good damage in, and Chick should be able to clean it up. So Quadrant make the most of their numbers in that situation, but there comes Flux out of nowhere, hitting the slide, but the Oppo is still controlled here. You can see the space is still controlled by Quadrant. Legend trying to move in to clean up the damage, but I think it's time for a play ball here. If you can get this off the map, it would be massive. It's exactly what it does, as that Oppo, the skull, just rolls back to that respawn point.
Sometimes gravity can help. The ball rolls off the map and resets. 27 points to 2 then, so it was Vuelta who tried to get that blue set up, but actually handed it over to Quadrant, so you have to be very careful not to do that all too often. Camouflage up, Mose is going to go for a heads up play from him, 2 kills. make it a 3-kill advantage for the moment, as 3 members of Quadrant were in the respawn screen. I mean, some semblance of control for them, but Mo's walked in with camouflage and got picked immediately.
Yeah, it gets a trade, but in that situation, I think as the camo player, when you've got a semblance of a setup, you've got to wait for damage to come in from the rest of your team before you try and make a play, right? A trade with a fresh camo when you've already got kills on the board probably isn't the most efficient play that you could have made. So now you're going to have to see Vuelta, who had everything essentially in their position, have to break Quadrant now, but a couple of kills started to go their way. They might have an opportunity to do so.
Millsy gets one on the legend. Maybe clip that one, it's not often that that's a thing. SLG and Sika will rotate towards blue, trying to milk this ball for all it's worth. And here comes the cavalry. Sika will play that ball in an abundance of caution. 3 dead though. Septic over towards bottom elevator, and they now have that information of exactly where he's standing. It's going to be Legend prioritizing ball time instead. Good from him.
Yeah, really smart little things that you don't notice sometimes about what some of the best in the world do, right? It's rooting. It's, you know, Chick winning another individual battle is a good example of one of the best in the world doing what they do. But Legend picking that ball up, having just fought against Septic bottom elevator, knows the rest of the respawns are probably going to be bottom elevator. So the angle he takes to jump up to battle edge denies all line of sight, meaning that even though he's doing the objective, even though he's grabbing that odd ball, he's not going to be taking any damage on his way to essentially the safe ground he wants to be in with that objective. So tiny little things like that are just small things that some of the best in the world do that you can certainly add to your game if you watch it at home.
Ball top tower, not somewhere it usually stays. Perhaps the ball carrier is going to play this ball towards Whirlpool. Yes, indeed. Septic will try and add some and apply some pressure. Flux and Septic will combine. SLG is there though to put down some more damage. Tries to get 2, but 2 members of Vuelta, all 4 dead for Quadrant. This is an opportunity then to build on.
It's an opportunity you don't get too many times, and it's one you have to take advantage of now if you're Vuelta. You need to get that ball in your hands, and this needs to be a significant chunk of time. 2 players already flooding through, though. And look at the damage. I mean, I'm a little bit surprised that the oddball player is one of the first to go down in this situation, right? That just means the setup is a little bit flaky looking for Vuelta. Nobody is really taking responsibility to make sure those lines of sight are being cut off, and just like that, essentially from a 4-dead situation, Quadrant now have a setup in and around tower. They managed to pick up 3 kills, and Millsy, even though he's got the camo, he's going to have numerous players in front of him.
Millsy gets 2. Seek it down to no shields. But SLG somehow has the ball. There were 3 dead for a moment. But it's Quadrant who have the ball. Vuelta are getting kills. They just don't know how to control a setup. As SLG gets 1 more. 3 dead. Millsy last man alive then for Vuelta. Getting pressure from Legend from behind. Some beautiful shots though, just to back the Frenchman down, but grenade from Sika will get the job done.
And SLG still has this objective in his hands. You know, he's just been wandering around the map and managing to find where the Vuelta players were not, essentially. And with that, that will be the first round going to Quadrant. But there was a couple of moments you can highlight in that first round where Vuelta just weren't able to have a setup that they were convincing looking in, right? They had a 4-dead situation, they had the odd ball, everyone alive, and Quadrant were always able to get that first pick. Something going wrong on maybe communication side where those respawns were coming in, or maybe just not winning the individual fights that they would have needed to.
Round 2 commences in a flash then. This is something that Vuelta have been doing relatively well. They've been picking up the power up. It's just not being able to maximize it, not being able to be efficient with it. SLG recognizes there's a camo player on the move and going to engage with Flux. And this time, Flux will come out on top. And gotta be said, you're going to need to start winning a lot more of those fights. And Moes will do another with this. So again, 3 dead for Quadrant. Another chance for Vuelta to get a setup.
Yeah, need to get that ball in their hands. I mean, there's 1 player alive here. Someone should be zoning him out. If Millsy gets taken down here, then I've got to be honest with you, something has gone wrong there for Vuelta. 3 dead, 1 player alive in tower, and you're not able to shoot him back well enough as a team to get that odd ball. It's not good enough. That's not going to win you these games.
Now Flux tries to get hands on. Millsy will get a kill elsewhere on the Legend. Flux at half shields is going to take this fight and get a trade. It's good from him. Millsy with his back to the wall. Shields were down, starting to recharge though. Sika didn't clear his corners. Millsy steps out and re-engages. Now picks up ball and mushes it up the goal steps. This is better from Vuelta, but all the kills they're getting and all this entire time, the score remains 0-0.
Yeah, 0-0, and unfortunately running the odd ball towards pipes and not being able to get it out towards respawners means that Quadrant have got a chance to try and fight and trade and keep that odd ball alive here. And if they win these trades, then they're going to have the opportunity to bring it back to pipes. So SLG with a shock rifle is going to have to hit a shot and avoid these grenades, and somehow or other no one gets out of there. Not sure how he managed to do it, but it looked pretty cool.
Ball remains in pipes then. Camouflage up in 20 seconds or so, maybe even less. First pick again, pretty easily done for Quadrant. The shock rifle player SLG behind gets 2, 3 dead. Now Mo is in an act of desperation, has to get into pipes. Put some shots onto Legend, tries to get the plasma grenade to find a home. Chick though will get that kill, and again more ball time for Quadrant.
Yeah, Quadrant won that initial battle of pipes. I've mentioned the trade battle, they won it, and now they've held this ball in and around pipes this entire time. It's 25 points already on the board for them, and you can maybe feel that Vuelta's starting to get a little bit antsy here in this situation. A couple of solo pushes, we saw Flux flying through the pipes, no damage being done to any Quadrant players. Before he could really fire his gun, there was a shock rifle in front of him alongside a couple more players. I think Vuelta on their breaks just need to take a little extra second, a little pause to get some initial damage down before they start to close those gaps. Then you can use those grenades to flush players out and try and take control of that ball. But now the rotate coming in from Quadrant, Vuelta got to be careful here because they're starting to stare down the barrel.
Sika wins one, bottom elevator. Ball down over towards double stacks after that initial rotation from Chick. Flux is a 1v1, Legend gets 2. Septic, no shields, over towards long haul now. Desperately trying to stay alive, cooking tail. And it's Quadrant who have hands on ball again.
SLG trying to hit some fancy moves there to stay alive for a few seconds. A couple of kills starting to be picked up. Oddball already reset though. And look, even though these kills are happening in and around blue, Chick is at pipes and he says, that's cool, you can stay over there. You are so far away from that oddball respawn that I can just grab it and I guarantee me and my team 10 to 15 seconds. And then we're back to the trade battle again. Might be an opportunity for a play ball and they do manage to throw it out to pipes, but Vuelta have an opportunity again. This is a 3 dead. Sika last player alive here for Quadrant, and it's the same situation we saw before, right? He's last player alive in tower. Can Vuelta get the ball back, get it safe, and start to hold this setup a bit more efficiently? The answer looks like yes.
It's better for Vuelta, but if got 2 players on batteries, they give up 2 deaths pretty needlessly. And again, Legend has the ball now. He's whisking it away to blue. Milsey gets the opener for his team as they come off the respawn. SLG has just popped camo on his screen. How influential will he be? The answer is not very. It's Septic with a beautiful grenade. But again, they have semblance of control, they have setups, but it's broken far too easily.
It's paper thin, these setups, you know, it's like toilet paper when you drop it in the sink, it's just falling apart. It is not looking too good, these setups at the moment, and even though Millsy's doing everything he can for Vuelta at the moment, he's 25 and 15, he's plus 10 with the most objective time as well. This might be one of the last opportunities to hold and try and turn this lead back into their favor and put pressure onto Quadrant. The blue hold is looking pretty good at the moment. Legend will fly off the map as well, and Chick is now left at last alive. The oddball did get played though. They were forced to make the play on the oddball, so Quadrant, even though the deaths started to tally up against them, they got that ball played, which means they will be closest to it off respawn.
Started to rotate towards pipes. Looks top elevator. Down to no shield. Seekit should be able to get the cleanup and does. Septic's in Whirlpool as well, as is Millsy. They need to try and clear out members of Quadrant here, but again, kills go in the favor. The boys in the green. And it's Mose who gets 1, but again, he was the last man alive, and Chick has the ball. All the kills they get, somehow, some way, Chick manages to get the ball in his hands.
Yeah, I mean, it's just trades in and around Turbine. Turbine gets cleared. Ball's still down there. Chick's last alive. He knows where the last fights are happening, so he's like, okay, I don't need to influence these fights. I don't need to do much in this situation. I can just whisk that odd ball away. And off the back of it now, he'll find the double kill himself, keeps that odd ball alive, keeps himself in a position to maybe pick up the odd ball should the kill start to fall in their favor. And Chick, yeah, again with another kill. It's 3 in quick succession for him now, just being such a nuisance in and around these pipes at the moment.
Millsy putting down some shots. The back of 1. Damage will be cleaned up by Flux, but Seek and Legend there to combine. Septic tries to get the sticky grenade. It won't come through though. 3 dead. Millsy will have to try and contend and contest camo. Legend desperately tries to stay alive. They are going to trade out though. 1 for 1, but it's 78 seconds to 33, and now another thing plays a factor. There's only 45 seconds left in the game.
Yeah, time really is a problem here for Vuelta, and I think Quadrant have recognised it as well. That's why you saw Chick a few moments ago not being desperate to grab that odd ball and hold it. It was more keep it alive, keep it near us so that we're baiting in Vuelta, and now it's just about racking up kills. 2 dead here for Vuelta once again. Everyone alive on Quadrant in just a few moments' time after Chick will rejoin, and there's Seeker and SLG once again just combining together to win those fights. And when you watch the game from the Vuelta POV, how many times you see 2 players from Quadrant stacked up? Mose will finally get that flank, but you can see how difficult it is to fight against them in certain scenarios.
10 seconds remaining then. 2 dead for Vuelta. They've got to get close to this oddball. Lux is trying to go. He's going to get his hands on, but it's going to be in vain, as Quadrant should and will win the series 3-1. It wasn't easy at times, but they got the job done.
Yeah, game number 2, I think a little bit of a disappointment for Quadrant to lose it in that way. It was a 50-49. However, you know, the rest of the objective games, you never really felt they weren't in control of. I mean, we had the 250-0. That's just complete and utter dominance from one of the best Strongholds teams we've ever seen. And I think that last game was a good, I think, demonstration of what an experienced team does in comparison to one who maybe isn't at that level quite yet. It's knowing the scenarios with that odd ball so well. You know, the 2v2 scenarios. What do we have to do here? Let's try and keep that odd ball alive, and let's try and win our trades. If you do that, we're going to be able to spawn closer to that objective and maybe scrape up the time. All those little scenarios, cutting off the rotates, Quadrant did it so well. And I think Vuelta, the disappointment for me is when they got the full setups, they weren't able to stop the pushes. The pushes would come in and they would fall almost immediately. So certainly something to work on for them, just finding that, I think, coordination in their setups a little bit better.
I mean, we spoke about it last night, how we're expecting at some point that this Quadrant team are going to play against Navi. Do you think Navi watching that will be fearing them, or maybe seeing some openings there that they can take advantage of?
As crazy as it sounds, I don't think Navi have ever really feared Quadrant. I think they've respected them and how good they are.
Yeah.
But I think they've been more interested in making improvements to their own game more than, you know, being focused on beating Quadrant, so to speak. Because even though, you know, you look at the first season of Halo Infinite and there was a European story of Navi Quadrant, right? And it was always who's the best going to be in Europe, and then it was, oh, who's the best going to be on LAN, and, you know, all of this stuff started to happen. It's kind of got to a point now where I think both teams are looking at the international stage more than they are the European stage. Both looking at not just beating each other, but beating the teams that are around them when they get to the main stage of the HCS events. So I think it'll be a good indication. It's always a nice bragging right, to say that you beat the other, especially in a LAN environment. But I don't think Navi will be too worried. I don't think Quadrant will be too worried about Navi. I think they'll both just focusing, that's to sound like a football manager, on their own game, you know, and trying to make sure they're playing the best Halo that they can.
Well, Quadrant win the series 3-1. That's all from us for now, but we do have Joe and Tudor taking us through the next game. Don't go anywhere.
Here at BNSC, we offer a range of cybersecurity programs suitable for everybody. For those wanting to gain entry into the sector, or for those already working in the sector who wish to upskill and progress their careers. At Level 2, we offer an entry-level program which gives you the basic understandings around cybersecurity. If you wish to continue your journey, you can progress to one of our Level 3 programs, including the Fast Track to Degree program, which will gain you entry to our brilliant programs at University Centre. Our brand new T-level in cybersecurity will offer you a 2-year program which not only teaches you the knowledge around cybersecurity, but also gives you the chance to undertake a work placement in a real cybersecurity business.
If you're an employer and you have staff members you're looking to upskill, we also have an amazing range of apprentices. If you're looking for something a bit more short-term, as a member of the Cisco Training Academy, we also offer CCNA short courses in cyber ops and network security, which are available to anybody.
The tutors are very supportive, very knowledgeable. They know what they're doing and help out a lot. The equipment is very good, probably some of the best equipment for networking and cybersecurity that we can really get our hands on.
If you want to find out more about any of our cybersecurity products, You can click the link, check out our social media feeds, or give us a call and we'll be happy to help you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to EuropaHalo Blackpool. You'll see beside me Mr. Ice Spiteful himself. Fresh off yesterday's main stage with incredible overkill. One of the highlights of the day in terms of the broadcast anyway, and especially what I've seen on Twitter last night when I got into bed, I was able to see all the kind comments for that play. I'm sure it was... Talk us through it, for one.
Well, I'll be honest with you, obviously it's thanks for setting all this up. Obviously, first of all, it's amazing. This whole event has been just incredible. I didn't have the best seeding tournament. I played Navi, then coming here I played Quadrant, but I was just here for fun, you know, a late pickup. So the fact that I even got to be on main stage was amazing. And then I got some content as well, being a creator. Like I was like, yes. So I had to rush to get it on Twitter.
Yeah, no, it was definitely. I know there was a point probably it was more for pride the game, but like there was a lot of good players. It was actually a lot of good games to watch too, close games.
That's what I love about like EuropaHalo. There is a very wide like level of skill, so you do see some like everyone kind of gets their moments to shine, and there's all different types. Like I still can't believe I hit it myself, to be honest with you. I've probably watched it like 20 times, you know.
No, I know. I was actually observing for the broadcast for that game. So it was interesting to watch your point of view, especially with Reed and your team as well. Those guys did play quite well together. There's a couple of moments I see, not even just that overkill, but a couple of moments that you had some good players.
There was a cool moment where I repulsed Pulse off the map. He had OS and Sniper, he was on a triple kill, and he said, I don't think he'll be able to sleep after that, to be honest with you.
I suppose, so more about yourself and the background. We've had you years ago. I think we interacted in a 2v2 tournament years ago with like content creators.
Are we
sure.
still?
Have we cut mics? Lost mic? I think we lost mic.
I can't hear myself. Are we good?
Yeah. Okay.
Alright.
Because I couldn't hear anymore from our producer. But sorry. Before that, we had you for 2v2 tournaments years ago in terms of content creators versus with some of our staff. I suppose since then, how's it been changing? Because mostly you're well known for more custom games and all those stuff.
Well, I've always like followed like the competitive scene. Like I'm just more of a casual guy myself. Like I've never really had that drive to really push. Like this is completely new. It's actually my first ever time playing on a main stage or a LAN at all. So it was a cool experience. Obviously, I've been in the scene for a long time creating content, and I just want to make people enjoy Halo, love Halo, and just show that how good Halo can be, you know. So it's just over my time being a creator, I've seen like, you know, Halo grow. It's had its shortcomings as well, things, but it's just cool to see everyone come together, and especially as an EU guy, like this event, getting everyone together, getting everyone involved. I really hope this like spurs like more people to do stuff like this, you know, because this is what Halo is about, getting everyone together, and it just motivates me, it motivates everyone to do more, you know. So again, thank you for setting this up, genuinely.
Well, of course, we obviously live to serve for the European Halo community, and people like yourself as well who are in the scene.
I'll always be supporting Halo till I die.
I was going to say, in terms of your future competitive plans, are you going to compete in year 3? Are you gonna...
We'll see. I mean, if anyone wants to pick me up, I'm always down to throw down, you know, play some games.
You've got a good knowledge there already.
We're
seeing how much was going off on Twitter yesterday. Thanks very much for coming down.
Of course. Well, thanks for setting up.
You've had a good time. Has it been interesting, even experiencing the LAN atmosphere in terms of hearing all the shit talk as well too?
The passion is unmatched. I mean, I've been to World Champs. I've been all over the place, and the passion the EU guys have is unmatched. Like they really get into it. But
I just seen just before we came on here, I just seen give a rhyme across as he beat the other team, and I thought that was the funniest thing to hear all again.
Well, this is the thing. Like, I didn't really get to go to many EU events. I've met so many people. Like, it's so fun to put names to faces, you know, and get to meet everyone. And I've just made so many friends now, and I can't wait to come back and see him again whenever whatever goes on next, you know. So.
I suppose we have next on stage. We have Navi, and I believe actually as well too. So first time we'll see Navi on stage. Have you followed much of them through this year?
Well, this weekend I've been very busy, obviously, but like I've been kind of following. They're doing as well as I expect, you know. Navi and Quadrant both like killing it as always. But it's going to be exciting to see kind of how this plays out today for sure.
You're not willing to make any early predictions?
Oh, I know. I wouldn't want to jinx anyone.
We seen last week Navi and they obviously they are here for the 1 seed. They beat Quadrant
Well,
reset last week.
I told you, I played him in my seeding tournament.
I know.
I got absolutely destroyed. Marty's messaged me beforehand and said, I'm sorry.
I seen some interesting note messages while I was in Game 6 today. I'll really send some down there. But, yeah, so but in terms of like, you've actually then played both and Quadrant, right? So
Yeah, I actually
what's the
played them both.
experience
Yeah.
like when you play a top team like those?
I'll be honest with you, like, it's crazy. I mean, it's like Quadrant, like, they don't let you breathe. Like, you literally cannot think about what you're doing. It was just insane. I mean, I nearly went positive on our third game against them, but yeah, they're both them and Navi, they literally just, you don't get a chance to think. They're just incredible, and you can tell that, like, the chemistry and just the time they put in, it's unmatched. Like, so yeah, as I said, we'll always root for both of those teams when they go and compete out, like, outside of EU. So it's always fun to follow their journeys for sure.
What about this here? Do you enjoy being here in the caster's booth? Could you ever see yourself as a caster?
I'll be honest with you, like, it's strange. This is so surreal to me because I used to just sit at home with a camera pointing at me, like, playing video like games at home. So it's like kind of strange. Maybe one day I'll be a bit more confident, but I'll have to build up to that maybe.
No, thanks very much for coming.
Yeah, no, of course.
Well, too, and I hope you all the best, and I hope we see you again.
Oh, I'll always invite me anywhere. I'll always show up, bro.
Well, we definitely.
I
think we planned and actually potentially something for next year.
Awesome.
Is have an idea, and I've wanted to do it for a long time, and I wanted to get yourself involved for it. Have you ever heard of the Hidden Cup? No.
Not off the top of my head, no. But you've already piqued my interest.
Yeah. So there's a thing. There's a thing in ES Pairs 2, in which top pros or content creators play under different alias, and everybody has to guess who that player is.
Oh wow!
So we would put you in random teams with other players with different aliases.
That's
and
cool.
Nobody in the stream knows until the very end of the tournament. So I wanted to get like guys.
Oh yeah, I'm down for that, bro. I am down for that. Yeah, that sounds like a good time.
Anyway, we're just setting up on the main stage here at the minute. The teams are getting worked up and set up. Navi and Bittersweet coming up after the break with Joe and Tudor.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to EuropaHalo Blackpool 2023. My name is Tudors, and alongside myself, I've got none other than Joe Sketch. And now that we've actually gone through our first opening game of the day, a dominant win picked up by Quadrant in a 3-1 fashion over Vuelta. By the way, Vuelta, the first ever team at the tourney to actually take a map off of Quadrant. Massive props to them, but now we're going to be turning our attention over towards the lads that were born to win.
Yeah, you got Navi there, and they're up against Bittersweet in our other winners semi-final. So the winner of this will go and face Quadrant in the winners final. The loser will drop down to the losers bracket. I did catch a bit of a Bittersweet game on the pit earlier where they took down, I believe it was Clique esports 3-1.
Yeah.
Clique winning the Slayer, Bittersweet winning all the objectives. It was getting pretty loud. The objectives were relatively one-sided Bittersweet.
Yeah.
So they're pumped up, they're both ready for this game.
Exactly, and for those of you guys that might actually know what is technically going on with Clique Esports, they were just technically the ex-Pharmaceuticals roster as well that we saw last week during the seeding tournament and throughout the last couple of months, basically, in the latter half of 2023. Some really, really good performances and some good finishes coming out from that particular ex-Pharmaceuticals roster, now known as Clique, but unfortunately, yeah, they are going to be dropped down into that lower bracket, still fighting for their opportunity to remain on the main stage.
Yeah, so we've seen Bittersweet on our stream beforehand yesterday. Woodsum, Looney, Zove and Warlord. But the other boys, Natas Fincer, Navi, they won our seeding cup. They are the first seed in this tournament. And it is a heavy hitting lineup. You've got your Jimbos and Snipe Drones who've played together in multiple iterations of different rosters. Back to the Epsilon team in 2016 Worlds, where we placed top 8, the first sort of breakout European team in the Halo 5, Halo Infinite era. And then alongside them, you've got Glories, which is one of these like players which was on a wobble bobs at the start of the season.
He was,
really nice sort of slayer, and he just bumped up his numbers as well. So collectively across the board, and then all the glue almost put together as Mighties as well. This is quite a great team to see.
Yeah, it's one of the most, well, I really want to say fleshed out and most dynamic iterations of the Navi roster that we have seen. And keep in mind, Glory has only really been part of this roster since the start of August as well. So that's how many months? August, September, October, November. So basically 4 months in, and it really does seem as if Glory has technically found a proper home because, well, I don't necessarily want to be too hypercritical, but Navi have never really looked this good because they are actually able to really be competitive versus Quadrant. They took them down last week in the Grand Finals reset as well, and now they really have a proper opportunity, a prime shot at taking Blackpool all to themselves.
Yeah, and Navi, their best placement was top 8 at Worlds this season, an international event. So they basically left it to the best event to get their best placement. But we're locked and loaded. Winners semi-final. CTF Aquarius being our first map here. And Navi, they are the favourites, but Bittersweet don't count them out.
Yeah, definitely so. And keep in mind, this is technically still map veto as well, the same map mode combination list that we saw a little bit earlier on with the Quadrant game, so it's just going to be a full-on repeat. CTF Aquarius, I'm always really, really happy for this one. I know it's James's favorite as well. It's a really, really entertaining, but we're just going to hop straight into the action with Jimbo online with him, already making moves towards his top mid side to try to find some space.
Yeah, Jimbo already got the QT. Locking that one in, trying to find the players a Bittersweet. They've gone down low. They're already being shot out of the map. Loon does get a double kill, but Jimbo answers back. You've got Wootum on his screen. Nice 1 versus 1. Nice utilization of the power up as well. Eventually taken down. So a bit of trades back and forth for the start of this one.
Yeah, and Warlord looking to assume a little bit of extra control, but yeah, dueled out by Snipe Drone in response, and he will have to just chill out for a little bit, let those shields regen before regrouping, and he will also find a nice little flick on towards Zove. And you can already see Mighty's gone for the flagpole, and he's just going to try to make this game a living hell scenario for Bittersweet.
Yeah, Mighty's grabbed a flag, also gets a clean up onto one of the Bittersweet players. He's got a clean run back to his base. No one really in a position to stop this one from going in. We should see Mighty's lock in the first flag of this map. You can see all the Bittersweet players there trying to defend their base, but they're still getting slayed out right now, Tudor. So despite the fact Mighty, he's off the map, he's eventually the last player left. So Bittersweet, they've done the job, they didn't overextend, they clean up their base first. Now they've got a chance to try and push up on the map.
Yeah, it looked really, really good, and I think that might have actually just been sort of the speed run record set at the tourney as well. 61 seconds for the first flag cap. I'm not sure if that's going to be broken later on this weekend or later on today because it is the last day, but we will have to wait and see. For now, though, it is Woodham to get taken down, and as a matter of fact, it's the rest of Bittersweet to follow as well. Glory has the opportunity to go for yet another flagpole. Navi truly looking to go 2-2 and potentially just end this one before we even have a chance to get it started.
Yeah, I'm looking at the kill feed right now. I'm looking to see where Bittersweet are. They're not really in a position to stop this one again. So it's a quick first cap. It's a quick second cap as well. But we're back. on your screens just for a moment. That flag didn't get captured, so we'll make sure we know what's happened with that one. It's an unfortunate situation to always have a DC or a bit of technical issues, but at least you get to see me and Tudor once more.
Yeah, definitely so. So far, right out of the gates, Navi, they know their stuff. They came here to play, and they made absolutely no issues whatsoever. I do think that Bittersweet, despite the issues, the technical difficulties they might be experiencing on the back end, which I believe there might be something going on potentially with the headset or an Xbox. Yeah, we'll get that sorted pretty quickly. I mean, like the admin crew here and the tech crew, they are just like an F1 pit stop crew. They can get everything sorted out pretty quickly in record time.
Yeah, but it's a statement, isn't it, going 1-0 up so quickly into the CTF Aquarius game, especially because Bittersweet haven't even found their footing in that game yet. They're already getting 4 slayed, and then they already get a flag on the run, and Mighty's he's running a flag and getting the slays he needs to as well, with his team around him. I mean, we saw him run from top P into the base, and no one even contested him.
No, it seemed, well, as if Bittersweet didn't actually quite catch up on what was actually happening. It just kind of, you know, came as a surprise. They just basically got caught with their pants around their ankles, and before they knew it, yeah, they're already a point down. And we will have to double check and see exactly if we're going to be resuming with an aggregate score of 1-0 or 2-0 at the time of the DC, but we will have that information ready for you guys whenever it comes our way. But for now, yeah, what do you think Bittersweet actually need to do to address some of these issues and come back swinging and keep it a close affair?
Well, we've got the time, right? It's hard to adjust mid-game. Or especially if you've got so much pressure against you, the other team just playing quicker than you. It's really tricky to sort of, one, still play Halo, but also work for team and also communicate into changing whatever strategy you're working on. They have a moment now where, although they're probably sorting out whatever issue it is, they can have a chat to each other.
Exactly. It's still an unofficial timeout, if you will.
Exactly. And whichever one the team leader is, I'm sure it's probably Looney or might be Stu, Warlord, who's got some words of wisdom for the rest of the players. They're going to be chatting. They're going to be sort of reassessing what they can do. They're almost going to treat it as a bit of a reset. They might be 1-0 or 2-0 down, but it's better than being 2-0 down in the game and getting outslayed.
Yeah, exactly. At this certain stage, I would just really, if I was standing behind the squad, I would basically just take this opportunity to hype up the lads, you know, actually make them a little bit angry, have them channel that rage into the server. And I think that's kind of like the key for a lot of these teams when you're actually fighting the top dogs of EU, because you know that tactically speaking, you are more often than not a little bit undermatched. So you need to dig a little bit deeper and you need to find some other resource so you can properly put up a fight.
Yeah, we're into the nitty gritty, ladies and gents, as well. This is the guaranteed top 6 to both these two teams. Navi, they want to win it all. I'm sure Bittersweet, I spoke to Looney in an interview, he wants to win it all as well. So this is bragging rights. You know, going into it, one team's always going to be favourites. But Bittersweet, you know, very tough cookie themselves. This is the nitty gritty part of the tournament. You want to be putting in as much effort as you can do to try and get to his next rounds.
Yeah, definitely so. And Bittersweet, this roster has basically been, a long time coming in terms of their overall best finishes so far. And the fact that they've been able to guarantee themselves a top 6 finish right now, it really just goes to show exactly how far this team has developed over the course of the year. Because, I mean, we've heard of the name Bittersweet multiple times, but they never really were able to really break the mold and sort of leave that business of the best of the rest behind them. So the fact that they've been able to make it this far so far, it does give me a little bit of hope and a little bit of inspiration that they might be able to actually keep this competitive.
Yeah, and it's different iterations of the roster as well. Bittersweet haven't had the same 4 all the way through. I did get confirmation from production mode. Navi do need 4 flag caps when we get back into that CTF on Aquarius. And it'll be the 5. All Bittersweet. So, although they'll be down that 1 flag, that starting strat though, that can sort of be a catalyst towards getting maybe 1 flag or even just getting dominance in the start of the game.
Yeah, exactly. And keep in mind, for those of you folks watching at home, this does technically mean that we are going to be fully resetting the lobby with that flag aggregate score. So everything that is on the map, weapon-wise and power-up-wise, it will be fully reset. And if we're going to take a look at the QT, because, yeah, the active camo, rest in peace, isn't with us anymore, we saw Jimbo put it to really good use, milk a lot of value out of that QT really early out of the gates. So now we're gonna obviously be fighting for resources once again, and that is something that Bittersweet have to get on from the get-go.
Yeah, the QT is a bit of a head game, isn't it? If you see a player of QT and they've activated it, in that gunfight, you're always worried that they're just gonna
zoom right back.
You don't know where the QT is a lot of the time as well. And it's just almost an extra sort of element of the map where you saw Jimbo activated top middle, then he pushes someone down bottom middle and then resets it back up. But anyway, Tudor, we're back into our game. Winners semi-final once again. This is game 1. 4 flag caps for Navi to win this one. 5 for Bittersweet. On board with Glorious right now. He's a 1 vs 1 versus Wootem. Does get taken down. 2 kills from Bittersweet. Make that 3. And this anti-back with only 2 from Navi.
Yeah, open engagements favoring the side of Bittersweet. And this is also something that we saw a little bit earlier on before we had the reset. Navi, they were dropping like flies, but obviously they just had a small little oversight with Mighty's and let him slip past the defensive line, cap that opening point as well. So at the very least, we know on paper that Bittersweet, they are capable of fragging, they're capable of slaying and establishing map dominance. Whether or not they can actually convert that into a proper score line remains to be seen. But Glory already initiating yet another flagpole, and he's just going to try to build up meters.
Yeah, both flags out right now. First time we've really seen Bittersweet towards the base of Navi, and it's Looney left in a tricky situation, but he's got Glories towards him right now. Mighty's also in his base. Looney gets taken down. Flag is already back from Bittersweet, and that return not in just yet, but there's no player on either side near that flag. Glory making his way over there. He's got Zove to contest with, but he does have backup. Looney in a tricky spot. He's got to fight uphill. He's taken down. Return should be locked in, and once again, Navi, in a moment, if they can grab this flag before it's reset, should get a capture. Is anybody there to get the flag? No, they're not. No. So they all aggressed towards getting that return, and no one was there to touch the flag. It's reset, so it's still 0-0.
SMH, my head shaking. Small little oversight for Navi, but it's fine. They've still got 10.5 minutes to play with, and they've already got the leg up. Lovely little sequence coming out from Glory. He nets himself a triple kill, a pummel for the final, and that will create so much space that Navi can just capitalize right off of.
And Navi already back in Bittersweet's base. Jimbo with the flag pull. He's got teammates help. He's taken down, but then Snipe Drone grabs that one after he's died. Zove in a position to potentially stop it right now, but he's got two players from Navi to contest with. Does he opt to try and get the kills or go towards the base? He goes to challenge. Snipe Drone gets the shots he needs to. Nice kill from there. The Bittersweet kills are coming through as well. Opting not to reset the flag just yet, trying to get the slays. They can see Looney's on the move as well. So this is a nice play from Bittersweet, prioritising those slays instead of a flag return, getting all the players from Navi down, and look at Looney go.
Yeah, that was a really, really good flush out to deal with the last couple of Navi pests, secure their own return, and now the flag itself. We are officially tied 1-1, as Looney is still going to duke things out. A fresh QT has just spawned in, but Navi, they've got other plans. Mighty finding a two-piece as well, and that will establish mid-control as all of Bittersweet staring at the respawn screen.
They're 4 dead, and look at Bittersweet, they're spawning back up, but they've got to fight an uphill battle right now. That flag is on the move. Mighty's being protected for his team, but he doesn't have to do much here. Just the shots down. Flag, after so much effort, isn't going to be captured yet.
Mighty.
Look at the slays come through from Bittersweet. Zove's on the return as well. Rusin gets taken down, but that flag is back to base. So Zove off of spawn. He managed to sneak through Natus Vincer's lines and get the reset.
Yeah, that's brilliant stuff. And now Navi playing a little bit of defense as the flag is out in the open. 3 dead for Bittersweet means that Wooten will kind of have to, apply the brakes a little bit, regroup, reconsider their options before mounting the next offensive. And that's exactly what Snipe Drone wants to do. Sizzle Sticks and the DMR, good for 2, narrowly bagged himself the 3rd, but Looney beats him in the 1v1.
Now Looney just getting his shields back. Making sure he regroups with his team. He's taken down. Navi's still in the ascendancy. They're the aggressor right now. Zove's got a lot of work to do. He's taken down. Jimbo in the base, grabs the flag, opts to throw it out yard as well, and he's got his teammates around him. No players in Bittersweet in a position apart from Wootum. He's overextended right now. He's thrown the flag out, but he's left between a rock and a hard place right now, just trying to play his life.
Yeah, definitely. So brilliant stuff actually coming out from Wootum to just kind of annoy Navi into spending a little bit of extra time to clear out the house, but that's once again exactly what they're good at. Just wiping the floor with Bittersweet in the slaying department, and that is a 2nd point locked in for Navi. They've properly fired themselves up now. There's no more fooling about.
Bittersweet on the respawn, all back towards their base, and Navi, they're just so quick getting back across this map. Jimbo, top middle, he's being the anchor for his team, and his teammates are falling. Eventually, do get that flag out, and there's 1 player left on Bittersweet. He's overextended. Jimbo's trying to find the spawners. There is 1 player in the base somewhere. Nope, he's cleaned out. Flag on the move once again. Jimbo doing such a great job here, trying to just lock down the top middle, trying to make sure no players in Bittersweet are making their way across to his base.
Definitely so. Bittersweet, 3 dead, and Jimbo's going to recover that flag. Snipe Drone is still alive, and he can just run this all the way back to base. Whether or not the contention comes in through from Bittersweet remains to be seen. He is taking a couple shots to the spine, but he should be in the clear, or maybe we might have a small little flag off if Bittersweet can actually return to the scene in time, but I fear that that's not going to be the case. Snipe Drone locks in the 3rd. He will be traded off, but at this certain stage, Bittersweet, they have one hell of a hill to climb back up.
Got the numbers though. They are in a position to potentially get a flag pull. See Looney and his teammates here, Zove, just trying to make their way into Navi's base. They do have to contest with some players. Zove doing a good job playing his life. He's weak. He's just trying to get out of dodge, try and get his shields back, but he runs straight into Mighties. Good defense coming through from Navi, but Wootum and Bittersweet, they still got map control. They still are holding top middle. Another set of slays and another set of pressure comes through.
Yeah, Wootum 1 kill away from, well, joining the Cool Kids Club as he's about to hit double digits. But look at this, Looney. He might just actually be the playmaker, the silver bullet for Bittersweet to get his team back on the board. The flag being run all the way through this mid-tunnel, and little to no contention coming on through. Where is the answer from Jimbo, as he's the last player alive? Glory was just dispatched of. Mighty and Snipe Drone now locking themselves back in, but it's a little bit too late as Bittersweet, they get themselves back on the board. The gap now sits at 1 point.
Yeah, I like that play from Looney. QT activated, going to challenge some fights with his team, but his team is falling. Nice defense from the man, but he's got 2 players opposite to back away. Snipe Drone still in contention. He's going to be cleaned up. Wootum last alive just momentarily. He's playing his life. Glories takes him down, and he's trying to make a flag run out of himself, but the spawn has come through from Bittersweet.
Yeah, and now Jimbo looking to react to all of that action, all of that intel, and he will take down Warlord, secures a double, at least breaks even on the melee exchange, and that's plenty for Mighty to work with, but unfortunately he gets taken down. Wootum traded in response, and now Looney's the last player alive. He has to stop Glory in his tracks, dead to rights. The flag will be brought to a halt, but Jimbo's quick to respond as well, and Navi looking to lock in a 4th right now.
Yeah, a bit of fumbling on flag, doesn't just quite secure it just yet, and now Jimbo has players around him, has teammates there, but no one's willing to get that flag just yet. In come Bittersweet, can they get a stop onto it? Looney opts to throw the flag out, but Jimbo cleans up both him and Zove. Flag standoff momentarily, Jimbo just waiting for his shield to come back. He's going to get the touch. That flag out in yard. It's a tricky spot to get the return, but it's also a tricky spot to get the pull from Bittersweet. The return comes in. 3-2 in this game, but 4-2 overall.
Yeah, definitely. So good adaptation coming out from Navi to make the best out of a bad situation in that flag standoff, and now Bittersweet with their backs truly against the wall. The flag will be tapped yet again for Bittersweet, and Navi looking to close this one off as soon as humanly possible. Jimbo and Snipe Drone from inside of blue, they will start to make life a living hell for Bittersweet as the Heatwave finds no impact. Snipe Drone dispatches of Warlord. A fresh QT has been launched up, and Mighty with a pass. That should be the 4th and final flag locked in for Navi. They take map 1.
Yeah, nicely done from Navi, but Bittersweet, they had a bit of bite in that game.
Yeah.
They started to get the first flag cap, but it seemed like all the effort for Bittersweet was done from clutch plays, from individual moments, so they get the return when they were 1-0 up in that game. But then it was almost as soon as Navi started working as a team, they just outshot them, and it looked comfortable in the end.
Yeah, it did really look comfortable because Navi, they were a lot more proactive, and it kind of forced Bittersweet to play Navi's game at the end of the day. They never really had a true opportunity to actually set the pace themselves, and when you take a look at the score sheet, for example, it's a little bit tighter than we expect in terms of raw fragging potential overall. Everyone carried their own weight, and yes, Navi did have a slight edge overall, but what really matters is the fact that they were able to convert that into an actual scoreline because they know their stuff. Bittersweet still has a little bit left to learn on this CTF, but luckily they don't have to deal with that because the next map that we have on the docket for you guys, it is going to be Slayer on Streets. And if this is where the underdog has the potential to perform as we saw earlier with that Vuelta side, then there is potential, there is hope for Bittersweet to actually tie things up.
Yeah, the one thing I'd say is Bittersweet playing Clique esports in the pit. The one game they lost was the Slayer against them. But Streets on main stage as well. Navi confident in the end, 5-2 victory in game 1. But there were individual moments from some of these Bittersweet players, which you can see the gun skills there. Wootum is someone I want to highlight. Zove was also making plays. Those 2 guys have got to pop off in the game around with the support of Looney and Warlord, who can also pop off and just get something going, get the ball running, get a couple of slays in their favour, and then just use that momentum to go even further into the game.
Exactly. We need some of these players on the side of Bittersweet to well and truly activate, take the gloves off. It's a bare-knuckle brawl right here on the main stage between this lot. And as we're going to be loading the 8 players into the server, yeah, Bittersweet, they have the potential to really stick it to Navi. We're going to be fighting for Spanker control, for the Red Gun, for the Bulldog, and these are all tools that Bittersweet really need to abuse. They need to take the sandbox at face value and just flip it over, use it against Navi, and then I do believe that they can tie things up.
Did like the aggression from Bittersweet in the first game as well. They didn't sit back, they weren't nervous to challenge these gunfights against some of the best players in EU as well. They need to use that same confidence in this game as well, work as a squad, try and secure this early rockets, try and secure any of the early advantage they can. On board right now we've got Looney, he's in good position for the Spanker, but instead it's Jimbo, he's ran away with this one, doesn't even get shot, or doesn't even get taken down to red shields. Rocket now in with Navi, in with Jimbo, as he tries to rotate, trying to find the players from Bittersweet. Decides just to play slow, knows he's got no support with him, just waiting for the moment, takes down Looney, that's a nice kill, but now Bittersweet know where he is, so he's going to back away.
Yeah, he's, well, playing very patiently with the Rockets. He knows that he needs to, well, get as many kills as possible, and I think he was potentially waiting for 2 players of Bittersweet to stack up for a potential double, and he's going to get curious, finds Zove, obliterates him, and that's the Rockets completely exhausted. A bit of a slow start to the Slayer so far, but that's what Navi wants at the end of the day. They want Bittersweet to play their game. They're chasing down Warlord throughout that PD side, and now Looney, Zove looking to join in on the fun, but unfortunately for them, they've walked into a death trap.
Finally, Bittersweet getting a couple of kills answered back. Looney, I can hear. He's the other side of the stage to me, but I heard him loud and clear in my right ear there. Nice kill off from him, but Navi, as you said, slow start, but it was comfortable. They were in control of the start of this one. They had the power weapons, but now it's all clean, it's all bandits on the map.
See, Snipe Drone with the high ground does pepper up Warlord a little bit more, forces him to retreat further and further back as Jimbo adds another to the tally. Woots him going off on a side quest, and he will be punished for doing so. Out in the open, all solo, that is not the play style. That is not the dynamic that we want to see out of this Bittersweet side.
Yeah, it's scary. Wootum does join the rest of his team on spawn. They are grouped up right now, but they're stuck in a tricky situation. Navi players on both sides, and we're once again falling 11-4. Looney's going to get cleaned up as well. Only one answered back kill for the 3 of Navi. Nice collapse from them. Bittersweet, they're back to the respawn screen.
Indeed, they are. We got a fresh pair of rockets going online in a couple of moments, and that should be priority number 1 for Bittersweet. Navi, they've already got full mid control, and look at this, Zove from behind will be taken down. Smoke will be dropped, and where have the rockets gone? Into the hands of Glory somehow. It slides right between the legs of Wootum, and he dodges death. Not quite knocking on the door just yet, but it will be Glory to secure a kill with the second pair.
Glory on our screens, tries to get the shots into Zove, that's traded out. Mighty now. Just grabbing that shotgun, back pocketing it for now, regrouping with his team, sees Jimbo. Just trying to assess where the Bittersweet players are going to push from. Maybe a call out coming through from Arcade. He knows that Zove's here. Zove trying to be sneaky. He's caught out. Now he's stuck between 2 Navi players. They're just throwing nades, peppering him. Jimbo's pushing in. He gets the slay. Game slowed down for a moment here, but Bittersweet, they've got to be the aggressors. They're playing right into Navi's hands.
Indeed they are, but they're just getting caught off one by one in isolation. Navi, they've been doing an absolute brilliant job of, well, fishing out all these individual players and not letting them actually buddy up and going for team shots. And when Bittersweet actually even want to make the move, Navi, they just kind of beat them to the punch at every single twist and turn. Mighty.
Bittersweet trapped towards the subway station. They finally do take down Zove, but every single time I see a Bittersweet kill, it's traded out by Navi, and this game is spiraling right now, Tudor.
Yeah.
We talk about Slayers being close normally towards a 20-25 kill mark. Right now, Navi, they've surmounted such a great lead, but Bittersweet have to play aggressive. They have to play fast, which is going to suit Navi in the long term. And once they're doing that, they're not even getting the slays they need to. Navi, wherever they go, they've got teamwork. They're just wiping out Bittersweet.
Yeah, Jimbo disintegrated too with the Sentinel beam, and that's Warlord at least clawing it back by 1. But at this certain stage, they don't even have 50% of the score that Navi have been putting up on the board so far. They only need 18 more, and Bittersweet 35 to remain in contention. Wootum is going to add another to the tally. Deals with Mighty, but we're going to need a lot more than that. A lot more teamwork coming out as Warlord is trying to take matters into his own hands. Isolates out Glory, and he does have his sights set on Snipe Drone, but it's a bit of a tricky gunfight at the top of those stairs. Spanker is online, and I feel like this one might just land in the hands of Bittersweet for the first time.
Killing spree for Warlord, that's a way to start, but the rest of his team are falling around him. As you said, Rocket's still in play, but he's taken down. Wootum also falls, so Jimbo will grab those rockets. And so far, we've seen 3 rockets, all in the hands of Navi. So despite the fact that they haven't used and utilised all of them, they still are keeping that away from Bittersweet. Nice shots there from Jimbo. He stays alive, but he is going to be taken down. So rockets somewhere on the map. Bittersweet potentially could grab those.
Yeah, definitely so. It's out in the wild, and Bittersweet, they've already turned their attention towards that. Zove is going to get caught on the retreat. Now Wootum trying to isolate out Jimbo, but in fact it's the last rocket in the barrel at the hands of Glory that confirms his frag. And now Navi, they just need to secure 4 more kills, and they will go in this series 2-0 up. Snipe Drone already finding out Lune. The spawns are really not working in Bittersweet's favor, and they're still just getting caught out in the open with their pants around their ankles. One more full team wipe is all that Navi needs.
Breeze. Battle there with Warlord, gets the trade. That's all they need to do right now. effectively they're holding forward, Navi. They know they've got the confidence, they've got a massive kill lead, could potentially be a stake here, but either way, Navi, full ascendancy, they want to close this one out as quickly as possible. Bittersweet, they're still fighting back, but another trade comes through just for one more kill here, Tudor, and it should be Navi's game. Slowly rotating round. Who's going to get the final pick? Navi deciding, do you know what? We're not going to be overzealous. We're just going to try and pick out them one by one. Mighties gets the final kill. That's going to be 50-29. 2-0 up in the series, and that was a comfortable one.
Yeah, stick a fork in Street Slayer because it is well done on the side of Navi. Proper stake, good scran at the end of the day. And Navi, they're going to be very, very happy with that performance. And now, unfortunately for the side of Bittersweet, they do risk getting themselves relegated down to that lower bracket as we are going to transition into, if I'm not mistaken, Strongholds on Solitude for this next map.
Is indeed. And Solitude, all your Halo 5 fans out there, Plaza, it can be one of those games where it's so tricky to get things going. If you've got a team on top of their form right now, they can just spawn you towards yard, they can spawn you back tram, and you can't even get any stronghold bases. You get trip capped, and you just frustratedly can't get anyone on the map.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm already sort of trembling in my boots as a caster alone, just shouting at Pixels at just how good Navi truly are. And moving into Solitude, you know, this is going to be Mighty's playground at the end of the day. He just loves that S7, and he's going to try to get that, hug it for dear life, and then just click on heads and try to get this done as soon as humanly possible. And I genuinely thought for a second, based off of that first map of CTF Aquarius, yes, Bittersweet, they looked really, really competent. They were able to put up a lot of good gunfights, but what happened in the Slayer? We thought that even with the tech pause and sort of the unofficial timeout that we had, the Bittersweet were able to properly rile themselves up, but now they're going to need some major adjustment more than ever.
Yeah, and it's tricky because you give your all in that first game, right? And they didn't fall too far away from what Navi were accomplishing, but every single flag cap which Bittersweet got, it was like a hard-fought battle.
It was.
It was an uphill battle, one which they managed to maybe claw their way to getting. And as soon as all that fight goes out of game one, it's so hard to adjust and come back into game two. And when you start, I think it went 5-0 before Bittersweet even got a kill answer back. It just spiraled out of control.
Yeah, exactly. And this really goes to show that Navi, they've got the stamina, unlike any other teams here that are competing by the shore. And at that certain stage, yeah, it's really, really tricky to try to find, you know, those inspiring wars that just fill the lads up with so much energy to the point that there's they just won't stop. And that's really what Bittersweet need right now, because if this is all they actually had in the reserve tank, then yeah, you kind of know where it's heading.
But it's also good to point out that Navi and Bittersweet especially, they've won every single game they've played so far.
That is true.
Maybe they've had some tough competition. That Clique esports game, they did drop a map in the Slayer, but from what I heard, the objectives are pretty comfortable for them as well. So this is their first sort of real test as a team. And even though they're 2-0 down in the series, that game one does show some sort of light that they can work as a squad, they can get things going. And they almost need to, now whilst they're loading up and waiting to go into game three, just highlight that, just speak about the confidence, speak about the plays, and just build, as you said before, hype themselves up. They're a team which works on momentum, so I want to hear them get loud.
Exactly, they got to get loud. We did hear them shout a couple of times from across the stage, but we just need a little bit more of that, to be fair. And I mean, they have the potential, otherwise they wouldn't be here. They just really need to tap into that, channel that, and then they will be able to at least take one map, maybe two maps off of Navi. But yeah, just to reiterate, their backs are now against the wall. We are going to be loading up into Solitude momentarily as we have the rest of the players just readying up. They've just gone for a wee little break, and they're going to catch their breaths to make sure that they are properly ready for this one.
You know what, Tudor? I think Stronghold Solitude is my favourite map to watch.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Selling out Plaza from Halo 5, just, even though it's not a symmetrical map, it's asymmetrical, it just had some really good gunfights, some really good plays, because you've got top gold, you can go through Cafe, you can go through Tram side of the map as well. There's multiple different directions you can try and push towards B or A if you're spawning out towards Yard.
Yeah.
And for me, it does favour the stronger team. It is easy to sort of hold a setup.
Because it has that history from Halo 5 and you've been playing it since then everything is transferable.
Well, exactly. But, you know, different sort of movement really in Halo Infinite. We are back to the solo bandit now, you know, the one-shot, get weapon, which we saw in Halo 5 with Magnum. But Solitude, it's just, I think it's an interesting game to play, and it's unique from Halo 5. There hasn't really been anything like it, whereas a lot of the other maps, they might have been from other games before. But either way, we're into the map. Root him on your screens right now for Bittersweet. They've got a mountain to climb right now, and he's cleaned up off the bat. Sniper in the hands of Snipe Drone. They've already captured A, they're trying to capture C right now, but B does go in favour of Bittersweet, so we can see what Snipe Drone can do with this sniper rifle, see if he can live up to his name right now. Spots Looney, gets a body shot onto him, he's backed away. Slowly, B's being converted. Got 2 players from Navi down there. Snipe Drone just holding a power weapon spot.
Exactly. He's up towards heaven, and all he really has to do is maintain overwatch over this B side, and they can basically just forget about that A side as well. Put it in their rear view mirror and just hold on to B and C for as long as is humanly needed. But even then, I think Navi, they've got other plans, and they just want to try to speedrun this as much as humanly possible. Warlord now starting to harass Snipe Drone a little bit, force him back behind cover so that S7 has a little bit less effect. And as the shields recharge, he's looking for his next opportunity to just pounce. Now Mighty looking to contest and reset that B progression. Gets the job done as well, and now Bittersweet are going to have to work twice as hard to get back to where they were.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about as well. When you spawn towards yard, it's so hard to break that setup, especially when Snipe Drone has a sniper rifle watching 2 different angles. Jimbo just waiting for the next push to come through. Warlord off to go down bottom. Big door does back away, but Slay's still in favour of Navi. Bittersweet, they've got to try and regroup as a team. Maybe push out as a 4 towards Cafe, trying to get some control of the map, but Snipe Drone still that sniper up in his hands.
One more bullet in the chamber. He's looking for a clean connection. Zove instantly domed, just as his shields were recharging as well. That was technically a body shot, but one that Snipe Drone will be very happy with at the end of the day. Cuts off a rotation towards A, and sure, Bittersweet might be contesting, but that just only stops Navi from getting twice as much progress on the point meter.
Yeah, Snipe Drone for the all start of that game was anchoring C, which allowed his teammates to over-aggress, capture that A point and put pressure towards the spawners of Bittersweet. They're getting trip capped momentarily. They did capture A back again, but Slay's still going in favour of Navi. They have stopped the bleeding. It's not a trip cap anymore, but Looney trying to desperate his way towards this C point does get cleaned up. So once again, Bittersweet, they're back on the respawn screen.
Yeah, that's unfortunate as well for Looney. He pre-placed those nades really damn well, but it simply wasn't enough. Jimbo just tanked all of that damage as Mighty is now cooking up something with the active camo, but he's been spotted up by Wootum and now has to be a little bit more patient before re-aggressing. And look at the full stack of Bittersweet players. They might have just stranded themselves into a kill box. Wootum, the next to fall. So many players are one shot, and that's all 4 of them dead, buried in a 6-foot grave, and Navi re-establish control of A.
Yeah, great play from Mighties. He knew he didn't have to push in. He could allow Bittersweet to capture that A point, and then that nade made 3 of the players from Bittersweet weak, and they just collapsed in on them. So now Bittersweet, they've got to respawn again. They've got to try and capture their home base, all whilst they're getting triple capped. Eventually, they try and get the slays they need to, but they can't even capture the home base. Collapse once again comes from Navi. Triple cap still in contention.
Seems impossible and improbable right now for Bittersweet. They've got absolutely nothing working in their favor. No hands on the S7 once again. That goes to Snipe Drone. And he's going to do exactly what he's done. Oh, hello. Oh, come on. Oh, unfortunate for Snipe Drone. He'll get it again next time. An extra mag already loaded right on in. But we do see some contention coming out from Bittersweet. And unfortunately, with those missed shots coming out from Snipe Drone, that gave Bittersweet a window of opportunity to just press on upwards.
I just heard some clapping from Bittersweet. They're trying to hype themselves up. Snipe Drone still anchoring this C point. That is their only stronghold for the time being. Lines at the no-scope. Somehow hits the harder shot than the easier shot early doors. But he's still alive on the map. He's still the last player here for Navi momentarily. Still anchoring this C point. Got players pushing towards him. He's doing his best to try and play his life, get his teammates around him as backup. Plays for sneaky spot, whacks Zove, gets some shots towards Wootum. Slays in favour of Navi. They should drop down to his B point anytime now.
Okay, and the active camo has just been nicked. I'm pretty sure that was either by Glory or Mighty, and it is indeed Mighty once again. So they're likely going to go up this ramp side, meet the Bittersweet side halfway as they're trying to work their way down towards that trench. And yeah, Mighty did get a little bit of audio. Looney taken down as well. Bit of a dodgy gunfight, but now Mighty has to turn his attention to hold on to B as it's completely being flushed and flooded by these red silhouettes. He's on an island and he will get punished.
Bittersweet managed to break the setup momentarily, but they're getting slayed out off the respawn by Navi. Looney left alive, he's cleaned up. That's all players from Bittersweet taken down once again. They're back spawning towards that backyard area. B should be converted once back to Navi. And this whole time, Tudor, they've held C without any contestation from Bittersweet. Bittersweet keep trying to push towards his B point. They've once again got the slays. They're going to grab this B. Repulsor comes in from Zove. He's trying to get the shots onto Jimbo. Jimbo ducks away with his life. Big 1 versus 1. Jimbo wins
massive.
it at the home base as well. well. Nice shots from a man.
Not only does he pull the rug from underneath the feet of Bittersweet by capping that A side, but he also just plays defense, and now with B locked in, this should be game, set, and match for Navi. And even if Bittersweet managed to get some bodies on some of these hills, it's a little bit too, just late at the end of the day, and that will be Navi locking in a perfect 3-0 hat-trick scoreline, as they will send Bittersweet down into the lower bracket, and they will lock themselves in, book their ticket into the upper bracket final to go up against none other than Quadrant.
Yeah, big game at winners finals, but it's not the end of the road for Bittersweet as well. They gave it a good go, especially in that game one. I liked the bounce back after the game reset. They got that first capture to get back to 1-1, but in the end of the day, Navi's skill and experience and just gun power was better than Bittersweet's.
Yeah, it unfortunately trumps all of the efforts that Bittersweet could have mustered to bring into this series overall, but once again, that is not the end of the road for them. There's still plenty of opportunity for them to maybe get a little bit of revenge. Serve cold, but obviously right now what I think is most important for Bittersweet is that they just go through some of the VODs, some of the material from this game, analyze, dig out some of the issues, iron out those kinks, and then they should be good.
Do you know what I liked from Bittersweet? I think they were like 170 to 10 down in that game. I could hear them clapping as soon as they got the double cap, as soon as they got the slays they needed to. Despite the fact they're so far behind in the game, they're still trying to hype themselves up. That's what you need. You need one player to sort of step up, not just in game but out of game, regroup the team's mindset onto the same page, and then just hype back up again. You know?
Yeah.
No game is impossible to come back in.
No, it's never impossible, and I mean, I do it all the time when I'm personally matchmaking with a lot of the lads. We just do a quick little we do a little bit of a bumpy, small little fist bump, and then that basically gets everyone all riled up and back into the swing of things. We should be bumping a little bit more often. It's good fun.
Should do,
we should do it. But that is going to do it for myself and Sketch for the time being. We will return in just a couple of minutes after a short little break with that upper bracket grand final, not grand final, but just upper bracket final in general, between the top two dogs within the European region, and that'll be brought to you by both Jersey and Onset. For now, stay tuned, we'll be back shortly.
Here at BNSC, we offer a range of cybersecurity programs suitable for everybody. For those wanting to gain entry into the sector, or for those already working in the sector who wish to upskill and progress their careers. At Level 2, we offer an entry-level program which gives you the basic understandings around cybersecurity. If you wish to continue your journey, you can progress to one of our Level 3 programs, including the Fast Track to Degree program, which will gain you entry to our brilliant programs at University Centre. Our brand new T-level in cybersecurity will offer you a 2-year program which not only teaches you the knowledge around cybersecurity, but also gives you the chance to undertake a work placement in a real cybersecurity business.
If you're an employer and you have staff members you're looking to upskill, we also have an amazing range of apprentices. If you're looking for something a bit more short-term, as a member of the Cisco Training Academy, we also offer CCNA short courses in cyber ops and network security, which are available to anybody.
The tutors are very supportive, very knowledgeable. They know what they're doing and help out a lot. The equipment is very good, probably some of the best equipment for networking and cybersecurity that we can really get our hands on.
If you want to find out more about any of our cybersecurity products, you can click the link, check out our social media feeds, or give us a call and we'll be happy to help you.
Ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you can hear me. My name is Captain James Force. We are here with General Kid, who some of you might know from YouTube. Mate, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks
I
for
super
having me.
appreciate it. Of course. So, what are your thoughts about Blackpool? Obviously, we'll talk about just how far you've traveled, but is this your first LAN? Tell us a little bit about how you're feeling.
So this is definitely my first time in Blackpool, and it's it's very nice here actually. It's a really cool beach town, but the event itself is really great. It's really amazing actually, and I haven't. This is my first EuropaHalo event like ever, so it's been really fun so far.
Awesome, man. And obviously, you can tell your accent not European. How far did you travel? Where did you travel from, and how long did it take you?
I flew over from Pennsylvania in the
Nice.
U.S. and it wasn't too bad of a flight, like just 5.5 hours or so. But I flew like to London first, so it's quite a journey from down south. I didn't realize it'd be that crazy of a trip actually, but it was it was a long journey.
Awesome. Well, hey, we appreciate you so much for coming over. I guess for people who don't know who you are, can you just explain a little bit about your YouTube channel, Gold Team Productions, like a little bit about what it is you guys actually do?
So my channel is mostly it's mostly Halo focused, although we do kind of branch out to a few other games from time to time. It's mostly finding doing Easter eggs or modding content as well, just really fun stuff or random stuff in general, in each game that we play.
And how is it that you find these kind of things? Do people submit ideas to you, or is your whole thing that you guys go and find these yourselves? Is it a mix of both? What's
Sometimes people will submit things. They're like, yo, check this thing out, it's really cool. Or other times me and some friends would just brainstorm random ideas and be like, hey, what if we tried this and we'll see what happens. And then for mods that we make, modding content, it's just be sometimes just be the most random ideas that come up, and it's how cursed can we make something in Halo or something like that.
brilliant. And I guess so. I actually had a question. I went and asked someone. I asked a few people for some questions, and I got one. And I guess, what is it that makes you motivated to make Halo content? What kind of motivates you? Is it each game comes out, or when you look back at earlier games? What is it that motivates you to keep making more videos and keep going with the content that you do?
I mean, I just grew up with Halo, so it's something that's always been a big part of what I've always liked in gaming, and it's just something that I'll pretty much always do Halo content. It's not something that I'll ever stop probably.
That's good. I like it. And I guess for with Infinite coming out, did that give you a lot of new opportunities, or have you kind of let Infinite go for a couple of years and have everything come out and then started working on it? Or was as soon as it came out, were you instantly trying to find those Easter eggs, trying to find those breaking things? What was kind of your thought process behind that?
As soon as it came out, I definitely wanted to do my usual content with it, and it initially there definitely was a lot of stuff to do, and sometimes between seasons it would kind of slow down a little bit, especially in the early years when there was a long gap between seasons. But now with the recent seasons, it's actually been really good and really fun stuff to do, and a lot of new stuff to explore around and just mess around with as well.
And do you play much ranked yourself? Do you play much matchmaking, or is it more just campaign and then trying to find all those things?
I do like to play matchmaking with friends, but if I do ranked, I'm not gonna last very long in there.
Yeah, look, we got some seasoned professionals out here. Most of us aren't at that level. So, now that Bandit, I guess a little bit more about this season. Now that Bandit's come out, have you had a chance to play with it much?
I have, yeah.
How do you like it over VR, or are you still a VR fan?
I actually do like the new Bandit Evo. It's really nice to use, but I always have a special place in my heart for the VR, so that's a little hard to give up.
The OG. And will you have you already kind of with this season? It's only been out not that long, right? After Worlds, now we've got the Bandit. This is the first kind of Bandit LAN. Have you already started brainstorming content? Did you use your flight to do that, or have you kind of you're gonna wait a little bit to see how the Bandit looks first?
Probably gonna wait a little bit because I'm not too experienced with it just yet, but we'll see how that goes.
Perfect. And I guess we're gonna wrap up. I got one final question for you.
All right.
Obviously, winners final is Quadrant versus Navi. Who do you have winning the whole event?
Ooh. Well, I'm probably gonna say Quadrant. I hope that's not too controversial, but I watched him play at HCS last year, not last month in Seattle, and I thought they played pretty well. So I guess they're my pick then.
Awesome. Well, mate, thank you so much. I've been Captain James Force. This has been General Kid. Please feel free to check him out on YouTube as well. You can find all of his videos there. And guys, thank you so much. And we'll be back to the main stage soon. Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome back everybody to HCS Blackpool. There are some very familiar faces on that stage, one notably being Baxter. He's made his way back onto the main stage on a championship Sunday, no less.
Can't keep him away from it. He's a born winner. However, we did see him lose the series a little bit earlier on, which means that this is a losers bracket game, and this will be an elimination bracket game between the two teams. If you're wondering who they are, by the way, it's Synical versus Clique, and it's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top here, Richie. Unfortunately, we have to send some people home today.
Yeah.
Or to the bar, because it is...
Which, is that a victory of some kind? Blackpool price is probably
It's
yes.
a win. It's a win.
Yeah, so we've got Clique up against Synical, and there's some expectations here that this one's going to be a close series.
Yeah, well, the good thing about this is, like you mentioned, we've got Jack Baxter on stage, which means there'll be some words being exchanged across the stage. Now, if those words are broadcast friendly or not, that'll be up to us to decipher. And we don't have listenings available, but it does mean we can maybe relay some of the best of Baxter. Might be a good compilation to put through. Or maybe we have to just put it through a filter a little bit before we let the rest of the people in the world know what he said.
Well, what I would like to do is maybe have a look at the series layout. That could be great for us to break down what we're going to see in the series. Thank you very much, Mr. Producer Man. Solitude Strongholds is going to be our game number one. So it's all about what we expect to see. What are the keys to victory for these two teams?
I mean, Solitude Strongholds, if you want a really good lesson in how to play it, just go back and watch what Quadrant did. You know, they are one of the best teams in the world of not only holding that triple cap, but forcing those spawns over in blue and just using those choke points that you have to try and escape from to just slay and slay and slay again. So for Clique esports, and Synical, it's going to be about getting control of the respawns and really trying to force teams to be in and around blue and control the map that way.
As we load in then, have people been doing their homework. Particularly these two teams no doubt would have been scrimming against one another on a very similar level, and that is why they find themselves here on Sunday matching against. But of course, one team is going home.
Yeah, one team going home now, which is unfortunate, or like I mentioned, to the bar. This is a good opportunity for them to maybe just rehydrate, shall we say, after the event, after their event will come to an end. But it's a really good test here. Strongholds and Solitude to start things off. We know how unforgiving this game type can be if one team does get control, and it's always a case of not so much what you do with control in these kind of maps. If you want to come out on top, it's what you do when you don't have control. Are you able to get 4 players back onto the map? Are you able to cause enough distraction to allow teammates to move up and get some kills in and around a stronghold? And I'm also excited to see Lunny play as well, because I caught up with him yesterday, someone that obviously is a familiar name in the Halo scene. He kind of took a little bit of a break, but he got pulled back in for this event, as many have. And we were talking about, a little bit of content we filmed together what I thought was a few years ago. He then reminded me it was 9 years ago, Richie. 9 years, which is terrifying.
He did also tell us how he ended up on this team, of course. Woofs was in his DMs, desperately asking relentlessly. Lonnie kept turning him down, then eventually said, listen, if you can beat me in a 1v1 on Halo Reach, I'll play with you. Woofs beat him 15-3, and alas, Lonnie is on this team.
Not against his will, by the way, we will say. It wasn't like contractually, but we will see early control going over to Synical here. It's going to be a triple cap for them, 40 points and rising, and you've also got the sniper rifle in the hands of Woffs, the man you were talking about. And maybe this is where that 1v1 experience is going to come in, as he finds Baxter chasing down that kill, hits the nice body shot, and should be able to clean it up.
Atomic down to no shields, as is Desire. Both head to the respawn screen. This triple cap, like you said, doing exactly what Quadrant did. They have it locked in and have them on split spawns.
Yeah, I was about to say, Woffs needs to just make sure he doesn't step into blue before the rest of those players do spawn. It looks like the spawns now have come in and around the loop, and controlling the loop area is such an important thing to do, even when you do have a triple cap. And it looks like they're looking to try and commit into A, looking to not only keep the triple cap going, but also keep everyone stuck in and around Tram. There is one, misses the second shot onto Clonely, who flies through. And I mean, you're looking at the Clique esports side of things. It's a very talented squad. You got Clonely, you got Baxter, Subatomic, Desire. All these players are very experienced in EU Halo. We've seen Clonely, represented on the world stage for numerous teams. So the mains and co on Synical doing a really good job at the start of this one and showing that experience isn't everything in this game.
Squashy, of course, no longer playing with long-term teammates in Warlord and Looney. Finds himself cut adrift playing now with Lunny, who was been a long-term adversary, and now they match in the same team. It was good to see a little bit of a mixed match in Europe. Squashy down to half shields, make it no shields. 4 dead now for Synical. And it's an opportunity for Clique to finally get their foothold in the game.
Yeah, they should be able to get a triple cap here. The question is, can they put pressure onto the respawners quickly enough? And it looks like the answer is yes. One kill already gets picked up by Cloney. Super aggressive there, actually pushing out Blue to try and force the spawns into the yard and loop. And now you're going to see them try and cycle these kills. If they can pick them all up, Lunny being last alive, they should be able to reset A, but also force those spawns over on the snipe side, potentially towards the truck, excuse me, and then recycle those kills. So Lunny's still in the death screen. There's only 3 players on the map here for Synical. They are going to give up C, but they will have control of A and B.
Desire then on posters. Squashy caught a little bit unaware. Perfect kill. That was a killing spree, but that was the end of his run. No more killing spree. Squashy has to watch his teammates from the death screen then as they're starting to capture B. 2 dead for Clique esports. Baxter, the latest to come off the respawn screen. Any moment now. Back into the fight. Cloney down on dip. Will lose out in that fight, but thankfully for Lunny, he had the mains there to finish the job. Desire on loop. Gonna get challenged again. Grenade's gonna do a little bit of damage, not enough to kill him though. Eventually will fall down on the soda machine, and these kills are getting traded back and forth, and all this time trying to contest B. It remains that way on loop and indeed on Prius. A and B now in control, but again contested, but it's very scrappy down bottom middle.
Yeah, it is, and you saw that Wolf Santos just step out of the stronghold a little bit here, hits a nice body and cleans it up as he lines up one onto Baxter as well. But by stepping out, just allowed Clique esports to get the capture off bottom middle and start scoring themselves. But now that the kills are starting to stack up, there is an attempt on B, but the reset is not going to come in. Yes, it is just at the right second. As you see, Nemains just steps into that stronghold as all of the resources went into trying to get a B conversion here from Clique esports. So it is a slow start, I would say, from Clique, but Synical have done a better job, I think, of just making sure those 2 caps are being held and prioritizing getting those kills before kind of desperate into those strongholds.
Subatomic loses his life. The mains puts him away, double kill, locked in. Looks towards Blue, and Desire takes a couple of shots to his shields. Cloney drops down towards Garbage Truck, and he's no longer here. Taken care of. Desire still in Blue, trying to fight outside of... Backed away. B and C remain locked in Synical's control, and Clique esports are running out of push and they're running out of time.
Yeah, they are. They're just trapped over at Blue at the moment. They can't get out. It's the 2 cap that's really hurting them at the moment, B and C. And you can see now when they cross the 200 point mark, it's getting closer and closer to a game 1 victory for them. And Clique esports, you got to remember, at some point in this game, they did have a triple cap themselves, but it was only good for around 50 points, where as the opening triple cap for Synical put them in about 120, if I'm not mistaken. And that's where really where the gap started to open up. But from here, it's been the 2 cap that's been holding. And you're going to have to see some desperate plays coming in from Clique here. 4 players on the map for them. As I say, that Baxter does get taken down. So kills starting to stack up here. This is looking like it might be the end of the game closing in.
Desire trying to fight out of top gold. The mains gets 2 shots, but the reload is going to hurt him here. And it's going to keep him alive. B and C still in control, though it's being contested now. Mains should be able to step in and get the contest, and he does so. Baxter down to no shields, has to reload as well. How often are we seeing gunfights where you have to reload and that costs you dearly?
I mean, Baxter gets 2 there. He does damage onto the last, but the reset comes in just at the last second. So it looks like Clique esports just didn't have the resources to comfortably convert B. Off the back of those kills in that battle that did go down, though, they are able to convert. And now it looks like they might be looking for a triple cap themselves, but you got to make sure you get this kill. At least the trade coming in from Subatomic is going to be good enough. They can give up A here. They have snipe, and now they have the chance to hold the 2 cap. So they've given themselves an opportunity here, but not many mistakes left.
Baxter posted up with snipe. Waiting for Synical step forward. Playing this one patiently, though, recognizing they have lots of time. Wolves clears his corners very well, and Baxter's going to lose his life here. You're getting a little bit of hype on the main stage as he wins that gunfight as well. Rightfully so, as he had a lot of work to do firing up there. A difficult fight for Baxter nonetheless.
Difficult fight, but one that maybe he should have had a little bit of assistance in, right? Someone should have been looking down at that loop, maybe from S4, wherever it might have been. And the awkward angle sometimes with the player underneath you can be a difficult one to win. However, off the back of that little team engagement we did see, even though Baxter did fall, the rest of the kills went in the way of Clique esports, and now you're starting to see them rack up the points. I said they didn't have many mistakes left, but they're not making any at the moment. You can see the triple cap is here. They're starting to cycle the spawns a little bit. Wasp should be collapsed on here, and all 3 players are spawning on the snipe side. So this is a huge opportunity. There's 3 dead. Lunny's the last player alive down on S1, and all of a sudden, Clique esports, you get the feeling that they might have an opportunity to really put the pressure on, and that score is going to catch up pretty quickly.
Synical trapped in blue now. Squashy's heading to hotel. Has he got teammates in support though? That's going to be important. They're going to try and contest B. Main is already 2 shots down. Damage advantage now favouring Clique esports. The kills are going that way as well. Lundy tries to give him the jiggles and the wiggles, and he does. It's 2v2. Cloney and Subatomic on the map, but still in this triple cap. They managed to capture C. Subatomic will get close and get a kill. That's important for Clique esports. He's going to eventually get traded out, but it is Clique esports who are very quickly closing in on that lead.
Yeah, Baxter's looking to finish off this kill onto Squashy, and if he can't do so, then there's an opportunity maybe for B to be converted. If he could have got that kill a little bit quicker there, Jack, then he would have been able to start C, take the attention away from B, and the scoring would not have switched over in the way that it has. So B and C is going to be the scores, it's going to be the hold, and this could be the game-winning hold as well.
2 more seconds required. Is there anybody in position to stop it? The answer is no. Synical will win game 1.
250 to 194 is the score. As I step back into the camera. Hey, how you doing?
We're back here.
Great, by the way, I like your shirt. It's like a
Glow with
fancier version of mine.
Like, I like to go with a t-shirt and open.
This is actually just a nicer version of... I'm going to go and change after this. You've made me look bad. But there was a few moments in that game towards the end where I was like, you can point out the micro mistakes, the micro moments that changed the game, right? It was a great triple cap from Clique esports towards the end of that game that got them back into the game, that looked like they were going to run away with things. They were doing a really good job of cycling spawns. You saw all 3 players being taken down on the snipe side, the reset on C, but it was just a little sneak out to bottom mid that took the attention away. And then I think it was Squashy who won a really big battle, S4, and then Baxter wasn't quite able to connect with that headshot. And what does that mean? Now he's split between, do I capture C, knowing that there's an easy angle for the player to get his shields back and fight me, potential player who's going to spawn on the blue ramp, who's going to be able to assist in that fight, or do I try and help my teammates out on B? And just that little momentary thing, that little momentary kind of decision and situation not going their way means that it's a scrappier battle for bottom mid. They lose that scrap, they lose the cap, and then I mentioned they had no mistakes left with the score that Synical already had on the board. It was a case of just holding for a few more moments. But Clique esports showing some good life, I would say, towards the end of that game, but just not being able to clutch in that final moment.
The thing is, we've seen the good and bad, the ugly on Solitude there, because you spoke about it. When you get control, you can rack up a lot of points, but you can very easily hand over, and all of a sudden you're getting snowballed and hemorrhaging a lot of points.
I like the term snowpiled.
Snowpiled.
I don't know what it means, but it's something which I think you can coin as your own now. Snowpiled is like when you're getting snowballed, but they got weapons as well.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what you meant, wasn't
I like it? Thank you for saving me.
I got you. I got you. That's a good commentary partner right there. That's actually a very bad one, because I pointed out what the mistake was, but then gave you an out.
Game 2 then. Live Fire Slayer. Synical draw first blood. They have series lead then. 2 away from progression. Clique esports, they're to lose 2 more, will be eliminated from the tournament. So a lot of work to be done here, but picked up a couple of kills. It's been answered back immediately. 2-2 as it stands.
If I go down on the OS side of things, and no surprises, it's popping up in just a few moments' time. Nobody really has control of the height surrounding. Squashy is going to be taken down by Baxter, and it is going to be the overshield now that does get turned over. So Clique esports have the toys, and they might be able to snowpile here. See what I did there?
Yeah,
I'm bringing it in for you.
The 4 kill advantage, overshield, heat wave.
Ooh.
Like you said, all the goodies. Lots of players with their heads tucked, trying to avoid the overshield, and done so successfully.
Oh
Shots from the back.
Oh
3
no!
kills without reply. Somehow that overshield flipped on its head.
I mean, you got to give some credit to Synical, I think, with the way they played it. They hid, they did not show presence. Overshield player thought he checked all of green, but quite simply didn't check it well enough. 2 players pop back out, a couple of kills get exchanged with 1v1s being won elsewhere, and then the overshield just gets absolutely melted. And from having the heat wave, the overshield, and everything in your hands, you go find yourselves 4 dead, and those kind of situations are horrible when you look back at them.
1 kill game. All the goodies down bottom middle. Sniper rifle now scooped up by Squashy. Getting pressured by Baxter though, and teammates on hand looking to provide some assistance. Keep him alive. This is very important. The sniper rifle will no doubt have an influence on what way this game shakes out. Baxter will head towards garage and re-engage over towards the window. Squashy continues to try and line up Desire here. Was able to almost change weapon and get the kill. So thankfully for Desire, he was able to spare his blushes and get that kill.
Tied up at 14 then, 10 minutes left in this game. Overshield going to be the next point of contention for both teams. As you see, 2 in the death screen still for Synical, which should mean a pretty comfortable pick up here for Subatomic, and takes no damage on his way to doing so. Now, can they make something of it this time? That's 2 overshields in a row now. The last one, they ended up somehow or other fighting themselves 4 dead. They need to make more use of this. This should be a swing in the score, but again, the attention being drawn away. Where are the rest of the team? Here they come now, Desire, getting a few kills. Squashy should be taken down as well, and this is much better teamwork coming out of Clique Esports, using this overshield to its fullest.
To get a couple of kills, a lot of damage being done by Subatomic with that overshield. That means there was a fresh 4 dead for Synical. Only back to a full complement of players now. Sniper rifle to pop up soon enough. Lonely needing help over towards green. Woofs down to no shields, but Lonnie's there to also back away one. Smartly, Subatomic has to give it up.
And Lonnie, famously of the team Lonnie's Bunnies, back in the Halo 5 days, competing against such great teams as Ben's Coffee Lads. Honestly, Halo never misses with team names. Overnight Goats.
Realist Tins or something?
Realist Tins was in there as well.
Classic
A
names.
lot of Ramirez in those team names. Oh, Baxter reintroduces us to the game there with a nice headshot, and you are seeing that overshield separation start to show the difference between the two teams. We have a 6-kill difference now, and Baxter is starting to do what Baxter does very rarely, which is hit some beautiful looking sniper shots.
Baxter's rolling
I can
back
say
the
that.
years.
I can say that.
He'll let you hear about it later on.
Oh yeah,
when he watches this back.
He'll fight me for it.
6-kill lead. Clique Esports closing in on tying up this series. Still work to be done though, and Baxter hits another one of those shots and lands the headshot as well. Killing spree. Squashy could be this latest victim. He's lined them up on pillars, but the third shot does the charm. The mains currently sitting at 2 and 7 will be the first spawner over towards blue window, and he has Lunny to play with, and Lunny wins a big 1v1 because this game is starting to get out of hand, and this is a third successive overshield for Clique Esports.
I mean, the difference here has been Jack Baxter, and I think this is one thing that we know, and if you know Jack for a long time, is you tell him he can't do something, all of a sudden he'll try and prove you wrong. And that's exactly what just happened. I said that, you know, back in the day, he wasn't known for his sniper rifle. Well, he's showing us here that he can still hit the shots, he can still get it done, and the 10-kill difference between the two teams is all off the back of that killing spree, and the overshield starting to stack up. They also have the heatwave in the hands now of Subatomic, so the weapons have certainly been favourable, you would say, to Clique Esports.
Kills go in favour of Synical. Need more of that if they're going to get themselves back into this game. Live fire can be a tricky one to navigate, particularly when you're at such a deficit and you're down to the power weapons. Squashy will lose his life to Subatomic. The heatwave shot done enough damage to make the DMR a little bit of a cleaner kill. 2 dead. A piece here then. Somehow Desire's managed to get himself into a sticky situation. Double kill for the mains. They're slowly closing the gap.
Just got to slow this down a little bit here, Clique Esports. Get 4 players on the map and then try and make a play off the back of that. Cloney's going to pick up one, which is going to give them that opportunity. Lunny does fly into the back of green to get a kill himself, so the mains finds himself as last player alive, so they did do a pretty good job there, Clique Esports, of just realising, hey, we're kind of leaking a few deaths here, hemorrhaging a few deaths that we don't need to. Let's just get 4 players back on the map. Let's formulate a push and a plan, and off the back of it, they get those kills that they require. 9 kills the difference, make it 10 again as the back smack comes in, but might be time for one more overshield in this game, but double kill from Lunny might be in vain at this point.
Overshield up any second then. Cloney and Baxter, top middle. Baxter slides away to bottom middle now and managed to get himself up towards Cuts. Wolf's behind him with the heat wave, and that could be important here. Baxter keep his life. Shroud screen's been picked up, but Subatomic's already on the overshield, and he's managed to take 3 shots but get the overshield into his chest. That is something Clique Esports have done all game long.
Yeah, it's been all overshield control for them. Heatwave in their hands once again. You saw Lunny as last player alive, managed to at least find 1 kill, but this is kind of going to be the dagger, because 6 kills when you got overshield, when you got heatwave, it's pretty much just a case of finding players to kill at this point. You're going to have more power with the weapons, you're going to have more numbers on the map, and with 2 dead here for Synical, this is looking like the series might be tied up at 1-1 pretty soon.
Scavenging the sandbox has just been a difference maker, winning those overshields. Very hard to win a Slayer when you're giving up so much control, so much power. Just 2 kills remaining then. Will it be Desire to get the last couple of shots? Lunny will get 1, as will Squashy.
I would say Lunny's just dropped 18 casually in this game, by the way. Steps away from the game, comes back, drops 18 on the main stage. I'd love to see that, but it's in vain. 19. Sorry, Lunny. Don't want to undersell the value of your performance, but it's still going to be a pretty convincing win, you would imagine, here, unless the mains can go absolutely wacky mode at the end of this game and just take down player after player after player with that sniper rifle. But just a case of getting a trade, you would imagine, at this point. Oh.
Another kill goes their way. They need 8, though, without reply. That's going to be the issue. Full push bottom middle appears to be the case. Baxter heads towards pillars, but there's another player there to maybe get the trade, and yes, he does. Clique esports answer back. This series is 1-1.
1-1 then. We find ourselves tied up. Very, very impressive performance from Clique in that one, you have to say. I think the obvious story that we're telling of that success was overshield control, right? Overshield control, I think every single one went over to Clique esports in that game, which just makes the game so much easier, as you know. We did see a huge misplay with the overshield the first time around, though, right? Yes. Trying to check the corners at green, the right idea, but not checking it fully enough, and then with other kills going elsewhere, you turn your back and all of a sudden the overshield gets completely and utterly negated with 2 players shooting you in the back. But the second time around showed how it should be used, right? You're the turret. You are the aggressor with that overshield. If you can get in between the 4 players, you can do some damage and survive, then the rest of your teammates should be able to clean up. And that's where that initial lead started to flip over and you saw Clique esports in control of that game.
Streets oddball then. That's up next. Gonna be a big game in telling us what way this series is going to go. And again, as the beat drops, it sounds again sounds very close to a song.
No, it doesn't. Name. Yeah, it sounds nothing like it. Imagine that's like what takes down the whole broadcast.
2 notes in a song that sound all too similar
YouTube.
to a very popular anthem.
Yeah, copyright. Trying to think of what else might. It doesn't matter. But game 3, tied up at 1-1. This is what we want to see in an elimination game, right? You want to see a close series. You want to see both teams put it all on the line and really not wanting to give anything up and wanting to continue their tournament as well. And you got to remember, there's an opportunity here. If you work your way through the losers bracket, if you work your way through to the final rounds, you get a chance to play someone like Navi, someone like a Quadrant, potentially a little bit later on. And you know, one of them will have to drop down to that loser side at some point. So it's an opportunity to play against some of the best in the world. So that's got to be kept in their minds as well.
So we highlighted Lunny dropping 20 kills in that last game, and
did he drop 20 in the end?
20 in the end,
and lost.
But you have to say to yourself, "Well, I have done my job."
I'd be fuming if it was me.
I've done all I could do.
I've just dropped 20 kills and we've lost.
I've dropped almost half the kills required to win a game.
Yeah, I need something more from you boys, is what I'd be saying. That's the polite way. Anyway, into game number 3. A little bit of oddball here, Richie.
We do love a little bit of oddball around here. It's an oddball house. Couple of kills going in favor of Synical, but just like that, Rocket scooped up by Subatomic. Tries to spin around and get a trade, but unfortunately for him, unable to do so, and those rockets have been lost in the headlights by Squashy as he tries to track them down. Eventually gets his hand on them. I think he has tracked my bag on his app, but Rocket scooped up, Rocket used. No ball time to speak of for the moment. Both teams still jostling for position, and now Lunny will put hands on, and Subatomic somehow managed to get himself a back tower spawn, which has been taken care of. They've cleared him out, and they can start to get some ball time.
Going to be interesting to see if Clique esports can be efficient in this game as well, because they just put on a pretty strong performance in the Slayer. There's a few players on the team that sometimes I look at, I'm like, are they going to be able to jump onto that odd ball as soon as the opportunity, create those 2v2 scenarios where they can scrape up a little bit of ball time. Lunny last alive at the moment, should be taken down as well. Now, ball down, can they get their hands on it? Spawn should be coming in around Tram, but I have to see if a player does go for that odd ball, if there's going to be too much pressure for now. It looks like the decision was there was too much pressure on that odd ball, and they've decided to just reslay instead.
I'll play Slayer for another couple of moments. As Clique have lost the opening pick, that's going to mean an opportunity for Wolfs & Co to put down more damage, as Lunny will capitalise on said damage. Ball back in hands, and they're starting to pull away a little bit of a lead here as they throw the ball towards PD. Threat Center scooped up as well, so he can utilise that over towards the arcade if he chooses here, just to try and get some information for his team. Ultimately decide to shoot his gun. That's a good right decision from Lunny, because he's been doing quite a lot of damage this series so far.
Shooting your gun, never a bad idea. Lunny's taken down to no shields as well. Lunny doing a good job at outputting damage at the moment, but it's going to be Baxter who moves in with the rockets. Just about manages to squeeze the cheeks and get around the corner in just in time before he has an accident. And now he's got all of the weapons. He's also got a threat sensor, and to be honest with you, I don't think he needed it for that kill on the mains. It was pretty obvious where he was coming from, and he was certainly going to secure it. But it's the first time we've seen Clique esports, not just with an element of control in this game, Richie, but also with the odd ball in their hands. They're cutting down that lead.
This is something that we've seen in game 2. controlling the power weapons. This is their second set of rockets. Although the first one didn't go their way, we've seen that with the overshield in the previous game. Starting to piece things together. Bulldog doing a lot of damage from Baxter, double kill. Rolls towards PD, is completely out of ammunition in all of his guns, and has to try and scavenge. And even the weapon on the rack is gone.
I was going to say, he's
here.
going to have to pick up a couple of sandwiches off the bar and start throwing sandwiches. It's going to be a food fight in PD, but instead he finally does find himself a bandit, so he can do a little bit more damage. But he did enough, right? It was a long flank that he did take with those rockets and the Bulldog, but it was an effective one in the end. His teammates were able to pick up a few kills, do a little bit of damage, and then he could come in to clean up the final a little bit themselves. And with that, the rockets and the Bulldog in the hands of Baxter, they've managed to turn this lead in their favor, 34-19 now.
Ball in the neutral position. Clique esports still putting pressure down on mid-map. Synical throwing bodies forward. It's going to be Squashy who goes down first, and that's going to mean the map will open up again. Subatomic has been taken down, though, by Wolves, and that's going to mean any ball time will be a more difficult task. As a result, Cloney is going to be eliminated by Lunny. So, ball reset, scooped up by Lunny. The ever-experienced man getting the ball into PD, or into Tram, excuse me, to try and get some points on the board.
Yeah, this is a really, really solid looking setup. I was going to say if they could put some damage down, but as I finish the sentence, 2 kills go against them. No stick coming in as well in that situation means that the ball will be forced to play. And any good news out of that situation really for Synical was the spawns came in just in time to have a line of sight on that rocket launcher that's coming up. So that's why you're seeing Desire at the moment just sat on the nest with that commando in his hand, looking to kind of farm his teammates towards those rockets. 2 do fall on the side of Synical, which means that there should be an opening, make it 3 to grab those rockets, and you can see in the kill feed, Baxter's got the rocks, they've got the ball back to Tram. This is a perfect setup for them.
Every overshield in the last game and every set of rockets thus far, so you can see one very clear error in the game of Synical here, and just, again, not getting those power weapons, making it so difficult for themselves. That's why we're seeing a score differential here, 55 and climbing. Yeah, I've gotten a couple of kills, and that's going to mean that Clique have got to drop the ball. And Subatomic's trying to prioritise staying alive for right now, and Lunny will be caught unaware and perhaps a trade.
Ooh.
Lunny somehow, some way, and maybe a rightful little baggage.
I mean, you were wondering why they were called Lunny's Bunnies back in the day. That's why, exactly.
Dropping the Frodo Baggins. Separated now by 20 points. Lunny's kill has meant a little bit of ball time, just to close that gap a touch. A little bit of pressure coming from driveway. Subatomic's also there towards the pink street, and that's going to mean 3 dead for Synical.
Should mean more ball time as well. Lunny's going to be pretty weak down bottom middle. You'd imagine maybe a challenge is going to come in, but no, it's going to be Lunny who is going to influence the spawns here. You imagine it's going to be cafe side spawns. It's actually Red Room, excuse me, he does get the cafe side spawns for his team, so now Red Room spawns on the other side of things means they can hold this ball unless a grenade comes out of nowhere from Cloney, who's managed to jump up onto the commando before anyone really realised he'd relocated himself. And now you're seeing the advantage with the kills kind of sway back and forth between the two teams. It's getting a little bit scrappy in the last 70 seconds or so of this first round.
This next round of Slay is going to be very important. Just over a minute left in the clock. Rockets again to pop. Lunny's gone down. Need to try and keep as many members on the map as they possibly can for the next few seconds to contend for those rockets. Baxter and Subatomic should come up in time. Squashy's on them. Tries to get away. Rockets down. Baxter's got the first pick, and so is the mains. Has got also fallen with his teammate. So rockets wear down on L, and who's been able to scoop them up? Of course, it looks like Baxter's got his hands on yet another set of rockets. It's misery compounded here for Synical.
Yeah, 40 seconds left in this game. Just kill him. Don't worry about that oddball. You've got the lead. It's a considerable one, and you've got a rocket to play with. This should guarantee you the first kill in the team fight as long as no mistakes are made. The main's taken down to no shields. The main taken down to the grave. So there is that first kill. Cloney gets the second as well. Lunny flies in to try and make a little bit of a hero play here, but nowhere near that oddball. And that's the real problem here for them. 30 seconds left. Every kill that gets picked up at the moment is going to put Clique esports 1 kill closer to closing out this first round.
Up to try and keep hands on ball and close this game out a little bit quicker. Maybe give themselves more of an insurance policy if they lose control. Perhaps that's the right decision at the moment. 25 seconds left in the in-game clock, so Synical running out of time here in round 1. Subatomic will play that ball bottom middle, expertly done as he recognises that team is down in numbers. Squashy with the stalker rifle misses a couple of shots, but will get the job done eventually. They have got hands on the ball, so they're going to stop the clock and try and close in, but so many points to try and catch up here.
Yeah, this is going to have to be like 2 or 3 team wipes essentially coming out. It's going to have to be 2 or 3 perfect holds if they want to have a chance of turning this score around. But you can already see there's a lot of damage being done. Baxter's already poking over on the planters, and even though they were poking, somehow they've managed to survive here. Some Atomic manages to clean up one, but doesn't check his corners. This final push could be the end of the game. However, somehow or other, Synical was kind of keeping themselves in it, but last player alive is going to be taken down. That's Waff's now falling. Ball will be falling down in front of him as well, and with that, that will be the first round going to Clique Esports.
Celebratory melee in the air because he recognizes exactly the situation. Round 1, victory. As we load back into round 2 then. Synical with a lot of work to do, typically getting their hands on some of those weapons in that sandbox.
Yeah, the only thing I think that's going to stop Clique Esports in this next round from winning is maybe getting carried away with the fact that you're up by 1. Everyone starts to think about just over-prioritizing kills. Everyone starts to flank on each other instead of just playing, you know, your fundamental Halo that got you that round on the board in the first time. So Synical have got to be aware of that. They've got to try and be as efficient as they can when they get their opportunities, but they've also got to start picking up these rockets, because the amount of times that we've seen power weapons fall into the hands of Clique is what you're seeing happen on your screen right now. It's a triple kill, almost an opportunity for an overkill as Waff shuts it down, but you can't. Halo's a difficult game 4v4, I always say, when everyone's got the same weapons. It's even more difficult when you're going up against people with power weapons.
Only falls. Dyer could join him and does.
Ooh.
Wolf's trying to spin on him, but Baxter's getting very loud in the stage. Picks up a double kill, and Squashy will eventually clean up one onto Baxter. So the spawn's going to be very important here, up over towards PD for Clique, and grenades coming from L. It's going to stop him picking up the ball, and with good reasons. He recognizes the danger around him at Cafe. Cloney down to no shields, and Tires will get eliminated, but L will be the point of contention for him. He's going to have to settle for a trade.
I did promise you I'll put Baxter's, shall we say, stage antics through a filter, and that one was broadcast friendly. That was just an oh my god, so yeah. Shout out to you, Jack. Expected more, to be honest. It's a little bit disappointing.
He's letting us down, actually. Synical, though. Scoring. 15 points. Climbing. Next set of rockets very shortly, 15 seconds. Got 2 members positioned over towards the arcade, and Subatomic's going to be the first one to go down. Baxter has to fight an uneven game here as he's to wait for his teammates to spawn back up. Cloney has spawned towards Red Room, but rocket's up any second now. Unfortunately, Lunny's out of the fight. Baxter's waiting for them bot middle, and I think he scooped them up as well. Managed to fire one, and the main's going to go down, and Cloney gets another. 2v2 split on the map, but I think they've scooped up one extra rocket there. Ball should be able to get the kill, and does. That's going to mean advantage for the moment for Synical.
Baxter last alive once again, and this is a much better round coming in from Synical. Now they're trying to rotate that ball into Tram. Spawns are going to be coming in round PD, you would imagine. Lunny gets that first kill again, and all of a sudden they're starting to just win those individual pivs a little bit more often. Winning that first battle a little bit more often, which gives you the opportunity to send one player on a little bit of a flank to try and create some angles. And off the back of it now, you're seeing the ball time start to follow as well. 57 points without response. And I did say at the start of this round, the only thing that could be a concern is Clique Esports thinking, hey, we've just proven we can beat them in an oddball round. We expect to see the same results in the second. Well, you've still got to work hard. You've still got to make sure you're doing your fundamentals. And at the moment, the fundamentals aren't there in the way they were in the first.
It is something we see very often, is one team getting handled pretty easily in a round 1, but then coming back in a round 2. And for whatever reason, doing a much better job of controlling the sandbox, and that's through likes of Woofs and Lunny, but Desire is going to fall with the stock rifle and hand that one over, actually. Cloney will get one with a grenade as well onto Lunny. Keeping it scrappy, but it's all 4 dead now for Clique. Very good from Synical, and spawns coming over towards PD, so a lot of ground to be covered for Desire and Co to get their hands on ball.
Now, Lunny, again, standout player on the side of Synical, is 28 and 16 in this game, so he's doing his job. You know, kill after kill. The ball time is being picked up pretty evenly, you would say, by every single player. Lunny once again with a flank to pick up another kill. He's about to drop 30 in this game. There's an opportunity for a triple as well. Cloney will not allow that opportunity to succeed, as now he's on the double kill himself, although it doesn't quite register in time. But the main's rotating that ball away again, and you're starting to see Synical really showed a bit more oddball strategy here. Their rotations have been much cleaner, they've been much more efficient, and they've been much more deliberate in the way that they've been moving that oddball. And the Clique Esports have been struggling a little bit in this second round. It's looking like a completely different team.
Down by 88 seconds. What a difference a round can make. Strange to think that this very round is such a blowout. what we've seen before. Such as a game of Halo, when things go your way, you start to piece together a little bit of strategy, get the kills in the right moment. We're seeing Clique esports start to get some time, but just like that, they're losing quite a lot of members as 2 members go down in the shape of Baxter, Subatomic, and Desire, who was just come up off the respawn. That's going to mean Wolf's hands on ball. Baxter's trying to come up through the cafe side. A lot of work to be done for these 2 against 4. Baxter's got 1.
Oh.
Should have been a second kill for Desire, but Squashy lands a melee as well. This round's all tied up. This game and series at 1-1.
Let's talk about Lonnie. Let's watch some Lonnie POV, because the man's dropped 33 kills. I'm pretty sure he picked up 3 of the kills in that last push that came in from Clique esports. So he is doing a lot of work for his team, a lot of the heavy lifting. And if I'm on Synical right now, I'm saying, hey, if there's an opportunity to get Lonnie into position to pick up kills, give him weapons, give him the opportunity to roam and do what he's doing, because that's been what the secret to success has been for them in that second round. Rockets are still up. As you can see, a couple of kills being traded on either side. A 2v2 on the map means that the Rockets still find themselves on that weapon pad. Domains with the red gun is going to cause a little bit of damage, and now you're going to see the push coming in. 2v2, although it looks like the 2v2 will become a 2v1, and it will be Woffs and Synical who come away with the rocks.
Position on B stairs. Uses the bandit to get the first kill. Capitalize the damage done by a teammate. Trying to hold the lane with rockets, but fortunately for him, the teammates, or the enemies, excuse me, are on the opposite side of the map on the pink street, so they're going to opt to close the distance here as the ball remains down. They're not getting any time, not utilizing these rockets. He's going to fall. He gets 1, but not enough to put together any real semblance of control. No setups really garnered. Still a lot of work to be done. Ball will reset, as will the map.
Essentially a 2-minute or so battle there for rocket control, for map control, and nobody really came out on top of it. And finally, we're going to see players start to turn their attention away from weapons and kills towards the oddball, and the oddball is now being moved towards back tower from Squashy. Lunny has fallen though, so a 3v3 becomes a 4v3 as Baxter will be respawning, and there's an opportunity here for a push to come in. But look, again, the first kill gets picked up by the ball carrying team, although they're traded out pretty quickly.
You highlighted Lunny. Squashy deserves some props as well. 67 seconds of ball time, but also 31 kills, and although he falls, he's done a lot of damage in this game. As his team go 3 dead, Woofs has to wait for his teammates patiently to spawn back up, and of course, Rockets up again in 5 seconds, so going to be again the point of contention for these 2 teams. It's hands-on ball for Baxter and co. Going to keep scoring and close the gap. Almost completely tied up again. The Rockets have popped up, and Desire's down to no shields. Subatomic's gotten a kill. Rocket scooped up. Lunny tries to fire one, connects. 1 rocket down on the front base. Squashy's going to die down to no shields. A rocket wasn't really required, but he was more worried about losing it himself, so opts to use it instead. This is much better from Clique esports. They get the kills, they get the weapons, and they have the oddball.
I was going to say, it's interesting you highlight that, right? A lot of players might have had that moment of like, oh, do I switch to my bandit to finish this kill? I'm like, well, you no shield, just use the rocket. Like, get the kill, guarantee it. The point of a power weapon is to guarantee you a kill, to make that kill a little bit easier. And even if it's taking down a player with no shields and you're in that kind of position, it's always the smarter decision to make sure that rocket is used and not turned over to the other team. So 4 dead here momentarily for Clique esports, excuse me, and Synical, even though they lost that battle that we were talking about, and it seemed like Clique esports had the setup to play with the round tram, they've broken it pretty comfortably.
It's something we've seen very early in round 1 as well, where both teams were getting kills, they were getting a little bit of control, but couldn't hold the setup. It appeared to be made of glass at times, that how easily they've been broken wide open. That maybe comes down to just not having enough practice together as a team.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes people overextend in those situations. You give away the first kill, and then when you've got someone with the oddball in their hands, it's almost like a momentary 2v4 in those situations. It's about just like outputting damage, but making sure that you don't put yourself in a position where you can't retreat and keep your shields yourself if you're in that position in the full setup. And sometimes we do see people thinking, oh, I might be able to just overextend here, just get a little bit of a kill, and before you know it, it's like, that decision was one that's now going to cost me as I'm out of the game for the next 10 seconds.
Beautiful rotation from Lunny and teammates in support as well. Putting down some shots on the statue, that's what the best players do. They recognize when they need to fire the weapon. You spoke about it yesterday. Drop the ball, output some damage, and then scoop it back up again and rack up some time. Bulldog's also popped up, so he has a weapon to play with as well as he drops the ball and rotates it back towards Tram, recognizing numbers are starting to rotate the opposite way.
Really good from Lunny, just recognising where spawns were as well. He's hit 40 kills, by the way, in this game, 25 deaths. I mean, the man's plus 15. It's a ridiculous performance from him. But it's the small things, right? He rotates the ball initially towards the back of the tower, does some damage on the statue. They get a couple of kills, but he sees his teammate is spawning over towards Tram. So in his head, he's like, okay, I need to move this back because there's most likely going to be red room spawns or arcade spawns that are going to come in due to the position of me and my teammates. So those little decisions that have been made by Lunny really do show a lot of experience and a lot of good decision making under pressure in some tight moments.
Atomic not given the information. There was a player inside Tram after Lunny took a little bit more damage and still racking up kills.
43.
Putting people in the grave, letting bodies hit the floor. Not only is he getting those kills, he's also getting hands on the ball, scoring for his team. Happy to pick it up when needed.
Yeah, still staying alive as well. And look, he's going to get his shields back here. He's going to still be a nuisance, still be putting damage down. And the longer that Lunny's alive in this situation, I mean, Clique Esports can't get their hands on this ball. They know they have to deal with him first. And by dragging the attention away from other teammates and where that odd ball is going to be, then all of a sudden you see the setup gets picked. And, you know, it's great work by the teammates, but a lot of it is the work done by Lunny to get those distractions. Now he's on a killing spree. I mean, he's doing it all at the moment.
Finally drops the empty rockets. What a life he's been on here. Still outputting damage as 4 members of Clique Esports are over towards Arcade and coming down the driveway. Almost trying to avoid Lunny. That's how much of a powerhouse he's been on the map at the moment. Squashy has the option to rotate. Losing teammates behind him. Desire on the front base finally shuts down Lunny. Woofs will fall as well. Squashy tries to get a trade but unable to do so. Perfect shots from Clonely. Now they can have some control, but Synical only need 9 more seconds.
Yeah, 9 more seconds, so we're in the similar position that we saw in the Strongholds, right? It's, yeah, you've got a good setup, yeah, you've got map control, you've got everything you could want to close this gap, but are you able to clutch up? Are you able to keep it together? Because you haven't got any mistakes left, and by losing these first few kills, it's again looking like a situation where someone's going to have to do something special, and instead, it's going to be Squashy who wins the battle bottom middle against Baxter. The ball is still in the hands of Nemain. Subatomic's going to try and push. It's desperation here, and it's not going to be enough, Richie. It will be Synical who clutch up with a 2-1 win here in Oddball.
We heard Squashy on the main stage. I don't know whether the mics are picking it up, but I think if you outshoot Baxter, you have to let him know, because you know if that situation's in reverse, he's going to tell you, and he's going to tell you loudly.
I always say, like, not when you haven't won the series yet. Do it when you're 40-10 up in a game 5.
Calma, calma, calma. That's what we're saying. Calma.
I've had it happen to me, okay?
You're speaking from experience.
I'm speaking from experience.
We did also see a team yesterday get very loud when we were 2-0 up.
Yeah.
And they went on to get reverse swept by some French guys. So.
And then they got, yeah.
Yeah, so you have to be very careful. Pick and choose your moments.
When there is no chance you're going to lose, give them hell.
Looking at the stats then, we highlighted Lunny throughout. Squashy, again, a very impressive performance from him and his teammates. We're putting in damage in and around it, but it has to be said they were the standout players in that round.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at Lunny's stats. It's separated himself from the pack. I mean, Squashy, amazing statistics as well. But when you're dropping, was it 43 at the end there from Lunny? I mean, 43 in that game, 20 kills in the previous layer that they lose. Didn't even look at what he got in game number 1. So it's a huge performance from a player who's, you know, he was part of a great period of EU Halo and Halo 5 where there was 4 like genuinely good teams that were competing on the world level, and I think it was Infused at the time. He was on Vexed, if I'm not mistaken, at that time as well, and all these teams were like, I think we had teams placing top 8, top 6, top 12 at one event, right? And he was part of that generation of players that really did kind of revitalize European Halo outside of like one team we expect to do quite well. So it was a really, really good moment. You can see, you know, he's playing like that kind of player at the moment. He's playing like a player who's got that experience on the main stage. And with one more game under their belts, they'll be continuing this tournament and sending Clique Esports home.
Clique Esports then back against the ropes. They've been rocked in game 3. Recharge King of the Hill on the horizon now, Mark, and this is a very difficult game to win if you're Clique Esports, particularly when you're coming off the back of an oddball loss like that.
Yeah, it's a tough game, but also maybe it's a game that works a little bit better for Clique Esports because it's not as dynamic a game. It's one where you're setting up around a hill. Everyone knows their responsibility. You're not having to worry about rotational spawns so much. It's more, hey, we want to spawn them here, then we're going to kill them here. And it's about holds and breaks more than it is, you know, outmaneuvering your opponent, so to speak. So there is an opportunity here for Clique Esports to send us to Game 5, and I've got to be honest, I'm not against the Game 5. I enjoy one, although you've already had your quota.
I've already reached it for a tournament, so probably from here on out, 3-1s, 3-0s.
We've just given away the results.
There is a script here somewhere, but of course we're hoping for a game 5. I think the only issue we have for Clique esports is both objective game types that have been in the series so far, they have lost. So work to be done here in the King of the Hill, and for Synical it's business as usual. Keep doing what we're doing.
Yeah, just keep letting Lunny do what he does as well. You know, just put him in positions, give him weapons, give him shock, put him in positions to get the camos, whatever it might be, and play off his damage, because he's outputting a lot of damage at the moment. He's putting himself in good positions to help out teammates as well. It's not like it's a selfish performance coming in from Lunny. He really is doing it all for his team at the moment. And starting off with his POV, what does he do? Goes stands in the objective, takes that challenge and outputs damage almost immediately.
That's been one of the most impressive things, I think, of watching Lunny, is that it hasn't been, I'm just going to kill things and you guys can do all the objective. He is wanting to win the game, but also trying to be as efficient as he can with kills. And that's what has been impressive. For Clique esports, they have got to try and shut him down, because he's been a problem all series long. Tony's got camouflage here though, on the sneaky ledge, and he's putting damage into that man to put him away. Only starting off at 0-2. That's exactly what Clique esports need to do. Put him in a blender.
Yeah, this is a great setup here from Clique esports, though. You can see that all of Synical are having to spawn on pipes, spawn at gold, and it's not where you want to be in this situation. And picking up a kill like that is going to certainly help them just have a little bit more space on the map as well. Lunny should be taken down here as well, and it's control of elevator, control of the hill, control of, you know, the C plat, which is such an important element to control to make sure your teammates, if they do get taken down, are going to be spawning with you with access to that hill. But this is almost a perfect hold coming in from Clique esports at the moment. And I mentioned how it's crazy that some teams can just succeed in a little bit more of a static game type as opposed to a more dynamic one. Well, maybe we're seeing an example of that here.
Yeah, finally got him out of the hill, have Synical. The main's going to get taken down by Baxter. Teammate on hand though, Squashy will get the kill. Wolf's trying to score for his team. They've lost so much progress here. Was perfect from Clique esports, but they've just been stifled for now. Wolf's is going to go down. Double kill for Subatomic. The important thing here is for them to control blue as well, because that's exactly where we're going at right after this.
Yeah, that's going to be where the hill is going to be moving. You're seeing that they're probably going to be getting some more favourable spawns due to the fact that the fights were going down in the elevator, and yep, they're going to be spawning here. The pipe spawns are coming in again, but there's a couple of players being annoying. Desire's going to get one. Can he turn it into a double kill? The answer is no. But the first point being on the board, the first hill being on the board is for Clique esports, and that's massive for them in the series, right? You go down here knowing that this could be the last game of the tournament. You go down 1-0. It affects you in game. You start to do things you wouldn't have done before, so important for them to have that positive start to this game to give them an opportunity to send it to a game 5.
Mains with camo then. Desire picks up 2 kills. He's the last man standing for his team. He's got to be patient here. Pick his moment wisely. Baxter recognizes the camouflage player there, and he knows the experienced man uses the force push, sends them off the map into the drink.
It reminds me of when, you know, party poppers? So my dad, my dad's wonderful, by the way, before anyone gets a weird idea about this.
Story now from the
So he used to think it was funny to take the little cardboard bit off and fill them with peanuts. So that when I did that, I would get shot by peanuts. And that kind of reminded me of that, you know, you just walk into the camera, just go off the back of it. PTSD, I think they call it.
Again, we'd like to remind people that his dad's a lovely man.
He's a lovely guy. He's a lovely guy. Wouldn't hurt a fly.
Now,
but would shoot you in the face with peanuts.
3 members go down for Clique esports. 2 down for Synical. Progress being made on the hill. It's important to get themselves back in this game. You do not want to go down by 2 as he teammates.
If I'm cloning it, I'm like, dude, the fuck? Come on, man.
I've been standing here for some time as well. Gonna be a trade for Desire and Wolves. Hill in a neutral position right now. Nobody's scoring. Said intending to take some fights over towards long haul. As you can see, Tony on glass dropping to help his teammate Desire. A couple of grenades land behind them and trying to spot out in the mains. Instead, we'll see Lunny coming off the respawn. Gets that kill into the mains. Lovely grenade by Cloney. Almost gets a double kill as well. And they have full control of blue now.
This is looking like a situation where if they can get this next set of kills, then it will be a 2-0 lead in their favour. It's a full push on the tower at the moment. Cloney has the opportunity to cut the map here for them. Woffs is going to be sliding out and should be dealt with. Squash is going to be getting shoulder peaked and he's going to be getting back down as well. And that will be the second hill on the board now. So we got a series here, everyone. Lunny is going to be last alive. The camo is in the hands of Clique esports and they're starting to roll a little bit here.
Like putting it together. Now they've got control of A again. So if they can just start to hold across, break some of these spawns. Desire with the camouflage should be able to gather a lot of information for his team. A back whack onto one. Shock rifle scooped up. Wolfs goes down as well. 3 dead. Lunny last man standing on glass this time. Camouflage and shock rifle in the hands as the camo does just dissipate. Lunny will have to try and get touch tight now to close the distance on this player. The use of the grapple is going to get himself out of dodge, gets a trade, but distracted so many members of the opposition there.
Yeah, I mean, the disappointing thing here for Synical is, yeah, they lose that second hill, but they lose the fight for Elevator. We know that the Elevator hill is probably the easiest to hold out of all of them. You have to work your way through so many different choke points, like the pipes, like the crosses, which are being watched a lot of the time from tower in towards A. And before you know it, this could be a 3-0 scoreline in this game, but finally a couple of kills going the way of Synical, and it looks like Squashy is sat in that hill, so a few shots with the shock rifle here could turn the momentum for just a second.
Subatomic steps out, gets his brain frazzled. Backs it down, bottom tower is also going to die. You speak about how much easier it is to hold bottom main. That's what we're seeing here from Synical. They need to get themselves back into the game as they close in on registering their first hill. Clique need to get a break, and they need to get it now.
Well, Cloney's the person to watch here because he does get in. He does manage to break momentarily. Subatomic is in there as well, and with that push, it looks like Lunny is last player alive, and he's nowhere near the hill. It's a last-second play, and just taking those extra few seconds to go in through goal, clean it out, win that fight, that's the difference on that break that came in there from Clique Esports. They take the last moments of that hill away from Synical, who probably thought they'd done enough, and now at 3-0, it's one hill to win, or they can just play Slayer.
2 minutes and 40 on the clock then. Still a lot of time, but a difficult task now for Synical. Finding themselves down by 3. Camouflage for Lunny. He tiptoes around, tries to stay alive on that box, and does so successfully, but has to settle for a trade. And when your camouflage players making plays like that, things are starting to go against you. Slays as well. They have control of the hill. They're making progress. But we've seen Clique Esports get control. And you spoke about it after that last game. You said sometimes a static game type can just support some of these players a little bit better.
Yeah, here's our objective. Here's how we want to set up around it. Instead of where is that objective, what have we got to predict next? It's more linear thinking for them to deal with, and they're working really well at the moment to make that effective game type for them. However, this hill is going to sneak away from them by the looks of things. Baxter does come in late, and Baxter wins a big fight as well. And let's just say that the last comment that we heard there was probably not broadcast friendly, but the first part was, oh my god, again.
It was an oh my space and god.
Star.
There was a superlative in there that shan't repeat. Now they're making progress on what will be their 4th and final hill, and pushing us to a Game 5 Slayer. We could be about to head to a shootout.
So for Synical, they've got to wait for bodies to get on the map at the moment. They need 4 players to force this push, and it's almost a similar story to what we saw on that previous hill. They do so well to get the majority of it on them, and then one break comes in. Big challenge coming in from Baxter on the hill player as well. Takes him down, and having taken the time to get these kills, maybe this is the opportunity. But there's that force push again from Baxter. He sends one player off the map. There's a couple more still left in, although Squashy didn't go off completely. Cloney going to be challenged. Squashy going to be challenging as well. Can't line up that headshot. It was an opportunity, but the first hill does go on the board now for Synical. They're back in the game, but 2 minutes left is a concern for them.
Don't need to scoop up the camo. Not out of this one just yet. Managed to capture that hill in 40 seconds or so, so still some time to play with here, and they've got Clique all trapped over towards Elevator. Managed to get a few members to leak out, but the remaining members who stayed in Elevator are taking quite a lot of damage here, as Baxter's got one elsewhere, and Desire desperately trying to stay alive as Baxter is in the hill. That flank over towards bottom middle was successful somewhat, but back to camouflage player up. The mains will get the final touches on that kill as well, and now they have control of Elevator.
And Desire, unfortunately, at the bottom of the elevator there, just looked like the lone sock that had been left in the washing machine, just spinning around trying to find out where anybody was, but couldn't locate anyone, couldn't get that kill, and it looks like the kills are being picked up in the right place once again for Synical here. There's an opportunity, but Subatomic with a big kill on that hill player now allows the rest of his team to break in. There's going to be some important trades going down here. If they're one on one side, then this should mean hill time for Synical, but Clique Esports are stalling them out once more.
Wolves will just get away, taking minimal damage. Baxter making this a difficult task as this kill, and somehow Wolves has spun around and got that kill, and almost like that's starting to go against Clique Esports here. Tony on the steps taking a lot of damage. Squashy continues to fire, running out of ammunition very quick, but 2 members in front of him has to settle for the trade. Numbers advantage. Favorite Clique esports for the moment. Woofs, last man alive here. They've got tabs on him though. Subatomic will eliminate him and they're going to keep scoring.
So now Synical just having to wait a few seconds for Woofs to get back onto the map. 5 seconds till the camo's coming up, and the difficulty now for Synical is like, do we try and play for this camo? Do we try and break this hill? Because Clique esports are very, very close to being able to call out their own. Looks like the mains is going to be able to move to the camo, and it was all down to Lunny getting that first pick. It allowed them a little bit more time than they needed. And all of a sudden, now there's 3 dead. Cloney's just come off respawn, I'm pretty sure. And Synical might be able to steal this hill away. It's looking like it is going to be a 1-hill game, but at the last second, someone dives in. Squashy is still there to try and get those final moments. Camo play is so important here. Needs to do damage, needs to make it viable for the rest of his team to get back onto the map. Desire and Baxter are going to be flooding through the pipes. Lunny's going to be alive long enough to get the spawns in as well for his teammates, and that will be the hill going in. So a very tense final moment there, where if that went wrong for Synical, it could have been game, but they do a great job and great use of the camo to buy enough time, do enough damage to make that sure those hills and those spawns came in to fight for it.
It's important to note as well, that slight little contest, that little bit of chaos that they created, wasted a little bit more time on the shot clock. I mean, as we hit the bottom middle, we know how difficult it is to hold that. Now the main's recognizing that they're running out of time very quickly. He has shock rifle, but has to get into the hill. Gets one. Cloney escapes with his life. He's going to look to try and get a bit of a backstab here and head into blue and flip some of these spawns. And they're recognizing that. Squashy going to try and contend and contest. Gets one with the help of Lunny. Need to hold down blue. This is the side of the map that they want.
I mean, shock rifle here on the C-Plat is going to be really important, because if you can land a couple of headshots here, this could be an opportunity to tie this game up. The headshot doesn't quite connect this time, but the shots will be good enough for the killing spree and to take Cloney, to take Subatomic down. Cloney will be taken down as well, and now you're starting to see a little bit of desperation on both sides. 30 seconds left in this game. Shock rifle shots are going to be important here. Can't quite connect. No headshots to be talked about, and Desire is somehow avoiding the shot coming in. Couple of shots being hit there, and it might have been different. Clique esports are just playing for kills here. They want to keep Synical out of this hill.
The mains needed to get down some of those kills, needed to dial in that shot, because those kills got away from him. What a difference it could have made as he landed 2 of those headshots. But Clique esports happy to buy time, and 3 members of Synical dive into the hill. You speak about desperation, that's exactly what we're seeing. They're just trying to get bodies in. 3 bodies hit the floor. Woofs is going to fall. All 4 dead. And we will be heading to a game 5.
I mean, the most patient man on the map is the one on your screen right now, just waiting a few seconds for damage to be done. Steps out on that mid-bridge and cleans up the final 2 players with that sidekick. But yeah, game 5. Hello, everyone. Sorry, I stood off screen again. I'll try and create as much separation from you as I can.
I can step away.
No, it's okay. It's fine. It's fine. We're out of the pandemic. But the final moments of that game, I think you saw the game plans. Like, we have the hill advantage. We're going to play that game clock, and just a little bit of patience just to stand on that mid-bridge, not to dive into the fight that you see going bottom middle is the difference maker in those final moments. But game 5, Richie, this is unprecedented. This is unprecedented.
What a series we have had. And we spoke about it at the very start. We said how evenly matched these 2 teams are, and that's what's transpired. We're heading to a game 5 Aquarius Slayer, and we've seen some big moments in that game, and those power weapons have played a part. Yes, of course, Lunny put together another impressive showing there in that game, but again, couldn't come out with the victory. Clique esports put it together at the final moments.
They did, and the interesting thing when you look at the series is, Clique esports won that previous Slayer, and the way they won that previous Slayer a lot of the time was by controlling the power weapons. Well, on Aquarius, you don't quite have as many of those to play with. Of course, you're going to have the Heat Wave, you're going to have the QT. A lot of it is going to be based around, picking up those sidekicks and thrusts. It's almost as important, if not more important, to control those thrusts if you can. And if you can time them, if you've got someone stood behind you who's going to be doing a good job of controlling the timing on those thrusts when they're coming up, you have an advantage when it comes to those individual battles. So a lot to contend with here in a game 5, to send someone home and for someone to keep their bracket run going.
Very least, bragging rights on the line here, because when this tournament's over, you'll be hearing about this for months to come, particularly if you match against one another in matchmaking, if you're playing custom 8s. Remember that time I beat you on the main stage and sent you home? Don't forget those moments.
Trust me, I still every time I play against Septic, every time I match him in the players, every time I see him, still remind him of when I out-DMR'd him 1 shot on back flag on Sank. It's one of those things that people can't take it away from you. You know what I mean? It happens.
It's immortalized.
It happened, and he knows it as well.
Underway then in game 5. Nothing to separate the two teams up until this point. It's going to have to be a shootout then. Opening pick's gone the way of Synical. Clique Esports can look back to game 2 where they dominated in the Slayer. Got a little bit nervy towards the end, but they held their nerve, and that's what they're going to need to do here in Aquarius.
3-1 the start here. Baxter flies out. Baxter gets taken down as well. Really good shots by the mains to make sure that that kill didn't slip through his finger. And once again, if you let a kill like that go over the way of Jack, he gets the adrenaline spike, right? He's going to fly in. He's going to challenge you again. But 2 players left, no shields, but none of them going to be cleaned up for now. 2 dead for Synical. It's a 2-kill game.
A lot of damage put down. Lunny, with the help of the thruster pack, picks up 2. Big moments. 4-kill advantage now. Lunny's starting off perfectly here. 3 kills without reply. They have got to keep tabs on him. They've got to shut him down here.
No more thrust to play with here for Lunny, but it is going to come up. And look at that, immediately on top of things. Only going to be sliding out bottom middle. Subatomic does shut him down though. That's 3 kills going to fall almost instantaneously on the side of Synical. So kills going in the way of Clique. Subatomic's going to be challenging. Oh. Challenge accepted. Challenge denied.
Squashy hits the crouch, holds the crouch, keeps his hitbox low, and hopes and prays that the shots will be missed. That needs to turn that fight on its head, and the mains was there to help. Heatwave, 1 thrust to play with. QT up as well. A lot of options here to explore. Lost a couple of teammates though, and that's going to make his task a little bit more difficult. So he has to opt and prioritize staying alive now, waiting for his teammates to spawn back up again. Desire over towards P side will be taken down to 2 shots. That Heatwave bullet will not do a significant damage to get the kill, and unfortunately, it's a 1-kill game now.
Yeah, starting to get a little bit scrappy here. You know, it's players taking individual fights. Teamwork really kind of not really showing through from either team at the moment. It's more cleaning things up. Baxter does a good job not just to get that kill, but also to get out of it with his lives. Deaths, of course, as important of those kills. If you're leaking deaths and over-challenging, even if the damage you're doing is, you know, significant output, if the damage isn't getting cleaned up, essentially you become a detriment to the team. So you've got to really find that balance. As we see the map split down the middle at the moment, the pink side and the car side being shared respectively by the 2 teams.
The main's caught unaware. Baxter, though, wires his sides. He's not going to chase that kill. Instead, goes to help his teammate. Instead, gets the trade there. And does a lot of damage on the Woofs if anybody's there. And they are. So great damage done by Baxter. Subatomic in another fight. This time, the main's going to back away and his teammates on. And we're starting to see a little bit more teamwork now. It's a little less disjointed.
Yeah, everyone realising how important it is to get the trades in this situation when the game is so close. It's a 3-kill advantage here to Synical, but that can flip very, very quickly. Baxter trying to bait a couple of players out himself, but ends up just losing his shields and loses his life in the meantime. This patrolling from the mains is very impressive at the moment. He's doing good damage output. He's winning the individual fights that he needs to, but finally he's going to be taken down. But that kill lead is staying about 3 or 4. And Clique Esports just aren't able to link the kills together and keep the deaths down while they're doing so.
Squashy manages to get a pretty decent trade there. Got 2 members of the opposite team to contend with, and the mains gets a grenade kill as well, bottom middle. Plants his feet and backs Subatomic all the way up to his base. Baxter's there as well, down to no shields. Starting to see a pattern emerge here. Synical are applying the pressure, and Clique Esports are just trying to navigate it right now. It's been a little bit more difficult than they would like. This time Squashy will ensure that Subatomic can't even get the trade. Heatwave is up as well, and Baxter's in another fight over towards the P side, and Desire was there to help him get the victory. Cloney down to no shields from base and gets the win with a fadeaway shot on the Woofs.
Yeah, 1v1s are great if you win them, but it's what happens off the back of it. Can you survive? Are your teammates in position to then pressurize the rest of the players on the map? It's still that 4-kill advantage we were talking about just a few moments ago. Shot grenade's going to be up here as well. Going to be used by Clique Esports to try and flush those players out of the gen. But again, every time you're looking at the kill feed at the moment, it's just trade after trade after trade. There's no consecutive run of kills coming in. Almost a ninja coming in with the thrust, but again, just trade, 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 trade. That means it's fine for Synical. They're going to continue to keep that lead they have.
Extended that lead by 1 after that little flurry of kills. Woofs needs to get himself out of bottom middle. He's in trouble here. Can survive the opposite turn around and get out. Will head forward instead. Cloney drops down right in front of his crosshairs. Another player a little bit weak over towards the Shroom stairs, but instead Wolves makes the right decision of prioritizing survival here, recognizing that they're ahead by 5.
5 kills the advantage here, as you say. It's a pretty comfortable cushion at this point, but they can also flip very, very quickly with a team fight going the wrong way and a couple of shots onto respawners that start to stack up. Baxter's going to be taken down, you would imagine, here, and indeed he is. It's a 2v2 on the map, and like I say, the trade game is going to favour Synical every single time. QT down on the fridge here, and that's going to give a little bit of freedom here for Wolves to go and make a play, knowing that he can get out of that situation, and if it's not the play that's made that is successful, then he can at least relay that information through to his teammates that can try and push up on the damage that he does.
Utilizes that get out of jail free card, and again trades 2 for 2. Uses the QT to get himself back into the gunfight. Desire has his head tipped in the corner and recognizing that he's down to no shields. That's good from Wolves, does damage, gets himself out again. Bait and switch has been perfect so far, and they've kept this lead.
Oh.
But all of a sudden, though, 2 kills go in their favor.
Oh.
It's a 1-kill game.
1-kill game, and it's almost a tie game. Somehow Nemains gets a trade in the back of the base, and Clique esports are riding on the momentum now. The pace is starting to pick up. It's starting to swing in their favor a little bit. Next set of kills is so important, though. You cannot give away that first death. Shield's going to be broken here, but manages to make that just the shields that get broken and not the spirit of the team by falling before everybody else is back ready to fight and support.
The 2-2 split in the map for Synical. 2 positioned over towards the closet, 2 towards the fridge. If Clique can recognize that, they can make a coordinated push and hit 2 players who are isolated. Wolf's down bottom middle. He's the furthest man forward. Lunny and Wolves get 2 though. 4 more kills. The main's going to put his body on the line. Baxter has to survive, down to no shields. Does so successfully for now.
A couple of kills did get picked up, so Synical, even though they look like they came out of the better of that, a few kills were traded. These kind of 1v1s are so important. Wasp comes in with the help as well to keep his teammate alive and also pick up the kill. Squashy gets another, and all of a sudden, even though things were looking good, they looked like they were going to slip through the fingers of Clique esports, but that little melee trade battle that went down went their way, and it's still a 1-kill game.
Nervy moments. 3 members over towards the car side. We're all tied up here. 2 more kills. 1 kill for Synical. Squashy gets the opener. Baxter only answers back. It's a 1-kill game. Game 5 here, folks. And the kill goes down. And it's going to be Synical who win in a Game 5 fashion.
Nemains the hero. He gets that final kill to win it 50-49. Well, I tell you what, it was a nervy final moment there, but you could probably feel and hear the pop-off. They love that moment, and what a moment it is, right? To win a series in a best-of-5, 50-49, it's what you live for. And we were talking about those moments. Well, now he's going to be able to go away and say, hey, you remember when I got that final kill on the 50-49 to send you home? That's what you're here for. That's what people come to these events for.
I heard someone screaming, Jack, Jack, so I can only imagine that's pointed
It
at
might be
one
someone
player.
out.
Is anybody else out there
anyone at
named
home
Jack?
called Jack? Must be. Yeah. Who knows?
Well, Game 5 win, but what a series we had there.
Yeah, great series. I mean, you could tell that both teams there did not want to go home. They wanted to keep playing some Halo today, and unfortunately, for one side, for Clique esports, it will be the end of the road for them. But a Game 5, again, you've been blessed with another Game 5, and I think the series in general was back and forth. It was a very exciting one to watch, and it just feels like the level's starting to pick up a little bit as we're getting through the day here towards the end of the tournament.
Yeah, I think the cream is well and truly starting to rise to the top, and we've got some big hitters coming up as these games don't slow down. We've got more and more of the biggest teams on the stage. Of course, we're going to have a winners final and an elim finals very shortly as well, but it's all still to play for here.
Yeah, it certainly is. You know, we're going to, at the end of the day, know who our winner is and who our champion is. There's 2 clear favourites coming into this event, and a lot of people would say maybe 1 clear favourite coming into this event, but there's a few teams who are on this main stage at the moment that would love a crack at them. They want to try and upset the apple cart a little bit, make a name for themselves, so we're going to have to see how that goes down.
Well, that's all we've got time for here and now, but Tudor and Joe will be back very quickly. Take us through the next game.
Hello, everybody. You got to come in here. Look who we've got. Look who turned up in Blackpool. It's Boundpool, everybody. Great to it's great to have you here, Bound. People are loving you out here. First obvious question. It's your people, man. Who knew you were so popular in Blackpool?
Oh,
right.
No. First time here.
I was going to say, first question is, why are you in Blackpool?
I don't know. I saw the Halo event. I was like, what kind of question you come into it?
Yeah.
It's only 2-hour drive, so it's not.
Oh, nice. I mean, we caught up beforehand. I was like, "What are you doing in the UK?" You're like, "I'm out here for a little bit at the moment." And you also, did the most North American thing I've ever seen, which was like, "Yeah, I had to get my passport because it's the first time I've left the country." But it's great to have you here. I mean, you've been in the UK for a little bit now. You're saying you've been to a few different places. You've been to Newcastle, Edinburgh. Oh, very nice.
Blackpool.
And that was top of your list. That's the real reason you got a passport. He was like, hey. But let's talk a little bit about Halo, right? Let's talk about the new season coming ahead. You guys, I would say, had a tough end to the season by your own standards. Not being involved in that big moment. But I would also say for yourself personally, a very successful season. You got that first win under your belt, which everyone could see when you got that win how much it meant to you. But let's talk about the new season because we've got the Bandit Evo, of course, a part of it. How are you feeling? You excited to get back on the sticks and get back on the stage?
Yeah, I mean, with the BR, the game is getting stale. I'm not an old school kid, a five guy, so Bandit's definitely a lot funner just to shit on people with. I don't know if I can say cuss on here, but
you can. I started the broadcast by saying fucking dog shit, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, so you can just shit on people, and it's just it's just a lot more fun, and the game just plays faster too, so it's just a lot better. And
how do you think it's going to help benefit your team? Because I know that I always look at Stella and Eco, right? Halo 5, they kind of redefined in some ways how Halo was played with that single shot weapon and how they try to approach the game. Do you think that it's going to be a beneficiary thing to your team?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we play really fast. We're probably the fastest team in my opinion. So I think just being able to shit on people while moving fast will. Because with the BR, you got to slow down a little bit, get your shields back, but with the Bandit, you can just keep challenging and shit on people. So I think we're going to be even better. So yeah.
Awesome stuff. I mean, I want to talk to you a little bit about European Halo as well, because obviously, a big shout out to EuropaHalo. Everyone who's been working on this event. This is a full grassroots event. It's all been done by the community for the community. And I would, I've been watching EU Halo for a long time, obviously, understandably. And it's been a tough road for some of the European teams. But I feel like this year was the first time that players like yourselves and teams like SSG, FaZe, Optic, some of the biggest teams in the world started to show some real respect and some respect in the style of play, but also, the talent that was coming in from the likes of Quadrant and, Navi stepping up at Worlds as well, getting the top 8. How do you view some of the European teams now? Because I feel like that attitude maybe has changed at the very top to some of the best European teams we have.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't compete against the Europeans in the past. This is also my first time playing, just compete on LAN and stuff. So my first couple events was like, we're playing a European team. This should be a free win. But especially this last season, Quadrant especially, you go, we're playing Quadrant next. It's like, okay, they're like 20-0 in strongholds. So you're like, what's game one? It's like strongholds. You're like, fuck, they're really good at that. So yeah, I mean, you treat them as an actual threat now. They're actually they can beat you and. I think Quadrant had Optic's number last year too. I think they beat them a good amount. I don't know if they beat us or FaZe, but yeah, you can't underestimate them. Especially Navi too. Navi got a lot better later half of the year at Fort Worth and Worlds. Yeah, we played them at Fort Worth and they almost actually went game 5 with us. They actually should have beat us. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh really?
Yeah, we beat them 3-1 and it was the closest series. It was a pool play match and I was like,
are you saying that because you're in Europe right now and you realize?
No. I swear to God, I remember I was talking to my team. I was talking to my team after. I was like, holy shit, when did Navi get so good? Yeah, no, they're actual threats. I mean, I think they definitely belong in the top 6, top 8. I think Quadrant also could get top 3. I mean, they did get top 3, but especially those two definitely belong in the top 8.
Yeah, it's pretty wild for me to go back and look at. If you would have said to me at the start of the year, the start of Halo Infinite, that the second Worlds we'd have a team in the top 6 and the top 8, I'd be like, okay, yeah. I'll take that every day of the week. And I think it's been really interesting to see that continual improvement. But I mean, speaking of continual improvement, SSG, we saw on Twitter Penguin saying it's gonna be stepping away. Can you leak everything that everyone wants to know right now?
No, I cannot.
God, I tried, everyone. I tried my best. What can I do? Obviously, you're going to be looking at new players. There's going to be some movement at the top. Is there any other teams that you're kind of looking at and going, what moves are they going to make? Are you waiting, or have you already got your eye on someone? That's all I asked for. Have you already got your eye on someone? He's not going to give me anything, and I'm not going to put you on the spot in that way because I feel that's a bit unfair.
I'm just not gonna say nothing. I'm just not gonna say nothing.
He's a smart
I'm
man.
just not
He's a
gonna
smart man. He also doesn't want to get fined by SSG management. Well, we'll let you go, dude. It's been an absolutely pleasure to have you here. I'm hoping that you'll see some more of wonderful England, and Blackpool isn't your only experience because there are some wonderful places to go. So thanks for coming, dude. It's great to have
the
you
event's
here.
cool.
And,
It's cool seeing like grassroots event to this standard. I mean, it's pretty good. I mean, it's not HGS, but I'd say it's just like a step below, and it's nice. It's cool.
Awesome. Well, I'll go and let you enjoy the rest of your day now. I grabbed you off your seat, so I appreciate it. Bound, everyone.
Here at BNSC, we offer a range of cybersecurity programs suitable for everybody. For those wanting to gain entry into the sector, or for those already working in the sector who wish to upskill and progress their careers. At level 2, we offer an entry-level program which gives you the basic understandings around cybersecurity. If you wish to continue your journey, you can progress to one of our level 3 programs, including the Fast Track to Degree program, which will gain you entry to our brilliant programs at University Centre. Our brand new T-level in cybersecurity will offer you a 2-year program which not only teaches you the knowledge around cybersecurity, but also gives you the chance to undertake a work placement in a real cybersecurity business.
If you're an employer and you have staff members you're looking to upskill, we also have an amazing range of apprentices. If you're looking for something a bit more short-term, as a member of the Cisco Training Academy, we also offer CCNA short courses in cyber ops and network security, which are available to anybody.
The tutors are very supportive, very knowledgeable. They know what they're doing and help out a lot. The equipment is very good, probably some of the best equipment for networking and cybersecurity that we can really get our hands on.
If you want to find out more about any of our cybersecurity products, you can click the link, check out our social media feeds, or give us a call and we'll be happy to help you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to EuropaHalo Blackpool. We still have 6 teams remaining. Next up on main stage is going to be BH3 Esports versus Bittersweet. I'm Joe Sketch, as always, joined here by Mr. Tudor himself as well. And Tudor, now we've got 6 teams remaining. We know the winner of this game is going to be guaranteed top 4.
Yeah, indeed. And what a lineup do we actually have? It's going to be the Burning Heads versus the side of Bittersweet. And unfortunately, just for the sake of the storyline and the history, they haven't actually locked horns with one another last week in the seeding tournament. And as a matter of fact, not for a couple of months. But it should be a very exciting lineup because these are still some of the best 2 teams that we have currently within sort of like the realm of the top 6 within European Halo altogether.
Yeah, we get into this stage of the tournament, and off stage we've got Vuelta versus ES Synical for the other spot in top 4. And when you see these teams match up, this has been my favourite part. You don't know who's going to win. I don't know how the scrims have gone online, if they have scrims online either. But all I know is both these 2 teams have been playing a lot of Halo so far this tournament, and I'm so pumped for this series.
As am I, and let's go ahead and dive into the map, Vito. We'll be starting things off with CTF on Argyle Slayer Streets. Feel like we've been seeing that a little bit too often. I'm starting to get a little bit sick of it, but it is what it is. We move, and then we'll have Strongholds on Recharge as our third and, well, basically final guaranteed map, and everything after that is entirely optional depending on the performances. Oddball on Live Fire, and then we will also have Slayer Solitude to close things off.
Yeah, absolutely. Just watching that map load in, CTF Argyle, as you already said, being our first game mode. And this is the nitty-gritty of the tournament. Both these 2 teams, I mean, they want to cap that bragging right to top 4. The top 3 teams, Vuelta, I'd say, could potentially be in that contention for top 3, but these guys, these are the games which you want to win. It's been a year and a half since they've had a last time to challenge on LAN as well. They want the LAN bragging rights going into next season.
Indeed.
Just wait for all the players to load into this lobby, and then we'll be good to go.
Indeed, and speaking of LAN performances as well, there's something we have to address before we quickly boot up into the game. It was the Burning Heads that was able to take a W at Gamers Assembly at the very, very start of the year in France, being, well, ending off on pole position within their own home country at a LAN event as well. So they are relatively well versed. They should have that chemistry completely under lock, but enough dilly-dallying. I don't want to waffle on for too much longer because Wootum's already making me, shut up by hitting some shots.
Yeah, Wootum's sniper rifle does get traded out by Yumi, so he's cleaned up. Other side, you've got Bastos, sniper. You've also got Flag on the move. That's Sunrise. Looney in a position to stop it as well. He decides to back away. Bastos stuck between 2 players of red. He's cleaned up, so that early flag pull, that's going to be returned, and that's Bittersweet's chance to push up on the map.
Yeah, that was unfortunate as well because there was a QT active that's now going to get picked up and utilized by Looney, so Yume did have an opportunity a little bit further to try to, maneuver his way around the map a little bit better, but unfortunately that ship has sailed. Now Looney, he's deep within enemy territory, and he's kind of got himself surrounded, has to pick his fights very carefully, as we do have a flag on the move, and he's just looking to clean up house, looking to shut down and cut BH3s at the legs, and he will shut down Yume now to mount the offensive. Ooh, close shot.
Big kill. Sunrise, Asko stuck. Just the 2 of them with this flag contested. Flag already basically back to base here for Bittersweet. Slade's come through, Ascos taken down, Bastos trying to help out his teammates. That return has not come in because Sunrise doing such a good job as playing his life, but off screen you can see Zove versus Sunrise. That's a massive win from Sunrise. He's playing his life around this flag, making sure his teammates can push up, but there's still not enough. The stick comes through. Flag should be captured right now, and that is first knock for Bittersweet.
Indeed, despite the fact that they lose 3 players towards the end of that entire engagement, they still walk away with the first point. And now we take a breather as silence falls on Argyle for just a hot moment, looking to reevaluate, as it is Asko to find first contact. He will get taken down, doesn't get the better of Warlord instead, and he's going to push up further. He might try to take the enemy S7 straight out of its spawn.
Warlord's playing sneaky right now. Does grab that sniper rifle, doesn't hit the shot, gives him a haircut twice in a row. Ascos knows where he is. What a play from Warlord though. That's a smart move, that is. Throw the sniper rifle off a map. You've got your sniper rifle back at your base. Now BH3 don't have one of their own.
Exactly, and they're going to have to mount the offensive should they actually want to get some of those power-ups and power weapons overall. Asko, Yume, and Ko now looking to push up towards that courtyard side as a fresh QT. Might just go into the hands of Zove. Brilliant utilization of the high ground, and that is something that really doesn't work out for BH3 at all. Zove farming left, right, and center as he punches in a triple kill.
Good base defense from Bittersweet. Zove just trying to bait out this QT. Not comfortable just to grab it quite yet. He's still watching out for players at BH3. I can hear Looney across the stage. You might even pick that up on the microphone. He's getting heated right now. And you can't blame him because his team, they're in the ascendancy. They have control of mid-map. They're shooting down towards the weak players of BH3. That's 2 for Zove. Once again, killing spree from him. And full control here for Bittersweet.
Yeah, even though Zove only has 6 kills, he's really found a true form with that DMR. He's tamed the recoil. It feels basically second nature to him so far, and almost every single gunfight he's got himself into, it's worked out relatively well for Bittersweet. And there he is, finds Yume, and now he might have actually just got the jump onto Sunrise. He does reflect that nade back, but it doesn't deal lethal damage. A fresh one tossed on through, but suddenly a flag's out on the loose.
Zove in a good position here to stop this one. Bastos by himself. Throws a flag out, maybe it's a bit of a bait. Should be cleaned up here, but around him his team have got the slays. BH3 still have control potentially of this side of the map. Zove doing his best job with Warlord to try and play his life. Big gunfights going down here, and they're won by BH3. Flag once again on the move. Looney and Wootum in position to stop this one. Nice slays coming through for Bittersweet. Bastos last one alive. Return should come in though for Bittersweet.
Yeah, indeed. It was a good effort coming out from BH3. The first proper attempt at a flagpole that they've shown us in the opening 5 minutes of this Argyle CTF. But Bittersweet, they were so quick to respond, not giving BH3 any room to breathe whatsoever. And now that we're starting to stabilize a little bit better, obviously that timer is going to start to work as a 5th player in the favor of Bittersweet unless BH3 can do something to put these laurels to rest. Yume looking to get right up in the face of Warlord, trying to get in his comfort zone, but it doesn't quite work out. He does salvage the S7 though, and that's valuable.
Yeah, I can hear BH3. They are getting loud right now, and they do have a flag on the move. Sniper in the hands of Yume. He knows his player's going to push through. Decides to back away. But he's being a distraction right now. Flag should be captured. That's 1-1. Bittersweet. Can they answer back? Can they counter snipe? No, they can't. No scope comes through from Yume. That is nice defense from him. Still one player, Zove, towards mid-side of map. Yume opts to relocate right now. Maybe regroup with his team. But this sniper rifle in his hands is a threat.
Yeah, 4 more rounds to go. 4 more potential kills to be found. That's a body shot, a good connection, but that's just a warning shot. Doesn't quite pack a lethal punch just yet, and Yume's going to continue to twirl around. Has spotted out Looney! Are you not entertained by this man? He will get punished for his crimes, and Warlord's going to put him in his place instead.
Warlord has a chance to answer back, has the sniper rifle in his hands. 2 players in BH3. Can't connect the shots, but he's still alive right now. Just trying to play his life. Trying to get the team damage down. Nice kill on from Warlord there. Zove also picking one up. That's 3 down momentarily for BH3. Asko, last one alive, spawning back base. Does get a kill onto Zove. Flag still not being pulled. Warlord does get taken down as well. Defense there for the blue team.
Yeah, great read coming out from Asko, just pre-placing those nades exactly where Warlord would have dropped. And now with a little bit of extra space established and some territory can be gained down this underpass, and Asko's just going to take all of it. He is currently the brunt of the spear for BH3, leading the server in terms of kills with 15 to his name, and he wants a little bit more. Does get out-sniped by Warlord, but somehow secures the trade. He will get traded off himself on top of that as we hop on with Looney.
Looney knows Bastos is trying to sneak around. Regrouped with his teammates, though, is Bastos. Flag on the move once again for Bittersweet. You can see the sea of blue trying to push their way across the map, but Looney, he's playing protector right now. Gets one. Knows Asko's near him. Trade comes through. Flag potentially stopped right now. Warlord in a tricky spot. 1 versus 1 against Yume. Who's going to win this battle? It's going to be traded out, but Wootum is there. Is anybody in a position? No, BH3 could not get the return on that one. 2-1 now to Bittersweet. Nice bit of flag rallying from them.
Yeah, indeed. Bittersweet now, well, basically holding on to all of the cards. They've got another S7 to work with, freshly picked up by Wootum, and they've already spotted out so many players by that west courtyard, and it's going to be valuable that Warlord can chime in, and it definitely is. Wootum to bail him out, provide some of those necessary assists, chiming in on the team fights as well. So the defensive game right now for Bittersweet, I don't think they have much to worry about.
Wootum grabbing that QT middle map. Overwatch right now. No one in a position to take him down. Decides to just try and play his angles, try and take down Bastos, who's stuck in a tricky position. relocating to try and help his team out. Lume in a 2 versus 1. He gets taken down, but trades across the board. Only Wootum now left for Bittersweet, but he is in enemy territory. What can he do from this position? Opts to play Distractor right now, Tudor. Decides, you know what, I'm not taking a 3 versus 1 gunfight. I'm going to try and throw this flag out, try and play my life and just be a nuisance.
Yeah, exactly, because the BH3 side, they've also pulled Bittersweet's flag. So as long as both flags are technically out in the open, and as I say that, one of them will be returned. That is BH3's going back home. But at the exact same time, Bittersweet, they get the job done. So it's a full reset. We're back at square one, and we do have a fresh set of S7s on the board.
And the Quantum Translocator as well. All power plays up for grabs. Looney had the sniper rifle. Yume takes him down, so he's back in control of his weapon. Looks towards the spawn. It's a Bittersweet, but doesn't get the connection he needs to. Now, Wootum, once more with the S7 in his back pocket, decides to push up the map, realises a player weak for BH3, gets the kill, runs out with his life still intact. Just trying to get his shields back before he re-challenges, opting to look for any of the spawners coming through from BH3. There's so many players on his map, he doesn't know which one to choose. Gets cleaned up in the end. Bastos, nice double kill.
He's got 14 rounds in the S7. That's absolutely massive. And at this certain stage, yeah, he's basically picked up all of the empty magazines, and this S7 is just going to get passed around like a bottle of liquor. No one's going to know who actually has it by the end of the day. And whoever does have that S7 with rounds in the double digits is certainly going to have it as a massive boon on their side. Tricky gunfight for Zove to lock in as Asko will dispatch of him now, hopping on with Looney. Not exactly in the prime position to go for a flag pull. He's getting harassed and eventually put to rest.
Just less than 3 minutes left in this game. Bittersweet with the lead, but Bastos hit him a nice quick scope. Can he utilise that, get another one? No, he can't, but he's pushing up with his team. BH3 trying to get another flag here. They have Warlord to deal with. Wootum off spawn and Looney also towards back base. Next set of slaves could be crucial for the team in blue. Sunrise takes down Looney. He's still with his life. Warlord just playing as defensive as he can, trying to hold back this spawn. Players around him get taken down, and suddenly Bastos, he's left by himself with sniper rifle and a dream.
Yeah, exactly. Lack of intel really just doesn't work out for Bastos, and he realizes the reality. That S7 is going to have to go off the map alongside myself, and that's the only play that you can really go for. You can't let Bittersweet hold on to that S7 because you're still 1 point down, and you've only got 2 more minutes to try to tie things up and force the issue of an overtime. So BH3, they're going to have to kick into overdrive right now, but it's not really working out. Zove's got something to say about it, but Yume, he will eventually claim one, but immediately traded off yet again. Looney looking to stick it to Sunrise, doesn't quite actually work out in that gunfight. And now BH3, well, they're in a tricky situation.
Yeah, nice set of slaves though from BH3. They clear out their base. They've got to do it all over again. QT in the hands of Sunrise. He's got teammate support here, just trying to make sure that his base is clear before pushing up on the map. They don't have a lot of time left, only 1 minute 30 on the clock to get across. Trades coming through, that's not going to help them, but off screen, Yume have a sniper rifle. Bastos also getting some shots, and he decides to QT out. Brilliant play from him. Bastos also cleaning up Zove. The Slays are in favour of BH3 right now. This is their chance to move, but with 1 minute 18 on the clock, they still need to get another set of Slays before we can grab this flag.
Yeah, they really need Bastos to be very proactive with this S7. He just needs to at least soften up these Bittersweet players so they can be cleaned up by the bandits, but he's having a very tough time trying to tame that S7. Eventually he will take matters into his own hands, go for the flagpole, 2 unconnecting shots, but eventually he does get the job done. But they need a lot more than that because the rest of the team too far away to capitalize on that flagpole. It's a full reset yet again. 45 seconds left. The ball is in BH3's court.
One more chance for BH3 to push up on the map, but instead Wootum has other ideas. He's trying to play spoiler in the BH3 base. Both flags out right now. Wootum just trying to play his life, trying to regroup with his team, but both flags are going in the same direction. Who's going to win this engagement? This could be the crucial one. Finds Yume, can get the shots onto him. Still moving this flag as Wootum, a nice individual play from him. Gets the kill onto Sunrise, who is weak as well. Gets shots across the map. He's trying to do it all. Flags both still out for the side of BH3. Opting to go for a return is Asko. Does get taken down, so no one's in a position to really grab this flag for BH3.
No, indeed. Sudden death might not even be a possibility any longer. One flag will be returned, and so will the other. And that is Bittersweet locking in map number 1. They take it with a 2-1 scoreline, burning heads, faltering towards the very tail end of Argyle.
Yeah, great play there at the end towards Bittersweet, and that first flag grab really early doors for Bittersweet sort of cement themselves in the game. Eventually was answered back by BH3, but the pressure, I felt like whenever there's a slay or when Bittersweet had the numbers, they utilised the space map better.
Yeah, they did. And with that now in the rearview mirror, we are going to turn our attention towards the Street Slayer as well. And honestly, when we take a look at the slaying potential of both of these two squads, it's very evened out. I didn't really have any major complaints, but I do have to say that Bittersweet, they did play those power weapons just a little bit better. And especially because of the fact that we had one of those very awkward scenarios where just one random person in the entire lobby happened to pick up all of the S7 ammo that was scattered all across the map. It meant that it became a very, very greedy game, much more greedier than we're actually accustomed to seeing in Halo.
Yeah, but there's only open angles in Argyle. But S7, even if you're not utilising to get kills, you can watch many different angles, get information down for your map. And it's just one of those weapons where if you know the other team has the S7, knows it has both the sets of ammo as well, you've got to deal with that and where they are on the map. So you almost play a bit nervous because you're not too sure where that sniper's going to turn up.
Exactly, and at the end of the day, on top of intel gathering, what you really want to do with that S7 is to just hold down lines of sight and force the opposite team to take different, more unconventional routes to try to maybe instantiate some kind of flagpole, fatally funnel them into one part of the map, try to lay out a trap, something like that. But obviously, like I said, it's one of those situations that we don't see all too often, especially on Argyle and in CTF to begin with when there's an S7 out in the open. But it was a good watch overall. But moving into Slayer Streets right now, you think Bittersweet are going to be able to tie this one up, or is the advantage going to be taken?
Bittersweet did win quite a close 2-1 there on Argyle. They did outslay, but it's so tricky to say they outslay because of pure gun skill. A lot of the time, especially getting an early flag cap, it meant that you have BH3 who are on the back foot, so they have to make that aggressive plays. They have to play into Bittersweet's hands. So Bittersweet are going to outslay just playing defense most of the time. Going into Street Slayer, what I did like in the first game is both teams getting loud. Both teams were shouting across the stage. Right at the end, I heard one of Bittersweet guys say, "Why are you shouting?" But, you know, I like that hype to the gameplay. That's what you need on main stage, really. In the Street Slayer, just got to reset it. Slayer, both sides. You've got 8 players in the lobby who are all really good with gun skill. It's going to be those first engagements, cement yourself on the map, make sure that you're winning that first setup, and then just go from there.
Exactly. It usually boils down to who puts their best foot forward at the start of a Streets game, because there's a lot to play for and a lot of different bits of the map and weapons you want to get control of. That Spanker is going to be key. And speaking of Spanker utilization, I've got to say, so far this entire weekend, I'm most impressed with both Jimbo and Glory. So shout out to those two because they have been very consistent with the rockets. Very, very, seldomly have we actually seen like wasted rockets come out from those two specifically, but at the very start of yesterday, for example, during the open bracket and during the group stages, I was kind of disappointed by the performances of our Spankers.
Hey, look, if you've got the rockets and you're using the rockets, the other team doesn't have them. So even if you're not getting the shots you need to, you're effectively using the ammo to some good use. A wasted rocket is never a wasted rocket, because the other team doesn't get to use them.
Exactly. It's just like how I always love to say it, you know, it's like the toddler mentality. If I can't have it, then no one can. It's my toy.
Yeah, exactly.
It's my toy, Joe. You don't get it. You don't get it.
No. Just waiting for all players to be readied up and to go inside game 2. Just a reminder, this is for top 4. So both these twos guaranteed top 6. And we've got a game down a pit as well for top 4 to see who wins between these two teams on main stage and also the 2 teams down a pit. That's going to be bragging rights. Not just bragging rights, though. You just always want to win on main stage.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking of which, in case if you guys haven't really been keeping up with the events so far, maybe you've just freshly tuned in from home, what exactly are these teams playing for? Well, there's quite a couple of things. There's definitely 2 very, very important things that are the grand prize. We've obviously got a massive prize pool of 7.5k GBP, courtesy of both EuropaHalo as well as Quadrant. So thank you to them for providing a little bit extra in the prize pool overall. And despite the fact that we don't actually have the trophy physically like here, because it's like way over there and we can't just like, you know, yoink it and get off a camera, but if you do want to check out the trophy, make sure to go ahead and check us out on Twitter at EuropaHalo, where we basically filled up that entire page. Our entire Twitter feed is just that particular trophy, so go ahead and check it out if you haven't already.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful tune, isn't it? I mean, we both had a few photos ourselves with that, you know, maybe around the shoulders or something, you know.
Exactly. I even saw the Chief walking around with it the other day.
I did. I've seen that video of the Chief, actually, where he sort of walks up the stairs and walks and places it on the pedestal over there.
Yeah.
But alongside the action which is happening here and down the pit, we do have plenty of 8s going on as well, so it's nice to see all the community out still playing Halo. Even if you're knocked out of a tournament, you're either here in the crowd watching right now, or you're playing some custom 8s over over in the pit, and it's just been absolutely electric so far.
Yeah.
Going over to the pit is just like a different sort of world. As soon as you enter that area, especially when there were 7 games on the stations playing yesterday, you've got crowds forming around all these different teams. You get the noise as well, and it's just a pure passion you can sense and feel when you're down there.
Yeah, slowly but surely over the last 48 hours, give or take, people have been migrating a little bit more and more to the main stage as the open bracket boosts have obviously cleared out. But yeah, yesterday was completely wild. There was like barely any space to, shove your way through. Everyone was packed together like a can of sardines. It was absolutely wild to see it. It was good fun.
Yeah, exactly. Just still waiting for every single player to be locked and loaded into our game 2 of the losers round 4 for a place in top 4. Placing the loser semis here. Currently 1-0 up to Bittersweet, but it was a close affair. BH3, I'd say BH3, they're known for their speed normally, but I spoke to Looney before this in an interview when we had them, had Bittersweet on stage before, and he said, well, you want to always aim for first place, and every single game you go into, you want to be thinking that you're the better team. So that mentality, you can see that, especially in their comms, when we can hear them shouting. So when we're casting, right next to us, we've got the BH3 boys, and I'm hearing them clearer than I'm hearing you two most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, like, they're what, 4 or 5 meters, give or take, away from us?
Yeah.
I wish we could turn over the camera and just like show you how ridiculously close the actual stage is to us, but I mean, like, we could just walk up 2 steps and we're already there. But nah, unfortunately we can't do that. But still, it's been absolutely wild hearing some of the actual, communication from the teams, from the coaches sort of bleed through a little bit and just kind of getting a semblance. Obviously, I don't speak French, but from the other guys on the opposite side of the crowd, we can sort of piece together exactly, how the coaching style for Bittersweet is actually shaping up and how this actually affects the action taking place in the server.
Right, ladies and gents, Slayer on the streets, loading up. I can't wait for this one as well. Just before we get into this game, Tudor, if you're BH3 right now, what are you saying to the boys? How are you going to hype them up? How are you going to bring them back from that 2-1 defeat?
So obviously, if I were a coach, I think I would usually dig back into the history because this roster has so much potential. Throughout every single online tournament that they have participated locally in EuropaHalo, they have been consistently placing within the top 4. They won Gamers Assembly as a French LAN at the very, very start of the year, and for Pete's sake, they also played in Fort Worth in the open bracket. They are a very capable squad. They just have to dig back into it and really get properly started off. And speaking of kickoffs, it's not really good. They've lost out on the Spanker. It doesn't actually find a connection, but the Stalker Rifle does. Bastos immediately claims the life of 2. Not the 3rd, though, unfortunately. The triple not meant for him.
Trades back and forth for the start of our Slayer on street. Bittersweet regroup. Try to re-challenge, but Bastos with the Stalker Rifle. 2 kills already to his name, just trying to watch any players from Bittersweet pushing up the map. Not too sure if that Rockets is still in play in any of the players' hands, but
I think both might have been exhausted, but I'm not sure.
Potentially, either way, this game has slowed down.
To a snail's
push
pace.
Comes through. Yume, Sunrise also being taken down as well. Warlord pushing across the map. Slay's going favourite. Both teams traded once again. Same score, 1 kill lead still to BH3. Asko left by himself just momentarily. Push coming back through from Bittersweet from the outside part of the map. Warlord decides to back out of that one.
Yeah, exactly. Asko as well doesn't really want to take any splash damage from those nades and instead opts to regroup down towards the subway side. And the pack of wolves that is BH3, they're looking to make moves over towards ramp. A spotter comes on through. That's valuable intel that Bittersweet have gathered for a fraction of a second, and they're starting to act upon it as well. Woodham, though, he does get perfected by Asko, who's rotating back off looking for his next victim. Warlord, though, has slipped behind enemy lines, and unfortunately enough for Yume, he does get pummeled down.
Yeah, nice flank there from Warlord. Hasn't died yet as well. Got a killing spree to his name. Zove just trying to be the front line force for his squad. Trying to get information. Not going to be too overzealous right now. Backs away. Regroups once again with his team. You can see on the map as well, the rest of his team, they're trying to make a flank, they're trying to make a push across towards the arcade side of the map, but they're falling. Now suddenly Zove left, 1 versus 2. You can hear the BH3 boys, they're getting loud, they push through. Triple kill coming through from Bastos as well, and they've opened up this map.
That's a great collapse coming through from the Burning Heads. They isolated 2 players towards that terrace side, and then a door opened up inside of Subway. They just had to capitalize onto it, and I'm glad that they did. The gap currently sits at 2 as Yume is struggling to find a connection, and suddenly Bittersweet, they respond with their own threat of kills as they do remove 3 of those heads from the lobby. Warlord with the high ground, struggling to find a shot onto Yume. He will back off, and I feel like we're going to be in for a very grindy and slow-paced Slayer right here.
Yeah, right now that seems to be the case. All teams not wanting to give an inch. Yume decides to back away. Zove being the first person through, he cleans out. Slay's going back and forth, trades once again, going in favour this time of Bittersweet. Looney off screen with the rocket. Finally takes down a full squad right from BH3. Nice collapse there from Bittersweet, using those rockets to good effect.
Definitely so, and we will have the one smoke being picked up in the back pocket of Wutum. How is he going to utilize this? Because there are so many different advantages that you can gain by usage of those shroud screens. Either block off a line of sight to potentially mark up some kind of flank, or just do it the good old-fashioned way with your DMR. He will find Yume, and he's looking for a couple more players to click onto heads. Taps away, claims Sunriz before being traded off.
Bastos, with the help of Asco, take down Warlord, and once again trades back and forth between the two teams. So Bittersweet find themselves down in this one. 3 kills to the good is BH3. And it's almost like BH3, they're happy for the aggression to come towards them. They're happy to soak this pressure from Bittersweet. They now have a kill lead as well. They can just back out, choose when they engage, use their team shots to good effect. And you can see this with Bastos right now. He keeps relocating himself, rotating across the map, hearing his teammates call out and then going into action.
Yeah, exactly. All BH3 really need to do is wait for Bittersweet to get a little bit overzealous, potentially make a mistake, expose themselves. So then BH3 can capitalize right on top of that, and a trade does come on through, and suddenly the kill feed, it's a sea of blue. A response does come through from Zove, as he is the last player left alive. Asco, though, he is trying to hunt him down before the respawns come on through, and this is a very sketchy situation for Zove. He's so far away from his teammates, so far away from home. Eventually, he will be claimed, but it's a full team wipe. All 4 dead for Bittersweet.
Yeah, Zove was doing what he needs to do there. Player's life, be tricky, be a hard target. But his teammates fell around him, so even though he was doing a good job of staying alive, his teammates couldn't get the kills they needed to. And BH3, they've opened up this map. We talked about being slow at the start, but as soon as BH3 has started to get going, they haven't stopped.
Okay, and Looney salvages the Spanker. There is one more rocket left in the chamber, and he will deliver at least 1 kill. Not really the best potential, though. It was on an unshielded player, but at this certain stage, you have to take everything that you can get, and he's going to continue to push on through this subway side. Finds Asco and effectively clears out this portion of the map. Now it's time to 180, head back, and start fishing out BH3.
Yeah, nice set slays come through there for Bittersweet. They decide to push the spawners of BH3. But BH3, they're pushed back into a corner right now. All the swarm comes through, and suddenly they get the set of slays they needed to. They turn their eyes towards the spawners of BH3, excuse me, and now it's a tied game.
Indeed it is. A gap that was at about like 6 kills at that just a couple of moments ago is practically non-existent. As an even Steven trade comes on through, Bastos will deliver, shuts down Wutum to reestablish a lead for the Burning Heads, and they're going to try to propel this even further. Bittersweet looking for an immediate response. Bastos does fish out a couple of people towards his lower ramp side. Nades tossed on through and the Stalker picked up. He might actually be able to act upon this, but no, he immediately lit up and he has to fall back. He's in a very sketchy situation.
No push comes through though. His teammates doing a good job of forcing those players of Bittersweet into tricky engagements. Bastos still alive with this Stalker rifle. 4 kills to the good at BH3 as we get towards crunch time in this game. Nice shots onto Wutum as well. Still kept the score at 4 as it's traded out from Warlord. Once again, trades coming through, but trades will help out BH3 as they are in the lead of this game. Bastos just trying to be a nuisance, trying to play his life right now, Tudor. Just keeping relocating and around him, his teammates getting the slays.
Yeah, exactly. Bittersweet, they can't really hone him down. They can't get him on a leash, and they can't control him whatsoever. Yume with a fresh set of rockets finds one onto Lune, and now look at this. Bastos can feed that intel of those 2 players over towards ramp at the cost of Asco, unfortunately enough, but hopefully Sunrise will be able to actually act on that. The Stalker's fresh out. You gotta get gone, buddy.
Yeah, BH3 off screen got 3 kills uncontested. Looney left alone by himself. He should be cleaned out as well. And the speed is all in BH3's favour. Spawners come through. Bittersweet do answer back with 2 kills of her own. Zove in such a tricky engagement does get the slay onto Bastos. So Sunrise left alone. Zove gets away with his life, but it's perfect Halo now for Bittersweet. They only have 2 deaths to deal with right now. Tudor. Zove chooses to re-engage, grabs a Sentinel beam, but his teammate Wutum's fell around him. Trade comes through. BH3 get the win they need to. 50-45, and they have gone loud on main stage.
Indeed, it was mission critical, and BH3, well, they kept their heads cool and they prevailed. They tie up the scoreline in a blood-soaked bow. It is 1 map apiece, and unfortunately enough for Bittersweet, they kind of were on the back foot for the majority of that game. Yes, we saw a glimpse of hope. Yes, we saw a heartbeat and a sign of life come out for them as they did tie things up at a certain point. It was 32-all, it was 33-all, but they really just couldn't keep up.
Yeah, the slaying potential from BH3 was really good there. The speed as well, the reactive speed. After getting a full set of slays, they were already putting pressure on spawners as soon as they got that full squad wipe. They turned their face, they knew whether Bittersweet players were going to spawn. Bittersweet did a good job of defensive kills, and at one point, they tied it, as you said, at 32-32 or 33-33. Then BH3 decided, instead of pushing out, they're going to sit back, absorb the pressure, get a set of slays of Bittersweet, get map control again, and then they just went on from there to win the game.
Exactly. That is basically just, tactical brilliance at its best coming out from the side of BH3 to tie up the scoreline. And now, someone, unfortunately, is going to get left behind in this best of 5 as the lead will be reestablished. We're going to be moving into Strongholds on Recharge. This one should be really, really good fun. I'm excited for it. You have no idea. Genuinely.
Yeah, now it's all tied here in our losers round for BH3. They got momentum winning game 2, but it is a Slayer. And we saw what it was like in the objective game in our first round of CTF Argyle. Pretty close. You can never really sort of like gauge an Argyle. Because 2-1, although it is a close scoreline, 2-1 could be a massive win. One team could dominate and one team could just be struggling and manage to get one flag cap. Now, Strongholds, it does suit speed. And what we've seen in game 2 especially is BH3 have a plenty of that.
Exactly. Strongholds is an entirely different beast than CTF on Argyle. Doesn't really tell us the full story. It doesn't illustrate the whole picture, but Strongholds certainly should, as Bastos is looking to get right up in the faces of Bittersweet. That is a brilliant collapse towards this A elevator, and that is all 4 dead for Bittersweet. Burning heads, they've got B under their belts, they've got that active camo that was freshly spawned, and it's in the hands of Sunrise.
Not spotted the active camera of Sunrise. B captured. Wooten trying to do his best, mitigate the damage, capture this C home base. He does just that, but Sunrise still with camo in his hands, going to be trying to play nuisance right now, trying to get the spawners off Bittersweet. Knows Looney's weak. Looney can't do much in this gunfight, taken down as well. Bit of camo still left as he makes his way towards C base. Warlord decides to try and play his life, try and play the gunfights, does clean him out. Nice prioritization, but it's still BH3 with the lead.
Indeed, and despite the fact that Sunrise, well, got traded off and has 4 kills. Yeah, that active camo expired a little bit earlier than he would have liked. And we do have a shock rifle out in the open that's currently being held onto by Bastos. Nearly threads the needle towards that upper A side. And he's going to turn his attention towards Warlord. Yeah, I'm a bit confused about that one. That should have been a clean connection instead, but he's going to have to readjust for the next engagement. And I'm really liking this phantom presence that Bittersweet are employing. They've got a couple of bodies hidden up towards this pipe side, but they're soon to be challenged and now cleared out.
Bit of disrespect coming in from Sunrise. He is 5 for 1 in this game. A and C set up at the moment for BH3, but make that a triple cap. B secured across to them as well. Bittersweet trying to make their way back towards this C base. They will capture this one, but you can see already Asco, Sunrise, they're making their push towards the C base themselves, trying to put the pressure towards his home base.
There's hardly any defense. Wootem is basically all on his lonesome, and now Warlord is going to have to join in on the fun team shots. They're right on the money, and now Sunrise recognizes that he's going to have to forfeit that entire engagement. Can't really commit to it whatsoever, and he'll have to now go back on the defensive, and he's got to do it soon because A is almost converted, now just locked in, and B is being contested. He will at least alleviate some of the tension off of BH3's shoulders, but is not enough just yet.
Looney won a nice 1 versus 1 to capture that A point, but no one at C for Bittersweet. It should be converted for BH3. Looney trying to play his life, doesn't get there. Now in comes Warlord, trying to get some shots towards the players at C. They've got them trapped towards the area, but rightfully so and smartly, he decides to try and help out his teammate Wootem. Big kill from Wootem, but he hopped out of a hill, so he has to wait an extra second before he can capture this one.
Yeah, the progress got reset, but he's going to lock in the B cap either way, so that is completely fine and dandy for Bittersweet, but they need to hold on to the setup for just as long as humanly possible because they've still got a gap of 60 points. Unfortunately, Warlord can't really nail that getaway, and he does get caught mid-air like a clay pigeon, and Looney is now going to rotate back up, looking for his next bit of contention, and I think he's got C in his sights, but he can't do it alone. He will have to wait for Warlord, and now together they can push, deal with Asco, and a C cap should be in the works.
Got Bastos though at B, trying to do a bit of rotation. C not captured across some Bittersweet, so nice defense from BH3. They're back in the trip cap once again. They have B side of map in control as well. All with players in Bittersweet spawning towards A.
Yeah,
Gonna capture this one for free, but suddenly now they've got to push out. All 4 players on the map trying to contest towards this A side. Bastos backs away, doesn't need to re-engage. Teammates getting the kills around him. He can then re-challenge when he gets his shields back. When all the players in Bittersweet are weak. Nice collapse coming through BH3, but can they get the kills? There goes Looney. Warlord left alone by himself. Should be cleaned out. Shots coming through from behind. Nice set of slays. Rutum does get the final kill. Vote A won't be converted, but it's still BH3 with the lead and with control.
Yeah, I was about to touch on the fact that BH3 were right to actually respect the shock rifle presence at the top of that A-side elevator, and eventually they did decide to get a little bit greedy, go for the push, and unfortunately it didn't quite work out the way they initially planned. But a B convergence coming out for Bittersweet is really what they need at this certain stage, because BH3, they're just about to surpass that halfway mark. They've in fact reached it. And what else? Sunrise, he's got an active camo, a wolf in sheep's clothing, but dispatched immediately. That is good. Good control coming out from Bittersweet to put out a very, very nasty fire.
Whilst that's going on, BH3 did capture B. We're all spawning up towards that B side. C, next point of contention for Warlord. Does capture that one for free. Decides to back away with his life. Battle's going across towards A as well. In favour of Bittersweet. Trades across the board, but currently Bittersweet holding A and C, so that will suit them. Sunrise left by himself. Opts will be a bit of a distraction here. I like this play actually. Waits for his teammates to come through. Waits for more players, more mans, and more bodies on the hill. Capture this one for free.
Oh, remote dead. Almost actually found at least a handful of kills right there. The timing was a little bit off. The stars didn't quite align, but still, Warlord, he can afford to get very aggressive and continuously apply pressure. He's got 2 players in his sight. That's Sunriz and Asko collapsed upon, cleaned up by Zove and Looney respectively. Now the door to C is open. Bittersweet might just be able to lock in their first trip cap of the game so far.
I like that prioritization from Warlord. Gets for slays, decides not to push back with his team and go towards that home base. Now triple cap in favour of Bittersweet. This lead, which we saw at about 100 points at one point, now slowly coming back in favour of the team in red. Warlord just trying to play anchor, just trying to play reactionary almost. 2 players in BH3 down to Yume by himself. Wutum's there, gets the reset. So this triple cap still being held from Bittersweet.
Yeah, wishful thinking coming out from Yume, but I believe he only meant to serve it as a distraction. And BH3, they try to cap A, but unfortunately, they fall at the very last couple of meters from that hurdle, and they just get flushed out. The progress on A, reset. The progress on B, reset as well. BH3 are starting to falter, so much so that Bittersweet, they're back in the lead themselves now.
BH3 still holding the triple cap again, and you can see the players from Bittersweet. You can see the players in Bittersweet, they're just waiting for BH3 to react, try and get towards a home base, and then they collapse once again. A, B still in control of the team in red. C captured for 3, but they still need to get one more hill before they can start capping. Slays once again going in favour of Bittersweet. Zove trying to be Overwatch for his team. Yume gets killed off screen as well. So once again, Bittersweet, they're holding this setup. 3 dead again.
Indeed, Asko, man on a mission, all on his lonesome, and eventually he will get taken care of by Looney. No one's gonna cap that A site, not on his watch. And the question is, what are the rest of BH3 up to for the time being? Trying to make moves over towards B. It all looks very disconnected right now in the BH3 camp, but that might have just been an open door, as Bastos will secure the A site narrowly just moments away, and no one from Bittersweet can contest. So BH3, they've got the majority yet again.
Big 1 versus 1 for Bastos there. Sort of calms ahead to this team. We do have a setup, it's A and C. Now Bittersweet, they're going to try and collapse on this hold from team in blue.
Oh.
Eventually Bastos cleaned up from a flying through Warlord, but Sunrise still in position. He's going to have to back away. A should be captured once again for Bittersweet, but players in BH3, they're still in position to try and do something about it.
Yeah, Yume couldn't respond in time to all of that pressure being applied to the A side, so BH3, they do lose out on it. And Bittersweet, they're about to hit the 200-point mark. They are very damn close to closing this one off. As Bastos and co, well, they just get cleaned up inside of that pipe side. What should have been a potential open door, a potential gap for them to close off, well, completely gone into the void. As Bittersweet, they continue to mount the pressure. They're not giving BH3 any room to breathe. They are practically suffocating under this BS pressure. This Bittersweet pressure is insurmountable.
Every second that Zove plays his life right now is just an annoyance for BH3. They have to try and find him. They're either going to leave him and go towards this A side, but he's going to try and regroup with his team. Wooten gets taken down. Nice set aside from BH3. They have captured A and C. They've stopped the bleeding, but only 20 odd points left for Bittersweet before they win this game. They've turned this one around, and Zove just is doing such a good job right now, just trying to play a nuisance player's life as much as he can. He's finally cleaned out, but around him his teammates have rallied. They still got control of his B, but BH3, they're trying to answer back.
Yeah. Good stuff coming out from Zove as well, realizing that that C site was completely understaffed, but BH3 are finally starting to get a little bit more tempo in their responses. They still keep the dream alive for the time being on Recharge. Warlord better in that duel, just a little bit better, but 234 and counting for Bittersweet, and 2 contested points now on the cards for BH3. We've got Sunrise over towards B. He successfully caps that, and A, it doesn't really matter at this certain point. BH3, they need to play to not lose right now.
One more hold BH3 have. If they drop this once again, then they just waiting for Looney's corner right now. Looney trying to play sneaky. Zobe's going to be cleaned up, but still a reset. Great play from Looney, and Wootum gets a kills as well. Just played the corner perfectly. One more set of pushes, and it's all up to Yume. He's left by himself, so weak he shouldn't be able to get anywhere near this capture point. B being secured as well. Bittersweet. They come back from a 100-point deficit to win our game 3.
Indeed they do. BH3 started off so damn strong, reaching 125 in what felt like record time, but suddenly they just started to falter. I don't know if it was something in the communication, something in the back camp, or if they just basically just got outplayed by the opposite side. Bittersweet, they turned up seemingly out of nowhere to pull the rug from underneath the feet of BH3.
BH3 started so well, and as soon as they got on that triple cap around the 30-point mark for Bittersweet, it just seemed like they were rattled. There's a lot of individual plays, a lot of 1v1s they lost. Potentially, I saw some players maybe pushing towards B, whilst other players tried to push towards A. They weren't prioritising just one stronghold. They were trying to win maybe 2v2s, and it just wasn't working out. And when you're getting triple capped as well, you spend that time at respawn screen, suddenly that 100-point margin is going to get cut in half so quickly, and before you know it, you're blinking, and you've got the pressure of knowing Bittersweet. They've almost tied your lead.
And despite the irony of this being a territorial game mode, sometimes the divide and conquer strategy doesn't really work out in these instances, and sometimes you just have to accept the fact that together as a pack of wolves it might work out a little bit better, and then you can properly apply pressure, convert certain sites, some of those strongholds, and then just hold down, bunker down, hold down the fort. That's really the only responsibility you have to do as a team. And eventually for BH3, the main storyline got converted into a whole bunch of separate side quests, unfortunately, throughout the map.
And now we look towards game 4, Oddball live fire. One point here for BH3. They had the momentum going into game 3. They won the game 2. Pretty confident as well. They were getting loud, and suddenly that loudness has just been sort of mitigated out. You can hear Bittersweet a bit more confident in their comms, shouting across stage. But Oddball, time to reset. It's still a 2-1 series, and you've got those rounds to play with as well. You can be a bit aggressive, you can try and work one strategy in that first round, and you have that comfortability of knowing there's another round to go.
Yeah, definitely so. And for BH3 right now, I guess the only thing you can really do is just put everything back in the rearview mirror, forget it ever happened in that previous map, and try to really, really get loud in this next one, because towards the very end of that last game, they started to get hella quiet, and that is not something that they can afford to do, because their backs are now against the wall. This is a lower bracket matchup as well, so both of these two teams facing potential elimination, but BH3 much more threatened than Bittersweet.
Jumping on board now, game 4, 1 win. All Bittersweet needs towards getting and locking themselves as the top 4 team here at EuropaHalo Blackpool. Wootum taken down. Sniper rifle now locked in by a player from BH3. It's going to be Sunrise. Just trying to play his life, try and regroup, try and see where his teammates are to try and maybe potentially back up. But now, trying to watch the sight lines towards Overshield. Just by himself, though, Tudor, finally getting the help he needs to, but all the Bittersweet players, they're over towards his power-up.
Oh, this is actually brilliant coming in from the side of Bittersweet. Narrowly finds a connection with the S7, though, but at the very least, they have drawn out Sunrise to commit to expending some of those S7 shots, so there's going to be a little bit less in the tank, but pixels away from shutting down Lune, just narrowly scampers off with that oddball and gets it up the tower, and that's so crucial for Bittersweet because all 4 players for the Burning Heads are completely dead. This is free progress.
Yeah, BH3 wiped off the map. Have to retry again. Now Bittersweet have the setup they need. Looney back towards tower. No sniper rifle to play with if you're BH3. And you've got 3 guns of Bittersweet just locking down every single angle. BH3, they're trying to find a pick before they push up. They can't find anything. Asko finally making his way forward. Looney decides to throw this one up the map. Smart play from him. He gets the kill as well. He can hear him getting loud. The Slay's going in favour still of Bittersweet. That ball reset. Finally, BH3. They get some control on the map. Get some shots. I'm not too sure why Yume didn't shoot Zove there. But either way, Slay's come in favour of BH3. They should get at least some time with Oddball.
Yeah, indeed. And they have got a smoke to cover off their retreat, trying to, well, heist that Oddball out of harm's way. Wutum to challenge, and unfortunately, it doesn't go his way. They were thinking about potentially getting that towards dummies and that tower side, but now, yeah, maybe even towards, well, the lobby side, the garage. They've got plenty of options to play with, but indecision will cost Yume his life.
I think that was more Yume waiting for his teammates to spawn up and see where they were spawning. He just guessed one way and it wasn't right.
Yeah.
Slays traded across the board. On board with Looney now. Helps out his teammate Warlord, who should grab this overshield. Once again, Oddball in hand for Bittersweet. Opting to rotate towards garage. Has Warlord as a protector, and with this OS, trying to utilise it. All players at BH3 making their moves down bottom middle, trying to push towards Bittersweet, but Warlord's got to answer now. Should get the cleanup onto Bastos, takes him down. Drops down towards bottom middle, but his players, they're rotating once again.
Oh, a little bit messy, and he might take a little bit of damage from those nades that he tossed out himself. And yeah, Warlord only finding 1 kill throughout the entire duration of that OS. Not all too great. And as a result, BH3, they are going to walk away with the oddball. Needler is good for at least 1 frag onto Asko, and BH3, with this particular setup, they have the potential to play the ball and get it out in case the kitchen gets too hot. That's exactly what happens. The collapse was right on the money for Bittersweet. Now BH3, until they get back in, Bittersweet, they kind of just have the opportunity to play around, and they actually get their hands on the skull first.
Yeah, it was the right move from BH3 to throw it off the map, but all players foul, so no one was there to contest the reset. And now Oddball back towards tower. Board with Wutum, he's got Sniper. Watching all the angles he can, seeing where BH3 are going to push, and Looney, he's ready, he's primed to throw this one off the map, doesn't need to just yet. Wutum's hitting his shots, backing away, still ball in play. Bastos decides to throw it off the map himself actually, so that ball's reset. Wutum hits for no scope. Bittersweet still in contention with his game. He's got a player behind him. Doesn't hit the no-scope back. Bastos cleans him up.
Indeed. That first kill, though, try to convince me that Halo Infinite isn't a scary game with jump scares in it. That was quite wild as a no-scope overall, and Bastos is going to give it a good old-fashioned try himself. Doesn't find the connection onto Zofe. Takes a couple of warning shots in response, but he has to actively contest this OS for BH3's sake. They are 55 points down, and they're going to make a move for the OS. Smoke is good. Yume is able to collect, but unfortunately, that's at the expense of Bittersweet taking the skull.
Yeah, Wutum had a nice flank there, taking down a BH3 member. Now, Looney just trying to rotate this, but rotating in to the hands of BH3.
No!
Gets a couple of seconds, that's fine. I think that was purpose.
Okay.
Because he had 2 players from BH3 pushing down towards him with the OS. He was the last person alive, and by him holding the oddball as he falls off the map, he maybe have gained an extra second.
Yeah.
But off the base of that, Bittersweet, no one alive, no one to contest this reset of the ball. BH3 potentially could have their first setup of the game.
I genuinely thought there was some kind of like pixel perfect angle that he was trying to get there and maybe just kind of cheese the game a little bit, but apparently nah, the game is completely fine. Hopping on with Yume though, that overshield just freshly expired, and he will eventually stick it to Zove, who I believe has dropped the Heatwave Wutum to challenge as well. Yume is going to have to tuck his tail between his legs, head back for the hills, regain his shields, and now with a whole bunch of red silhouettes on the opposite side of his LOS, he's got plenty to munch on his plate, but he's getting peppered up, doesn't find a stick with the nade from the grave, and Bastos regains control of the skull. They achieve 50 points, but there's still a lot to get done for the Burning Heads.
Oddball control depleted for the side of BH3. 2 kills they come from Sunrise to answer back. Warlord claims ahead himself. Decides to back away. Regroup. Recharge his shields. That Oddball's in such a tricky place right now, Tuna, because it's right out in the open. Both teams almost need to get a set of slays before even touching it, and maybe they won't even try and opt to go for it, and trying to opt to go for that overshield, which is coming up in about 20 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. 20 seconds of utter carnage outside of this garage end, and now Sunrise with a potential backstab. He will be found out. He's the last player alive now that the rest of his crew are starting to rejoin the server off that respawn screen, and the oddball, well, it has gone untouched for too long, so it's been freshly reset, but now the overshield, it is going to be a huge factor, and immediately Bittersweet, they beat BH3 to the punch. It will be Warlord to slap it onto his chest, and now BH3, they should be shivering.
But BH3 have 3 players and Warlord's just by himself. Nice prioritization there. Nice swarm from BH3. taking down the overshield member of Warlord. And all players down for Bittersweet just for a moment there. Now, 1 versus 1, Wooten wins his gunfight. Zove wins his as well. Oddball down bottom middle once again. Wooten just trying to back away. Nice win against Yume. Should get this one in rotation. Has sniper up as well. Opts to throw the ball towards his teammate Warlord. Relocate with this sniper. Try and get the spawners of BH3. Misses for headshot onto Sunrise. Gets the body shot on Asko. Nice shot from Wooten. Can he hit another one? Not quite. It does get taken down.
Unfortunately for Wootum, he does die, but he did get paid out massive dividends from that trade deal. Walked away with the skull, walked away with the S7, and now Bittersweet, unfortunately, they do lose out on 4 players. Fresh oddball reset, Sunrise first to claim it all to himself, and he's just going to get up to high ground to safety, play the ball if absolutely necessary, and he does get peppered up a little bit, drops all the way down instead, still has a skill jump available to him, but maybe on the second attempt. For now, though, this is valuable progress that Burning Heads are claiming.
Yume. Cleared out a few Bittersweet pet members pushing towards BH3, pushing towards Sunrise. Opting to rotate now. Tower, maybe a bit too cautious. Deciding to regroup with his teammates here towards Garage. Heatwave in the hands of Yume. So jump on board towards Bastos, who's engaged in some gunfights right now. Warlord playing his life. Sunrise stuck in such a tricky position. And because they rotated, they no longer have the option of throwing the oddball off the map, which means that Bittersweet get the slays they need to, and they can try and collapse on this oddball. But instead, BH3, they get the slays they wanted. Now they've taken the lead in this first round.
Indeed. 1 point gap. Bittersweet, they need to get their hands on Winston, at least for 1.5 seconds to lock in a couple of points. 4 players dead for BH3 is the perfect window of opportunity for Bittersweet to get exactly that done. They could even just hold on to it for the next couple of seconds and just reach the full 100 points. Where is the response from BH3? Nowhere to be found. And suddenly, Yume, he challenges, and Zove is forced to drop the skull. It's not locked in just yet. BH3 might be able to claw this one back, but it's getting dodgy. It's getting sketchy. An even trade comes on through, and not even Asko's close enough to respond. It's gonna be a race to get this skull.
Yeah, Looney on your screens right now gets a trade as well. Trades back and forth between both teams. Yume taken down. Oh, he's towards the oddball right now. Picked up. That's all you need to do. The double beatdown from Zove is going to secure it. Bittersweet getting loud off the main stage. Round 1-1. But it was a close one there. But BH3 couldn't get it done. Trades go in favour of Bittersweet towards the end of that one. And they lock it in. 1-0 up in this game.
I genuinely can't believe that was only the first round of oddball. I forget that this is a best of 3 within a best of 5. And there's still much more action to come. If that was close, then imagine how the rest of these next 2 potential rounds at a maximum could actually pan out. S7 gonna get picked up by Sunrise. Now that he's dealt with Zove, that is 3 dead on the side of Bittersweet. This is the start that BH3 needed.
Warlord escape with the Heatwave though. Overshield coming up. Sniper rifle in the hands of Sunrise. Misses the shot he needs to. Backs away. Doesn't play his life. So now, in position, get this overshield as well, is Bittersweet. They have the oddball control too. So BH3, they've got to play reactionary right now.
They've got everything. They salvaged the S7 from the cold dead hands of Sunrise. They've got the OS and the skull, as you mentioned. BH3 now very clearly off on the back foot, and Looney's just going to get pushed out of the situation. He can still actively contest. As Asko and Sunrise, they've been caught off guard with their pants around their ankles. An even trade comes on through, and it only benefits Bittersweet.
Yeah, 1 player left alive, and that's Bastos for a moment for BH3. Zove top middle, just trying to see where the spawners are coming through for the blue team. Just holding down his angle, seeing where they are. Asko caught towards back of base. He's going to decide to back away, but look at the screen. 3 players down for Bittersweet.
Yeah.
Suddenly Zove left by himself. He's going to try and escape with his life, and he's not going to be able to do it. So BH3, the Amps are back. They finally get some oddball control. They're rotating towards tower right now, Tudor.
Yeah.
Just trying to get that first set of slays, get into a good setup, which is what they need.
Indeed. Action still continues on in the background for the time being, but BH3, they got plenty of room and plenty of time to work with. Missed S7 shots, costly mistake for Looney. It drops, and now Sunrise has that power weapon available. What can he cook up with it? Yume's also starting to get pressured all the way back down underneath tower, and he will reset the ball at the very least, and it will be picked up yet again by Bittersweet. They're going to rotate it back off. It is a good lead that BH3 have built up, but is not enough. And now Sunrise, you can't stop idling around with that S7. You need to get active.
Yeah. Just seeing who's going to be the first team to flinch right now. Overshield up on the map. 2 players weak for Bittersweet. Sunrise gets the kill onto 1. Warlord decides to back away with his life. He engagement down here towards bottom middle. Heatwave in the hands of Warlord. Needed a reload. Sunrise taken down. But no one's still controlling this oddball. First person to try and grab it is a Bittersweet member. Asko somehow won. I don't know how he won those 2 engagements there to get the double kill. Missed shots across the ball there from Bittersweet. The
Yeah.
Slays go in favour of BH3 off the back of that one. Heatwave in their hands as well. Oddball rotating back towards tower.
This is perfect for BH3. Everything that could have gone their way has went their way. They hold on to all the cards. Yume threading the needle with one more round left to play. Don't disappoint us. Unfortunately, we can't have it all perfect on land, but he's still having one hell of a game, to say the damn least. Bittersweet now on the back foot as Bastos has got the high ground. Looney to contest as well. He just gets propelled straight off and claimed by Asko.
Yeah, Asko, frontline defence, gets a trade. And I liked that play there from BH3. They didn't go too cautious and throw the oddball off the map. They realised they had the numbers.
Yeah.
Even though Looney was engaging right next to the oddball carrier, they decided to play their life, play that ball, keep it in their hands, and not throw it off the map. On off the back of that, they got 20 extra seconds. They also have the sniper rifle. They also have the Slays going in their favour. This round 2 is looking a lot different to the first round.
Yeah, I think BH3 want to rotate this over towards green, but they need Sunrise to chime in yet again. Bastos realizing that this tactic has failed. He's going to reset that oddball because Sunrise, there you go. There's one connection, and Zove will fall. Unfortunately for Sunrise, he will be traded off. So that S7 is out in the open. 87 points locked in for BH3. They are very damn close to tying up this match in round count. And what can Asko accomplish right now? He narrowly finds one onto Zove, gets traded off, and the OS is now the top priority.
Yep, OS about to be in play. Oddball also back on its spawn point. This should be Bittersweet. Despite that nice set of plays there from BH3,
Ooh.
first to react is going to be Bittersweet, but they've got a lot of points to catch up on, and Wootum's all been taken down to Asko. Once again, this could be game over. Zove's got to react with his sniper rifle, got to try and chase down the player from BH3, and all Asko's doing is trying to rotate across the map, get the extra seconds. He should be able to get this one. No one in position to deal with it right at the last second. Only one more point here for the oddball to carry, and there's no player from BH3 close to it, so Zove somehow keeps it alive. OS there for Bastos. Can he do anything about it? Yes, he can. Can he get the oddball control? No, he can't quite yet. Still 1 second left for Bittersweet. They've got to play perfect Halo.
Indeed. Hold the phone because we are not done just yet. Looney's looking to get Winston out of harm's way. He will take down Asko as well, but now a swarm of blue silhouettes looking to claim that skull, all for BH3. 99-18. And even if we need all 2 minutes, it's still going to get very rough. You may have the window of opportunity. He has the ball, and that's round number 2 locked in for the Burning Heads. We're going all the way.
Wow. That was a close one there at the end. Zove doing all he could to try and capture some semblance of control for Bittersweet, but in the end, BH3, they lock in that final second. Now we're going to that final round of oddball. All square once again. Both teams trying to contest this sniper rifle early doors, but it's already 2 players from the side of Bittersweet. They've fallen. Warlord down to no shields, decides to back away, try and play his life, but Yume's hunting for him. Tries and does take him out. Sniper rifle also in his hands too. Ooh. And control early now as the game settles to BH3.
Yeah, Yume can just sit back towards this lobby window and farm a couple of players on the side of Bittersweet should they try to attempt to nick that OS. Lune desperately needs it as well. He's taking the brunt of a boatload of nades. The smoke will be dropped, but it's not even Bittersweet smoke, and they're just going to capitalize off of that instead. And they get the OS all to themselves, utilize it pretty well, but Yume from afar out-snipes the OS, deals with it instantaneously.
Ball down. BH3, Bittersweet with control, rotating this oddball back towards tower, their favoured setup on this map. Looney just trying to play spoiler right now, towards top mid of the map. Knows he's got a bit of time to set up before BH3 decide to push. 12 uncontested seconds, make that 13 and counting. Looney now behind the players of BH3 as they push up the map, but he isn't even shooting his gun, doesn't need to. BH3 players are falling, and now left by himself is Wootum. Decides not to throw that oddball off the map just yet. Sunrise in a tricky position. Wootum just trying to play his life. Sunrise does a good job at cleaning him out, but Looney comes back, helps his team, and once again, tower control momentarily is with Bittersweet.
Yeah, a little bit late to the party is Looney, but that's completely fine. Bittersweet now looking much more alive than the previous round, and speaking of the previous round, BH3 erupted, and Looney just propels Yume off the map. Not what you want to see, not what you want to have happen, but BH3 back with a vengeance. 3 dead for Bittersweet. Just a moment ago, they do get their hands on the skull, and they can rack up points yet again, but the fresh OS is up in 5 seconds, and they're already prepared for it. Smoke has been dropped, and already one player is right there to claim it.
No one really from BH3 in a position to deal with that. And there goes Zove flying off the map. He's sent back to respawn screen. Slay's going in favour once again of BH3. And what I see, when BH3 have this setup, they controlled it for about 70 seconds first time they had it. They're so comfortable when they get into this tower side. They had OS as well, and the Slays in their favour.
Yeah, exactly. Just seems that, especially in history, you know, BH3, they were very experimental with the way that they played oddball on live fire. They were willing to go for A holds, for B holds over by green, but yeah, they found a home by the sniper tower, and it seems to work the best for the majority of teams as well, and for good reason. Sunrise does get pummeled down, even 2v2. That repulsor doesn't actually deal any damage to Wutum, gives him a hot second to respond, and it will be Bittersweet with control of that skull yet again.
Yeah, that's all thanks to Wutenberg. He gets a triple kill basically by himself, clears out BH3 from tower, allowing Bittersweet to grab that oddball and rotate towards him off of spawn. Now sniper rifle up any second now. Yume trying to grab this one. Rotation comes through from Bittersweet. I'd like to see him stay towards his tower side just in case they have the pressure to throw this off the map. Because Wutum is cleaned up, oddball still in play for both teams. The rotation hasn't fully came through. Looney left by himself against Bastos. Bastos has to run away, regroup with his squad. Oddball back in control once again, a Bittersweet, but it's not a comfortable setup.
No, Nate also finds Bastos, so a good little bit of util. And Yume, gets away at just the right moments, and Asko, he will eventually claim the trade on top of that, but from behind, it's the S7 to strip his shields, and he will be claimed by Warlord. Now, Bittersweet once again back in the driver's seat. They're going to apply the brakes, repulsor back up so that Warlord has that high ground to work with, and he can start to just exert so much phantom pressure. Thanks to that S7, pixels away from perfection, but he does deliver the second time around.
Yeah, Bittersweet, if they can get it towards this ocean side of the map, they can throw it off, and they do exactly that, reset the oddball. Pressure came through, they have a 40-point lead. But BH3 trying to grab this OS, trying to sneak away with it. Looney's going to get cleaned up. OS could be huge. It hasn't been used just as of yet. BH3 should have this one and should have controlled the oddball.
Yeah, Wutum is too far away to capitalize on that. OS just basically lying on the ground cold, so it will fall to BH3. They have got the skull as well, and they should be able to get plenty of progress, especially with Sunrise looking to get right up in their faces. He was stuck, and that is going to negate his entire OS. He will be traded off. Then Bittersweet once again back in control. 80 points and counting, and they could comfortably shut this one off right here and right now.
BH3, potentially one more push left in this game before they lose and are out of our tournament. This is do or die. No pressure towards any player. Bittersweet right now, and the time is ticking right now. Decides to throw it off the map. Only 4 seconds left. That ball is reset. Who's going to be there first? It's Yume versus Looney. Big 1 versus 1. Who's going to win it? It's going to be Yume. But back behind him, Warlord. All he needs is a couple of seconds. Can he hold this oddball? All players of BH3 are cleaned out. Should be game over. Bittersweet with the 3-1 win. They progress through to our losers semi-finals. They're going to place at least top 4. Yeah. I mean, it looks scrappy, but in the end, they get the job done.
Indeed, they do. Commiserations to BH3. Unfortunately for them, it is yet another LAN event that they don't end up at where they really wanted to be, and it's unfortunate because they truthfully did play their hearts out. They put up one hell of a performance, but Bittersweet just that much better, and it was a damn close affair at the exact same time. We went the full distance in that oddball game altogether, and I love the fact that BH3, they just got a shot of life in them in that second round as well. They looked indomitable, they looked unstoppable, but then suddenly Bittersweet managed to get them under control.
Yeah, I mean, if you tuned in for round 1 and you tuned in for round 2 of that
night and day difference.
Complete difference. You'd see 2 different teams and 2 different play styles almost working in favour of both of them. But in the end, Bittersweet, they get the job done. Yeah. And although it was tricky, it was scrappy at times, you know, all it matters at the end is that they win the series.
Yeah, indeed. It was one hell of a game altogether, but we do have an interview lined up in just one hot second because we're going to get one of the lads from Bittersweet to just take this headset off of my head. So I'm going to go ahead and disappear. I'm going to vanish because I am Spanish. So why don't you bring yourself in here?
It's back again, ladies and gents.
Oh, God, I'm here again.
Because he keeps winning. Looney, what a series, man.
Yeah, I played terrible, though.
In that oddball game, I wanted to touch on one point. Round 2.
Don't talk about that. I couldn't get a kill.
Round 2, 99 points BH3 had. And then somehow Zove made a play to keep it alive just for a second. Yeah. But in the end, it fell towards the side of BH3. So once you've just lost that round 2 game, how'd you reset for round 3 to go on and win it?
To be fair, round 2 was 100% my fault. I couldn't get a kill. I couldn't do anything. So after that round, I just said to the boys, that was my fault. We'll win next. Yeah. And the thing is with me, every time I say something, it always happens, and that's what happened.
Oh, wow. Humble, sort of, I guess. But overall, how do you find the series? I mean, it was a close one. The Slayer going over the side of BH3.
Yeah.
Some of the OBJ.
Oh, that's
games.
Slayer though. Oh, don't. It's a
I've got to talk
Slayer.
about
Whatever.
The whole series. I can't
Whatever.
forget some of the games.
Whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. So, how is your confidence with your team now that you won that?
Truth be told, it was weird because we actually scrimmed them before we came to this event. We scrimmed them on Thursday. We all traveled down on Friday. And I remember all of us, there's 3 of us on Xbox, and I think Wuta might have been playing on VSync on PC, so just try and emulate like what it's like, and we got steamrolled by them. But I remember I said to the boys, this torture is worth it, because we scrimmed the entire week on Xbox, so I said, this torture of us getting destroyed is worth it, because when we get to LAN, we'll be the most adjusted, and I think that proved it, I guess.
Yeah. On the main stage as well. It's the 3rd time I've casted Bittersweet so far.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, potentially could be another time. As you're going through. Now guaranteed at least top 4.
Yeah, top 4.
I spoke to you before and said, where do you aim to be in this tournament? You said top 1. Is that still the goal?
Of course, yeah, that's definitely otherwise why am I here, right? So it doesn't matter who we play. But like I said, you said that, but my point is it's not exactly top 1, but to be in the tournament for as long as possible and to play as much Halo as possible. That's why I'm here.
Yeah, that's a good answer, that is.
Yeah.
How are you finding working with your team? Have you got any shout-outs, anything? How does it feel to work with this form?
Okay, Wutum the Beast, alright, MNK Savage, Scoob, go away. Then you got Zove, don't get in front of him, he'll 5-shot you. Then you got Stu, who's just like always flanking you, and he get the cleanup kills, he gets the overkills, all that kind of stuff. And you got me, who just looks like an idiot there.
All right, it's been absolutely awesome. Anything else before we close off?
Sorry?
Anything else before we close off? Anything else to shout out?
No, once again, shout out to Bittersweet. Cade, I love you, man. Alex, you're probably watching right now. It's probably really late in Taiwan, but, I appreciate it. Then thanks everyone at EuropaHalo.
Awesome. That was very sweet. Right, cheers, guys. After intermission, we'll be back with more Halo action, so we'll see you then.
Here at BNSC, we offer a range of cybersecurity programs suitable for everybody. For those wanting to gain entry into the sector, or for those already working in the sector who wish to upskill and progress their careers. At level 2, we offer an entry-level program which gives you the basic understandings around cybersecurity. If you wish to continue your journey, you can progress to one of our level 3 programs, including the Fast Track to Degree program, which will gain you entry to our brilliant programs at University Centre. Our brand new T-level in cybersecurity will offer you a 2-year program which not only teaches you the knowledge around cybersecurity, but also gives you the chance to undertake a work placement in a real cybersecurity business.
If you're an employer and you have staff members you're looking to upskill, we also have an amazing range of apprentices. If you're looking for something a bit more short-term, as a member of the Cisco Training Academy, we also offer CCNA short courses in cyber ops and network security, which are available to anybody.
The tutors are very supportive, very knowledgeable. They know what they're doing and help out a lot. The equipment is very good, probably some of the best equipment for networking and cybersecurity that we can really get our hands on.
If you want to find out more about any of our cybersecurity products, you can click the link, check out our social media feeds, or give us a call and we'll be happy to help you.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the stream. Look, a very familiar face to EuropaHalo has just appeared beside me, none other than the Sims himself.
Sorry, I've struggled away on this one. My bad. It's been a while since I'm doing this.
Yeah,
No, it's good. You got a right little setup going in, aren't you?
Yeah, it's I suppose the last time you were at a Halo event in Blackpool.
getting food poisoning down in the castle. If anyone, yeah, people who know the Norbreck know never to go again. No offense to the Norbreck or
No,
anything. It's not sugar
but I suppose welcome back to Blackpool and to European Halo.
Well done to you, thank you, but congrats to you. This is a very, very epic event. There's a lot of new faces that I certainly don't recognise. I understand with Halo it's on the come up at the moment with all the new patches and stuff, but congrats to yourself. Running all this is no easy feat whatsoever, and it's been a hot minute since I saw a decent LAN in the UK for sure.
Yeah, I hope a lot of people have been so positive in terms of the feedback, in terms of how things have ran smoothly, and touch wood, it continues that way. But I suppose it's good to see even guys like yourselves. We haven't obviously seen you on some of the broadcasts for a while, and even hearing just your sort of feedback on the event has been really good. I suppose you've been reminiscing with some old faces, some guys who are just about to walk by.
Yeah, I've been mingling. I have a child here. This is my third child, unofficial. I have a fourth child.
Making another appearance on the stream.
Don't rub my nipples, not on camera.
I've done it many times.
I know you have. There's a bigger child over there, but he's just abusing me.
And then we have Onset on the side too.
His arms are literally fucking bigger than anybody else here.
Yeah. We're all one happy big family in European Halo. But yes, tell us tell us the last time you were competing. I think the last time too, weren't you? In Norbreck.
The Norbreck, yes. And then when I started getting into camera work, EGL actually offered me a Call of Duty option, which was the first thing I ever worked on camera. Funnily enough, through EGL and the old school boys that were in all that side of it. So the last time I was doing it in Blackpool was casting, but yeah, we don't really talk about that event because I got completely shit on. It didn't go too well. You know, the height of competitive Halo wasn't great in Halo 4. But no, yeah, it was good. But seeing all this now is excellent. Why? Here's a question for you then. If you aren't going to do the Norbreck, why do Blackpool?
Blackpool have been good to us in terms of helping us set this all up. We have, of course, lovely sponsors behind us here who've worked with us. So, and I suppose it's somewhat of a spiritual success, or spiritual home place of European Halo.
It is one. Last time I were in Blackpool competing, Ninja was still competing with Septic and all the other ones.
Yeah. I suppose we have some veterans of the day back then too, I suppose.
God, it's been a hot minute.
We have, of course, just setting up on main stage at the minute, we have Navi and Quadrant in the winners final. What has been your take of what you've seen of the guys today?
Haven't seen too much. Certainly, I was reading up on some of the scores yesterday. I think, am I right in saying Navi seeding?
They did, yes.
Online.
They did.
I think everyone's kind of... It's hard not to note when you look at the French and what they've been doing over in North America. It's hard to look past that, getting one of the highest ranks we've ever seen from a European team. SLG's always been a monster throughout the years. Everyone knows him. He's just only got better and gone from strength to strength. The French know how to build, send out a decent team. There's a lot of people, I think, rooting on the Navi side because we haven't really got within the UK stroke. All right, Europe, we've got Quadrant and other people that have come in, but when the pro leagues and everything else first kicked off with Infinite, Navi is this big powerhouse brand within esports, right? So everyone wants to see them do well. I think the combination, Snipe Drone and Jimbo, people have been hoping to see, let's not put them down, but see better results from a global standard. I'm good mates with Harry, he's one of my best mates, he always will be, and I certainly want to see him succeed as well from a coaching perspective. So this will be a telltale sign, I would say. And quote if I'm wrong, I'm not fully in the scene, but this might be the grand final match we're going to be looking at today as well.
On paper, it's 1 and 2 in terms of the seeds, but I suppose one of the things that's different from what we've seen throughout Quadrant and Navi during the year is, of course, the update with the Bandit starts and compares to BR that they've been playing throughout the year. So in the Seeding Cup we seen last week, Navi were able to reset the bracket and take them in the grand finals. It's quite unpredictable, despite the fact on form that we've seen throughout the year. There is still
Is this the first event then with the DMR?
This is the first LAN event in Halo esports with the Bandit. Yeah.
You've obviously watched this from an outside perspective and a shitload more than I have. How's the Bandit proving, not only just on LAN but from a competitive standpoint?
I think from a player's perspective, in terms of the feedback that the guys have been saying, it's been quite positive. They're enjoying the change, and of course I think the skill gap that comes with it. But I suppose time will tell in the off season as we go on.
Everyone I've spoken to seems to enjoy it.
Yeah, everything.
I never used to like the DMR in Reach, but we got lumbered before V9 setting or V7 settings, whatever it was, with the bloom and everything else, and it was
Yeah.
just trash. But I think from certainly from Halo 5, Magnum starts much more competitive than ARs and everything else. And I'm quite looking forward to seeing the BR come back for Infinite, but it's not been probably what we remember it from Halo 2 and Halo 3.
Yeah.
So I think this is refreshing. Everyone's so far at least seems to be enjoying it, and it's even made me like, do you want to kick it up again? And I'm like, oh,
Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
I suppose it was going to be my last question for you just before we jump off to another interview setting up behind us. But I suppose, does this make you want to jump on again? Like
Definitely. I wouldn't say it's just this. Being here and seeing all this, like I was out last night and I couldn't come across sadly, otherwise I would have been here all day yesterday. I get FOMO from any event.
I think a lot of people are sort of.
I sit there watching it online. I'm like, Christ, I wish they were casting again. You know, I
Yeah,
see it. I
yeah.
always get the kick and I always get the chase from it. And seeing friends and stuff like this, like I have to go home tonight. I want to go to the after party. I want to stay and do it all night long and be here with all the boys. But yeah, it's no, definitely seeing things like this does make you want to come back somewhat.
Yeah. Anyway, before we go, Harry's threatening to throw stuff from main
There's
stage.
something written on it that I need to cut. No.
No.
But we're just gonna start giving me abuse.
Yeah, there we go. Anyway, thanks very much
Right,
for
nice one,
being on.
Well done again. This
yeah,
is truly,
no problem.
truly
And
epic.
hopefully we see you again at another Halo event in the future.
All been well.
G'day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Captain James Force. Welcome back for another interview. I'm here with Master Chief himself. It is TwoPennyProps, mate.
Hello, nice to see you.
Welcome, man. It's
yeah, I know.
It's an outstanding outfit.
Yeah, the outfit's alright as well.
It does alright.
Does
Mate,
the job.
I saw you tweeting. Your trip here seemed quite eventful.
Yeah, it was about a 5-hour trip. 2 hours standing in the luggage carriage. Made some friends with some football fans.
Handy.
Off.
Awesome. And mate, like, I guess tell everyone who doesn't know you. Obviously, you're in a Master Chief outfit, but tell everyone who doesn't know you, what is it that you do? Like, it's not only props, it's YouTube.
Yeah,
It's
I've come as a Master Chief, but also I am TwoPennyProps. I am a replica prop artist. Also run a Halo cosplay group.
Awesome.
And we get together and we do these costumes. Go to stuff. But mainly I do YouTube and I make videos on like props and like how I make things and it's like 3D printing and Halo props in general. Halo.
We're gonna bring that a little closer, you know. Awesome, man. And is Master Chief the only outfit you got, or?
I do other cosplays. Got a Cyberpunk V cosplay, like the light up colours and all that. But my main passion is Halo cosplay.
Awesome. Is this your first LAN that you've attended?
Yes, it is my first LAN, and it's really fun. Really good to see people play that I can't really play well. I'm good at making things, but it's really good seeing people actually play the game decent.
Yeah, join the club. I'm just here to talk about it. I talk about the game, and they do all the the good stuff.
I'm just here to look pretty.
Mate, it's awesome. And I guess for you, like with more Halos coming out, what is your motivation to keep making content? Like, what makes you tick around Halo?
Put it simply, I see something shiny, I like it, I make it.
Perfect. Is that the reason behind the name as well? TwoPennyProps?
TwoPennyProps is just a name because my name is Penny, so it's just catchy.
Easy. Mate, I guess for me, now that these two teams are going to be on stage, right? Quadrant, Navi. I saw you tweet earlier. You said first person or team to stick a sticker on me. That'll be the people I support. You want to run us through what happened?
Yeah, so I was looking for one, and luckily Cheer Squad slapped a sticker on my ass, and I am now officially a Quadrant supporter.
Master Chief Quadrant. Well, hey, mate. I guess we are so lucky that we get to put on LAN, and Blackpool's been helping. Like for us, if we have more LANs or kind of, would you come? Would you bring your other prop guys? Like what's
I'm happy to come down. Bring the boys and girls. They've got really good costumes as well. Halo Cosplay UK. We can bring them all down and have really good photo opportunities. It's nice to see this event get to grow.
Yeah, and mate, thank you for coming here as well. Like I know you've been protecting the belt.
Yeah, I've got an alright job.
You had to kick some stormtroopers out.
Yeah, that's weird. Stealing my belt.
Stealing.
Yeah, I know.
But hey, mate, thank you so much. We're gonna wrap it up. But hey, I mean, obviously you got a Cheer Squad sticker on your ass, so you got to be a Quadrant fan.
Yeah.
Predictions: it is a best of 7. What do you think the score's going to be? 4-0, 4-1, 4-2?
I'd say 4-2.
4-2. Awesome. Wow. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out and listening to me have a chat to TwoPennyProps. Please go check him out on Twitter. Please go and check him out on YouTube. You can find it all there. But guys, thank you so much. We're going to cut back to the intermission. And when we come back, it is Quadrant versus Navi. It is winners final. It is best of 7. So don't go anywhere.
Let's go.
Welcome back, folks. It was always going to come down to this. All roads seem to lead to a winners finals between Quadrant and Navi. It's on our stage. The match is almost set.
I thought you were going to say all roads lead to Blackpool, and that has been true to everybody here in over the last few days. If you're a European Halo fan, or if you're a Halo fan in general across the world, it does seem like Blackpool is the place to be. And this is the match, like you say, that everyone's been looking forward to. It is the winners bracket final, so this isn't going to decide, of course, who's going to be the champion here in Blackpool, but it certainly is going to give us a good indication. And wonderful thing is about a winners bracket final, if I'm not mistaken, it's a best of 7. Best of 7, not a best of 5, so we're going to get a lot of Halo in front of us. And speaking of best of 7s, Richie, feast your eyes.
Producer Robles on point with the production, and we get the series layout in front of our faces and on our eyes. As he switched to Aquarius CTF, will be game 6 or 5, I believe. So a lot of games to be played, and like maybe a little bit complimentary of some of the HTS stuff we see, was usually it's a best of 5 in winners finals. We're getting a best of 7 here, so we're going to definitely find out who the better team is in this winners finals. But typically what we've seen from these two teams is a bracket reset, so I wouldn't be surprised to see even more Halo to be played.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very interesting matchup as well for a number of reasons. One, obviously, this is the best 2 teams in Europe. No one's going to really dispute that. These are the 2 teams who have performed best, as we do see our series layout in front of us. But it's an interesting start because it's a fresh season, it's a fresh start, it's a new starting weapon, all this talk. And of course, the only 2 times that these 2 teams have played is the qualifying tournament online up in the build up to this, where Navi did beat Quadrant. So it's going to be it's going to be fun to see how that compares to the live event environment. Obviously, both these teams are going to be going hard, right? But I think a little win like that for Navi, when you have been, consistently losing to Quadrant throughout the years when it comes to these tournaments, is going to give them a little bit of belief coming in that this is going to be a fresh start for them, right? This is an opportunity to maybe just restart the story a little bit when it comes to these 2 teams matching up. And coming out of Worlds, I mentioned this earlier, these 2 European teams both placed inside the top 8, one of them inside the top 6, one of them inside the top 8, which the European Halo fans is probably our best ever result at a World Championship. So these 2 teams are high caliber Halo teams. They're great Halo teams, and I think it's going to be great to see them go up against each other.
That's a good point you raised about having the Bandit rifle start now, because of course the story did seem to have come to a conclusion where the best team with the battle rifle was Quadrant for a long time, but now there's that little element of surprise with the Bandit, and of course with the first tournament going Navi's way, there's a few more question marks around this tournament that probably previously wouldn't have been there.
Yeah, and the things we don't know for qualifiers, of course, is how hard was everyone going, what was everyone's internet connection like, all those things that you have to kind of factor in when you're talking about online competition. Online is online, we all know that. It gives us an indication, but it certainly doesn't give us a final result. But I think it's more the result giving confidence to Navi, like I previously mentioned, that they can go in up against Quadrant and they can beat them not just in one series, but in multiple series. So they're going to be feeling good ahead of this. I know that you look at the players on Navi, you're looking across them now, and these are players who have put in the work. They're boot camped ahead of Worlds. They got the best Worlds placement in quite some time. They look like a team who could beat some of the best teams in the world in close series, and that's been the story for them this year, right? It's been the close series that hadn't gone their way, but now they put the work in. Now they had that boot camp. Now they've, as a roster, really started to play for each other and work on their game, not just by playing scrims, but by going away, looking at the VOD, putting in the work that needs to be done. They are looking like a squad that can beat some of the best in the world. So for Navi, I think this is an important tournament. I think it's an important series, especially for the year that's ahead of them with a new season coming. But for Quadrant, it's the target on your back, right? It's everyone wants to beat Quadrant. Everyone knows they're the number 1 team in Europe at the moment, and you've got to solidify that.
I think it's worth noting we're talking about the year that played out for Navi, and their latest teammate that they gained themselves was going to be Glory. He was a player that came in with a lot of question marks. Of course, they made that change, and to be fair, Snakey lost his spot, but with the way they were performing, it really could have been anybody that got changed. And with Snakey making way for Glory, they have seemed to have found a little bit of life and a few answers to some questions that maybe they weren't getting. And at the same time, you speak about those close series they lost, they're starting to pick up a couple of wins when previously they weren't.
Yeah, I think one thing that has always impressed me about Glory, and I'm lucky enough to be able to jump into a lot of Navi scrims when they're playing on Discord and they're not streaming, is that he's got this attitude which you want from a teammate. It's how do I get better? How do I make things better for you? What can I do to improve us? And to find that kind of player is a bit of a diamond in the rough sometimes. So he's going to have an impact for sure. He's already had an impact on his short stay on this team, but as we hop into game number 1, we're going to have to see if it's the impact that turns second places in Europe into first places.
Oddball Streets then on the horizon. These 2 European heavyweights collide once more. It was always going to be this way. Quadrant, who had been getting the better of Navi for the longest time, but as of recently, has that script started to turn? Are Quadrant about to lose in the winners finals? And we know how important having that insurance policy of a winners finals. It shields up It's weapons hot, and we're underway here in Blackpool for winners finals.
Best of 7 here then between the 2 best teams in Europe. It's the game that everyone's been waiting for, and SLG certainly has been waiting for it as well, because that grenade picks him up a double kill, and that's going to be Navi already on the back foot. It's going to be rockets in the hands of SLG here, and Chick with the oddball in his hand. So looks like SLG is going to try and lead the charge, with Seeker trying to clear the last players out of Tram, and just like that, the opening strategy that I talked about, Quadrant, they work on it so often, it's almost perfect to get.
Have all the weapons. Mighty's goes down, as does Jimbo. Ball safe back Tram with Chick. Legend set up on rails, got Seeker there for support with the stock rifle, and Glory recognises that and has to back down. Mighty's has managed to get himself into Arcade, and Seeker down to no shields, has to try and expertly play his life here. They've got the opener here. And now it's time from the start move, and stock rifles changed hands as well, and shield advantage looked to be in favour of Navi, but they've lost Snipe Drone on the push. He tried to close that distance. Sentinel Beam comes in, killing spree for SLG. But they've got the kills they needed. The ball played out front base. Legend gets taken care of. Double kill for the Dutchman.
Yeah, really impressive stuff there from Mighties. It was almost like a little bit of a race going on between the 2 teams after that initial kill was picked up, because Legend managed to even up the numbers immediately and make it a 3v3 on this push, but the trades came through and Legend's flank wasn't quite there in time. You saw that Gloria managed to, Mighties have managed to move into a position to get a kill and turn the Stalker over, makes his 1v1 a little bit easier if he hits his shots. And now you're seeing Navi, after a strong start from Quadrant, getting those 43 points on the board, they have a chance now to hold this tram set up in the same way.
Couple of kills go either way. Mighties gets dispatched. Double kill at the back of Tram. Glory's going to challenge here, trying to get close, get the trade. Does so successfully. Snipe Drone first one off the respawn. And although Navi didn't break the setup completely, they did make and force Quadrant to drop the ball, which meant the scoring stopped. And as they now passed over that 50-point threshold, half the round has been won. Rockets have just popped up. Mighty's got his hands on. Fires one, gets one. Seeker's still got hands on ball though, as Chick desperately tries to survive, just milk his life. He's done so. Bought his team a few more seconds on that oddball.
Seeker going to be forced to throw this ball out now. He's about trying to get into a position where he can trade if he can. Sniper is trying to give some cover. Glory gets cut down as he tries to pick that odd ball up, which means that now we're back into a position where Navi really have to try and work their way up the map before they can commit to thinking about picking that odd ball up themselves. But a little bit of a dicey game at the moment. The difference is Quadrant, when they had the tram set up, were able to hold for 2 or 3 pushes from Navi. Navi have invested, of course, in the last few moments about trying to get that rockets in their hand, trying to pick up the rocket launcher and force the break from there. But now that we're seeing the tram set up kind of being rotated away from by Navi, back to that sleigh battle where SLG is trying to wait for that support coming in from Seeker. Both teams just trying to take their time, trying to survive. Snipe Drone trying to support Jimbo here in this fight, but it looks like Quadrant are coming out on top of this 2v2.
Ball scooped up. It's going to be a tower setup. All 4 dead for Navi. Requiring 40 seconds and some change to close out round 1. Navi have a couple of pushes, but not many mistakes left in the tank here in round number 1. They've got a pick here. Chick will stay alive on B rails, but not for long. 3 dead. Seeker's trying to rotate the ball. Doing a great job of playing it out front base. Mighty's going to be there to catch it, just to negate any wasted time.
Yeah, Navi catch that ball, like you say, and managed to get it back into a position where they essentially have full map control at the moment. Now it's about damage. Now it's about converting damage into kills and holding off this push. Probably got 1 mistake left in them, Navi, on this rotation and this hold. If they don't manage to pick up the kills that they require, then Quadrant should be able to scoop the ball up and get those last 19 points or so. But you can see that prioritization of kills, having lost Jimbo, becomes the objective for both teams. Seeker trying to push as well. Seeker taking down a no shields. Mighty's with a beautiful second shot as well. SLG, though, while all this is going down, has managed to sneak through and pick up the rockets, but he's got no shields. Mighty's going to finish that off, so that's 3 in a row. Now for Mighty's, you've got to wonder if that's going to turn into oddball time, or if the player on your screen here, Chick, is going to be able to keep them at bay for just a few moments.
SLG recognised the situation he was in, perilous. Decided to waste those rockets so Navi couldn't use them. 2 dead, was 3 dead for Quadrant. This is better. The boys usually wear the black and gold. 2 members on statue. Snipe Drone putting down some damage. Mighty's there with the Bulldog to get the kill. We haven't talked about Snipe Drone nearly enough. He's one of those players that people expect that with this Bandit Evo introduction, he'll be even better than ever.
Yeah, he's one of the best shots that we've had in Europe for quite some time, you know. He's the player that you put on an island a lot of the time. He's the player that's cleaning up initial damage, and he's the one who you want to be able to win your 1v1s. But at the moment, it's difficult to win 1v1s when you're going against some of the best in the world at the moment. 3 dead here for Navi. Ball going to be played out bottom middle as it needs to be. The question is anyone in position off of the respawn here to get angles on it for Navi, or will Quadrant be able to pick this up and finish this round?
Seeker was happy to play it patiently, sitting on B rail. Snipe drone will get one on the chick. Legend will answer back though, and it's going to be a trade elsewhere. So numbers falling everywhere, and it has favoured Navi ever so slightly. And Mighty's trying to get himself back up into tires. He's managed to get the ball back towards tower now. Spawn's coming up towards PD. That's going to be very important. The Quadrant haven't influenced them enough to send them elsewhere. So there's an opportunity to rotate this ball down driveway if they so choose to take it. Jim's trying to peek for information. He's got SLG in his sights. Has to drop the ball. Puts a couple of shots into one. Big double kill from Mighty's.
Really big double kill, important double kill as well. It's going to be 3 dead. Last alive is the man on your screen. It's going to be Legend, and he gets absolutely melted. Not only the Sentinel beam, which is heating him up from the inside out, but the battle rifle is making sure the crispy skin gets chipped off as well. And now Navi looking to go into a lead and are going into a lead. And not only that, you saw from the point of view of Quadrant there, rockets are in their hands as well. So a few kills going the way in the next few moments of Navi, and this will be the first round in their hands as well.
Snipe drone going to rotate the ball towards Statue. Trying to milk all the points he possibly can. They only require one more. And round 1 goes to the underdogs in Navi.
You look at this game type, you look at this combination of map and game mode, and Navi have put in more work than I think any other game type that they have in their arsenal on the build-up to work on these. Not only oddball, but on street softball especially. It was one of their weaker ones in the build-ups to Worlds. They really put in a lot of time. And you can see that it's starting to pay off for them. I think the addition of Glory as well has been very important to that. The way that he's able to maneuver around the map. He's very good at prioritizing objective and seeing those moments where the oddball can be moved and rotated. The Rockets, though, going to be a little bit wavy there. And all of a sudden, Quadrant looking a little bit nervy these opening moments. This time they lose the opening battle and they find themselves having to fight off of the respawn for that oddball.
Was all 4 dead for a moment. They spawn up over towards Arcade. Jimbo's pressurizing the fresh spawners to help his teammate Mighty's, who had lost his life. Sika down bottom middle will get a little bit of damage. Jimbo, you can see exactly why he was getting aggressive. He had that bulldog and was trying to utilize it. But Quadrant's starting to close in now. They've scooped up the ball to keep it within distance of themselves, make sure the play ball opportunity isn't there. It's going to be scoring opportunities then. 17 seconds is what Navi got for that initial pressure. Quadrant trying to close the gap immediately.
Yeah, really smart decision to take that one out of Tram. You saw that trades were being picked up in and around back of Tram on the commando. Red Room spawns likely for Navi in that situation, so they tried to rotate it towards the tower, but just wasn't quite the support there, and Navi picked up a couple of important kills in the Tram itself, and now been able to move out, and oddball's back in their hands. It's a little bit of a transitional setup, you would say, at the moment, with no one really in full position for Navi, but Jimbo's making sure that he's holding that ball for as much possible time before he's taken down, and then Glory wins that all-important 1v1. Can't survive those, Legend will cut down.
Whiteys gets one on the Legend. Chicks in PD. Could do it a little bit of help. It's not going to come quick enough though. A Snipe drone will get a kill onto one, and SLG is going to fall elsewhere. More ball time for Navi. Rockets as well. Jimbo scooped them up, but has he just been a little bit too soon? And Glory's going to get one. It was all 4 dead for a moment as Rockets has been scooped up now. And this is very good if you're a Navi fan.
Yeah, really important moments here for Navi. Rockets in the hands of Snipe Drone. You've got the ball in their hands as well. You've got SLG falling to those Rockets. Snipe Drone with some great positioning. And if he can move and find another one, then there might be an opportunity for Navi to put even more time on the board. However, Legend and Chick, they've won their battles. And Legend wins another one against Snipe Drone. Those kind of individuals, they're the ones that change games, and so are double kills like that from Glory. Everybody trading in and around PD means that Oppo is going to be down, and it's going to be a head-button race, essentially, for both teams to find their way towards that Oppo first.
This is perfect for Navi. Get a little bit of ball time, trade out, reset the map, get some more ball time, and rinse and repeat. 34 seconds to 9 now. Quadrant on the back foot here, already down a round. 4 dead, 3 dead, excuse me, for a moment. To seek it was the furthest man forward. Over towards Cafe, got a little bit of support from Chick. SLG did die down bottom middle though, and that's going to make this push a little bit harder to get through. With ball in PD, Mighty's gets a trade again. Gets another one somehow, some way. He's managed to get 2. And when kills like that are starting to go against him, the score as well, 51-9. Quadrant are in big trouble.
Well, Jimbo just somehow got 2 in that situation. Out of nowhere. And that makes the numbers heavily in the favor here of Navi. Navi want to try and rotate this ball. You can see Jimbo's shoulder peeking at the moment, trying to give information to Snipe Drone. Snipe Drone's in a bit of a 1v2 scenario at the moment and finally will go down. Now, where's the rest of Navi? Because the opening is here for Quadrant to try and break, to try and push through. Jimbo gets the beat down, but it's not good enough. Mighty's gets one. Jimbo does get a trade in that situation, actually, with the stick himself. And now Legend, left in his own. Glory is going to be taken down as well. And let me tell you, Navi are getting loud on this main stage. They feel like this could be their moment to win this game.
Navi getting very animated. Maybe starting to feel it. This win could be in the bag if they keep playing the way they are. Mighty's with the stalker rifle is going to lose his life. That grenade's going to spin up off the flower pot and straight into the mouth. Take him down. But Quadrant have hands on the ball. Time to gather themselves. Take a breath almost if they even have the opportunity to. SLG on L will get another kill. But this game has been so frantic.
Certainly has indeed. And I'm pretty sure that Navi just picked up the rockets. It's Mighty's who has them. Seeker should be falling, but no. Seeker takes damage, somehow still alive, and now you can see the Mighty's he's chasing Shadows. He cannot find him. He cannot find him whatsoever, and Seeker comes back to put him to sleep.
Sent them on a wild goose chase. It was like watching the Scooby-Doo chase. Round and round they went. Mighty's made to look a little bit foolish. It was 3 dead apiece. It's Quadrant who've got the hands on the ball now. Mighty's getting pressurized immediately, fried by the Sentinel beam, but managed to get the trade again.
Now these are really important moments here for Navi as well. The adrenaline's flowing, obviously. They're ahead in this game. They've got that first round. They know that they're close to being able to close out game number 1 against Quadrant, but sometimes when the adrenaline starts flowing, your decision-making changes that has got you up until this point. You need to just ride the wave, make sure your fundamental Halo is still being played, because Quadrant don't need to be asked twice to get back into a game like this.
Gotta be conscious of the adrenaline spike, but it can also be a crash. Not to peak too soon. They need to be aware of this. Kills still in their favor, though. 3 dead for Quadrant again. Nobody really in position to get hands on ball. That's been changed now. Jimbo's got it. 1:24 on the clock. As Legend gets another kill.
The important thing here to remember is that Navi have established enough of the lead in this game with 1 minute and 20 seconds left that they don't have to really prioritize the objective. They can work on staying alive, playing the kills, playing the numbers game essentially, and just working on keeping Quadrant off of that odd ball. The problem is now, having failed at that, Quadrant have got the ball in their hands. Quadrant have got it back to Tram, and also the Rockets are coming up. Now, if Quadrant can win this team fight in and around the Rockets, they get that power weapon in their hands, then this game can change in an instant, and that's what they're looking to try and do. They know this is their opportunity. 2 dead here for Navi. Numbers still with Quadrant.
It's a very similar situation that we've seen in round 1 as Legend with the Rockets. Perhaps a win condition taken away from Navi and only helping the cause now of Quadrant on this comeback. It was something we've seen similar in round 1. Quadrant made and forced Navi into only maybe having one more mistake, but they came back and won the round. They need to do a similar thing against the boys in yellow and black.
I mean, this is looking like all of a sudden Navi are backs against the wall in this situation. There's only 2 last players left alive here from Quadrant. They should be able to clean them out, but this is just to delay things. This shroud screen is a big problem, but so is the flank now from Glory. Oppal's going to be picked up here. Chick is going to be challenging on the B stairs, and Glory has to back down. 2 of his teammates have already fallen. Legend's flying in, but he's only landing on a landmine.
Straight into a furry grenade. SLG is going to fall on the front base. Glory doing so much damage, but Quadrant have taken the lead with 2 seconds of an advantage. Snipe Drone's in the red room. Jimbo's gotten a kill elsewhere. Quadrant are starting to fall now.
3 dead for Quadrant. Last player alive is on your screen. It's SLG, and he's trying to chase down that oddball. Navi turned the lead back into their favor with 39 seconds left in this game, as that game clock, of course, will stop thanks to them holding that oddball. Question is, are they going to play for kills? Are they going to use it as bait? The first kill goes over to the side of Navi. It's that man, Glory. He's sat at 25 kills in this game, who gets the opening pick and makes him feel safe.
Game, set, and match. And it's Navi who claim game 1.
That's a game type that Navi love. That's a game type that Navi have success in, and you're seeing exactly why. There was a few shaky moments, I will say, towards the end of that round where you felt like Quadrant had an opening to get back into it. They got those rockets. They had the tram set up. Legend got the first kill twice in that team push, but you got to give credit to Navi as well. The resilience they showed through those moments, they knew, having established enough of a lead, that they could make it. They had a few pushes left in them, essentially. They could have lost a few pushes before they make a successful one, and that's the hard work you've done in the early game that puts you in that position for the end game. But I think Navi are going to be very, very happy. Obviously, going up 1 in the series, they know they've got a long road to go ahead of them in this best of 7, but it's the perfect start for them.
I think you're looking at, I think we can very easily cast our mind back to round number 1. I mean, they were down by a significant margin and they managed to come back and win that round. How important that must be for their belief heading it, like not only for the rest of that game, but in the series in general. We heard them getting loud. And after winning game 1 now, live Fire Slayers, far less of a daunting task than it perhaps could have been.
Yeah, I think this is an opportunity for Navi now. If you can win the Slayer, we always say that the Slayer is something that can go either way when you've got 2 talented teams on the main stage, and that's what we have at the moment. But you always look at the overshields. The overshield is the deciding factor when you have 2 big teams. We see if one team gets the advantage and gets that the majority of the time, they will win this game because they have the advantage, not just for the team push that follows it, but you have an overshield to work around a power-up, right? To go and get that sniper rifle, to go and get that heat wave, to flush players out who may be playing, a little bit cringe, as people like to call it, at the back of green, trying to expire that time on the OS. So those fights in and around the overshield will decide this game. It's all about winning them and taking control as quickly as possible.
Navi then, 1 game to the good. Reminder here, folks, it is a best of 7. Navi still have to win 3 more, Quadrant 4 respectfully. This series is only in its infancy, but what a start we've had.
Yeah, great start here. Also, keep your eyes on that sniper rifle because we know the talent that's on the Quadrant team, right? You see it in the hands of SLG, Legend. I mean, I always say, I start listing the names on Quadrant, there's like, just pick any of them. Honestly, they can all pick it up and do work on it. There's some of the most famous clips that have come in recent times have been from Quadrant POV with that sniper rifle. I take myself back to Worlds, right? Legend closing out the game with that sniper rifle, denying an oddball pickup. It's almost synonymous with this map that sniper rifle kills go into the highlights package, and you can see off the rip here, it's actually going to be Mighty's who goes and grabs it. Glory gets that first kill again, and look at Navi, full of confidence, are already flooding forward.
Working in tandem. Working together. Mighty's rips face, peels 1, looks for Chick, lines him up, but just misses by a pixel. Getting pressurized, down to no shields, but he's going to stay alive. And now he has the perfect opportunity to look over this overshield, but Quadrant shut him down. Snipe rifle and overshield go to the boys in green.
Yeah, you can say it was a great shot initially from Mighty's. However, the only problem was his teammates lost their side of the map. So Quadrant do have that overshield in their hands. However, I was going to say, Jimbo managed to escape from that initial battle without losing his life and taking some overshield off. However, those kills were cleaned up, and now you have Glory with the green gun on the search for the overshielded player. Everyone grouping up again now from Navi, rotating away, making sure they stay away from the pack mentality of Quadrant, trying to flood, and Mighty's with that kill will slow it down and slow the scoring down as well.
All tied up. Legend Chick in the respawn screen. Now, a 2-kill game as Navi take the lead.
Just want to say there, by the way, we saw it from the point of view of the Quadrant player there, but Glory, I think, actually surprised himself with the shot he just had, because we had him on the main stage go, oh my god. It was almost as if it was a surprise to him that he managed to win that fight, but with this weapon in his hands now, he has the opportunity to hit ones that he hits on a daily basis in matchmaking, and there it is. Chick feels the pain.
Glory making me sound like Ric Flair here. Heatwave scooped up. Got weapons to play with now. Chick has to turn tail. Somehow manages to get a double kill. Can he fade away? Does a little bit of damage onto Mighty's in the window. Doesn't have the teammates to capitalize on that damage, though. They have arrived eventually. Seek It and SLG combine. 3 dead. Glory last man up, and he's in no man's land. He manages to get at least 1.
At least 1 will do in that situation. Jimbo getting outshot from range. As Quadrant find themselves with a 1-kill advantage here, and you're seeing the game just slow down for a moment. Glory again with that first pick. How many times have we seen that so far in this game? Glory popping up when it's a 4v4. Chick gets a double kill just to even the numbers, and there's Legend to clean up some damage. Glory now down Snipe Drone, left on his own. Legend left with no shields. It's a 1v1 hit. Neither player can finish each other off, and we talk about the Bandit, right? We talk about range that you need. You need to be able to hit those headshots. Well, there is another example of it.
I think we've had a little bit of an observer issue. Hopefully, the main stage of the game is still going on.
Observer crash, everyone. We're going to keep
hold
going.
Hold on. We can maybe move over. Yeah, hold on.
We're going to give you radio updates, everyone.
We're making moves. How long is our wires? We're cracking on here. We have Kaylin on the camera. Perhaps we can get some live footage of what's going on. 20 kills to 15. We have a little bit of radio commentary here, Mark.
Well, Glory's going to find himself a double kill, everybody. He's looking pretty good at the moment. He's got a sniper in his hands. We'll do our best to keep you updated on exactly what's going on. We'll get back into the game as soon as we can. Welcome to 2008, everybody. Periscope is back. The app is still alive.
We're running it back. Fortunately, I'm so far back that I can't even see the score.
No idea what the score is, by the way. 3-4-3. Please make the score bigger.
We're getting confirmation 23-19, but kills keep going the entire time. It's gone 2 in favor of Navi, so they're growing the lead.
There's going to be a lot of talk about what Glory does in this game, by the way, because it's the only monitor I can see right now. At the moment, he's dead. Now he's alive again. Over to you, Richie.
SLG's got a kill. I can read that from here. There's very little to separate them, although that's all I can see. It could be actually be a very distant.
There's a battle for Overshield going down at the moment by the looks of things, and I thought that Glory was going to be taken down, but there was a teammate in position to help him out. That's 3 dead now for Quadrant, and Navi are continuing to kind of roll in the last few minutes.
I feel like we should do like a BBC-style football score update. The Barclays Premier League.
Barclays Premier League.
Wolverhampton won.
I'm honestly not sure how to do this. I'm doing my best, everyone, to give you an idea of what is going on.
If I pretend I have binoculars, no, that doesn't help.
3 dead for Quadrant. Maybe we just do that and we let everyone guess what the score might be.
Yeah, that's a good idea, actually.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we can get back into the game as soon as possible, everyone. If you're watching at home,
you have to just listen to our wonderful voices, or we have to apologise for having to listen to just our voices.
Either or. You can make your decision.
But it is Navi who still hold the advantage as we head into the final knock-ins of this Slayer. There's not much between the two teams, though. I can tell you, because it's in blue, Quadrant have 32 kills. That might be Navi, actually. Scratch that, because I'm looking through Glory's screen.
2v2 at the moment. Legend gets the kill. Hey. We're back, everyone. Shout out to production to getting that fixed as soon as possible. Good news is, we might be able to tell you the score pretty soon, but we actually don't have the score on the screen for some reason.
The game is going to end at some point, and we're going to guess who has won. Based on what way the kills
score right
have
now,
gone.
and I'll do the maths.
Alright, I'll be back in a second.
3 dead for Navi. Quadrant with some kills that puts them on a score.
It's 37-36 in Quadrant.
Okay, 37. 1 kill advantage here to Quadrant.
I wasn't going to do the maths up the top. I wasn't doing that.
Glory's still alive. Chick gets that kill. Is that a 2 kill advantage now?
Should be.
38-36. 38-37.
We need an abacus up here. We're not good at maths.
They say never.
We were not hired for this.
They say never do maths live. This is the perfect example. We have no choice.
All tied up then. Probably. 39 apiece, maybe. Snipe Drone's taking the lead for Navi then. 1 kill game. Again, we hope.
Chick's still in the death screen. All of them alive now. Everybody on the map is alive at the moment. Glory gets that kill on the heat wave in these closing moments. Could be so important. Navi do have an advantage at this point. However, cover fire is pretty good coming in from Navi, and Quadrant just kind of left at 7 and 8 at the moment. 2 players weak. Synical will move in to get 1. Can he clean up the second, though? That gets traded out, and it looks like Navi have just about kept that lead, if my maths is correct, which it could possibly not be.
I've been told 43-41, so a 2 kill advantage. You were close enough.
44.
You did say the right thing. They do have a lead still. 1 player gets pushed off. Top tower trying to get a little bit of pressure, and again, Synical's going to lose his life, and Navi are closing in on a 2-series lead.
We certainly are indeed. This is looking like all Navi in this endgame. Another trade going down bottom middle. Trades are absolutely fine if you're Navi. Of course, 47-42 is your score at the moment. It's just 3 more to go for Navi, and they will be able to close out and go into that 2-game lead in this series.
There'll be moments then. Quadrant recognizing very little left in this game. They have got to be almost perfect, flawless. Overshield's going to pop up, and you know that's going to be the point where you force Quadrant to make a decision.
They're going to have to make a play at that point. Double push coming in top middle at the moment. Legend does manage to find one. 47-42 at the moment. 3 kills to go still. Although a couple of kills are going down in the favour of Quadrant. And if this one goes in their way as well, then maybe we've got a game on our hands. 47-46. It's a 1-kill game. And you can tell how much different it is to play on the main stage from that battle we just saw.
47 each. Folks, we're in for a bumpy ride. We're all tied up here. Overshield completely dissipates. 48 then for Quadrant. 2 kills required to tie up this series. The heat waves cutting them apart.
Oh!
Double kill for Mighties.
49 kills to Navi. It's 49-49, I believe. So next kill should win it. There's Mighties. The repulse is there. Can he find the final kill?
Oh!
No, it's 49-49 now.
We think. Gotcha. Glory back down on scoreboard. 1 kill game.
Probably.
We hope again. 3 members on scoreboard from Navi. They're rotating away now. A lot of work to be done, but Sika spins on a dime against that final kill. We're all tied up in the series.
Final score 50-49, everyone. You're welcome. Probably. That actually was because we had it on our screen there.
We did
our best. Honestly, we apologise for losing
it up
losing
as
the feed
time
for a
went
second,
on.
but we did our best, everyone. That is our best. That is what you can expect. That's all we've got.
That is our best, and for that we are sorry.
That's all we have. But, I mean, Navi, throwing that one away.
Yes.
No other way to pull it, really, right? They threw that one away. It's a tough loss to take in that position. The overshield right at the end from SLG, the win around that overshield is going to be important for them to be able to start to formulate that comeback. But a 2-0 series lead feels a lot different for 1-1, especially when you lose the game in that way.
Looking at the tail of the tape, then look at the Slays. Sika leading his team, but not the lobby. It was Glory who had 15, but had quite a lot of deaths to go along with it as well. But you can see just how evenly matched it is across the board when it comes to the Slays. But what a game we had there. Maybe a confidence lifter for Quadrant now as we head into Game 3.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of key moments you look back on that game, especially towards the end, right? There was the battle, I can't remember who it was. There was a battle on the C plat between Sika and a Navi member. I can't remember who it was. We were watching from the Navi point of view, and Sika managed to win it when you felt a trade here would be good enough, but to come out of that not getting the kill and not even trading in that situation and allowing Sika to live and all of the Quadrant players to still be on the map, they're the kind of small swings that can start to snowball. So those things got to be looked at for sure. I think maybe Navi just got a little bit carried away with that momentum towards the end and allowed Quadrant to regroup and start to pick them apart. But Solitude King of the Hill is going to be next, and they need to take that opportunity to reset. They've just stepped off stage for a few moments here, and yeah, we'll have to see how they bounce back from that, because that's a heartbreaker.
I mean, you spoke about some of the fine margins in that game and some of the moments, and we even seen it towards the very end. Mighties gets a little bit excited, a little bit overzealous. He sees SLG, has that repulsor, he uses it, gets SLG to no shield, and then slides out and challenges the world. Gets absolutely lit up, and nobody was there to capitalize and clean up SLG. And that kill given away, maybe if he plays it a little bit more heads up, he backs away and is happy to play a bit more patient.
Yeah, it's tough, right? Because he's not going to know there's 3 players around that corner. He sees an opportunity there, and I don't mind sometimes when someone sees an opportunity to win a game and tries to take it. He's got the repulse as well, so he's probably thinking, I can get out of this situation, I can at least survive if someone tries to stick me, whatever it might be. So I'm not mad at it. It's more frustrating maybe that he misses, I think it was the 3rd shot onto the one-shot player that would have got that kill, and then we're like, okay, cool, this is game over. If the opportunity to win the game is in front of you, you've got to try and take it, right? And I'm not mad about the play. Maybe the execution wasn't perfect.
Well, Game 2, we have an opportunity to catch our breaths, and for that, I have to thank Navi for stepping off the stage. What a game that was!
I was not expected to have to use that much brain power over the last 2 days. That was
well, we have Game 3 on the
I've
horizon.
also never completely and utterly miscalled a 49-all.
Hey, to be fair, that's
or
not
did I
us.
miscall it?
That's not. Hey, it added to suspense. People thought the game was over. We did too. To
be fair, I have to wear glasses to see the monitors about 3 feet in front of us. So let alone like trying to see what they're seeing. You know how small the game score is.
It's a good thing you sent me over to check it. Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, oh, goodness me. But,
well, King of the Hill Solitude is up next, Mark. And is that the kind of bounce back? Thankfully, it's not a stronghold, so Navi can get back into this one pretty handedly, you think?
I don't think they're great at Solitude. That's the problem here for Navi. It's been a map which has certainly been the weakest out of their map pool ever since Worlds, and there hasn't really been a huge amount of Halo played since Worlds to now. So have they been able to find a recipe for success? I'm not so sure, whereas we know that Quadrant on Solitude are pretty good, regardless of the game type, whether it's Strongholds, whether it's King of the Hill, whether it's Slayer. You know, you can probably throw an oddball on there and they'd find a way to win it. So it's certainly a heavy Quadrant favorite, I would say, this 3rd map. And knowing that, if you're Navi, is going to hurt even more, right? Knowing that 2nd game slipped through your fingers where you could be up 2-0 before you know it, with a strong game type of Quadrant, you could be down 2-1.
I think we have to look at it as perhaps with that crazy game 2 end, and we spoke about it being a bit of a confidence lifter for Quadrant, and rightfully so. Game 1 did not go according to plan. By their high standards, they didn't perform how the expectation was going to be. And I think we look at this next game, okay, we got back into an objective, and maybe we can get back into a bit of a rhythm.
Yeah, I think those kind of games are always telling ones in series, right? And the story of Navi's season, I would say, is those kind of games that decide their tournament placings. Yeah. We've seen so many game 5s or super close games, and you're like, oh, they were almost there, but then when it comes to the end of it, when you're looking at the results, they lose those series, they lose those games, right? And it was at Worlds for the first time where they actually won one of those close series, and it put them into the top 8, and they gave themselves a chance at a run. That's something they're going to have to address, and that has been a problem, not just in that game that we just saw, but a problem for quite some time now. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's they don't play aggressive enough in those final moments. They don't play off the damage that they initially get. Maybe it's just a case of they play a little bit scared. You can see there was some nerve certainly in some of those individual battles as well. Just play Halo, man. Like, you got to play those last moments sometimes like it's 0-0, right? And it's much more easier to say that than it is to do it, but hitting your shots and making smart decisions in those moments, that's what wins your games. And unfortunately, Quadrant made the smarter ones and hit more shots than they did.
We're loading in then. King of the Hill on Solitude. Nothing to separate these two teams after 2. Reminder, it's going to be a best of 7 for this Elim and Grand Finals. There's still plenty of Halo left to be played. This one's on a knife's edge.
Set up nicely at the moment. This is a big game in the series. I would say if this was a Navi favorite game type and they were to lose it, then I think the series heavily swings in the way of Quadrant, right? But I think Navi in the back of their heads as well will know that this isn't the strongest game type for them, and Quadrant will also know this is an opportunity now to go up 2-1, but it's not the kind of 2-1 where you lose a game type you expect to be challenging in. It's oh, okay, that wasn't ours, maybe the next one will be if they lose it. So a strong performance here from Navi could put some pressure onto Quadrant, but you've got to put Quadrant at favorites here on Solitude.
Opening strats. Not really favoring either team, but it is Navi who have loop spawns. A Quadrant member stepped inside the hill for a second. Jimbo gets a kill, but 2 players get the shield ripped from SLG, but Jimbo's managed to lock in a double kill for his team. Mighty's down to no shields. SLG trying to and successfully locks in that headshot, but it's Navi who are in hill and Navi who control Tram Loop.
Yeah, you can see that SLG at the moment is kind of trapped on the truck side, and that's fine because you can hide in hill. Navi trying to just push across the map a little bit. A couple of kills being picked up on their way forward as well. And SLG, even though he has this sniper rifle, is finding himself under pressure once more. Pressure is something that makes diamonds though, and SLG showing once again that pressure is a situation that he's no stranger to feeling.
Jimbo spots out SLG trying to make a move, pinging it, expecting the challenge. It doesn't come though. So now he has to try and keep tabs on possibly where that player has gone. Sika down to no shields over towards the light rifle. Chick's in the hill, has to leave though, down to no shields. Jim is there to take care of business. You can see the plan here is to rotate into the yard for Quadrant. They lost 2 members though. Sika has to fight 2 members of Navi. They both come in the challenge. This is perfect from Navi.
Yeah, this is really, really good. Just doubling up on the players who are left alone inside a yard, up on the light rifle, and all this time is being scooped up as well by Jimbo inside of the hill. So Jimbo having a really good start to this game as well. He's 3-1. He's got all this hill time. He's really, really working well with his teammates. And for Navi, I think it's very important they get this first hill just to settle the nerves a little bit. Quadrant, they will know that they're going to be in for a series after the first 2 games. And Jimbo now, leaving the hill, decides to push out and pick up some kills for himself.
2 dead. Or Navi. Managed to get some trades. That's thruster pack almost for Jim getting the ninja. Camo's up. Legend tried to stop the camo pickup, but it's been scooped up. 3 dead. 1-0 to Navi. The perfect answer to that Slayer as they go up in this King of the Hill game.
Look at this, the camo as well. They clean out SLG. He was the closest to that hill, and now all the spawns are coming in over at the yard for Quadrant. Navi are in a great position here to get a huge amount of time. There's more kills falling in their favor. Another couple of kills might be falling into the hands of Mighty's in a few moments, but instead it looks like Quadrant are trying to cut bottom middle, but Jimbo is there. Thrust is picked up as well. It's 3 dead again. SLG is last alive. He's going to be taken down as well. Navi halfway, all ready to cap in this second hill. Seeker's trying to force his team forward. It's a 2v2 on the map, but Navi still in full control.
Firmly in the driver's seat are Navi. Perhaps nervy moments for Quadrant. The expectation was that they were going to win this series, but Navi giving as good as they're getting. Mighty's and Snipe Drone trying to stay alive over towards Loop. Jimbo trying to keep them alive in yard as well, but taking a little bit of damage. Jim wins another 1v1 against SLG. Mighty's wins, and all these ones are starting to stack up as 2 members go down, 3 members down for Quadrant. 2-0 the score to Navi.
And Navi get that second hill on the board. I think the only real thing to talk about here that's positive for Quadrant after the start of this game is the fact that those 2 hills were capped relatively quickly, meaning there's a lot of time left in this game. Sniper rifle in the hands of Seeker, and control of the map also in the hands of Quadrant. So Navi have got to take their time here to make sure that they can formulate a push. But Jimbo becomes jelly as he gets hit by that sniper rifle headshot coming in from Seeker.
Mighty's follows them into the grave. Snipedrone just about stays alive on loop, but damage has been done. Legend gets a perfect kill. Of course he does. Snipedrone needs to try and stay alive over towards posters. A lovely grenade will mean the Englishman scoops up a double kill for him and just stops the pressure. And it's imperative here that Quadrant don't go down by 3, because then they'll have to claim a top middle hill.
Good stick coming in from checking that situation. Quadrant find themselves 2 dead. Still control of the snipe side, as Legend is taking on Glory in this long range battle, and Glory's going to win it as well. Navi trying to prioritise taking control of this snipe side, trying to stop those spawns from Quadrant being favourable to them before they jump into that hill. Glory finally is going to step in, as Quadrant now find themselves in a position where they're on the back foot. Spawns have been flipped now. Camo in the hands of Snipedrone. And Jimbo again, with a distraction coming in from the camo, is able to pick up a kill as Snipedrone drags all this attention away.
Another kill for Snipedrone. Seeker's down to no shields, but opting instead to rely on a teammate to clean up on the damage. Legend will get 1 onto Mighty's. Nothing to separate these 2 with this hill, really. Now Seeker has to make a decision. It's to stick or twist, because they're making a lot of progress here on Navi. He has to make a move, has to try and go here. Glory's in the window, backed out, but it's going to be Navi. 3 to the good now, and Quadrant are on the ropes.
They are stacking this hill, and they do get that 3rd hill, like you say. So up by 3, 2 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock, and already you can see that Glory is inside of the next hill. They've managed to clear out blue. They have control of the side of the map that you want to have control of for this snipe side hill. But there's SLG in the kill feed. There's Legend again, and Quadrant start to at least pick up a few kills to make this a little bit more of a backs against the wolf team fight here for Navi.
Thus far, that's been a little bit of a demolition job from Navi. One of their weaker game types we spoke about. Well, we have not seen that here. Playing admirably. SLG will get 1. Still time, though. 2 minutes and 36 to be exact. That clock's going to stop every single time a player gets a toe in. And Navi now need to start deciding, are we going to play Slayer or are we going to try and get this hill? I think there's far too much time on the clock as Jimbo locks in 2.
Jimbo locks in 2, like you say, with that repulse. Now he gets a little bit overexcited, but he's trying to get that camo back to his teammates. He was one of the furthest players ahead of the team fight there that was in a position for Navi to grab that power up, so you could see the idea behind it. But with that sniper rifle in his hands, with the snipe side control, was it his responsibility, or could he just play that a little bit slower, held down a few angles as SLG finds himself a double, and now he's got the camo and he has the sniper rifle too.
A lot of tools at his disposal. Mighty's down to no shields, who will desperately trying to stay alive over towards Flowers. He's got help as Navi start to rotate towards Yard. The score now 3-1. Got themselves back in this game, but a lot of work to do. Another double kill for SLG. He's trying to take the game over, but he's been shut down.
3 dead for Navi. Quadrant starting to finally find a little bit of life. 2 minutes 13 left in the game. It's plenty of time for them to turn it on its head once more as well, when you can see that they have already got control of snipe side once again. That dip hill is a little bit more of a difficult one to try and control. You've got to try and hold down blue and that snipe side. Snipe side should be where you're trying to force teams, but Jimbo with that kill is going to leave Legend on his own now. Legend finds himself in a position where he's just trying to survive, trying to be a nuisance before he can come back out and challenge. Mighty's is trying to hunt him down, but can Navi clean him up?
Navi recognized they had to clear Quadrant out of blue. They need to clear those spawns to make this hill a more difficult task. They've done so. Sent Legend packing as 3 go down for Quadrant. There's so much room that SLG has to make up to get to that hill, and the clock dwindles down.
Play call very clear now from Navi. They want to just play clock. They want to just run this time down and try and just make sure that Quadrant are spending more time in the death screen than they are anywhere near this hill. But Legend and Chick take that opening, take that advantage, pick up a couple of kills. The camo's going to be coming up as well in just a few seconds time. SLG finds another kill as well, and The one thing that I'm always a little bit worried about against a team of the caliber of Quadrant is if you give them an opportunity to pick up kills, they only have to kill you once, and they are in control of that hill, and there's still plenty of time on that game clock. If Navi don't break in this next team fight, this could be 3-2, and there's plenty of time still left in this game to potentially tie it up.
They're going to have to live and die by that decision to play Slayer, because they're allowing Quadrant back into this game. Couple of grenades go down. Legend still has a sliver of camouflage left. He has finally fallen. 2 dead for Quadrant, with 1:07 on the clock. So again, this is good for Navi. Every single time they get a kill, they hurt the chances of Quadrant winning this game.
Yeah, the big thing here was this team push, and it's being won by Navi. They finally clean up all these members. Mighty's is there as well to help out. It's 53 seconds left for Navi just to hold off the Quadrant push once again. One push here that's successful for Quadrant, though, will give them this hill if they can take all of the Navi players down, and Legend starts it off well with a kill on Mighty's.
A reminder, folks, even if they win this hill, it's going to go top middle. It's going to be so difficult to hold it. SLG will get one, and they are in the hill. Snipe rifle's there to be scooped up, and Snipe John's patiently trying to wait for his teammates to spawn back up as SLG dives towards garbage truck. Legend manages to get one, but straight it out immediately. SLG in another fight gets a kill, almost lives. And a score now 3-2 as we head to top middle.
Oh my goodness, Jimbo there with the help. Sniper rifle gets picked up here by Glory as well, but immediately he will fall as well. 22 seconds left on the game clock. That's the important thing in this game at the moment. It's a one-hill game, but at the moment with 2 in the death screen, Quadrant quite simply cannot get their toes inside of that hill. So Navi, even though there's been a few team pushes that haven't gone their way in the last few minutes, might have done enough here, Richie.
Controlling loop might be the final death knell in the coffin here to give them the series lead. With 1 second, nobody in position. Navi retake the lead. 2-1 the score now.
With so much time left in that game, I was a little bit worried that Navi maybe were going to have to hold off a few too many pushes from Quadrant in that final moment, but it worked out for them in the end. There was only around 30 seconds, I think, 20-something seconds on that last hill that Quadrant had to play with to try and lock it down. The hard work was done early in the game. And just looking across the statistics here, I want to talk about Mighty's because he kind of quietly went about the business, putting down a huge amount of damage for his team in that game. And I think you also look at Snipe Drone, right? You're looking at some of those stats that are coming in. We mentioned how Mike is going to be a player to watch now that Bandit starts are back in Halo Infinite. That single shot weapon is something he is certainly going to have fun with. As now we see the series score, right? 2-1 in the favor of Navi. Could have easily and arguably maybe should have been 3-0 at this point, but Argyle CTF is going to be our next map, and this is Quadrant's playground. This is where they love to grab those snipers and love to have some fun.
There is a couple of game types that Navi will be worried about in this series. Argyle CTF being one, and game 6 is going to be a stronghold, so you feel Navi are going to have to win this series in either a Slayer or this CTF game right here, because although they're in the driving seat with a 2-1 advantage, they cannot afford to let Quadrant get back into this one here.
Yeah, well, I mean, you've got to remember it's the best of 7 as well. So there's a lot more Halo to be played in this series. 3-1 isn't going to get it done. They're going to have to win a couple more games if they want to send Quadrant down to that elimination bracket and have them fight their way through to that grand finals. But for Navi, it's a great confidence boost, I think, for them, how this series has started. Just looking across at the moment, it's all smiles on their side, as you would expect. You're up in the series. Usually you're feeling pretty happy about it, but this is a game type that tests everyone, right? It's a mental test as much as it is a technical test. It's a test of your skill and hitting your shots. It's such a difficult attritional map to get those flags moving and those flags running. You have to accept sometimes that you're going to spend 2 or 3 minutes just fighting for mid-map control. And that's what you have to base a lot of this game off of. Those trades, pushing your way forward. And we've seen games being decided by one player picking up a snipe, hitting a quick double, and then a third kill falls in tandem with that. That creates the opening for those flags to run.
We're underway then. We were on board for a moment with Mighty's, but we switched now over to Chick, who has that grapple and now the quantum translocator. With one click, scoops it into his chest. Snipe Drone tried to get aggressive and managed to get the kill. He QT'd, but it was only a corpse by the time he got to the end of it.
Glory given the responsibility of picking up the sniper here for Navi. On the other side, you saw SLG with the sniper rifle for Quadrant, and it's a defensive position here that's having to be taken by Glory with this weapon. Zika trying to push him. Glory trying to scare him back for just a few moments here, but this is the kind of style of play you're going to have to adapt sometimes if you are playing defensively. The worry is if you don't get those kills, not only do you hand over control of your base and the flag, but you also leave that sniper at the back of your base to be picked up as well, and that can be a problem.
It's always funny the different speeds you have to play depending on the game type. You play Capture the Flag on Argyle, it's a lot more slow, methodical. They've just come from a frantic game of King of the Hill, where it's all gun-ho, it's all running, all sprinting, holding forward. Chick with a beautiful stick. Legend gets one elsewhere as Mighty tries to even up the odds. 3 dead now for Navi, and just like that, number's been thinned out once more. This flag looks to be dead.
That was such an important kill, by the way, from Glory. If he doesn't get that, then someone gets a touch on that flag, and that entire time the flag was away from the Navi base, and the Quadrant weren't quite able just to get that extra touch on it. It seems like they spread their resources a little bit thin and didn't win the individual fights that they needed to, but the final cleanup there from Glory really just to secure that flag would be going home. And for the first time now, we're seeing Navi approach that halfway line on the map, starting to put pressure on the base, but good kills coming in from SLG to take down Mighties. Shows that Quadrant are looking pretty strong in this defensive hold.
Jake getting the shot in the back. Not even going to attempt to turn around, accepting his faith. As the game slows down, Jimbo tries to get aggressive over towards the screens. Has to back away. Do a little damage, take a little. Get down tonight. As Mighty tries to back away with the snipe. Also down to no shields. A lot of players just playing their lives expertly here as Mighty's reach out. Snipe drone wins that fight cross map. With the Bandit Evo.
Oh!
Sniper rifle in the hands of Legend.
Oh!
Pops the shields. Almost locks in two.
I mean, you have to give some credit on the other side of things, right, to Mighty, is that under that pressure, having just seen what happened to your teammate, still manages to clean up the kill. 2 dead here for Navi. Where has that sniper rifle fallen, though? Was it able to be recycled, or was the ammo not quite in the position it needed to be picked up? For now, it's going to be looking like it might have fallen down into that vent as the stick comes in and the trade comes in. 2 dead here for Quadrant. Navi trying to chase down sneaky little Legend.
Snipe drone.
Winning a few individuals.
Wins the one. It's not often you see Legend lose them. You almost have to take note. Glory gets one onto Sika. Trading this one out perfectly, our Navi, making this a very frustrating game. All 4 dead for Quadrant.
Snipe in the hands as well of Mighty. Sat up top middle, the flag is moving. This is perfect timing for Navi. Still 2 in the death screen, by the way, for Quadrant. They've only just got back on the map, so a few kills being picked up in that kill feed. If it lights up in blue here and you see Quadrant players falling, this should be the first cap of the game. Jimbo will get that first kill. It's a clear run home, and look at this. Navi get that first flag in here, and Quadrant are under pressure.
Jimbo gets another kill. 9, 1 and 5. It's almost looking at the Jimbo of old. The numbers he's putting up now. He's come to play here on Championship Sunday. Looking to claim yet another European trophy to add to his long list of the ones of Halo 5. They're countless tournaments he won. Chick, though, will have something to say about it, especially if he has this sniper rifle in his hand. With Navi spawning over towards Elbow. Glory gets a huge kill to stop this flag in his track and just slow the momentum down.
Oh, I tell you what, Glory's starting to warm up a little bit here. 2 big snipes being hit by Glory that are just going to push Quadrant back once more. And you can see it from the POV of Legend right now. He has no chance of pushing forward. SLG doesn't fall as Mighty flies in there. He manages to pick up the kill himself, but there is Glory again with that sniper rifle, and he is a human turret at the moment. He ain't missing too many shots.
There was a moment there where he looked at Jim and Jim looked at him and he thought he was safe. And then a snipe shot came out of nowhere right to the spine. Navi, happy to hold the advantage they have. They worked so hard to get it. Mighty's rips another skull. Mighty's is hitting shots, as is Glory. This is bad news for Quadrant.
It's bad news, but I want to see Navi be aggressive off the back of this, right? Because so often you'll see teams and players, they get into positions where they're 1-0 up in a game and they're like, okay, we can just hit a few kills here. We can forget about the fact that if a second flag is on the board, this game becomes very, very difficult for Quadrant to get back into. So you have to press your advantages. Kills aren't going to win you the game at this point. You can't expect to constantly hold off Quadrant pressure. You're going to have to get another flag moving if you want to secure it. And you almost want to guarantee with 6.5 minutes left.
It's almost like using a football reference as he strolls onto the flag. Legend and pulls it. 1 isn't comfortable. 2, you need a cushion of some sort. Can't rest on your laurels, and we're seeing exactly why.
Literally
Only moments pass when you're talking about this, and this is what you see.
It's literally it, right? They're picking up kills. They're not pushing up. They're not trying to get aggressive in the base. And, hey, one opportunity with the sniper rifle falls to Quadrant, and we have ourselves a tie game. That's incredible efficiency, by the way, from Quadrant. That's pretty much the second time in this game they've had a flag away from the base, and they convert it. So Navi are probably going to look at that last few moments and think, hey, is that on us? Did we misplay that situation? And is that something we can address moving forward?
Just under 6 minutes left. Glory in the vent, down to no shields, but he's managed to get Legend in a similar position. Looking to try and bait and switch. Plasma grenade lands at the feet of Legend, knows exactly where he needs to stand to avoid the splash damage.
I was going to say,
down to the inch.
That takes half my shields off when I'm playing online, but Quadrant starting to find themselves on the receiving end of a few deaths here, but they're all on the Navi side of the map, so it's not going to be ones that will worry them too much. You can see they still have SLG with a sniper rifle in his hands, and he'll be able to hold down the line for a few more moments. But Mighty's trying to poke, and Mighty's doing more than poke, creating an opportunity by ripping the shields for Snipe Drone to move in.
2 dead then. Snipe Drone's going to try and pull the flag here. Mighty's almost accepted the fate of his teammate, knowing that this one was going to be difficult. To 2 members left then of Navi left on the map, but they're all in the same position up the side, with Sika trying to back away after receiving a little bit of damage, trying to get this flag into the vent. SLG with the sniper rifle puts this flag and stops it in its tracks. McQuantum translocator up as well. Could that be a factor?
Yeah, you wonder here, just on that run, that what went wrong for Navi. It was Sika staying alive for a long time in the back of the base. You saw, I think the Glory got a call out that there's a player on the low cap below him. So instead of kind of holding the angle that he was expecting more players to be respawning from, that he could have given a bit more cover, he re-challenges, looks for that player, understandably so, right? But maybe his job wasn't that player. Maybe his job was just to take a few extra seconds, and Navi's job was to take a few extra seconds in that circumstance, just to secure a few extra kills before trying to force that flag. They end up trying to force it, and now they find themselves on the back foot, but they should be able to return their flag. They do exactly that. We're still tied up at 1-1 with 4 minutes left.
All 5 shots, Mighty's Bandit Connect. Sniper rifle taken care of. Won't be a factor for now. We're going to have fresh ones popping up any second now. The flag has been pulled. Mighty's trying to escape in the vent. Kills have gone in their favour too. And now there's a real decision to be made. Can Quadrant get the stop here? They've got Legend overextended. He's going to just wait, play this one as patient as he possibly can. He will pop up down to no shields, but keeps on running. Jimbo's got the kill. And Navi could be about to take the lead here. Receives more damage, but stays on his feet.
Best thing here is he can just take his time, right? Because you can see he's got teammates with him. He's got support from his teammates. Kills being picked up. Navi do take their time, and they do go into that lead. And I think they did learn from the previous flag run, right? They just took their time a little bit more. They forced that kill onto Legend. Legend was never going to be able to kill 3 players if they were able to focus their fire onto him. And even though Legend is a hell of a player, he's not going to be able to kill 3 people with just a bandit in his hand. So Navi go into a lead here. 3 minutes left in this game.
What a game Jimbo's having. Glory with the sniper rifle. He has hit some pivotal shots at some massive moments in this game. Game slows down as Quadrant try to lay siege to the base. Glory's down to no shields, backs away, stays alive, as does Mighty's front base. So frustrating as Legend tries to chase and hunt them down. Another kill goes their way. 3 dead now for Navi. A beautiful again from Glory as he manages to stay alive. Top grapple and get away.
What a play this is from Glory, by the way. He's not only stopped that flag almost single-handedly, look how he's played his life. Look how he's thrown off the timing of all of the players from Quadrant. He cannot be taken down. Jimbo gets another kill, and that's a kind of special play, right? You look at that play and that quick thinking, that quick decision-making to not only get the kill and stop the flag, but stay alive, get ahead of the pressure, get your team out is so difficult to have unless you have that decision-making naturally.
And how many times we see players get kills? Particularly, listen, I'm going to fly my matchmaking teammates. They get a kill, they're quite happy to stand still. They feel like they've done their job. He gets the kill, he flies forward, puts damage down on more players, keeps on moving, keeps on grooving. And as a result of that, they hold this 2-1 lead into the final knockouts of this game now. Navi still have work to do, though. It's Quadrant, they're coming forward.
Quadrant have no option at this point with 1 minute and 40 seconds left to try and push forward, to try and put pressure on. Navi just have to hold the line for a minute and a half, but Sniper Rifle is in the hands of SLG, and I mentioned how a double kill could completely change the map. All of Navi trapped in the back of the base! As SLG reintroduces himself to Jimbo in the form of a snipe bullet.
I would have preferred a handshake, personally. Sniper rifle to the face will do a job, though. 2 down for Navi. As SLG tries to punch a hole in the defense. But again, Jimbo's there. Jimbo stands strong. Glory's hit another headshot. Tick, he's in trouble as well. Glory gets one more. 1 minute remaining.
So many clutch plays been made by Navi in this game, right? Usually you're kind of associating them with Quadrant in those clutch moments, the end of the game, big defensive or offensive plays. Well, they have a chance to make one now, but let's talk about initially the shot coming in from Jimbo, right? Jimbo manages to shut things down, manages to slow things down. Glory again gets it out with a sniper rifle, cuts down another player, and as the trades go down, they fall in the favor of Navi once more. It's 3 players in the death screen. Now look at this, Glory is still trying to push forward, still trying to be aggressive. And for Quadrant, it's looking like this could be another game slipping through their fingers.
Questions had to be asked about Jimbo's performance. Is there some sort of engagement buff that we don't know about? Can they sell that in the HCS store? Because whatever it is, if you can bottle it, he looks a different man this weekend. Huge kill again. Look at the feed. Glory gets a sniper rifle headshot. Just stopping so much pressure as the final moments dwindle down. SLG desperately tries to toss the flag out, but nobody there to touch it. Navi are going to win CTF Argyle by 2-1. Unless... There it is. Navi 3-1 in the series then.
One game away. One single solitary game away from knocking Quadrant down to that elimination bracket and seeing them having to play a lot more Halo today. But that was an impressive game of control, I think, from Navi. I think a lot of the time that we saw clutch plays being made, it would be from the Navi side. And the one that obviously stands out to us that we caught on our POV was Glory. You can see the statistics there. Jimbo and Glory leading the way for their team. Snipe Drone leading the way of assists. But there were so many moments, but the one big one that we talked about was Glory hitting the snipe as last player alive, hitting the shots to stop that flag running, and then grappling out to a position which takes attention away from back flag from snipe spawns, where the rest of Quadrant are probably trying to focus their attention on for the respawners to come in on the map. He gets out, he survives, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, now we have to worry about him. We have to turn our attention away. We have to split our attention from focusing on one area, the back flag, and on the snipe side to where Glory's going to be in position. I mean, really, really important play, really heads-up play from him, and those kind of plays will win you games, and Navi find themselves winning it 2-1.
And if I told you, listen, heading into this series, that it was going to be 3-1 to Navi, but they had won every single objective game type, you'd be asking serious questions of Quadrant saying, what's gone wrong here?
Yeah, I think you're right, and there's a few moments that I'm watching at the moment from Quadrant that just don't feel very Quadrant. They feel a little bit off. There's a few individual battles being lost.
Yeah.
You can maybe... Is it the Bandit? You know, is it the Bandit that's given them that inconsistency in those individual battles? Is it just that Navi have just been winning those individual battles? It's tough to see, but how many times do we always talk about, you know, you'll see Seeker in a 1v1 to make a play, to get the last player alive, to stop a flag, to win a flag, whatever it might be. He wins it, right? And the same can be said about some of the players that we've seen all season long from them, but the individuals at the moment seem to be being won by Navi more often than not, and the teamwork is there as well.
Yeah, I think when you start to stack up some of those fights, we're seeing Snipe Drone hitting those shots, Legend losing more 1v1s than typically we're used to seeing, and perhaps, like you say, it is just the fact that we've changed the weapon now and you're punished for missing that one stray shot when perhaps if you just sprayed with the battle rifle, one shot would connect, but now you're seeing you have to be super precise, and that's why we're seeing the likes of Snipe Drone and maybe Jimbo picking up the stats that we hadn't seen before.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said about, like, I feel like it's sometimes a little bit more difficult to trade in certain situations with the Bandit as well, because you have to hit the 3 shots and then the beatdown, right, which just gives you the extra second for maybe a teammate to pop up and assist you in a kill. It gives you just that extra half a second that can make all the difference. And when you're just sliding, you kind of, with the battle rifle, you expect the 2-shot beatdown to come in, you get the trade, it's a comfortable trade, especially if, you know, you hit a G-slide into someone, right, you expect to be able to get that trade. But the little half second, sometimes the difference in those kind of moments can add up across the series, with one kill not going your way, a couple more players getting involved in a team fight. So it's the start of the Bandit era, if you want to call it that. Sounds like a weird kind of wrestling term. Vince McMahon might enjoy that one, but, you know, it's certainly, you're already seeing some of the differences in team play and individual play with just the change of the starting weapon.
Up next, we've got a Slayer. It's going to be on recharge. Is there anything you've seen from the series so far that maybe tips the balance either way? We have already seen Quadrant win that Slayer, and they desperately need to win it now. There's no more mistakes in the chamber. They have to win every game from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, Quadrant they won the Slayer, but they probably shouldn't have. Let's be real. Like, if you watch that game back, you would have known that that's That's Navi throwing the Slayer away, not Quadrant winning the Slayer, in my personal opinion. They kept it close, sure, but when you're up, what was it, 47 to 43, I think it was, in the end of that game, and you lose, you're not usually looking at the other team and going, wow, they played really well in those final moments. You're going, how do we blow that one? You know, it's you're in control of the map, and you're in control of the score. So I think Quadrant, looking at that, will be probably a little bit worried, knowing that for 90% of that game, they were on the, we just say, with the negative side of the majority of the gameplay and the flow of the game. It was just those final few moments they managed to clutch up in. So when your series is on the line, when your winners bracket run is on the line, and you have that in the back of your mind, plus you've just lost 2 back-to-back games, it's a tough ask for them. It's a tough ask for them. We'll have to see what we're made of.
I think we've asked the questions ago. The Quadrant don't look very Quadrant-like right now. That's something that we've said. But in the same vein, Navi are typically, we've seen them. You spoke about their troubles all year long, where they get into tiebreakers in groups. They don't win those games, and you spoke about it at the start of the series. They're starting to win those games, and just like we've seen there, those tight moments and towards the end when you need a little bit of ice, they're starting to show it now.
Yeah, I think. I mean, I know I give a lot of credit to Glory and what he's added to this team, not just individually, but I think the attitude of the team is like, I think Navi had to be brought down a little bit, brought down a peg or two because they were so used to winning these players at the start of Halo Infinite, right? And they expected to win. They expected to continue to be able to be the best team in Europe, and I think it was quite difficult to accept sometimes that they weren't. And all of a sudden, I think it was, as soon as Glory was added to this team, there was kind of this freshness and like work ethic reinstalled. It's like, okay, if we want to get better, we have to do the stuff that we really don't want to do. That means sitting down and doing hours of VOD review. That means, putting ourselves in situations that make us feel a bit uncomfortable, and we have to be honest with each other. Like, why didn't we win this series? Was this a decision that we made? Was it a play that we made? Was it our game plan that was wrong? And, it's work that any team should be doing, but when you are the team that has been winning for so long in Europe, it's almost difficult to put yourself in that mindset. And I think you got to give a lot of credit to players like Glory, Jimbo, Mighties, and Snipe Drone as well, for recognizing that, hey, if we want to actually get better, you don't just get better. Like, you have to put in the work, and they've started doing so.
Okay, then. Navi 1 game away from closing out this series. Slayer Recharge up next. And for Quadrant, they would really like to be heading into a grand finals on the winner's side. They would not want to have to do it through the elimination side. But they find themselves in this situation now. Perhaps came into this one a little bit too cold. And 3 dead they go. Asika will make it an unofficial 4 dead. Perfect start from Navi.
Gonna ask for more. It's 6-0 off the rip here. And a 6-kill advantage is absolutely massive at the start of any game. You've got to imagine that, we're not sure if that camo was burnt, but they're certainly going to have control of the shock rifle. You just saw it narrowly whisking past the ears of Legend here. And Legend, again, being taken down. SLG finds one, but there is that shock rifle. There's Jimbo with a double kill. Question is, can he find more as the trapeze artist in him starts to rise to the surface? But I think it was more a trapeze of escape than it was looking for that triple.
Jim Bossity putting down more damage. Playing with a confidence we have not seen in quite some time. Starting this game off with a killing spree. That's when you need your leaders to step up and be counted for. He's hoping to be the difference maker here for his team. Ahead by 10. It's a massive margin. SLG will get one. Glory managed to get quite a significant amount of damage down before that, though. Quadrant just don't look themselves right now.
Reeling. It's the only way to put it at the moment. Quadrant are absolutely reeling at the moment. And it just feels like Navi have just got their number. Mighties gets another kill. It's 16-5 at the moment. It's a scoreline that, if you're a Quadrant fan, there's no real good way to look at it.
Mighties goes down, and perhaps this is a moment then for Quadrant to gather their thoughts. Quell the momentum. Glory, though, again opens the door. No, he doesn't. He kicks it in. Puts Chick away. Excuse me, Sika. SLG will get one back. Camouflage now. One more shot to play with the shock rifle. Can't find the face, but will burn the camouflage.
It burns the camo, keeps it out of the hand of Quadrant. And if you're down by 10 in a game, then those kind of things you need to be able to pick up, right? And at the moment, Quadrant just kind of finding themselves in the blender, the Navi blender, however you want to put it. It's trade after trade, kill after kill going in the favor of Navi. It's 23-12. Snipe Drone picks up yet another kill as well. Here's an individual battle that we'll have to keep our eyes on. And again, Snipe Drone comes out of it with a trade in a situation where you're probably looking at it and thinking there's been a few situations in the past where, you know, a Quadrant player comes out of that on top.
You said Navi blender this whole time. I've just been thinking about, can you get them on Amazon? Is there Navi sponsored blenders?
Black Friday's coming up. Navi, get your marketing team on it. I'm sure it will sell one to an Irishman.
SLG down to no shields then on double stacks. Quite a lot of grenade damage being picked up, but not enough to send them away. Need to try and close this distance. They managed to get another one. Jimbo will answer back as Legend soars in, trying to get the trade. And again, you speak of it, they usually get those kills. 3 dead again for Quadrant.
Make it 4, 31-19 the score at the moment, and it's Jimbo who's leading the way at the moment, and 10-5 from Jimothy, and you use the forbidden word, the name that we shall not call him, Jimbosity. Feels like a long time ago we were talking about Jimbosity, but Jimbo. Maybe there's going to be a few more proposals going down very recently very soon in the Halo scene, because this man is playing some crazy Halo.
Lock down your significant others. This is the result. The ground pound king, he's back. Camouflage now in 6. 16 kills required for Navi to close out this game and the series. And go into the grand finals through the winner's side with that insurance policy of losing another best of 7 before they lose the tournament. Quadrant have got a 2-for-1 trade, making it a 1-for-3. Camouflage is up. And in for Glory. Glory will get that kill, but again, it's almost like a burn. He would have liked to have a little bit more of an impression on the game than that, but again, trades are good.
I was going to say, in that situation when you're last alive and you kind of give away a position, a trade is fine in that situation when you've got a 38-27 lead. It means that you're keeping the camo at the hands of your opponents. That's an opportunity for them to get back into the game. It means you're allowing your teammates to get back on the map in a more even situation. Snipe Drone also has this shock rifle as well, who's quietly gone to 12-4, by the way. And for now, you can see the Snipe Drone is just trying to bait out a few players at the back of seat. Jimbo and Snipe Drone are going to be here, and now here comes the push, but look at this, sliding in being aggressive is Snipe Drone to get that damage down. Jimbo will be able to clean it up, and now Navi find themselves 9 kills away from sending Quadrant down to the elimination bracket.
Navi's pacing has been absolutely perfect in this game, in this series. Playing slow when they need to. Forcing Quadrant in some really uncomfortable positions. And again, you speak about that blender. They just activated it once more. It's a 1-for-2 trade. They need 7.
Jig has that shock rifle, but with 7 deaths to play with, it's going to have to almost be, and I hate to use this phrase, but almost perfect Halo at this point, where you're just getting kills, you're barely getting traded out. And to do that, you need to really be efficient when you get that damage to capitalize on it and escape with your life. But there's Mighties. Again, just a kill out of nowhere, right? How many times have we seen the first kill in a team fight going to Navi in this series so far? It's another example of it there.
Camo's going to pop up. And Navi recognize they can be the ones to dictate the pace now. They can be the ones to make the mistakes. Which can only mean more camouflages going their way. 2 more kills required. And a little bit of disrespect with the use of the plasma pistol from Glory. This game very quickly got away from Quadrant. Mighties gets another kill with the grenade. Chick answers back, but it's too little too late. As Snipe Drone locks in the final kill, 4-1 to Navi.
And you can see how much it meant to them. They just popped off on that main stage. I think that means a lot to Navi, right? Yeah, they've been trying to get better. They've been trying to improve. They've been trying to prove a point here in Europe that, you know, all the talk has been rightly about Quadrant over the last year or so, right? But they still feel like they have been close to them that entire time. That series, honestly, wasn't that close. You have to be honest. Navi were in control for the majority of it. That could have easily been a 4-0. It ends up as a 4-1, but there'll be questions to ask for Quadrant here. They've got some more Halo to play today as they drop to that elimination bracket, but Navi booked their tickets to the grand final and, of course, will have that series advantage coming from the upper side as well.
And I'll say this with the utmost respect. You touched on it a little bit. That was a blowout. I mean, every single objective game was a blowout. That last Slayer was the same. And we spoke about it after game 2. That could have very easily been and should have been a Navi win. This should have been a clean sweep. if you really analyze it. So Quadrant have a lot of work to do. They go down to the elimination final now. They have to take care of business, and they're going to get another crack at Navi, but they need to right some wrongs because things were not looking good for them.
I mean, are they going to get another crack at Navi? That's the question, because if they're playing like that in the next series, then they might have a little bit of a shock result, but they're going to have to step it up. They're going to have to go away and refocus, because there were certainly some questions that they were coming up short with, and some challenges that were coming up short of in that series. But yeah, a little bit of a tough one for Quadrant fans to watch. I don't really want to say that it was Quadrant playing badly. I want to give it a little bit more praise to the Navi side, to be honest with you, because I think Navi just played exceptionally well in that series, and the clutch moments all went their way.
Yeah, that's right to be said. I think Quadrant have an elimination final on the cards. Don't go anywhere, because we'll have that up next. This thing's important.
There you go.
Now I get to talk.
Absolutely nailed it.
Elimination finals times, folk, and maybe some people in Twitch chat hear what I said, maybe some people didn't. But all I do know is Quadrant have a big series on their hands because we're hoping there's no hangovers from the last series because Vuelta can be a tricky customer.
They certainly can indeed, and I think Quadrant are going to want to maybe put right what went wrong in that last series, because it felt like a series that they were never really in charge of at any point, right? And certainly some questions to be answered. And if you're Vuelta and you're looking at that series that you just saw on the main stage as well, you're going, well, we've given Navi some really good series over the years, and why can't we put ourselves into a grand finals as well, right? And it's going to be a best of 7 once again, so there's an opportunity for them to play a couple of Slayers, maybe if they can sneak a couple of objective game types, the series can certainly become theirs. But for Quadrant, Aquarius CTF is going to be game number 1, and this is one that we have seen these two teams meet up on, if I'm not mistaken, in this tournament. And it did end up 5-1 in the favour of Quadrant, and it was a pretty convincing 5-1 as well.
Yeah, it was one of those games that started off as hot as a flash, and they got 3 flag captures in the space of 3 minutes, so Quadrant weren't playing any games, but it was Vuelta bounced back in the Slayer. I wonder if we'll see a very similar story play out here. With Vuelta, by no means are they going to be a pushover. And Quadrant have to keep their wits about them. I'm also very happy to see the coach for Vuelta is actually wearing a Quadrant jersey. Are the mind games already beginning?
Yeah, we were wondering if that's just he's a big fan of the team, if he wants to, see them do it well, or if he's like, hey, me, I'm going to be a team that beat you. Huh. Let's see if that's going to have an influence. If that does have an influence, well, that would be really weird. But anyway, let's talk about this game. Let's kind of put the focus onto Quadrant, I guess, because that's where the questions are going to be have to be answered in this game. And as we do get into the game, we're going to start off on the side of Legend, who immediately gets destroyed by about 10 grenades. So probably not the perfect start for him, but Seeker's going to answer back at least with a kill of his own.
On their way then. Couple of kills go the way of Vuelta. 3 dead. Quantum Translocator scooped up as well, so an opportunity to put some aggression down on the opposing base. As they step in, Chick will take a couple of shots. And as will Legend. They're going to play this one pretty easily, going to defend it pretty well, but as I say that, SLG and Legend will go down. That flag that was pulled and on the move looks as though it may not make any further ground forward.
Flag is going to be run back for now. It looks like this should be the first flag actually going onto the board. And it's going to be Vuelta who can get that first flag in. So Quadrant again, having just lost back-to-back games and lost the series in the winners bracket final, now find themselves down by 1 flag. So a little bit disappointing start for them, to say the least.
Numbers advantage then, favouring Quadrant, but only 1 player coming off the respawn. Septic over towards Fridge, down to no shields, but Legend's quite happy to fight it the entire way with him having 0 shields as well. So now they're trying to lay siege to the base. They've got a flagpole. Flux is back base, hoping to get a trade here, not able to do so, and 3 dead now for Vuelta as they continue to move forward. Hello, folks. We have a black screen, but we'll continue on talking anyway, because that seems to be our job. That's what we're paid for, to keep on waffling through all of the technical issues that we might have. But we might have missed a flag capture during all that madness.
1-1. Let's tell you that, right? 1-1 is going to be the score. Just a little adjustment on the audio on our side. So thank you for bearing with us just a second there, as everything gets put where it should be, and everything is sounding all linked up and juicy in the way that we want it to sound for you guys. So in Blackpool as well as at home. So interesting start to this game though, and Quadrant find themselves 2 dead though. About 10 minutes left in this game. I think Vuelta have got to see this as an opportunity, this series, right? They've got to see it as an opportunity to strike Quadrant probably when they've been at their lowest for quite some time.
Well, they've already fared better than they did in the first time they met in this map mode combination because they're in the game. By this point, they were already 2.5 flags down, so doing a much better job of navigating the Quadrant push and the pressure. Managed to pull the flag and push it out to the front base, and Milty tries to watch over it with a keen eye, but Chick spots him out, gets the kill. And now, Quadrant can push forward once more.
Yeah, flag does get sent back home here, so now you're going to watch Quadrant trying to get aggressive. Flux has a little double back there and gets a couple of really good shots in. It was almost as if that wasn't expected by the Quadrant side. Most should be taken down in a few seconds time as well. Legend does get that kill, and now you're seeing Legend start to move in and do what he does best. Get that initial kill and then start cleaning up some damage, and Quadrant do have control of the base right now. There's still 2 players to eliminate in this situation. The longer that they stall Vuelta in that base, the more likely that their help is going to be coming. As you see now, all 4 players up, and this push is going to be stopped.
Legend gets his shields back, re-engages with Septic, pops the shields of Flux, but Flux gets 2. All 4 dead for Quadrant. And now the script has been flipped because it's going to be Mildy. First one into the base as he slows down for just a touch, waiting for his teammates to get closer, not to influence the spawns, hoping maybe a couple will spawn back base. SLG then in big trouble, loses the shields, and Mildy pulls away, almost gets away with his life, but an opportunity to pull a flag here for Flux.
It should be an opportunity to pull it. The question is, can Legend be in a position to stop it? Flux is still alive in the base, but it's a 2v2 on the map, well, was momentarily. Seeker's overextended on the P side with that heat wave, so now you're going to look at Seeker and Legend, think about maybe combining together to get a counter cap of their own. Flux has gone down, and a little bit of inefficiency coming in from Vuelta means that Quadrant sees the opportunity, they overextend, and what looked like all the pressure in the world on one side of the base now turns it into a counter cap coming in. It's 2-1 to Quadrant. A misplay from Vuelta, the opportunity taken by Quadrant to score.
And if you're Vuelta, you have to be asking questions. How did that just happen? We were in the ascendancy, in the driving seat, in the base, and a couple of players from Legend just completely turns that on its head. Another kill for him, double and a killing spree. Flux on the shroom stairs has the heat wave and does connect with those two shots and the melee to get the kill. So score 2-1 now. Quadrant just starting to grow in confidence in the game.
Legend 15 and 6 in this game as well. Check the man on our screen at the moment. He does win that individual battle as well. And look at this, now all of a sudden Legend has to think about rotating away, trying to flush players out, and now he's going to have a 1v1 with Millsy. Millsy was weak in this situation, still comes out of it with that trade, and it was Chick, excuse me, who was the player involved in that battle. Legend is still alive on the car 1 for now. He finally does get taken down, but real scrap around the mid-map, and this is a little bit different, I would say, pattern to play the last time these two teams matched up. Last time it was Quadrant constantly putting pressure on. They kind of owned the halfway line on the map. Every single time that a team fight was won by Vuelta, it was only to get up to sort of top middle on that halfway point, but it's a little bit more back and forth this time.
Has the win just slightly been taken out of the sails of Quadrant after that last series? Losing so convincingly. Down in numbers at the moment, and again Vuelta will come again. SLG and Chick over towards the P side, trying to fight off their back foot, and Mose will get one. Looking to get Seeker as well, doing a little bit of damage on the way out and on the way down. Heat wave now for Seeker as he now looks and plots his way forward.
Again, the heat wave was kind of one of the keys to Seeker getting into the base of the overextension for the counter cap a few moments ago. So you can see that Vuelta are trying to just hunt him down at the moment, and smartly Seeker's putting himself in a position where not only can he get his shields back, but anyone that does challenge him, he's going to have that heat wave at a range that's going to do maximum damage. Now you're seeing that overextension again. He's going to be trying to block the fridge spawns, maybe trying to just wrap behind enemy lines, do a little bit of damage, and if damage is done, that is a signal for Seeker to push. Sees the attention's taken away, and now he does have that opportunity. There's the damage, there's the kill. The problem is, elsewhere, so many players fell on his team in consecutive moments that he became last alive, and everyone on Vuelta could focus.
Great listen from Septic to spin around on a dime and get that kill as well. Hit some beautiful shots. Again, contractually obliged to say mouse and keyboard player. Mouse and keyboard player. Mose down to no shields in the front base. Using that thruster pack, but not enough to avoid the crosshairs of Legend, who finds the headshot regardless. Septic playing a little bit of defense, forced back into his own base, and Flux will get the kill over towards the fridge. This is very back and forth, and all the pressure the Quadrant are putting down, all the pressure the Vuelta are putting down, they're not really able to get anything going in terms of a flag capture at the moment.
Yeah, flag runs at a premium at the moment. Legend gets one kill onto Mose, which is going to be a defensive kill. Millsy, though, is going to trade it out. Now, this is an opportunity. He just gets the read onto Flux for a few seconds. Septic wins his individual battle. It's 3 dead here for Quadrant. This is the opportunity they need. Last play is going to be no shields. That's going to be SLG. Stuck at the moment in the closet, but with the kills being traded in and around the Quadrant base again, it's a matter of waiting for those respawners to come and join the party, and no one was there to trade out the kill with SLG, so now you're going to see him try and do more damage on P1, but he will forward. And you've seen Quadrant having to play very, very slow.
Held up in their own base. Seeker gets the opener. Mose is going to fall as well, but it's a 2-for-1 trade. Perfect for Quadrant. We're playing defense, but Septic's managed to get a kill, as is Millsy. 3 dead. Septic has to play a 1v1 with SLG. SLG trying to slow him down, doing so successfully. Septic forced to back away and just play his life. That's going to stop the flag from making any more progress. And again, SLG continues to fight this. Legend slides towards the back base, taking some shots, and eventually get the cleanup. But they're going to try and keep this flag alive.
Yeah, it's really interesting, actually. You know, there was an opportunity there. The damage that was done by Septic on the flag was so impressive that you saw, maybe we can make something of this coming in from Vuelta, but unfortunately, they maybe just tried to force it a little bit too quickly. There was an opportunity to trade out a few kills before. They started to continue that flag run, but in the meantime, you can see now that Quadrant have got the players out of the base. They have now re-established top middle control, and off the back of it, are looking for that damage to push from. Fortunately for them, player did fall a moment ago, so they're waiting for a live situation, but also I think they're just saying, hey, Vuelta, we have a heat wave, we have complete map control, we've got the flag advantage here, we want you to make a play before we make ours.
Who's going to blink first? Going to be a trade. Look at the stats line as 3 members of Quadrant go down, and this push looks as though it's not going to amount to much unless Chick can win this 1v1 against Septic. 3 shots go in, make it 4, shields pop, but looking at the stat line, Legend with 29 kills and still a lot of Halo left to be played in this game. He's been a turret as Millsy wins that 1v1.
Legend starting to win 1v1s is something we didn't see too much from in that previous series, but certainly starting to look a lot warmer now. Another 1v1 being won by him from the point of view of a Vuelta player, and now the opportunity arises to run this flag. Septic and Flux still in the death screen. Millsy and Mose, the last 2 players that need to be dealt with, but that kill from Mose might just slow things down for a second. Septic gets another as well, so could be a dead flag in this situation based on where the next few kills land, but Septic more than aware of positioning that's coming in from Seeker, wins that fight again, and Vuelta starting to answer back in these individual battles.
2 players sacrifice themselves. It's going to be Millsy who takes a death, but returns the flag. 4 dead, double kill, and a perfect one at that for Chick. He's already behind enemy lines. Flag is pulled. 3 members of Vuelta have just spawned up. Mose will join them very quickly as Millsy's the first pick, and that's going to mean trouble for Vuelta. There's a lot of pressure that they have to withstand if they're going to get this flag back home.
Flag does get rallied back though, and you can see 2 dead already. That is going to be a 3rd cap going in here to Quadrant, and with 1 minute 50 or so left on the clock, that could be the game-winning flag for Quadrant. It looks like, again, a very efficient run from them. The kills all fell consecutively. The beautiful slide hit out the window from Chick makes that run so simple on the car one side. They even took a moment to just get those shields back. Didn't have to do too much, and then teammate takes over the rest of the run as he's just there to protect car 1. So another traditional run, another very effective run coming in from Quadrant, and these are up 3-1 now.
Not a lot of time left. The impetus is on Vuelta to get things moving and do it quickly. Quadrant are going to make this a very difficult ask, though. It goes down. Septic also. Legend winning that 1v1. Sliding out. Damage has already been done. He was able to capitalize on it. Legend will also go down, but they're going to keep trading back and forth. That's only going to eat away at the clock.
Yeah, I mean, where the kills are happening is always important on the map, and when you're down by 2 flags and you find yourself dying on your side of the map, it becomes even more difficult even to think about formulating a comeback. But we have seen back-to-back flag caps be possible here on Aquarius, but the fact that there's only been 1 real, you would say, opportunity to cap a flag here for Vuelta that they took. They had a couple of kind of half chances, I would say. A double cap is looking extremely unlikely at this point.
They're closing this one out for Quadrant. Getting that 1-0 series lead and then looking towards the Slayer. They're moments away from it here.
For Vuelta, there's been some better signs than we saw in the first series. I mean, if you're looking for signs of improvement, last time it was 5-1, this time it's 3-1. For a long period of this game, we did see it tied up a 1-1, but it still looked like Quadrant just have the superior strategy. They're so much better at just getting into positions to assist each other. They know what the problem is going to be. Speaking of problems, SLG might have just had one, but the last laugh will go his way, as Quadrant will win the game 3-1, even though Septic on mouse and keyboard, by the way, actually does get that injured.
He did break his ankles, but SLG won the game. So what do you value more, a ninja or winning the game? I think for me it's going to be a ninja.
Yeah, injury as well. Who cares about winning?
But we got Slayer Recharge up next, but I think we could break down a little bit what we saw. I think you hit the nail on the head. You spoke about how the strategy just seemed to be favouring Quadrant, because you've seen Vuelta get themselves in the positions where if Quadrant were in a similar one, they'd get a flag capture, at least get it halfway. Fortunately, Vuelta just didn't have it in the tank.
Yeah, I think that's a game type that Vuelta would have known that the underdog's in, right? Because of the fact that they've lost it before, and they lost it in a conclusive way against Quadrant. For Recharge Slayer, this is maybe a game type where you can take advantage, because this is obviously, we just saw Navi take them apart on it. So if you're Vuelta, you're looking at it and going, hey, this is a map we can take away. This is a map that we need to take away in this series, because obviously we have Strongholds coming up next, which is Quadrant's bread and butter, which they win 95% of the time, and probably even higher than that when you look at the HCS stats throughout the season. So Vuelta, this is a must-win game if they want to have a real opportunity of winning this series, if they want to stay alive and move into potentially taking on Navi in the grand final. But it's going to be a tough ask, and I'm sure that Quadrant won't go down in the same way they did against Navi. I think they're going to show a little bit more fight than they did.
Well, they can point back to earlier in the tournament where they did win that Slayer. In that game 2, we don't have to talk about what happened afterwards, but what we can say is, well, they did win game 2, so they can do that here. They push this series at least one game further, but Quadrant's shown little signs of the hangover. Early in the game, they lost that flag capture and it was a bit of a wobble, but they have recovered here and have their eyes set on victory in game 2.
As we look at the fly-through, we will not have a sword on the map, thank goodness. Sword was on the map.
I do, yeah, but I almost blocked it out until I seen it there and you mentioned it.
Yeah, do you remember it's a grab hammer? One intentional, one not so, but as we do start this game now, it is going to be Vuelta who are under pressure immediately, but answering back. 4-3 is the score, but it's going to be 4 dead now for Vuelta, so however fast that start was, immediately all players from Vuelta are going to be spawning over on the pipe side. So Quadrant have complete map control. The question is, did the camo get burnt, or was it picked up by one of these players?
Camo must have been burned, as I believe the trades were 4 and 3, and the last surviving member didn't have it. So the information you would imagine would have been passed over if it was still a factor on the map. So with that in mind, Quadrant still hold a 1-kill lead. Oh, I tell a lie. There's the camouflage player. Of course, it's going to be Chick. But it seems to be out now.
There's one thing you can rely on from this broadcast is that me and Jersey at some point will give you incorrect information, whether it be a 49-49, whether it be a player not having camo. You can rely on us to be unreliable.
3-kill advantage. I know that because the score is down at the bottom now.
We actually have the score now.
That makes my job somewhat easier. Mo's over towards glass. Backs away after getting a successful kill on the Chick. We're seeing this game ebb and flow. A lovely sticky grenade. Locks in 2 for Sika. It's going to mean the lead remains at 3. Flux didn't even want to turn around to see where that fire was coming from. Shock rifle in the hands now of Legend. And we know how much damage he can do, how much carnage he can cause. Going to have to get a little bit tricky here and stay alive, but Sika's there in support and they're going to pave the way forward. Legend gets 1, almost locks onto the second. Milty has to get away with his life.
I was about to say, you just get the feeling with the position that Legend is in right now that he's about to do something with his shock rifle. He just seems to have good angles. He seems to have got teammates in position that are, you know, giving him the opportunity to roam and find these angles. And Chick cleaning up that kill means that Flux will be down to no shields and almost taken down here once again by Legend. But everyone trapped on the long haul. This is the head glitch you want to have, right? This is where you want to be playing. Nobody's going to get that first shot advantage. Speaking of advantages, Legend can't give his team one at the moment as he just keeps narrowly missing these headshots.
Ever since you said Legend looks like he's going to do something with his shock rifle, he proceeded to do very little, so
on me.
That might be on you.
That's on me.
2 members down for Quadrant. Camouflage for SLG, though. Got 2 members of Vuelta in front of him. Can he get 2? The answer is he gets 1.5, and Sika's there. He's going to get some cover fire to escape and keep his life. So 5 kills now the difference, and Vuelta just letting this game slip through their fingers a little bit.
One thing that you need to talk about is the stat line coming in from Sika at the moment. 9 and 2. Make that 10 and 2 now as he is starting to take this game over. 26-19 is the score, and this is the biggest lead we've seen for quite some time. It's a killing spree now for Sika as he's just hunting down players from Vuelta and playing off the damage that's being done by his teammates as well. It's such an important thing to do in Slayer, right? We always talk about deaths and kills, but if you get a kind of positive damage differential where you're doing damage and not taking it yourself, as a team, that's your opportunity to move, take space, and create chances, and that's exactly what Sika is doing so well at the moment.
Milty will fall. The rest of his team are going to spawn up over towards Long Haul. Mo's down in blue pipes, so Septic going to drop as well. This is what Quadrant do so well. They isolate the players. When they have damage and numbers advantages, they really capitalize on them and building the lead they have. So it's about trying to quell that, and maybe Milty has helped that with that kill. As he plants his feet Long Haul and fires it towards blue, but nothing doing. Septic decides to get rid of those grenades so they won't be a factor and they won't hinder his advances, but fortunately for him, he loses his shields anyway. He has information now. There's a player over towards Pizza, likely rotating towards pipes with 2 members now over towards blue, and it's going to be a full hit towards this one player, Chick, who's in big trouble. A trade could be huge if he can get it. doesn't get one, and numbers favouring Vuelta for now.
I mean, 3-man push. You saw Chick did a pretty good job to survive as long as he did initially. Mose will win his fight. Legend now is going to be on the flank. Legend flies in. G slides past, but gets a little bit of a lamp on the head there as the sticky does land. Get that trade and keep the 10 kill advantage here. But Vuelta, you saw the decision being made, and I'm never against a team like making a full push like that, but it's plays like this could be a little bit concerning. When they get trapped, it allows Seeker to move in, clean up easy doubles. You get that first kill away without doing damage. It just starts to stack up, and Mose is lucky to not fall in the next few seconds.
Mo was a pixel away from losing his life. Didn't get far though, as SLG was there to cut him off. His escape route was closed. Milty top tower is also in trouble. Flux going to be the latest victim of Seeker. Double kill. We speak about damage being done on the map. None more so than Seeker. 17 kills, 3 assists and 4 deaths. He's been absolutely clinical thus far.
Yeah, he's been so impressive in this game. He's been so impressive this year. A lot of talk, understandably, has been about Legend and what he's brought to the team and the impact that he's had on the global scale. Well, the player that kind of gets left out of that conversation sometimes is Seeker, which I think has been just as instrumental as a player to the success of not just the team, but the likes of Legend, right? He's a very intelligent player. He knows how to get in and out of situations. He's always doing damage and playing for the win, playing for the objective, whatever it might be. He's so good at doing it. And by doing that, when it comes to Slayer games, he's showing that he can put the stats up as well, and Seeker leads the way for Quadrant and puts them up 2-0 in the series.
And it was looking like there for a large portion of that Slayer, it was a matter of when and not if they were going to get that win. You could see it after they pulled away in the mid-game. They really started to put the foot in the gas. They started to pick up those power-ups, dictating the map, dictating the pace, and really just isolating players time and time again. And you talked about Seeker, how good he was, but he even had the supporting cast. Legend picked up 13, SLG 10 respectfully. So they were all pivotal in what they did and the goal that they got from the game. But looking at on the horizon now, we've got Solitude, Strongholds, and with the way they're playing, it looks as though they're in the sort of form of the 4-0 and go back to the grand finals.
Yeah, you would imagine this is looking like that at the moment, just based on the game types we have in front of us, right? I mean, Solitude, Strongholds, we saw it earlier, it's 250-0. It was not close. And Strongholds, Quadrant, we've told the tale as many times as you want us to at this point, and it is true because it's one of the most dominant streaks we've ever seen in a game type, full stop, in Halo history. And when you see it in a series and you're down 2-0, you're like, really, can we just like have a flag or something like that? I mean, we've already had a flag, but you know what I mean? Can we have some different objective game type just to give us an opportunity to get back into this game? But we always say as well, you know, you want to be the best, you've got to beat the best. So it doesn't matter what the game type and the mode is, you've got to be able to challenge and really put up a fight against Quadrant here. And I think Vuelta, they're going to know that as much as anyone, but it is a very tough ask. It's almost as if, like, you know, the road's over there. However, the road is like, you have to be barefoot. And by the way, the road is hot coals. And by the way, it's like a 45-degree incline. So best of luck with that one.
I think it's important that you say that, because how in the past we've heard players saying, listen, that we would have got, if we had got a better series layout there, we would have maybe fared better against these teams.
That bugs me when people say that, by the way.
It is said.
Get our game types. It's like, we'll get better at the other game types.
That's what I'm going to say, is that with a best of 7, you don't really have that excuse, because you're going to play almost every game type, but if not most of them. And, you know, of course, maps are going to be different, but you have got to make sure that you're strong on almost every single game type. And unfortunately for Vuelta, there's a lot of gaps there because they're maybe not a team as long as Quadrant are.
Yeah, 100%. It's understandable, right? They haven't been a team for as long as Quadrant. They don't have the experience that Quadrant do, but I don't think it's an excuse. I think it's one of the big challenges of being one of the best teams in the world on Halo Infinite. You know, it's such a huge map mode pool that it's so difficult to be good at everything. And it's like a testament to some of the best in the world, like your SSGs, Optics, Phases, right? Where they're so good at pretty much every single game type that if there's one that's weak, we can almost identify it immediately. It's like, oh, well, look at their win rate here. It's only 60% instead of 80% as they have on other ones. So, you know, it's a big challenge in the Halo Championship series with such a huge map pool and such a huge amount of modes that play so differently as well. And for Quadrant, this is the one that they love most, right? This is the one they've had the most success on. This is the one where the story was built around. And for Vuelta, maybe they have to start writing their own story now by upsetting the apple cart here, Richie. Maybe they'll win Strongholds. Who knows?
It's time to throw a spanner in the works. I think maybe you have to build upon, you spoke about already, it was 250-0 the last time these two teams played on this map. So maybe it's time to register a point and work from there.
A positive affirmation.
That's all we're looking for.
We will get a point.
We will get 1 point. Whatever happens from then on out, it doesn't really matter. And what's important in that, you talk about how Quadrant work on this all the time, starting strategies. They're going to be so important you get the better in the early engagements.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, The worry is that, you know, Quadrant know their strategy so well. Like you've mentioned, they're such a drill team, such an experienced team. And if you lose the opening off of this, it's not only a double cap, but you give away sniper rifle, right? You might give away access to power-ups, and before you know it, all of a sudden it's looking like triple cap, and you're stuck in blue, and you're going, okay, guess we're going to get killed 3 or 4 times before we get back on the map here. But Legend just been a nuisance behind this pillar. Does have to re-challenge at some point. It actually looks like Vuelta have got the better of this opening rush, so where those strongholds are going to be converted is always a point of interest, of course, and it looks like B is going to be the move here for Vuelta, and they weren't so close to capping it. Look at the bottom of your screen. Problem is, they didn't cap it.
No point. No pois. Chick down to no shields. Perhaps still an opportunity there. And I have to say, we're watching that gunfight play out between Millsy and Legend. He's so difficult. He's so annoying to play against. You watch him peek shoot, and you just can't land that final headshot. He milks 2-3 extra seconds, and that means the help can arrive.
Yeah, and then he re-challenges to getting shot in the back. He goes +1, and you're like,
yeah.
Playing against Legends.
Update though. Vuelta have got that 1 point and they're climbing, so
they're winning.
We're on the board. Zika down bottom middle will lose his life on silo. Millsy though, last man on the map for his team, as Moses just spawned up to offer some sort of cover fire and assistance. Legend down to no shields, and that's something that I'm seeing is Millsy is hitting quite a lot of shots, and that's impressive to see.
I mean, Millsy, I've always been impressed with his shots, but you know, it was a battle rifle before, and I felt like a single shot weapon would help a player like him being so accurate with those precision weapons. But I mean, SLG at the moment, he's marshalling the troops forward. Millsy is going to have to do something off of spawn now, because it's the triple cap that Quadrant have been looking for this entire game, and even more terrifying, SLG has a sniper rifle. The only difference is I'm not sure they're more than aware of where the spawns are coming in. They're a little bit split at the moment, and SLG, seeing those players jump in, now has an opportunity to jump onto some heads. Chicken's going to clean that damage up, and maybe SLG didn't need the awareness. He was waiting for those players to lift up, then he turns around and helps out the teammate.
And you can see with the information he had, he was predicting they were going to be blue, but he continues to rip shields and rip the life away from Vuelta. And this is what it's all about. When you get put in that blender, that triple cap, you lose and hemorrhage so many points so quickly. And it's time for Vuelta to decide, what's the plan of action? How do we stop this? As Legend has camouflage as well, and 3 go into the respawn screen once more. This is how quickly a game can get away from you.
Yeah, and if you're impressed with how well the SLG shooting, well, I warmed him up a few hours ago. That's why I mean, I really challenged him on every single kill. He knew it had to be 5 to take me down, and to be honest with you, a Quadrant Series win actually might have to put myself on that roster and say that I was a big part of it. But 135-3 is the score at the moment, and Septic finally wins an individual battle himself. But look how quick the teamwork is, right? Again, it's synonymous of a good team. As soon as damage is done, even if that individual fight isn't won, a teammate responds to that communication and manages to get the kill themselves to make sure it's a trade.
And that's the frustrating thing. You look at, all right, I've just won a 1v1 against Legend. Oh, I'm dead anyway. It didn't really matter because somebody else has just shot me in the back. There's, like you say, so good at capitalizing on damage put down by teammates and not letting those free kills get away. This has been a clinic so far. They're trying to capture B now, or Vuelta. And they've managed to do so, but they're going to keep losing points, so they're going to need one more. Milty's gotten a pick over towards C. But Sika's immediately put him in the grave, so they have got control of C, but B transfers and immediately they keep on scoring.
Yeah, I love this play actually from Sika, right? He sees that C is being captured. He waits for communication coming out that there's a play that he can walk into bottom middle with and clean up, and from there he's like, okay, you have C, I am in B, we are going to transfer scoring, you cannot challenge because you've just been involved in a fight, whereas I'm full shield. So it's just that internal, like I always talk about the internal timer, right? But it's that, but also the decision making to know that you don't have to desperate to where a stronghold is being capped to defend it all the time. Sometimes you can outplay and out-rotate your opponent, outthink your opponent to keep the team scoring.
Game management has been absolutely expert here from Quadrant as they continue to score. Vuelta, every single time they put so much resource into capturing one stronghold, Quadrant arrive on the scene and take it right back. Got a kill, but again, it's going to be Sika this time with camouflage after Legend had the last. Sika's down bottom middle now, as was Septic, but 2 kills go in their favor, and Vuelta are very quickly running out of time.
Yeah, they certainly are, and the kills aren't going their way either. When you've got a camo player roaming around, it's just a case of who do I want to shoot. He defends C, now he knows the push is going to be coming in on B. It has to be a desperate push, but in the meantime, you can see SLG was already causing a distraction over at A. This is going to be game. It's almost set a match, but there's still one more map to go for Quadrant to put themselves into the grand final. But that was, I mean, as we expected, right? It's almost folklore at this point that if you play them in strongholds, it's not just a case of can you win, it's like how badly you're going to lose.
Yeah, I think we spoke about the goal being scoring a point. They got 3, so I think they can look at that as a success on strongholds. So 250-3, the final score. And
I mean, it's crazy. Sorry to jump in here, Richie, but you look at those statistics and, you look at the side of Vuelta, it's nothing's like unreasonable there. The game finishes so quickly because Quadrant are just so good at cycling spawns. They're just so good at it that you look at it, it's like Vuelta probably thought, hey, we only played like for 5 minutes of Halo there, and we apparently we're on the receiving end of a 250-3 loss. Like, we got absolutely hammered. It's like we didn't really have many pushes. Full stop.
They almost feel like they didn't get to play the game. I mean, you're in the respawn screen, they were trapped in bases, and I think it's so important that you mention that because it's not like one player went -15. You can look, oh, well, if I played my life differently a few times, there's nobody to really point the finger at. Players went 4 and 7. It's not this massive disparity in terms of kills and deaths. It's just how efficient Quadrant are, and they keep you in the respawn screen.
Yeah, the strategy is just superb, and so many times we see them as like, oh, they've got outspawned. No, there's a snipe bullet into the body that's just going to slow everything down once again, and all of a sudden you've got someone else on the flank or pushing forward to capitalize on that damage, and it's what they're so good at. But now we do see a little bit of oddball to come up here on live fire, and Vuelta might be taking a little bit of heart from what we saw from Navi again earlier, right? This was a game type that was taken away from Quadrant. It was streets, of course, but they've shown that if you can be scrappy, if you can be a little bit of a pain when it comes to controlling certain things on the map, then you can put Quadrant under pressure, and they're going to have to now. Otherwise, this is going to be Quadrant marching back to that grand final.
Quadrant 1 game away then from completing the clean sweep. Vuelta have a difficult task now, keeping their tournament life alive. Legend gets a kill on the Flux. Chick elsewhere with the heat wave. They're starting to scoop up power weapons. That's a scary thing to see. 3 dead. Moze gets 1. Overshield's just popped up, and Moze again trying to influence the overshield. It's been scooped up and popped. It's been utilized. Power weapons, power ups. They've got all the things that they need.
Overshield's going to be able to fly forward and just capitalize on damage or deal damage. You can see that those players, it's a really smart play again from Seeker, right? He sees 2 players in front of him. He's like, hey, I could walk forward and challenge them. I might take damage, but instead I'm just going to leave them there for a few moments until my teammate gets his shields back. Millsy does have a body shot onto Legend, which is going to be important because now Legend is out of the fight and there's an opportunity to push on the green side, but this is Legend we're talking about. He wins fights he shouldn't win, and that is another prime example of it.
This is the crazy thing about Halo. You look at the players on Vuelta. Moze, he's been a European champion. Flux has been in the scene for a very long time. But Septic, such a good Halo player. But there's somehow another level, another gear. You play against the likes of Quadrant with Legend. These boys, they don't miss shots. And they don't do it significantly enough to give you an opportunity. You have to be on your A game at all times. A double kill for Legend, and it was as easy as you like, and now he has a sniper rifle.
I just wanted to shout where they were there for a second, just to give us an opportunity to see if we could make a triple happen. Instead, it's going to be the unofficial one. It's 3 in a row. Oh my goodness, imagine if it was a triple and he started hitting shots here. That could have been all sorts of potential, but unfortunately it's unfulfilled potential, which something that Legend certainly isn't too fond of hearing. He usually is the player who is fulfilling all the potential in the world.
Overshield up imminently. Flux is giving it up, recognizing that perhaps it wasn't on the cards for him. Ball was played. 2 members of his team have fallen, both at the hands of one man, Sika. He's trying to play this a little bit sneaky, and he's done so successfully. He's caught Legend down to no shields, but unfortunately being pressurized by Sika, who's put in yet another kill. He's had a very good series so far, and now he would love to tie a bow on this one and get straight back to grand finals.
Another overshield here goes to Quadrant as well. That's 2 in a row for them. Makes the job so much more easy for them to keep the pressure off of that oddball. That's being held by a teammate. Flux, his attention's taken away, but he turns it back just in time. As it's going to be SLG now left on his own. You imagine a play ball will be coming in the next few seconds, and that's exactly what will happen. SLG does get a kill onto Moze as well around the tower. And now you can see by getting that 1 kill when there was 2 players trying to push him, it causes all sorts of confusion on the side of Vuelta. It's like, oh, I expected you guys to be able to clean that up and Meter Bro take that ball back to tower, but now it's allowed Quadrant back onto the map. The oddball is down bottom middle, and hey, look at that, it's 3 dead. And how important 1 kill can be in that butterfly effect, you're seeing it right now.
And it's like you talk about, by SLG getting that 1 kill, all of a sudden the ball carrier doesn't have a route and avenue to explore. He can't get out, and all 4 members of Vuelta have all fallen in bottom middle around the ball because of 1 kill.
80 points already on the board here, and Bakery might be open in a few moments' time because there's donuts available. if Vuelta cannot get anywhere near that odd ball. Millsy's last alive, and he's down to 1 shot as well. Overshield coming up in 25 seconds, and with the kills all falling in the way of Quadrant, you imagine that maybe there's not even going to be time for one more push to come in before the game will be won. Septic taking down a no shields, has his head removed as well by Legend. Flux is trying to fly in. The ball is down, and Chicky's going to pick it up. Millsy's last alive, and hey, look at that. Don't even need an overshield. It's going to be Quadrant who close out round number 1.
Quadrant then 1 round away from grand finals, and another crack at the pesky arch rivals in Navi. No doubt they're looking on. They're warming up, and they're ready to go again. And typically in European fashion, we've seen quite a lot of bracket resets between these two, so I wouldn't expect to see quite a lot. I wouldn't not expect to see a lot more Halo to be played, as I could finally stumble to the point I was trying to make. But 3 dead, go Vuelta, and players are getting a little bit loud on the stage now.
Septic under pressure, and indeed it's going to be the pressure that causes them to wilt in that situation, almost an unwinnable situation. The odd ball is now in the hands of Quadrant. Once again, look at Chick already moving up. The Shroud Screen goes out. They get that next overshield. It's another overshield going to Quadrant, and this is looking like a little bit of an outclassing job. Quadrant have found their form that was missing in that previous series, and they are looking scary, and they are looking dangerous once more.
4 players in the respawn screen. It's something we have seen far too much in this series for Vuelta as far as they're concerned. They've just been made to look distinctly average by a team that, let's pull no punches, they're a special team. A history-making team in the Quadrant. And perhaps a little bit miffed that they found themselves in the elimination final to begin with. They would have liked to have been far more comfortable, but Navi made sure they were going to upset them and throw a spanner in the works here on Championship Sunday. 37 points and climbing, and again, Quadrant continue to score. It's almost to the point now where Vuelta just don't believe they can win this game.
Vuelta needs some energy here. Like, this is potentially the end of the tournament for them if they don't step their game up. They didn't get a single point on the board in that previous game. Someone needs to start putting the energy in. They start to, making a little bit of noise on the main stage. It's understandably difficult to do, but a double kill like that from Septic might be the opportunity now, but the ball gets played. It feels like every time an opportunity arises, the rest of Quadrant are just half a step ahead of them. That ball gets played. Now they fight for it again. Even 1 point on the board would be good for them at this moment in the game.
They're about to get less time on the board. An oddball, and they did Strongholds if not too careful. Overshield's about to pop up, and that's why Septic has completely ignored the ball. It's the right decision. Moses picked it up by the looks of things, and that's going to mean more ball time for them, and perhaps an avenue to get forward. As they've got tower control, and spawns should be happening over towards green, and indeed Garage.
They got that point. They got the all-important point. Now they have the opportunity to put pressure onto Quadrant. For the first time, Quadrant don't get to play the game with an overshielded player on their team. It's going to be in the hands of Mose. Mose already pushing forward and doing damage, but 11 points, 12 points and rising. It's SLG who breaks through on the other side of the map. Moses overextended, in my opinion, just a little bit too much away from his ball carrier. And now, even if he can pick up a few kills here, he still gets repulsed back and can't do too much. It's going to be an easy break here for Quadrant. It's far too simple, and they don't even get the play ball in this situation. Legend comes through, picks the ball up, and says, hey, I'll scrap a bit of ball time before I play the ball myself.
Mistakes were made, mistakes were forced. And they're going to opt to play the ball instead. That's going to mean Flux and Septic are going to pick it up and try and whisk it away through the cover of darkness. The Shroud Screen is going to skew the line of sight. Sniper rifles on the map. Seek is going to pick it up. Maybe try and hit a few highlight clips before they put Vuelta to the sword. 49 seconds required now for Quadrant to close out this series.
The Seeker will fall, which means at least the sniper rifle, would have turned into the hands of Vuelta, but there's another solo push coming in, right? And look at, you can just see the timing on these pushes. It's almost nonchalant, that stick coming in from Legend as well. He's just standing there saying, hey, I know you're going to get the one-shot call out as soon as you jump up. It's an easy stick for me. And that's just game knowledge. That's also some more game knowledge, this time coming in from Seeker, who comes back for the sniper rifle he lost a few moments ago and starts to hit some bodies.
You have to ask just how big are Moses' feet. That shot got the kill. Might have even been Flux, excuse me, but either way, someone's got some big boots to fill here, because they are running out of time, running out of pushes, and Flux again down to no shields. Overshield's going to pop up again, and they're going to need a lot more than that to get themselves back into this game. They need to try and stop this ball carrier. Only 25 seconds remaining. A Septic! It's blown out of his boots. Mo's spawning over towards green. Is it too little, too late? The kills are going down. 3 dead for Vuelta.
See the Seeker not only doing the oddball work, but also picking up kills, giving information to teammates. It's what you want. If everyone is Seeker, you win a few games if you have 4 Seekers on your team. But SLG now, he's going to be on the flank. Flux will take a lot of damage. It's SLG who picks up 2 kills as Legend flies forward. He's looking for more himself. That's 3 fights that Legend has influenced on this flank. The timing is going to be perfect. The oddball has been reset as Legend looks for these final kills. But hey, SLG is winning it. SLG is winning those fights, and this is going to be the final moments of the series.
Game counting down. Nobody seems to be on hand. And Quadrant complete the clean sweep. They're going back to grand finals. The face-off against Navi.
Quadrant on the revenge tour, it would seem. It's an opportunity for them to go back into that grand finals and re-challenge Navi. Of course, they're going to have to beat them twice if they do want to call themselves champions here at the EuropaHalo event here in Blackpool. But I also want to give a shout out to Vuelta, right? It's a top 3 finish for them. It's probably what they would have expected coming into the event as well. But I think there's still some work to do. You can see that gap certainly is apparent for everyone between the likes of Navi, Quadrant, and the team that we just saw on our stage. Unfortunately, fall out of the competition. But hey, it means we get what we expected, right? It's going to be Navi versus Quadrant in our grand final. But we also get the opportunity with the surprise element of Navi being in there from the winner's side, that anything can still happen. Quadrant, if they want to win this event, they've got to beat Navi twice. They have to go down the hard road. And I'll tell you what, the final's going to be a lot of fun.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Quadrant were dragged into deep water against Navi, and they have to go again, get the better of their old rivals in 2 best-of-7. So a lot of Halo could still be on the cards here, unless Navi can get it done in 1. That's all from Mark and I, though.
I was going to say, yeah,
What?
dude, it's been an absolute pleasure to cast with you this event, and thank you again for EuropaHalo for having us out. It's been
And our
an absolute
sponsors.
pleasure, and our sponsors on the sponsor wall behind us, but it's been an absolute pleasure to see everyone in the room, a whole community coming out and supporting, and getting the opportunity to play some Halo at a live event. So shout out to everyone who sat in the seats in the front, shout out to EuropaHalo, everybody, and shout out to Sketch and Tudor who are going to take us through the grand finals as well. It's going to be a magical moment. Quadrant and Navi are going to be waiting to see who's going to be champ.
Looking forward to it. That's up next. Don't go anywhere. We've got grand finals, baby.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to EuropaHalo Blackpool. Let's hear some noise. Crowd is ready, players are ready, everybody is hyped. We've got our last 2 teams left, 32 teams start of the event, now down to the final 2. Navi coming in from the winners finals, and we've got Quadrant who are re-challenging them after losing 4-1 in that winners finals. Grand final time now, Tudor.
Yep.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really, really excited for this one. We've basically been telling the story for the better part of this entire year. The 2 best teams within all of EU going head-to-head, although we have retconned it slightly because now we had Navi actually make their way through that UB instead of Quadrant overall. There were a couple of tricky, well, dices, and I guess a couple of very iffy bits in that upper bracket final. And Navi, they were able to outperform the opposition. Quadrant, yes, they were able to take down Vuelta, but now, can they really hold on to that #1 spot and take the cake tonight?
Yeah, this is going to be the test of Quadrant's resolve. They've already fallen down once to Navi in 4-1 fashion in our winners finals. What do they have left in the tank? One thing to say though, Quadrant, they have came back. They're the hot streak. Navi, they've had to wait for a while. And Quadrant, they just came through the losers bracket, winning that one 4-0. The crowd is hyped right now. Let's make some noise for the finals, ladies and gents. We load up into our first game.
Indeed. And unfortunately, I have to be that cliche commentator, and I have to whip out my totally real script that I got from management, because I don't think we quite understand the gravity of the situation. It has been 496 days since we last had a LAN, a Halo LAN on EU soil. This has been in the making since the original UK and Ireland national division for Halo, and we have finally made it out to Blackpool, so come on everyone. Do it with me. Let me hear you fucking roar!
That's what we like to hear. Game already started right now. Glory's on your screen. We're loaded up into our grand finals. Finally, I'm so excited here, Tudor. I can't contain my excitement. Glory already getting some shots down, backs away, plays his life. Both teams at the start of this one, I want to see if they're going to be starting quick or they're going to be slowly trying to work their way into this grand finals. Legend already towards the king of the hill. He's going to get cleaned up. Snipe drone not traded out as well. So just for a moment, Navi, they've got control.
Indeed they do. Great opening duel, 2v1, courtesy of Glory and Co. And immediately they're going to go for that OS. But Glory, he's in hot water. I think he's lost sight of that OS. It's been taken from right underneath his nose. Instead, he's going to have to try to dip away, get back to safety, but gets caught on some geometry. Not what you want to see, and SLG will capitalize.
SLG still with OS in hands, making his way towards the king of the hill. Takes down Snipe drone. That's the last player towards this side of map. SLG utilising that OS to try and push the spawners of Navi, but no one in his sight just as of yet. They opt to rotate. Smart move, knowing that SLG has the OS, but right now the points are ticking towards Quadrant.
Indeed. SLG with the overshield that's about to expire. He's just going to hold down this lane. It's relatively even in terms of progress right now for both Navi and Quadrant, but Snipe Drone is going to try to break the enemy line. Doesn't work out though. Mighty's the next to fall. SLG hunkering down and keeping Navi at bay. That's 3 dead for the boys in blue.
Glory left alive, waiting for his teammates to respawn right now, opting to relocate and link up back with the Navi squadron. This hill almost in favour of Quadrant already. Schick opting to back out, just wait for his teammates to regroup. One more push potentially here for Navi before this hill's captured for Quadrant.
Indeed. Glory picks up a nice little headshot onto SLG, and they have brought Quadrant's progress to a halt, at least for a little bit longer. Can they hold on? That is the question. Nice little repulsor. Doesn't actually allow the melee to connect, but Glory taking a lot of damage. Does have Jimbo to bail him out as well, so Navi, they can basically just keep things under control. And oh no, there's a bit of confession coming up through, but it's very easily dealt with. Great response, and that is Navi locking in the first hill.
Yeah, locked in. Navi making the statement. First hill grabbed already, 1-0. OS was grabbed by Schick. I'm not too sure if that's in play at all. But already, you see the Navi blue there, brought towards the hill for the second time. Slay's going in their favour as well. Momentum definitely in favour of Navi.
For sure. While the S7 is about 25 seconds away from being once again online, that does allow us to occupy ourselves with the rest. The map control as it's being established. Nice little movement coming out from Chick. He gets the jump, obviously, and that gives him the element of surprise. Easily takes down Jimbo, caught with his pants around his ankles, and Glory is none the wiser. Snipe Drone, he actually does fan out the flames a little bit longer, and Legend, he is going to pummel down Mighty as well. Once again, 3 dead for Navi as Quadrant. They're looking to reestablish the dominance.
Good break from Quadrant. You can already see Legend pushing the spawners of Navi. Big 1v1 against Jimbo. Takes him down. Stops any progress just for the time being. Once again, you can see the slays all going in favour of Quadrant. That's 4 down for Navi. And slowly this progression is ticking towards Quadrant's first hill.
Yeah, exactly. They're painting live fire red as well as the kill feed, and they show no signs of stopping. Jimbo tagged and not yet fragged. SLG can't really confirm that kill, so he's going to relocate, reposition towards that bridge side, and he does find a little bit of impact and a little bit of contact, but he does have to bail out. Snipe Drone is applying the pressure. That's the S7 stripped out of the cold dead hands of Quadrant.
Snipe Drone left alive in a tricky position, just trying to play his life as much as possible. Be a nuisance, re-challenge from a different angle, takes down Legend, but he's cleaned up. Hill progression almost there for Quadrant. This should be their first cap on the map. That ties it at 1-1, and OS just about to pop.
Oh, that's a great nade coming out from Chick Repulsor as well to try to deflect those back. 2 players dead for Navi means that Quadrant certainly get away with the OS. Yeah, Chick is going to slap it right onto his chest, and now they can just basically force their way into this lobby area, clear out garage. Snipe Drone playing a little bit of a nuisance, but he won't do the BG's proud in staying alive.
But even though OS in the hands of Quadrant, no longer there for Schick. The players are all over the hill for Navi. 4 blue players make that 2 as 2 get taken down towards this hill. Quadrant try to soar in. They clean up another one as well. All players at Navi back on the reset. Break has happened.
Minimal contention coming on through from Navi just yet. Shots, he will whiz past Chick, and he eventually will get cleaned up by Mighty on the flank as well. Now Legend is trying to apply a little bit of control and a little bit of pressure from that mid side. Eventually will clean up Mighty, and Quadrant, they still remain in control of hill number 3 for the time being. Snipe Drone, the last player alive, has to wait for all of his mates to come off of the respawn screen before they can regroup and recoup. Launch another offensive as well. Luckily enough for them, the spawns are nearby green, so the effort won't be insurmountable.
Quadrant maybe a bit too aggressive there. Navi spawning close, but it's such a hard hill to retake. You can see the Quadrant players, they can just roam around the map right now because Navi can't really get anywhere near. They opt to go through the front door. Both players cleaned up with no trade answer, and that's the second point on the board for Quadrant.
Yeah, Navi came knocking in Legend. He happily opened up the door, welcomed them with open arms, and disintegrated them. Heatwave really found some good impact right there. And now we're moving on to one of the trickier hills. It's right out in the open, right by the OS spawn. Not a whole lot of flexibility and coverage to play behind. It is basically just Nade City Central. Jimbo is good for 1. Takes down SLG as the smoke is going to cover his exit. He's got the green gun just as a contingency in case Quadrant get their hands on that OS.
Jimbo just waiting for that player above him. Does get the trade. But no team can really get near towards this hill, as you were saying, Tudor. Finally, Navi, they grab the US. They have the hill time as well. SLG not really in a position to challenge this one. He's going to have to wait for his teammates to spawn up. And Glory, with this OS, he's deciding to opt and stay in the hill, not push for spawners of Quadrant, just trying to get as many seconds as possible.
Exactly. He can tank as much damage as you could physically think of. The DPS potential for Navi might be wild, but yeah, that S7 is surely strips right through it as well. And that's a little bit of extra play space that Quadrant now have to work with, as Navi, they're still spawning on the opposite of the map. Quadrant seem to have got them basically locked in a kill box.
The snipe in the hands of SLG, something for Navi to worry about. Snipe Drone does get the first pick. Navi back in the hill, but Slays coming across for both teams right now. SLG's taken down, so nice set of Slays up for Navi. They should be able to progress towards this hill, but Legend's got to answer back for this. So far it's a bit of a sloppy gunfight, but Mighty's does win this one, locks in some more hill time and grabs a sniper rifle.
That's valuable, and the nades, they find so much damage, and eventually they will clean him up. He loses out on his fabled S7. No impact to be found with it, but it is salvageable for both squads as Jimbo's looking to take up the high ground. Legend, tricky engagement, but he does get the job done. He has his eyes set on a second one. Ring around the rosy just for a little bit. It does slightly let him recharge his shields, but Sika had him beaten to the punch.
Tied at 2-2. Hill, middle of the map, such a tricky one to capture as well. Slays in favour of Navi momentarily. Schick's taken down as well. Glory jumps on the hill with his teammates, waiting for the push for Quadrant. SLG in a position to potentially do some damage, but taken down after the trade, so still hill time for Navi.
Yeah, tradability still remains a threat. The Quadrant have got to factor into the equation. Navi did a good job of setting up a player over towards that sniper's nest to provide some coverage towards mid as well as bridge. But now, as Navi starts to drop like flies, Glory has to tuck his tail between his legs, head for the hills, and potentially actually extend his arm for that OS. He does take down Chick, so this window of opportunity is perfect. He has to pounce on this OS.
Will get cleaned up by SLG. Legend also traded out. Jimbo in position to grab this OS. Does manage to get away with that one as well.
That's huge.
So now, can he regroup with his team? He's caught in the open. Decides to push towards this hill. Realises that time is still ticking. Wants to get as much progression as possible. Tries to force the hand of any of these Quadrant players. But utilising that OS is tricky when the hill is up top middle.
Yeah. Best thing about it, you can still contest from right within this vent without actually having to drop. And should he drop, he's got the repulsor to just propel himself back up if anything goes awry. The heat wave is also freshly spawned, which he could utilize, and it's just been nicked on top of that. So, let's see. The contention finally coming on through. It is SLG, the first to fall on the side of Quadrant. Jimbo is going to bail, look to relocate.
If that hill does get captured, so 3-2 now. Only one more hill away from winning our game one in our grand finals. Nice shots there from Legend, staying alive in this hill. They've got it up against the wall right now, have Quadrant. And slowly, they're taking points towards this progression of their third hill. But Navi, they're deciding to push straight towards them. 2 kills go down in favour of Quadrant right now. And you've still got Legend in this hill.
Yeah. Luckily for him, no nades have been magnetized right onto his torso just yet, as Navi, they're spawning relatively far away, but yeah, he's going to have to get ready for the eventual push. Glory makes the move, well, makes the first move, and he does actually get overzealous. Batters down one of the defending players, and he will get traded off as well, but this hill still remains red, and Navi have yet to even set 2 feet on this territory. No progress built up. This should be Quadrant's, no questions asked.
Yeah, nice answer back here from Quadrant. Tying it at 3-3. Last hill. About to be loaded in. Jimbo with a sniper rifle, being overwatched for his team right now. Just trying to pick any scalps from the Quadrant side. But SLG knows he's here. He's biding his time. All players of Quadrant just waiting for that push. But whilst they're doing so, whilst they're regrouping on the map, they're already getting pushed across. The point's already progressing in their favour towards Navi.
Oh, that's a massive shot coming on through. Repulsor back up for a little bit of high ground, and he's searching. But nothing to be found on the opposing end of that bandit. S7 whipped out yet again for some initial scouting. Quadrant have been doing a great job of avoiding the S7 so far, and warning shots will be fired. And there's the plasma pistol. It does chew right through Jimbo, and he manages to get out just in time. Last shot left in the chamber. Can he find a connection? Can he get some value out of it? Indeed he does. That's crucial.
Yeah, Jimbo's stayed alive this whole time this hill has been up. He's been such a nuisance for the side of Navi. Finally, sniper rifle depleted, but he's traded back for a heat wave. Opts to go aggressive with this weapon. Mighty. Just sitting pretty right now on the hill, not being contested at all. Quadrant maybe have one more push. It might not even be enough right now, Tudor. I'm pretty sure there's no one's in the position. They're soaring towards it. Navi win game one just like that. Yeah. And on board with Mighty's right at the end there. There was no pressure at all from Quadrant.
They were nowhere to be found. Well, Navi, they were basically just left to their own devices. They could do whatever they wanted with that very last hill, which is a bit of a shame to see as well, because I don't know if it was just the sort of the Quadrant getting really, really unlucky with some kind of spawn trap, or maybe the spawns themselves, they were just a little bit stinkier than usual. But it's a shame that we saw absolutely no contention towards that very last hill. And on the flip side, the hill prior, Navi were also nowhere to be found on top of that. So the duality, it kind of works like a double-edged sword.
And the tricky part for Quadrant as well is they've came from the losers bracket. They should be the hotter team. They've just had a series to play on main stage. Navi, they've had to wait. And Quadrant, they've already lost that first game. I mean, they started strong. It was a bit of back and forth. But overall, Navi looked comfortable, as you said, at the end of that one.
Indeed, they did. And now we're going to be turning our attention towards a little bit of good old classic Slayer. This time around, it is going to be on streets as well. And yeah, we've seen a lot of streets today, and it's always going to be good fun between these two teams overall. And when we take a look at overall slaying potential from both of these two squads, it seemed relatively even-Steven. It didn't seem as if anyone was actually way ahead of the curve at all.
Well, it was 50-49 in our winners' finals. It was a game which Quadrant won, so it went down 4-1. That was a one game they locked in. It was a close one. It shouldn't have been as close, but in the end, they did win the Slayer. And the only way back in their series, really, if you want to build that confidence once again, is getting another W here.
Indeed, that is the case. That is the name of the game for Navi. And keep in mind, as you mentioned, Quadrant, they came down through that lower bracket. So the only way they can walk away with that coveted belt is to win in the grand final, force out a reset back to square one, and then win another 4 games back to back. So there's a lot of Halo potentially left to be played here tonight. But Navi, they don't want none of that. They want to speed run their way to that trophy.
Quadrant backs against the walls, already 1-0 down in the grand finals, having to force a reset if we get there. But now load into game 2. Once again, Legend taking down Glory to start this one off. Snipe Drone going to be challenging as well. Glory taken down, Snipe Drone taken down as well. Legend somehow staying alive.
It's always so unfulfilling when you know there's one particular target that's just on a slither of HP left and you just couldn't really quite confirm the kill. I feel for Navi in that regard, unable to actually, well, confirm the kill onto Seafoot. Chick with the Spanker. Good for first, and the Bandit will be whipped out for another and does secure a trade at the very least, so breaking even with your life, if you can do that as a bare minimum and keep that trend just going throughout the entirety of the Slayer game, you should be golden if you're in the shoes of Quadrant.
Glory opting to rotate, try and play his life, but that left Jimbo in a 2 versus 1, which he gets taken down by. Seeker, no kills to his name, but 4 assists. Showing he's got some good team shots, good team communication at the start of this one. Just trying to roam around Arcade right now, just see where Navi are going to push from. They're locked back towards Subway. Maybe they're trying to communicate with themselves, trying to see where they're going to make their break out of this base. But so far, Quadrant, they've got all the angles.
Yeah, indeed, and they've already just taken a step back from the entire situation. With the trade coming on through, Sika did take a little bit of initiative down towards that Subway side. Secures trade, at the very least, not allowing Navi to claim the opportunity of going for any kind of team shots. And now Jimbo has his eyes set on Chick. They will exchange a couple of shots before just once again taking a step back and applying the brakes.
Yeah, Navi just can't escape right now. They're back towards Subway. You can see all 4 blue names on your screens. They're opting to go out Arcade side off your map right now. You can see Jimbo and Glory, they're making their way through. But that's also allowed Quadrant to push up, try and put pressure towards the last players. And despite them trying to push out, they're just running straight into Quadrant's guns right now.
Yeah, exactly. We can see the red gun whizzing by from the back of that Subway side, and Chick is going to try to get it out of their hands. Spanker online in a couple of seconds. Chick, very careful with his life for the time being, playing as conservatively as possible in Quadrant. They will get away with this rocket launcher. How many kills can they farm with it, though, is the main question that we should be asking.
Seeker holding down the Spanker, trying to find any targets, takes down Mighties, has Glory in front of him, can he connect? That's going to be 2 rockets, 2 kills, double kill, no, a triple kill, he's taken down, but that's a good trade.
Yeah, indeed. Triple kill wasn't exactly written in the stars that time around, unfortunately enough for Jimbo. Yeah, you can see him right in front of Snipe Drone's POV, waiting for shields to come back. He sat on a goose egg, and he really does need to bring the hype up because Quadrant, they've doubled the scoreline that Navi have placed so far within the opening couple of minutes of this Slayer game so far. Navi, they are struggling. Glory will add to the tally at the very least, but it's still an uncomfy situation. SLG getting up close and personal with that Bulldog gets erased from existence.
Nice set of slays though from Navi. You just see how passive they're playing. They're really reserved and they're pushing forward. Eventually get a bit of map control. They know Quadrant, they're all spawning towards Subway, opting to collapse in. You can see Jimbo on your screen right now. He's running towards Seeker. Seeker, nice shots. Snipe Drone just clean up the kill. Trades go back and forth, but that's going to favour Quadrant.
Honestly, I'm kind of reminded of the beaches because this is how this game is starting to play out, like the tide just coming back and forth in offensive and defensive maneuvers from both ends. And it is Navi that is attempting to re-dictate the pace of this game so far. Shots from downrange, the sniper is going to add to the tally as Mighty's with the Bulldog in tow is actually going to drop the Bandit and go for the red gun instead. This is a dangerous combination potentially, or yeah, never mind, just empty the mag, dump it. We don't want the Bulldog anymore, not my toy.
Yeah, smart play for Mighties. But Navi, 4 kills behind in this one. 1 set of full slays to get back into it. Make that Tony 2 kills as Jimbo picks up to himself. Stalker rifle in the hand of Mighties. Pushing up, he knows a player is back. PT, and it's going to be Legend. Shots onto him. Just get the cleanup. You can hear them get loud on the main stage as well. Only now a 1 kill game.
Indeed. Navi close to tying up the scoreline as well. They've been able to stabilize this ship and keep it a little bit level. They will get a little bit of wind underneath their sails yet again. Jimbo's gotten away with the Spanker. That is absolutely massive, but the first one doesn't actually net a kill. It will serve as a deterrent, at least, for Quadrant to respect the power weapon. And potentially, Navi has the opportunity to box them in inside a bar. They have isolated out SLG, but the rocket, once again, isn't on the money.
Rockets used, but not utilised for Jimbo. But at least they're off the map, not in the hands of Quadrant. SLG should be cleaned up. That means Navi take the 2 kill lead. And now the other players of Quadrants, they're scrambling, trying to get and regroup against each other. They know Legend is somewhere around here. Should be the cleanup. Nice play from Jimbo. He gets a killing spree. And now Navi's still in control.
Yeah, they did mount a little bit of an aggressive, trying to capitalize on the lack of manpower on the side of Quadrant. It did net them that advantage, but Quadrant, they are very quick to respond. Seiko with the flank up that ramp side, already spots out a perfect, and he will unfortunately have to evacuate himself from that particular gunfight. He's got the beat onto Snipe Drone though as well, locks in the melee as well, and now Quadrant back in the lead themselves.
The lead just interchanging right now. Currently tied up 31-31 in this Slayer. What a big win this will be for Navi if they can get it. But gunfight's going in favour. Traded once again. Trade all the way to the end. Sometimes what you see in Slayer, but now we're at that business end of it, Tudor. After 30 kill mark, that's when the Slayer starts, they say.
Indeed, it usually does. The dynamic is going to, well, it's bound to change in a couple of moments as well. This Quadrant looking for a couple of extra openings elsewhere towards that main terrace side by PD, and another gunfight is just taking place as Mighty, with his favorite weapon, just managed to collapse onto SLG. Snipe Drone, unfortunately, his corpse tumbles off of the terrace side, and Mighty can't really aid his fallen teammates in that instance. It's once again tied up in a blood-soaked bow, but the Spanker is up, and Navi, they don't have any kind of mid-control whatsoever. Quadrant should be able to get that power weapon fairly easily.
But Mighty's with the Stalker rifle trying to hit some heads. He's got a challenge Seeker to just take him down, but he's cleaned up. Rockets potentially in the hands of one of the Quadrant players after that double kill comes through from Legend.
Yeah.
So now Rockets and a free kill lead for Quadrant. It's a scary part for Navi. They've got to play their next set of lives almost perfectly. They're going to know the Rocket's going to come in. Snipe Drone unaware, but the Rocket doesn't connect. Someone from behind gets betrayed. No more Rockets on the map, however.
That's
2 kill
value
for Quadrant, but a nice value, as you said, for Navi.
Yeah, and I wanted to also point out that's valuable intel that Gloria was able to actually gather off of his death screen. He knows that that Spanker is still salvageable right outside of A. If someone can act on that intel and pick it back up, then Navi might be able to once again stabilize the ship and just close off this gap. But Mighty is really trying to get aggressive towards this arcade side. 13 kills to his name, and he really wants to add more to the tally. Tied with Snipe Drone and Chick for top Slayer within the server, but his time is not now just yet.
2 kill lead for Quadrant. Engagement's going across the map right now. Both teams not wanting to peak fully. Nice shots for Mighties, but it's traded across the board. Make that a full 4 dead for Navi. 44-40. Not many more lives to play with. If you're Navi right now, they've got to regroup on that respawn and re-challenge.
Deep breath, and typically in Halo, cooler heads tend to prevail as well. Navi, they've done it before, and they can surely do it again right now in this set of Slayers. Snipe Drone taking a little bit of a beating at the hands of Legend, and he will respect that duel and just back off a little bit further. SLG pushed way deep towards that PD side, trying to actually apply a little bit of extra heat towards Navi, force them out of the kitchen, but they're just happy to rotate onwards and upwards. Spanker's going to be up again in about just 6 seconds, and whoever grabs it really has the opportunity to close this one off.
Both teams going to be playing around with power weapon. Maybe a set of Slayers or a push will come in at any time now. Navi look like they're set up. They might grab the rocket. Snipe Drone disconnect. Can he stay alive though? That's the question. Down to Red Bar. Only a 1-kill game, and that is so vital from Snipe Drone. Plays his life, gets the kill as well, regroups with his team, and he has 1 rocket to play with.
Typically you want to buddy up in this instance of your Quadrant, but you don't want to risk the potential of Snipe Drone finding a multi-kill with that last rocket and potentially just lose the lead to Navi. But you can see Snipe Drone, he's willing to get aggressive. He's willing to just push Quadrant further and further back. One's on his 9 o'clock, one's on his 3 o'clock. He's going to try to go for that ramp side. Spots out Legend, easy kill. Tied up. Chick as though he is mounting a bit of a flank and actually does find Mighties. Now Snipe Drone has to secure the trade, but he's so lit. He is one shot. He is stuck in this cranny and he cannot get out.
Snipe Drone played his life massively twice. Now, no rockets left. Back to a full bandit challenge. He's going to spot Chick out in the open, but it's not going to be enough. Who's potentially won the game? It's going to be 50-49. We suddenly saw 3 kills from either side come through right at the end.
Yeah.
Quadrant lock it down to tie up our series in the grand finals. And do you know what? That went by so quickly, I couldn't even see what happened.
Yeah, exactly. Blink once and you'll miss the whole damn thing. I kind of just got lost in the action as well. I was trying to read the kill feed and see exactly who rose on top. It just spawned in.
Yeah.
Just a whole bunch of pixels, a whole bunch of text just spawned in on that kill feed. But yeah, it is Quadrant to take this second map. They will type the scoreline 1-1, so it's all even, it's all Steven. It was just as close as that initial Slayer in the upper bracket final.
Same score as well, as you said, 50-49 in favour of Quadrant. But we know the story in that one. The next 3 games went to Navi. So can Quadrant answer back? Do they have the momentum back on their side? Can they potentially even grab the next game, use that momentum in their favour?
Yeah, that is the main question. Obviously, Navi, they were able to just, well, reverse sweep the entire thing, despite only having dropped the 1 map initially. And now, it kind of begs the question, are Quadrant capable of the exact same thing? Part of me feels like they always have been, otherwise they wouldn't have been at the stage. But when it comes to these two teams, they're always neck and neck. It's always so hard to differentiate the 2 and C and try to predict exactly who's going to rise atop, who's going to get that ultimate W. It's just so tough to call.
Yeah, 4-3 in the first game, 50-49 in the second game. EuroPaHalo, can you ask for anything better for your grand finals? I don't think you can. Now, moving into Imperium CTF, or the Pit CTF, all of these players, or majority of them, some old heads there, probably played back in Halo 3, back in the competitive scene, played some Pit then, brought it back for Halo Infinite, and now that it's all tied up, you still would say that Quadrant, they've got their back against the walls, they've got to get the grand final reset, but they did just win that game too.
Indeed they did, and Imperium CTF, it's an entirely different beast compared to what we saw a little bit earlier with Argyle throughout the majority of today's festivities as well. We haven't actually seen any Imperium CTF since yesterday, I believe it was, so this one is going to, or at least on the main stage, we haven't seen any Pit CTF, so this one, it's going to be super duper fun, and I'm always really, really excited for Pit. It's one of my favorite maps, has been for the longest time, and I'm pretty sure that sentiment is shared by almost every single person, at least on the stage, if not within the venue itself.
Yeah, every rendition of Pit is great. Obviously back in Halo 3 and now in Halo Infinite as well. I'm happy they brought it back for competitive scene. But these two teams on a stage, the 2 best European rosters we have currently, potentially, you could argue, 2 of the best European rosters we've had at the same time. Normally in Europe, you potentially have one of those teams push that upper echelon of the North American scene, but it's normally just a one team. Normally they go to European events. I'm thinking of like the Team Infused back in the day, which finished top 6 back in the 2017 Halo Full Finals in North America. The best international placement at the time.
Yeah.
All the other European teams were maybe around that top 12, top 16, not really contesting that top team of Team Infused. Now we both have Quadrant and Navi, and they seem to be, this is their best rendition of the rosters.
Yeah, exactly, and thank goodness we have you here because he knows the lore. That's why we have Joe here. I don't know anything about the lore that goes well a decade back potentially, but yes, this is arguably, I think, the most competitive chapter in the rivalry between these two squads. Obviously, but we've been following them for the better part of, well, the last 2 years, effectively. I want to say, actually, just the last year since Ascend was basically dropped as an organization, and unfortunately, it did kind of just stickle out, and it was acquired by Quadrant at the start of the year. And it's been really, really fun seeing these two teams just duke it out, and yeah, just basically claw for dominance the entire time to see exactly who's that top dog. And for the majority of this entire year, it usually has always been Quadrant in that #1 spot, with Navi just ever so slightly slipping behind at every single online event, at every single LAN event, with every single HCS Open tournament, for example, on the EU Online sphere altogether. But now, I feel like that gap is almost non-existent. The line has become so blurred between these two squads because Navi, they have just basically been able to improve world upon worlds, thanks also in big part to the addition of Glory when he joined the team in August. I feel like that really propelled Navi as a roster to much greater heights than they were capable of at the start of the year.
Yeah, it's definitely their best version of a roster, right? But also competition breeds success.
Yeah.
If they didn't have Quadrant to battle with, to scrim with in the EU side of things, I don't think they would have placed top 8 at Worlds, which is their best placement of the year, and what a time to get it at the best event, effectively. But having this competition means both of them are going to bounce off each other, and you're going to learn from each other as well. So Quadrant are probably thankful to have Navi as a scrim partner, and Navi are happy to have Quadrant as a scrim partner as well, and you can see that in how they play against each other. I'm not too sure if they scrimmed before this event. I'm sure they did.
Probably
as well. Probably many times as well. But each time they're scrimming, they're improving against each other. Whereas if you just had one dominant EU team, to the point where they're winning everything, they're winning all the scrims in Europe as well, you can't really get that second team to come up and challenge them because they're just too far ahead.
And I have a fun little sort of like hypothetical question that I want to pose you because, look, we've been seeing these two teams duke it out for the better part of this year. If you were a betting man, would you say that these two teams have played each other more often in officials, or that they have scrimmed each other more often? Because yeah, this rivalry, it has a healthy mix of both.
It's got to be scrimmed, right? Especially going across to North America. They're not going to be in the same pools. So the build up to North America before they go boot camp over there, they're going to be playing against each other pretty much exclusively, or majority of their times they're going to be playing against each other.
And when you get to NA, you have to just scrim the international teams, because otherwise, yeah.
I don't even want to know how many times they've played against each other on scrims. But obviously, even in competition, it seems to be these guys always challenge against each other as well. But we're currently tied up in the series 1-1, loading into our Game 3. CTF on Imperium. Quadrant did bounce back after Navi's 4-3 win in the first game, but it was 50-49. And that game ended so quickly. Both these two teams, they can just have that trigger switch where they can go from slow play into that really quick build-up in a matter of seconds.
Exactly. All it takes is one flip of the switch, and then suddenly Beast has been awoken. But this time, we don't exactly know which one or how the dynamic and how the storyline is going to play out. We can see in the corner of our screens, the two of us, I mean, that the players are just moments away from hopping into the action. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, hopping on with SLG. He's going to grab the first S7. Snipe Drone, I believe, has also nicked his. And now, both of them are probably going to try to duke it out for this OS, or at least provide a little bit of coverage. Snipe Drone might have just picked up the OS, and I think he was just flung off the map.
Oof. Yeah. I guess you could say nice burn map from Snipe Drone. Sniper rifle in the hands of SLG. Does have to back down, regain his shields. I'd like to see him rotate with his teammates towards Navi's side of the map, put some pressure on the spawners, but he's still a bit cautious, still not too sure where these Navi players are, so he's just trying to play his life. But at the moment, as we can all see, no one really on the screen to challenge with. Jimbo finally opts to shoot back, and SLG stuck in a tricky spot, but he has help from his teammates.
Indeed. Chick is going to bail him out by clearing out Jimbo, and now SLG has a little bit more room to play with. They might have a little bit of intel on Snipe Drone at the bottom of that ramp side, and Mighty and Jimbo spawning back at home means that Quadrant don't exactly have a window of opportunity to go for a flag pull. It's going to be a little bit slower pace towards the opening couple of minutes, but that is bound to change. Jimbo now mounting his own offensive, all on his lonesome, side questing it seems, but he might just dig himself deep enough to the point that this is just a headache for Navi.
Yeah, Jimbo, with the help of Mighties, gets the first pick towards this push onto the Quadrant base, but he's cleaned up. Saw the defense coming from Navi just a second ago. Now the defense from Quadrant, is it the same? Sniper rifle in the hands of Mighties. Use of the last bullet does get taken down, but at least that sniper rifle's off a map there, Tudor.
Indeed it is. No one's going to be able to play with it until the next batch of S7s do spawn. And as I say that, SLG's actually got one of his own and just lost as well. Not exactly sure how many were left. He might have exhausted all the bullets if it just, well, evaporated into thin air. But Legend on the grav lift is now potentially looking to mount the offensive. Sika is joining in on the fun as well, but immediately shut down. Legend does claim that trade, and he might be able to actually go for this pull.
So far, defense has been strong for both teams, but finally, offense breaks through for Quadrant. Legend just playing his life. Teammates fawning around him. Schick does pick up a kill off screen, but that flag is going nowhere right now. 3 players in Navi are making sure that Legend's going to get nowhere near that. Once again, he tries to back away players' life, but he's just such in a tricky situation. Somehow, again, Tudor, he stays alive, eventually cleans out. But Navi, whilst they're trying to find where Legend is, the rest of his teammates on Quadrant have up to their side of the map, decide, you know what, we're not going to try and challenge this time, regroup again, but the defense was strong from Navi.
Indeed, Spanker is online. Sika's going to grab it all to himself, spots out Glory, but doesn't want to pull the trigger just yet. Not a clean shot, and ideally he might want to get a little bit greedy and try to find a couple of multis, but even then, just the one is completely fine. Glory gets obliterated sky high, and now he's going to press this a little bit further up, try to close off the gap towards that flag. S7 in the corner of my eye is also just moments away from spawning back in, but Sika's just going to go for the flag pull as well. He has got some backup to work with, and the Spanker is good for softening up Glory, and the confirmation comes through.
2 dead. Up to Jimbo and Mighties. Mighty falls. Jimbo about to be taken down as well. He's cleaned up. That's a 4 full squad wipe. Snipe Drone not in a position to challenge. He's up to try and clear out his own base. This flag should be home. That's confirmation right there. 1-0. And Quadrant, they're still trying to push through the base. Eventually, Navi do clean out the spawners and the pressure towards their own base, but still you can see Quadrant players push towards their side of the map.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate that Navi are just basically stuck playing Exterminator for the time being, trying to clear out all of these pests on their side of the map. And Quadrant, all they really have to do now, for the next 8 minutes, maybe, if they really have the patience to do that, is just, be annoying. Just waste Navi's time overall, because now the ball is in their court. They're the ones that have to go for their own flag pull. Glory with the AR up close and personal does secure a trade at the very least, and now Jimbo, pixels away, but he will have to play this patiently with the S7.
Just trying to find the angles is Jimbo. He knows the Quadrant players are pushing towards his side of the map. Oh, but Halo timing there. SLG nearly getting a haircut from Jim. Jim still has 4 bullets left in this one. His teammates have got some slays around him, so they're opts for him to push up the map. Doesn't realise Seeker's there. Nice shot onto the body for Seeker. Cleans him out.
Jimbo off to a bit of a slow start. That was also the case in the very last map that we just saw of Street Slayer. Only 2 kills to his name, but at least he's finding impact wherever possible. But he does need to be a little bit more proactive with this S7. Try to fish out all of these Quadrant players as they're just getting back into their spawns. He does let Chick slip by, which might be a costly mistake. Never mind.
It's not costly at all. He was just waiting to line up that headshot. And whilst Jim, he gets cleaned up. Flag still on the move for Glory, but he will have some players trying to hunt him down. Nice little flag juggling. Can he get into his own base? Yes, he can. Going to tie up this game now 1-1. Nice little bit of movement from Glories, but still has some of the Quadrant players towards him. They're trying to push into his base. He's going to be brave for Trek to here. Doesn't get the win. Legend gets that 1 versus 1, and the body's been shot.
A little bit of BM coming out from Legend, and eventually he will get cleaned up by Mighty's, punished for his previous crimes, and now, as I like to call him, the symbol of EuropaHalo, has a sniper rifle to work with in his hands. What can he find with the last bullet in the chamber? At the very least, he does find Sika. That confirms his 5th kill in a row. Legend now lit up, and the confirmation just moments away as Jimbo is there to bail him out. Now Navi, it seems as if they have flipped that switch. They took your advice to heart, and they're back into the swing of things.
2 players left alive the Quadrant in their own base. SLG taken down. Only Seeker left to defend for momentarily. Trying to play his life as best as possible. He's cleaned up. That allows Legend and Schick to respawn. Do they opt to try and challenge his flag or overextend? Looks like they're going to go and overextend, but Mighty, he's going to get this one, trying to get it towards a halfway point.
Ooh.
Nice use of repulsor right there, and he plays his life, gets his shields back, then opts to re-peek and move his flag once again. You can see off screen as well, Snipe Drone, he's already caking down SLG. Anyone in a position to challenge potentially? Not the case. 2-1 in favour of Navi, and the Snipe Drone's getting kills off screen as well, so they still have the pressure.
We've only been in this map for maybe 6.5 minutes, potentially, and I'm already sold on the fact that Mighty has to be the MVP. Jimbo lines one up, and Mighty is going to add to the tally as well. Now Snipe Drone is going to go for yet another flag pull, and now Quadrant seem lost out of the server, just unable to contribute and put a leash back on Navi to try to really tame them. Glory is going to add to the tally, finds Legend, and nice nade. Jimbo definitely not making it alive out of that one, but he was merely a distraction because Snipe Drone, he's already just run in the next flag.
And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Game, set, and match in our game 3 of the series. And right at the end there, you saw 2 sniper rifles on the map for Navi, and it looked comfortable. All of the players from Quadrant spawning towards that bottom tower. They couldn't even move before they got shot.
No, and it's a little bit unfortunate that Quadrant, they were the ones that got that opening flag as well. They were able to get themselves on the board, and then the response was just immediate. It was ridiculous just how quickly Navi were able to come back. As you mentioned, they've awoken the beast. You come knocking on the lion's den, and then, Navi, they just come back clawing at you.
It's scary. It's almost a repeat of our first game in the series, where Quadrant win in the winners' finals in the Slayer, and then Navi answer back, and now it's scary. There's only 2 more games for Navi, and they win the grand finals. They win the EuropaHalo Blackpool here.
Indeed they do. Solitude Strongholds. For another time today is going to be our 4th game in this best of 7. Navi have the opportunity to once again extend their lead, or Quadrant could potentially tie things up yet again. I do believe that we are going to have a small little delay, as we do have a bit of a crash going on in the background, but we'll get that right and sorted. We have the best people on the job for it as well. If we need to go ahead and swap out an Xbox, trust me, we're faster than an F1 pit crew in that regard.
Oh. You can see also behind the scenes on main stage as well, the crowd looking like they're excited right now, waiting for Halo action to once again resume. You can hear some clapping in there. Let's make some noise then, ladies and gents. Yes, that's what we like to hear. Absolutely wonderful here in Blackpool. One event we've had so far, Tudor, as well. I know we're down to our 2 teams. We've had 32 of some of the best European talent we could have asked for. And the pit has been fantastic these last 2 days. This main stage has also been popping off. And now just waiting for those last few games of our event.
It's crazy to think that we had 128 players come out to Blackpool to compete by the shore. I had that number in my brain, okay? It was it was pre-calculated, bro. Don't you worry about it.
What are coaches, though? How many coaches do we have?
I actually don't know which teams actually brought out coaches or if all of them brought out coaches. Because if that was the case, if every single team that came out had a coach, then we would have 160 people coming out just to compete. And that was not pre-calculated. That was actually me breaking the Cardinalson and doing maths on cast.
I like that. I like that. Just waiting for the game to load in here for our game 4 of our grand finals. Navi up 2-1 in the series. Also coming through the winners final as well. So they only have to win 2 more games to lock in this grand finals. Quadrant, they have to win 3 in this series, go to reset, and then win another 4. So they are definitely backs against the walls right now. I can see the players loading in, ready to start this one, and we're jumping aboard with Jimbo.
Indeed we are. Quick swap over to Mighty. He's already laying down a couple of warning shots, trying to halt down the Quadrant progress towards that bridge. An early perfect already lined up before he will be traded off. It does seem as if I believe Jimbo might have gotten away with the active camo. No, it hasn't been picked up yet, but Snipe Drone, he does have the S7. He is converting C, and he already has Chick in his line of sight. Doesn't quite thread the needle on that opening shot.
Yeah, but he's still watching these angles. Teammates around him for the help. But whilst this is going down, Navi, they have control. They have both B and C. Sniper rifle still plenty of ammo. Sniper drone just trying to wait, get his shields back. Does have a challenger towards him, gets the body shot, gets the beat down onto Legend. Does get cleaned up, so that sniper rifle momentarily off the map. So you're on board of Jimbo, he's taken down as well. So Quadrant, they're trying to break this setup.
Yeah, still daylight robbery that Snipe Drone was able to get away with that onto Legend, and Mighty clapping back with 2 kills of his own. He will be traded off though. Sika does control him for a little bit longer, and that will be a successful B conversion coming on through. Quadrant already looking to mount an offensive towards C, and good defense coming on through, and that is a triple cap in the works right now for Quadrant.
Yeah, Sika, huge 1 versus 1s. He made 2 down towards that bottom B, but it's still being captured for Navi. They secure that stronghold. Don't have a home base as of yet, but the Slays go in favour of Quadrant. No! Oh, Snipe Drone nearly taken down by Legend there, but he does get the kill. Is eventually cleaned up, so trades across the board. B being recaptured here by Quadrant, but it is SLG, last player alive, just momentarily. Has to fight with Jimbo, does capture that base, does take down Jimbo as well, but he's cleaned up.
Indeed he is. Navi, that gap is going to extend much, much more, and Mighty at the very least will stem the bleeding for a little bit. Will successfully convert B, so that does mean the Quadrant won't get double the progress. Does snuff out Legend as well, so C looks like it should be a free cap as well for the time being. But they've already started to lose out on B. Someone needs to be on that point as well as the immediate response force, but not in time. Navi lose out on B. Chick cleans up shop as well, and this is starting to get rough as Jimbo is searching for a response.
And Navi had the high advantage as well, and they couldn't make it work. Now B, captured the Quadrant, they're trying to push towards this C. Hill, traded out Slays here. The SLG with the camo does take down Glory. They're still in position to potentially recapture this C point, but they're currently holding the poor man set with A and B. SLG cleans up Snipe Drone as well with the perfect. So Slays and camo going towards SLG right now. Tried to rotate towards his own team, but he's got all the information he needs right now, Tudor. He's calling out all these players of Navi as they rotate towards A.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Snipe Drone used his spidey senses the first time around to find the active camoed player. The second time around, he still couldn't get the kill onto SLG after it expired. And look at him just rip and tear his way through, putting the Doomslayer to shame. It's utter domination coming out from Quadrant. Navi seemingly lost for the time being. I don't know what they need to get done to formulate some kind of appropriate response to get some of these hills out of Quadrant's possession. It's just real rough right now, and it's a nasty ride on the struggle bus for them.
Stronghold's definitely Quadrant's game. And Schick, he's got the sniper rifle. All players spawning towards Cafe for Navi. They've got to make that push into A sooner or later because time is ticking against them. Finally, some players break through, but SLG off screen, he's in position to hold this area. Big 1 versus 1 right now. Mighty's versus the sniper rifle of Schick. He's cleaned up by the Protector, who is Legend. All whilst this is going on right now, Tudor. The Slay's going in favour of Quadrant, and the Hill time still a triple cap.
200 points and counting. There's the connection we were looking for. Chick magnetizes a 50 cal right into the head of Jimbo. Make it 2? Nah, wishful thinking on my end, but he's still got plenty of ammo to play with. Mighty. Oh, no chance in hell you're going to take B, my friend.
Nice shots from Schick, but eventually cleaned up. Camo on the map, but the Slay's still going in favour of Quadrant. Triple Cap still here, Tudor. That's game, set, and match. So after Navi, they take the lead 2-1. Quadrant answer back in quick fashion in our game 4.
There is reason why we love touting Quadrant as the best Strongholds team within the entire EU region, and arguably one of the best at the highest levels of T1 competition internationally as well. And that was the prime example. We don't have any other exhibits for you, sadly, but still, that's a really, really good showing coming out from Quadrant, and immediately they're once again completely riled up, filled with energy, and they tie up the scoreline. It's all 2-2 right now.
You see them quiet, composed right there, but a second ago they were making noise. They're happy to tie this series back up, and that is hype as well. 250-18. Seemed like whenever you were on board with a Navi player, they were going back to the death camp.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those nightmarish games that you just have to put in the rearview mirror, brush off your shoulder, and just get back on the horse, because there's nothing that you can do in that regard. But swapping our attention to the last couple of games that we have left over, now that we have just concluded our Strongholds on Solitude, we are going to be moving towards Aquarius Slayer for game number 5, and then we are definitely going to at the very least see Oddball Recharge. That is also confirmed. And then the potential Slayer on Solitude towards the very end, still ultimately optional, but still, this has been a cracking series that we have seen so far. Quadrant really, really nailing all of these Slayer game types, and I kind of fear that especially after that performance in Strongholds, Navi might start to fall off a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, what you will say, though, is one game. Navi were definitely in control or comfortable in that game 3 on CTF Empyrean or the Pit. But the Slayer did go in favour of Quadrant earlier on in our series here in the Grand Finals. So, all tied up 2-2 right now. Big moments. This next game, Tudor, it's going to be absolutely massive. If Navi win it, they'll be 1 win away from winning our Grand Finals here. But if Quadrant win it, they'll be 1 win away from resetting the bracket. I know, as you look, it's obvious, but the actual impact of this next game is going to be huge.
Exactly. There's so much weight to this next game overall, and there's so much weight in this grand final. Because in case if you guys haven't been keeping up with the tournament over the course of this weekend so far, for those of you folks watching home online, well, what exactly are we playing for? We've got a pretty chunky prize pool of 7,500 GBP. On top of that, we have got a glorious boxing belt. No classic trophies, by the way. We don't do that anymore. Now we're an original tourney that we got here, a belt that you can actually strap on and wear to the office if you are so bold.
Yeah, that is one of the shout outs to Blackpool here. You know, Blackpool, they say it's one of the home of boxing, or they've got boxing pedigree here. That's where the bout was made. And to be honest, if I'm a player, you know, especially Quadrant and Navi, they've got all these trophies, right? Yeah. They've probably got tons, their whole cabinet's being filled up with trophies, but how many of them have a bout, do you reckon? I reckon 0.
Probably none, honestly.
Especially with how good that bout looks as well. That's what I want for bragging rights. The win's secondary for me. The bout's the first thing I'd want to take home.
True. Honestly, I would do the exact same thing. Like, yeah, cash money, that's pretty cool. A trophy itself, you know, doable. It'll eventually just gather dust. But a belt, that's actually like a thing that you can wear and use physically at the exact same time. Has a double purpose. It's wonderful.
Yeah. But slowly, players just taking a breath right now. 2-2 in the series. This is crunch time. And the event so far has been a massive success. I want to talk about, you know, all these guys coming out to watch us right here in the crowd, the players who played earlier, the coaches, any sort of players who've dropped in, or even the people at home watching on Twitch as well. It's so happy that we finally get to do this event for EuropaHalo. You said it was, what, 467 days? Or so since the last
496 days since we had DreamHack Valencia. That was in July 2022 last year.
Yeah. To European events, and I mean, everybody who's came out and supported just shows the community in EuropaHalo is thriving right now. And I've spoken to so many players throughout this event, and every single one of them is like, I want to jump back into Halo, I want to compete again, I want to go back online, I want to do some scrims when I get home. That sort of build up to LAN, and then that post game hype after LAN as well is massive.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, I mean, like, post LAN depression, it is a thing, and I know for a fact as well that I'm going to be taking a little bit of time off of Uni to just grind out the battle pass when I'm home and maybe actually matchmake with the staff. And actually, speaking of which, now that we have actually almost reached the conclusion, we're in the last couple of meters for the weekend, I do have to ask you, what has been your favorite part about this weekend so far?
I mean, I'll quickly answer this one, and it's got to be those close games down in the pit, and all the fan support which I hear in the crowd as well. Every time I come and watch these games, or I can see Schurzy and Onset casting early and hearing all the fan reactions to what they're doing as well. Yeah. Every single part of this event has been massive, but the best thing for me, the community. So many chats. You can't single out a single point from that. You know what I mean, Tudor? I'm sure it's probably the same for you. But either way, game's loading right now.
Indeed.
Game 5 in our grand finals. 2-2 the score as well. I just can't wait for this one to start.
Indeed, it's going to be Slayer on Aquarius. Quadrant, they just tied up the scoreline in case if you guys are just tuning in. It's all even Steven. And now we're going to be hopping back into the swing of things, picking them up right where we left them off. Immediately hopping on with Chick. He's got himself dug pretty deep over towards his top mid side and takes so much damage off of those nades. And the kill feed, it's a sea of blue for the time being as Navi get an early advantage off the kickoff.
Slays in favour of Navi to start this one off. Legend getting the shots onto Mighties. He's going to be cleaned up and traded out by Jimbo. So 3 kills to his name and the Heatwave in his hands right now. Just trying to hunt towards those Quadrant players. Sees SLG off the spawns, opts to back away. That's a 2 versus 1. Doesn't want to battle that one. Nope. Seeker comes in for backcrack as well. So nice utilisation and prioritisation towards that Heatwave player, Quadrant.
Yeah, Snipe Drone now taking up the mantle of responsibility on cleanup duty, but he gets cleaned out himself instead. Glory in a very unfortunate 1v1. Didn't beat Chick to the punch instead. He was on the receiving end of that. And that does mean that, well, Quadrant, they will start to claw their way back ever so slowly. It's still early days right now as the gap sits at 3 kills. Jimbo elsewhere off screen, finding one with a well-placed frag grenade. And now Glory, well, he'll have to just head out of harm's way. Snipe Drone in a very unfortunate position, caught out by Chick, who I believe has literally just caught Navi with their pants around their ankles thanks to this mid-control. He will eventually be punished, but it might just be a little bit too much.
Despite the good positioning there from Chick, traded out in the end. 12-8 in favour of Navi. Seeker just trying to bait players into the base. Maybe he's just nervous that one of these players from Navi will push the corner. Does have a help of SLG as well. So game slowed down now, Tudor. All players don't want to be the first one to die in this engagement. But each player's just trying to watch their corners, trying to get the pick that they need to be able to push up on the map.
Yeah, Seeker might have not spot out the fact that there's one on his 9 o'clock, and now they will isolate Jimbo out over towards mid. Good little cleanup sequence right there, but Snipe Drone is going to emerge from his little hole as well. Mighty chiming in on the bottom of the staircase, and now Seeka's in a bit of trouble. He won't get himself out of that one. Snipe Drone makes sure of it.
Once again though, kills traded, still a 4-kill lead for Navi. Snipe Drone on your screen is trying to take down Chick. Realising a bit of a tricky situation, tries to rotate back towards his team. You can see all of Quadrant towards his P side of the map. Snipe Drone re-challenging. Legend caught out in a tricky situation, but the flank comes through from SLG, cleans him up. Trades once again go in favour, this time of Quadrant, as they take down 3 of the players of Navi.
Despite the fact that so many of these sequences have been so heavily in favour of Quadrant, it doesn't really reflect that in the scoreline. They haven't been able to convert it into a kill advantage. Somehow, Navi are always able to remain on top. Another trade coming on through 18-15 as we hop on board with Snipe Drone. He's looking to try to catch them off guard. He's looking to try to, utilize that element of surprise, but Chick was so ready for it, completely disintegrated by the heat wave.
And now suddenly, we're all tied up at 18. Chick still with the heat wave in his back pocket. Deciding to push up with his teammates. Seeker gets the first kill. Potential collapse time. Seeker gets a second as well. Chick decides to relocate. Doesn't even need to be involved in these engagements because all 4 players of Navi dropped just like that. It went from a 2-kill down to 6 kills in their favour and now 4 kills in the lead.
Indeed. What a turnaround. And now Navi looking to mount the offensive, but Chick is willing to meet them halfway. He will eventually get cleaned up, but still, this is Quadrant's territory. This is Quadrant's world, potentially. And Navi might just be living in it right here on Aquarius Slayer. 5 kills as Quadrant. They do surpass the halfway mark. Navi still clawing their way back, slowly but surely. Legend exhausts that heat wave altogether. And he will secure a trade at the very least. Now Jimbo with the sizzle sticks, looking to try to soften up some of these Quadrant players for easy pickups.
It's mental how quick the game changes. Suddenly, Navi, after being in control of all of this game up to the 18 kill mark, find themselves down by 4 kills. Seeker traded with Snipe Drone. Still in favour of Quadrant. They have map control as well, Tudor. So Navi, they've got to try and push out against all these shots on gunfire from the side of Quadrant. Mighty's stuck in a tricky situation. Decides to back away. Does manage to play his life though. Still up on the map. All his teammates around him still there. Snipe Drone cleaned up. But whilst this is going on as well, Tudor, all of Navi, they're just backed into their own base. They're still needing to find some map control.
Indeed. I don't even think we've seen anyone rob that QT from the top of the map so far. I might be entirely mistaken. Obviously, my eyes, they do play tricks on me from time to time, but it hasn't really been a big highlight of Slayer so far on Aquarius. And now, Navi, comfortable with the space they have, they're going to push out a little bit further as we still are on with Mighty for the time being. He's looking to try to get some kind of wraparound going. They have Legend, or at least we have the benefit of seeing exactly where Legend is. He's all on his own as SLG does get himself traded off.
Mighty's done a full 180 rotate of the map. Sees Legend with a QT. They said that's potentially the first time that's been used. Slays in favour of Quadrant for the time being. Suddenly Mighty's done a full rotate, but found himself in a tricky situation. Nice use for QT there from Legend. Regroups with his team. Quadrant still with map control momentarily. Legend decides to back away. QT once again being utilised, trying to find any of the spawners or any of the players from the side of Navi. Nice shots on the snipe drone. Mighty's falls as well. Glory does answer back, but this kill lead is growing for Quadrant.
Indeed it is. 7 kills for the time being. That was such a clever utilization of the QT as well. Only one real teleport actually had the potential to deliver some kind of kill, some kind of impact, but that's really all that you need sometimes. And, you know, very, very often in a game of Slayer like this and in a game of Infinite altogether, death might be only achieved by 1,000 paper cuts very, very slowly, but at the end of the day, surely. SLG now creeping and crawling his way through. A sidekick picked up, primed, armed, and ready, and he's looking for a couple of victims to click heads on, but not finding any for the time being. They're elsewhere. They're in an entirely different postal code, my man.
Game slowed down. SFG pushes up, finds himself looking at 2 Navi players he's taken down. Glory trying to get away with his life, trying to play it as quick as possible. He's cleaned up as well. Quadrant, nice collapse. Snipe drone trying to answer back. He can't get the shots he needs to take down Legend. Legend can just back away here, get his shields back. Navi opted to rotate towards blue base as a squad to trying to regroup as a unit, trying to retake the map. But so many times we've seen Navi in this situation where they're backed into a corner and Quadrant have the pressure. They're just almost waiting for that first set of slays to go through before they collapse.
Somehow, despite the fact that Navi are 4 kills, now 5 kills behind, they were able to fight their way out of that scenario multiple times. But now that it's mission critical, you can't afford to make any more mistakes. Glory is still on point for the time being, despite rocking a negative KD. He does deliver, and the gap remains at 4 kills. SLG does have one more teleportation charge active to potentially get a jump on 2 of those Navi players all the way back down, but they do spot out Snipe Drone in Yellow Fridge. Will he be able to exit in time before those nades land in? I'm not sure. He's actually chasing down Legend. That's a valuable frag picked up for Navi, but an immediate response yet again.
Nice slay from Snipe Drone. Somehow managed to stay player's life, but he is taken down. Now Jimbo stuck. He's in a tricky situation. Does get the slay he needs to, but only one more kill now for Quadrant to win this game, and that's going to be it. Legend take down that Jimbo there. 3-2 now in this series. Quadrant lock in their 3rd game of this grand finals. They're 1 win away from resetting everything.
Indeed, and if that is going to happen, then we're going to have to run it back and play a whole nother best of 7. Quadrant, they have really brought the goods this time around. Obviously, that first Slayer that we saw a little bit earlier on map number 2, so damn close. It was 1 kill that separated these 2 squads, but now Quadrant, they've properly woken up. They've properly got their engines revving. They swapped from 6th gear into race mode, it feels like. And with Aquarius done and dusted out of the way, Quadrant 3 maps up, it could all be brought to an abrupt end right here on Recharge Oddball.
Yeah, Quadrant finally take the lead in our grand finals. Back-to-back wins, when both for Slayers so far as well. And the scary part at this point now is, even though Quadrant only 1 win away, they've still got to do it all again.
Exactly. Question is, do they have the stamina for it? They've proven that to us many, many times over the online season, over the LAN events that they've participated at the top of Tier 1 HCS. They are very, very capable of doing so. And now, moving into, Oddball Recharge, what are your thoughts moving into this one?
For Navi, I think they've been in this situation before. It's not new that they've been down against Quadrant in the grand finals. They know that they've done it. They know they can win against this team. They went 4-1 in the winners finals. They did it in the seeding event as well. And for them, their heads won't drop. They've just got to compose themselves. They've got to just, reset. Maybe take a moment. I don't know how they'd compose themselves. Some players, would just focus on the next game or just chill back. Maybe just, readjust themselves, look elsewhere from the screen for a second, have a chat about something in-game in the next game, and just, bring it back again. It's only 1 game they've lost, only 1 game before they tie up back in this series. If you're Quadrant, you're going to use that hype. You're going to ride that momentum into the next one.
Exactly. You have to ride that wave of momentum, ensure that it keeps rolling over your opposition. You don't want it to come down crashing because then suddenly it's really tough to get it all the way back up, and it's tough to sort of hype yourself up. Luckily enough for Quadrant, yeah, they've been able to sort of flip the script yet again. The tables have turned. Now everything is sort of going in their favor, and despite the fact that no one is quite facing elimination just yet, still though, Navi, they quote-unquote have their backs against the wall, and they won't be able to close this one off as cleanly as they initially would have hoped.
Yeah, it's so tricky if you do get reset in the grand finals as well. You've done the hard work, you've won the game in the winners finals, you set yourself up, and I know obviously you've got that cushion of the reset, but then losing and having to do it all again, seeing the score go back to 0-0 after you've been so close, no one wants to do that.
No, and at the end of the day, it might just actually be the case because, come on, this has been the storyline for Navi and Quadrant. It would seem silly if we just didn't actually have, you know, a grand final reset between these two squads the whole time. Like, it's basically synonymous with a Navi and Quadrant game at this stage, just going to a reset.
Yeah, but it's good Halo for us. Here, casting. Good Halo for us here, watching as well, everybody. You know, it's always one of those ones you want a Game 7.
Yeah.
A Game 7 reset for everybody watching as well. That's the hypest moment, going down to this last sort of nitty-gritty engagement in a Slayer. We have to get there first, and we've got Oddball in the way.
Indeed, we do have Oddball on the way. And yeah, just quickly glancing over on what we actually saw a little bit earlier on in that winners final, because we did initially kick off that series with Oddball on Streets first and foremost, and you'll have to remind me of the scoreline because I'm a little bit of a forgetful person sometimes.
It was 2-0 to Navi.
Yeah.
So, and they won it pretty comfortably as well. That was the start of our winners finals, the first game.
Yeah.
And Navi, I think it may have been a bit of a tricky one in the first round, but then the second round was pretty dominant.
Pretty dominant, exactly. And if we're going to start theory crafting a little bit based off of that history that we saw just a couple of hours ago, because we always have to play this game, right? We always have to theory craft and play the hypothetical card. We should be playing, you know, devil's advocate and just, you know, trying to maybe make a bit of a guesstimate as to how this series might end off going. But if we're going to base this next recharge off of that Streets Oddball alone, do you think Navi are going to be able to tie it up and we'll go the full distance? Or do you think Quadrant, they've probably woken up, recognized, and realized what their mistakes were previously?
See, I'm not too sure, but we do have a full set of crowds here.
Should we just ask them?
Yeah, I think we should ask him. If you think Navi's going to win this next game, make some noise, ladies and gents. All right, that's quite a lot of them.
That is quite a lot of them.
If you think Quadrant's going to win this next game, make some noise.
Oh.
I'm not too sure, Vetsuda.
I don't know. You know, do you want me to hop into the crowd? Because I've got my Vuvuzela and I can cheer for either one of the two teams. I can probably deafen everyone's ears.
All I know is we've got basically Quadrant and Navi fans pretty much split across the board right now in here. You know, for me, I'm not too sure, but if you're a Navi fan, if you're a Quadrant fan, you need to make some noise for your team right now as we load up into this Oddball recharge.
Indeed, and if you're watching from home, you can go ahead and spam some of your favorite emotes, show your love, and make sure you channel all of that energy, because all 8 of these players, including the 2 coaches in the back of these rosters, well, they're going to need all the hype that they can get. Let's go ahead and get this off started. This could potentially be the last map of Halo that we see in this initial grand final. If Quadrant take it, it's a reset. If Navi take it, then they might be able to close it off afterwards.
Jimbo does lock in that camo though. Just trying to find some players in Quadrant. Just trying to play his life, be a bit sneaky with it. Can't seem to find any heads from the team in red. Trying to locate Seeker to eventually clean him up with that perfect. Oddball still not been touched though, as both players trying to get some set slays before we get one moving.
It does always seem like at the early stages, everyone is like a bit of a germaphobe, doesn't really want to touch the skull, get some hand sanitizer on before you can actually make your first move. Speaking of moves, that's a big one coming out from SLG. He's looking to give us a little bit of a world tour of recharge so far, and he has spotted out Snipe Drone. Those nades are absolutely perfect. They soften up Glory, but the kill confirmation doesn't come on through just yet. SLG, he's got to power through this. This pain train cannot stop, but unfortunately, it will be brought to an abrupt halt.
SLG being a bit of a nuisance, distracting the players of Navi whilst his team relocate this ball away from their prying eyes. Mighty's trying to re-challenge, but he's cleaned up by Seeker. Nice nade. Ball decides to be dropped off the map. Nice play there from Quadrant. They do get the initial seconds, but that ball reset now. Chance for Navi to get back into this game. Slays in favour of Quadrant, but the next set of slays will be even more crucial.
It will be. That'll dictate the pace of this game. Navi needing to now step it up. They've only got a total of 5 kills amongst all 4 members. Quadrant on the opposite end of the spectrum, they've got 10 already and counting. Mighty, woo, death is knocking on his door, and he does manage to, well, keep it closed, battered down for a little bit longer, and a trade does come on through towards bottom mid. Jimbo and SLG, they do exchange, and whoa, there is Sika.
Oh!
Beautiful stuff.
Nice double kill there from Sika. He is cleaned up. But all whilst this is going on, no more hands on Matt Oddball. Still 15-0 in favour of Quadrant. Snipe drone in a power spot. Just trying to find any peeking eyes from the side of Navi. Sees SLG trying to move this. Oddball doesn't get any shots towards him, but Jimbo does clean him up. So Snipe drone shots didn't go to waste there. And he's still with his life. Oddball in a tricky spot for both teams. The Snipe drone just trying to see if anybody's going to try and challenge him. Whilst this is going on, though, you can see Legend rotating this ball.
Yeah, very, very far away, all the way towards that Whirlpool side, towards water. He has the opportunity to play the ball, and now Navi, they have got to ramp up this aggression, but it doesn't seem to be working out. Glory is now the last player alive until the rest of the crew get off those respawn screens, and this is just free progress for Quadrant so far. Legend will play the ball. That's completely fine. Quadrant should be very happy with 33 points and counting. They're a third of the way there.
Nice individual play there from Glory. Best he could do right there is make Quadrant throw that ball off the map, force it to a reset. Jimbo in position to rotate this ball. If he can play his life here, good job from him. Back towards his turbine side of the map. Slays in favour of Navi as well. First time Navi got a setup in this game. Let's see how they hold it.
It's a tricky gunfight for Glory to lock down. Doesn't quite confirm the kill, but at the very least he will stave off these offensive Quadrant players for a little bit longer. That does buy Jimbo sufficient time to just hold onto that skull, clutching it dearly. 24 points now locked in as Glory does deliver a double, and Jimbo's the last player alive. At this certain stage, you know what your mission is. Just reset that ball and just go back to square one. And the spawns, actually, they do work out in Navi's fortune just a little bit. 2 players towards that top pipe side. Actually, Snipe Drone included, and Sika, he will be shut down. The team fight was right on the money, but now we also know where that shock rifle is. It's in the hand of Glory as he picks it up. Oh.
2 players at Quadrant take down Glory. Shock rifle now in the hands of Quadrant. Legend cleaned up, traded out there. Mighty's falls. Ball, not yet been utilised. Eventually, SLG and Sika going to grab that one. Schick with the camo. Trying to relocate back towards his team. Sorry, Jimbo with the camo. I do, excuse me. He's in potential to try and challenge the Quadrant player with this oddball. The Slays go in favour of Navi as well. Ball now in favour of Navi. They collapse on the Quadrant players, and Jimbo still with plenty of his camo left to use.
Yeah, indeed. Still online for a couple of seconds, gets perfect, very easy frag onto Chick, and he will try to get a remote dead. There it is! 1 by 1, popped like a cherry, and Legend is sent flying.
Jimbo still alive. Pistol in hand, just holding down one of the many angles Quadrant could try to push towards Navi. Seconds and points slowly ticking in favour of Navi. Quadrant, how are they going to push? Schick put down to 1 shot. Jimbo doesn't need to challenge that one because he knows that Schick won't re-challenge. Eventually, ball thrown out towards middle side of the map. Quadrant do get some slays. So, going to be Mighty's cleaned up once again. Now Quadrant with the better map control, potentially got a chance to move this oddball.
Yeah, they're starting to stabilize because up until this point, Navi, they just got like 50 uninterrupted points with no contention on the side of Quadrant. And now they're starting to equalize up that score line bit by bit, and they're starting to win many more of these gunfights as well, which is pretty good if you're a Quadrant fan. Legend is still stuck and isolated towards that, towards the service tunnel side. Glory will eventually catch him out lacking, and the gap might sit at 3 kills, and this might just be the first round of oddball, but it's going to be damn close whichever way it goes. Mighty now looking to potentially stick it to SLG, does so successfully, and rotates it further down into elevator.
Slays in favour of Navi. Ball control also in their favour. Quadrant once again looking to try and challenge the Navi players, but they've got to get a move on because slowly the seconds are ticking in their favour. Slays do go in favour of Quadrant though, so Snipe Drone and Glory caught out, weren't really helping their team. Quadrant saw in, get the Slays towards the oddball carrier, and now map's flipped. Snipe Drone just trying to play his life before he re-challenges.
Indeed, he's got SLG isolated, plasma nades tossed out as a deterrent for good measure, and he will contribute to a couple of assisted frags as well, but they need to try to stop this progression. Quadrant, they're 3/4 of the way done with the first round. Jimbo as well, hopping on with him, doesn't get the frag onto Legend. He's hyped up about that one, and Glory immediately responds with a fresh shock rifle kill.
Glory got to utilise this shock rifle to get towards SLG, and the rest of Quadrant gets the shot onto him, cleans him up as SLG tries to rotate that oddball. Schick also falls. Legend Seeker still on the map. not in a position really to contest right now. Is the players from Navi. Glory soars in, gets the cleanup onto Seeker. Finally get a hold of this odd ball once again. They've effectively only had one setup though on this map, Navi. They held it for about 50 seconds. Now they get a set up towards Hydro. And all the players of Quadrant, they're back on the respawn screen, but it's still not a full hold. They might have to throw this one on the map.
Oh, it does go down with the rest of the goodies as well. The shock rifle won't be picked up by anyone. It won't be reset, at least not for a while, not as quickly as the oddball, and you can already see a swarm of red silhouettes just sort of inkling around that skull towards that battery side. Quadrant might be able to make their first move, but they're trying to shut down these encroaching Navi players first. They've got them boxed in. Snipe Drone can't contribute from the top of Elevator. He might deal some damage to Legend, but he was too far to help his teammates earlier.
But Oddball still out in play. No one close to grabbing this ball just yet. That kill from Legend may help Quadrant get towards it.
That was a
nice stick on the Snipe Drone. Bounces it off the ground. Takes down Jimbo as well. Double kill there. Ball still not picked up from Quadrant, but Slay's all in their favour. We should see this one move soon.
Indeed, two more seconds left, and we hit 000. That will be round number 1, going in Quadrant's favor. It looked close, but overall, Quadrant just had a bit more consistency. Navi, they've got to somehow get out of the habit of just getting a chunk of points and just scatter a little bit more evenly.
Only one round away. Now Quadrant are from resetting our grand finals, but look at the Slays. That's 4 dead for Quadrant off the start of this one. Navi couldn't have asked for a better start.
Nope.
They rotate this oddball back towards Pipes, maybe trying to put it towards Elevator, get as many seconds as possible. Quadrant got to contest with Glory with the Predator combo. Shock rifle and camo in hands. Nice use of information from Glory. I like that. Trigger discipline. Takes down SLG. Sees Legend. Doesn't connect with the shots, but shields recharged. He can re-challenge once again from a different angle. Still just trying to find any of the players from Quadrant. Nice shots onto Legend there. Can he take down Chick? No. Backs away. Does get the shots. Does make him, just whilst he's getting these shots down there, he doesn't get the quality, all the kills he needs to, but the shield's taken down with a shock rifle in his hand means that Quadrant, they're going to be scared to push up on the map.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to be and remain an ever-elusive threat thanks to that one more round that he has in the shock rifle. But on top of that, he's still got a fresh grapple hook that has yet to be utilized. He can zip-zap zoom around to his heart's content. Does spot out Chick, but it's not really a clean shot, and he's just going to have to bail and get out of there. But even then, Navi, 40 points and counting. I'm just taking a look right now for the first time, and Quadrant really unable to answer despite picking up that first round.
Great start from Navi. This ball should go off the map any second now. Snipe Drone trying to milk it for as much as possible, but the reset comes in. So now Quadrant, the first time, they're in a better position in this round. Navi on the respawn screen. You can see 3 Quadrant players. They're trying to grab this ball, but Mighty says no, Chick, you can take down, and he plays his life just around this odd ball. Decides, you know what, I'm not going to challenge these players, going to try and grab this odd ball and rotate back towards my team.
Yeah. Pre-placed nades meant that some of those players pushing up through that pipe side have been softened up. Unfortunately, Mighty doesn't quite get away with it. The oddball is left cold and alone out in the open as Jimbo looking to try to cut the map in half. He has spotted out one player towards the command center, and he will nick away that active camo slapped on his chest. He doesn't need it to confirm the frag onto SLG, but he needs to get a move. He needs to try to get as much value out of this camo as humanly possible.
The Quadrant, they're going to know. Misses with beatdown, but he's still alive. Jimbo now stuck in a tricky situation. Just get cleaned up. That's so unfortunate from Jim. And off the back of that, Quadrant, they grab the oddball for the first time in this map. Not quite just yet. They try and rotate it back towards this Hydra side. They have to contest with Snipe Drone. He's cleaned up. And now oddball not really in a position where anybody can grab it, but Slay still going in favour of Quadrant. They should be able to pick this one up.
Yeah, indeed. With 3 dead on the side of Navi, that is a great window of opportunity for Quadrant to finally make their move. Jimbo basically stuck inside a spawn, couldn't even make it out of Elevator, and now Glory found out towards Whirlpool. You do have a stream of red silhouettes starting to encroach on those spawning Navi players, but it's getting a little bit dicey. Sika does get taken down. Jimbo and Co, they each contribute one of their own, and despite the fact that, yes, this is good progress for Quadrant, 23 kills before it will be played, they still need a little bit more. Navi have really brought the goods so far.
I love that from Jimbo, realising that his teammates are going to get that kill on towards the oddball carrier, so he's going to turn around 180 and go towards the new oddball spawn, throws it out bottom middle, so it's even trickier for Quadrant to come and grab this one. If time comes into play, that could be a big play, but instead Jimbo realises teammates have got the shots they need to, and he can rotate this oddball back towards potentially some of his own teammates and get some more seconds.
You know what we call this? Free real estate, basically, for Navi. There's no one on that side of the map, so Jimbo may as well just play the ball over there, and unfortunately, he will have his shield stripped, but he can contribute distribute everyone on the side of Navi can. Mighty, though, he will have to apply the brakes a little bit. And Quadrant, they will take control of the skull, but immediately Mighty applying so much pressure, and unfortunately, thanks to that plasma grenade, the oddball will be reset as it's propelled off the map.
Yeah, nice play there from Mighties, just to make sure that ball goes off the map. But reactionary to it, Quadrant, they're going to get that first touch. Throw that one out towards the middle of the map. Snipe Drone answers back. Camo in play as well. No one's going to grab that one just yet. Snipe Drone's getting peppered. Just waiting to re-challenge. Ball still out of play. Camo is grabbed as well. Not too sure if that one's gone.
Not sure if it's been grabbed or burned, or if it's still... No, it's still down there,
there,
I believe. And,
Do we see that?
Yeah, are our eyes really goofing us? I'm pretty sure that active camo was just out in the open and it didn't get picked up. Strange, but we got to move on either way. SLG and Co. not looking all too healthy for the time being, as SLG is trying to get up to a little bit of high ground, try to cut them in half, break the progression on the side of Navi. 26 points and only 2 minutes left for Quadrant to try to close that gap.
But always congestion. All the time the odd ball is getting picked up. That's in favour of Navi right now. As you said, just less than 2 minutes left. 59-26 to score. Slays, trades going back and forth. Glory trying to get that trick shot with the shock rifle. No connection. Schick in his eyes though. Should be able to clean him up. Does take him down. Jimbo rotating that odd ball as well. And now Quadrant, they're so far away. You can see all the spawners of Quadrant. They need to push towards themselves as a team and get towards this elevator side of the map.
Yeah, exactly. That's so many potential headshots that could have been found for Glory, but either way, if he just keeps them busy and keeps them at bay, whoa, wonderful lineup onto Sika. Just as he thought he would have been safe, he immediately gets decapitated. And Legend successfully pushes on through towards that elevator side, but yeah, with the oddball being rotated off, Quadrant are required elsewhere, and Glory, the first line of defense, nothing is getting through him.
Yeah, Glory, playing a bit of Call of Duty, that commando, he's cleaned up, but nice rotation from Jimbo. He was towards elevator, rotates towards pipes because he knows his teammates are here. Now, again, deciding to rotate once more, and that's all the time they need to win round 2.
Indeed it is. Snipe Drone, or I should say Glory, very, very close to hitting a dirty 30 over the course of these 3 rounds of oddball so far, but we are going the full distance, and we wouldn't want to have it any other way.
Yeah, Quadrant still 1 round away from resetting our grand finals. Natus Vincer, they're 1 round away from winning their 3rd game in this series. Glory on your screens. Just trying to get some shots towards any of the players from Quadrant. Or as you see at the start of this one, it's a bit of a see who's going to flinch first. Side of affair. Glory does get the kill onto Seeker. So that allows him to push up on the map. Camo should be grabbed by Mighties as well.
Good coverage being provided by Glory as well. That alleviates so much tension off of Mighty's chest. Now he can play with this active camo as he sees fit. He might even potentially go for the oddball grab if he really wants to, but yeah, he's actually going to pass it up to Jimbo towards the top of that pipe side, and he's just going to take that shock rifle and try to farm a couple of heads. Unfortunately, the first lineup wasn't meant to be, and let's see what else he can find. Quadrant doing a good job of avoiding this shock rifle for the time being, but nope.
Relocation from Mighties. Camo gone, but shock rifle still in hand. See if he can find any of the players from Quadrant and connect a headshot. Nice power spot he's got there. Gets a shot to SLG, but he escapes. Here's the call out from his teammate. Tries to help him collapse onto Schick. Does he get the kill? Yes, he does, just about. But Seeker's still down there. I'm not too sure Mighties is aware of that. Decides to back away and hide to player's life. Still with a shock rifle in hand. Seeker's weak. Nice turnaround and cleanup as well. It's a good communication there from Navi. Because even though we can see that Mighties didn't know where any of those players were, but the fact that his teammates are calling out, he can drop there and help out any of his squad.
Exactly. On top of that, keep in mind, it is a LAN environment. You can still peer over towards your teammates' monitors and just get intel in that fashion as well. And I've been seeing Mighty actually do that a lot throughout the course of today's festivities and over the course of the entire weekend. He's constantly looking left, right, and center just to fish for extra intel, but hopping on with Snipe Drone right now for the time being. Narrowly got force-fed that skull, but it is still Sika to rise victorious in that sequence.
Yeah, Snipe Drone tried to throw that one out towards maybe middle of the map, but Seeker decides to stop that one and capture it before it falls off that flat side of the map. So now Quadrant, finally, in this 3rd round, have a bit of control. They can rotate this oddball. They also get the Slays as well, and shock rifle in their hand, trying to rotate back towards elevator. We see how scary Quadrant can be when we get a setup.
Yeah, 4 more minutes left to go as SLG domes Jimbo and Quadrant. They're actively building up progress, 25 points and counting. Chick locks in his 5th kill for this life, and eventually it will be brought to a punishing end. But that's completely fine. SLG, he has gotten away with the camo. There's still a little bit left in the tank, but he will be spotted out by Glory. That's a bit unfortunate as well, and now Navi's starting to drop like flies. Quadrant are starting to drop. They've lost the skull. Navi are so damn close to to picking it up, and they will get over that halfway mark.
Nice re-challenge there from Seeker, or Schick even, sorry. But Jimbo's rotated his oddball once again. Seconds going in favour of the side of Navi, but the deaths is where they're going to be going towards respawning. Nice collapse there from Quadrant. So, elevator control. They know that Navi spawning towards this long ball side of the map. You can see SLG trying to challenge 2 players, but even if he doesn't get the kills, he can just back away, and it's being a nuisance.
Yeah, exactly. Just adding insult to injury at the expense of Navi is really the only game plan that Quadrant really need to employ. Just try to cut them right before they can even leave their front door. Mighty, he will retort. So will Snipe Drone. They each find 2. Legend and SLG will now be idle for the next couple of seconds as Schick is trying to reapply a little bit of extra pressure. He does line up the second. Go on with it, lad. Keep applying the pressure. Don't get off the accelerator. But he is unfortunately going to have to do that for a hot second. That does mean he can pick up the shock rifle, a fancy new toy for him.
Yeah. Navi trying to rotate that ball, but they rotated straight towards Quadrant. And Schick, caught by himself, falls with the shock rifle. But oddball control in the favour of your red team. They go back towards Hydro, only 40 seconds away from resetting the grand finals right now. Navi pushing in, trying to get a stop towards SLG. Should throw this one off the map. He does so. So that ball's going to be reset. Next set of Slayers coming through. It's going to be Seeker grabbing that one onto Snipe Drone. Sees Jimbo next to the active. Camo can't get the shots he needs to. Is cleaned up. So Camo should potentially go in favour of Navi. You can see Jimbo, he's going to grab this one, have the shock rifle too.
Yeah.
Needs to utilise this to get towards this oddball.
Oh. Yes, stay idle for a second, let that camo just fully take effect, and oh, pixels away. That could have been the shot right there to stop Quadrant in their tracks. Legend successfully rotating the skull over towards elevator is gonna build up a lot more progress. 74, 75 right now. Dodging, bobbing, and weaving. And there's Jimbo. Perfect lineup as well as all that he really needed with that shock rifle. But he's got so much more to contribute as long as his AC is active. There's the next one. He reclaims the skull for Navi.
That's a huge play from Jimbo, utilising that camo to full effect. Getting 2 Slayers, getting an assist as well. Still the shock rifle in his hands. Quadrant having to repush. Recollapse on the Navi players. And they've got to fight through Jimbo and the shock rifle right now. SOG, first person to challenge. Doesn't get the shots he needs to. Schick, he's cleaned up. But Glory's rotated this towards Pipes. Snipe Drone Glory now left in 2 versus 2. Snipe Drone gets the shots he needs to. Glory getting extra more seconds towards this oddball. And no one really from Quadrant in a pace to challenge right now. And only 20 seconds left for Navi.
It's crazy. Less than 15 points to go right now for Navi Quadrant. They've got to get a move on. They've got to try to bring this progress to an abrupt halt for Navi, but they're struggling to try to close off the gap. Well, Snipe Drone is doing a brilliant job of providing coverage left, right, and center. Legend is bound to lock horns, and he gets immediately pummeled. It's Navi to take oddball in the reverse sweep of the best of 3. They will tie up the scoreline. It's 3-all in the first grand final.
Wow. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better first start to our grand finals here at EuropaHalo Blackpool. 3-3, potentially now going to a grand final reset, but also Navi, they lock in game 6. They're 1 win away from taking home that bout, taking home the cash prize, but also taking home bragging rights.
Yeah, and that's really what it's all about. If they are able to take this win without going all the way to a grand final reset in a very clean fashion, the same way that they did it last week in the seeding tournament, even though they did force out the grand final reset. But still, if they're able to do this, I think we might have to convince a couple of people, because I don't feel comfortable using the word undisputed, but they would definitely maybe just overtopple Quadrant a little bit.
I don't know. I don't know. All I say is they'd be the reigning LAN champions if they
We'll work with that.
Undisputed might be tricky because both these 2 teams are the best European Halo has to offer right now and potentially ever as well. And as those international competitions grow, the more chance for European talent to go over to America and even here in Blackpool in Europe showcase their talent.
Exactly, that's what it's all about. Solitude Slayer will be the final battleground that we have available in the grand final. And I wouldn't have it any other way. Slayer, always a classic way to end things off, but I do have to take this with a glass half empty approach right now for Navi, because they have lost out on both Slayers just in this series alone.
Wow. If we look at stats, I'm going to pull a page from your book here.
Sure, go
We've had 4 Slayers between these 2 teams here at EuropaHalo Blackpool. 3 have gone in favour of Quadrant. Only 1 has gone in favour of Navi. That was a recharge Slayer to win them the series in our winners finals. Now, bit of a tricky situation. Stats is one thing, but then it's also the pressure, the sort of adrenaline going through your veins at this point, 3-3 in the grand finals of a European Halo event, the first European Halo event we've had for over a year and a half. You can't even contain any of the excitement. I mean, if I was playing, I'd be an absolute mess.
I'd be erupting as well. I'd be a hot mess, probably worse than you, genuinely.
But that's probably why we're here, actually.
Yeah, true. I mean, you know what they say, if you can't actually make it off as a player, you can't do it as a coach, you can't do it as an analyst, you get to do it as a caster. And I think we're doing just fine, because otherwise we'd be in production.
That's always have the next step after that. I don't want to say that, production's right there. But every single part of this European Halo event, all the staff have been absolutely mental. You just mentioned production there. Just production, we've had observers, we've had our admins, we've had our moderators, we've had volunteers.
And they've literally moved mountains to get this event pulled off.
Ridiculous.
It's been ridiculous. So even though we haven't mentioned it so far before, guys, every single one of you guys that made everything possible for this weekend, we love you guys so much for putting all of the effort that you did so far over the weekend. Without all of the staff, without all of our partners at Jelly and everyone else that has participated and everyone else that has chimed in for this event, it would not have been possible.
Yeah, and not just the people who've helped out here today. EuropaHalo as an organisation, all the fans, people who watch us, everybody who's just tuned into our streams. It's been absolutely awesome, and it's been a great build up to this point. But
we have a surprise for you guys.
Do you want to hold it? Should we hold it together?
Let's hold it together. Let's do it together, actually. That's the way it should be. Okay, 3, 2, 1, and all the way up.
Oh, look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Yes! Oh, we don't need us on the screens. We just need the belt.
Yeah.
This is what the teams are playing for. Navi potentially one game away from winning this glorious bout. Should we do a little 360 of it, right?
Yeah, we could do a little bit of
let's
tour of it.
just a little showcase of EuropaHalo right now, Little showcase. Got the EuropaHalo badge on the side, Halo Blackpool. You have that for
I'm going to hold on to it for a second.
Probably any time we get to see it now, because after today, it won't be in any of our hands anymore.
Yeah, that's completely true.
I mean, we could just sneak off right now, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, should we? I mean, if we just
drop
that down.
Exit stage left.
Yeah,
and just
exactly.
leave for the time
No,
being.
it's such a great trophy to have here, and both
wonderful.
teams now trying to fight for this one. And as I said, Navi for only one win away.
Yeah, exactly. The one thing that I do want to quickly mention before we hand this trophy back off is, like, the Velcro on the back is so ridiculously strong. Like, it's stronger than the Velcro I had on my shoes as a 5-year-old. It's absolutely ridiculous, but this is the trophy. This is what the teams are playing for, and we're going to go ahead and give it back to our wonderful admin, Mr. T, and Crumpets to take it back, as we do have some of the players returning from the bathroom. Oh, don't leave me hanging. Come on. Thanks.
It's all going on off stage there. That was it. We only got allotted a certain amount of time with that bout, I miss it already, actually. It's nice to have on the stream. We should have like a little screen just for the bout the whole way through this whole event, Just it's so nice. Even the Master Chief tried to steal it as well, or place it back in his rightful place.
Yeah, exactly. No, we had the Stormtroopers try to steal it a little bit earlier. That was it.
That what it was.
They were trying to hijack the entire thing, and then Chief himself, he basically just said, "Yeah, this is my shtick. Get out of here. It belongs to me."
Yeah, when you get the blessing of Master Chief, whichever team wins this event,
Shout out to TwoPennyProps as well, by the way. Wonderful, wonderful cosplay that he put together, the Mark V armor as well. I was really, really digging it as well. Super cool.
You asked me earlier what my favourite part of the event has been so far.
Yeah.
So I'm going to bounce that question back to you.
Okay. I think probably the best part for me so far was actually being able to put names to faces, particularly among staff as well. I didn't exactly get to chat to as many people as I would have wanted from players and from the community at large, but it's just been really, really fun getting to know a lot of the people that I've worked with over the last almost 2 years at EuropaHalo on almost nothing but online events, and actually get to build up chemistry together physically on site. That's probably been the best experience for me so far.
Yeah, and I echo that as well. There's been so many players in Halo which I've played with over the years. Maybe I met them at different events beforehand, and been sort of these things where you play against these players for, let's say, 5 or 6 years online, and you see them maybe once, and it's a big thing when you get to meet up again. Some of these guys you have like long chats with late into the night on like a Saturday night whilst you're just playing matchmaking, or some of the players you never talk to, but you get frustrated at them when you patch up against them in matchmaking.
Indeed, that does happen to be the case sometimes. I have that with my background as well in Rainbow Six Siege and Counter-Strike on occasion, but let's not dilly-dally for all too much longer, because we do have a lobby that is basically roaring and ready to go. We do have as our very final map in this best of 7, a Slayer on Solitude. Now, we already did cover a little bit of the history, did a little bit of theorizing and theory crafting overall, but I do want to hear it once again from the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are backing up Quadrant, make some noise. Are we going to a grand final reset tonight? And who says screw that noise? Navi are taking the belt.
Oh, ladies and gents, I hope you can hear that through the Twitch stream, but I feel like Navi are winning this one. So the Quadrant fans are going to channel their energy, hope for that grand final reset. But anyway, we're going to be loading into our Game 7. This is for all the marbles. Grand final reset potentially, or the grand final victory. SLG,
oh, we have
-1. Potential back to us.
Yeah, potential back
Hello
to
again,
us.
ladies
Not
and gents.
exactly sure, but we might be having a small little reset right there. Slight hiccup.
A little bit of preview though, a little bit of sneak peek of our Game 7. But once again, you can see us on our screens as the players not quite there, not quite loaded in. So, you know, it's just another point now. Just reset, get that mentality back in check as well. You know, that one didn't work out, but you know what your starting strat's going to be for these two teams. They're just going to have another second to talk about it before they load back in.
Yeah, exactly. If you somehow manage to actually goof up your opening a little bit, guess what? You have a chance to restart and refresh at the exact same time. Potentially have that one small little gunfight go back into your favor, and that could open up the door to get yourself the S7, to get yourself a pack of thrusters or whatever toy it might actually be on Solitude altogether, which, speaking of, there are plenty, and yeah, everyone on the server is really greedy. You want to get your hands on as many tools as possible. That is just the case with Solitude all the time. Been the case, as you mentioned, for as long as it was basically known as Plaza back in the day as well in H5.
Yeah, I mean, but it's also grand finals, and you want to be greedy. You want to get the sniper rifle, you know, because you want to show off a bit. But also, these players are professional. They know what they're doing. They also want to win the game, and I think that's the more important part of it.
That's why they're up there and we're down here.
Exactly. Yeah, if we were up some stage, I'd be trying to grab that sniper rifle.
Yeah.
As soon as I go off spawn, I'll probably die going towards it, but, you know, at least the thought's there.
Yeah, exactly. It's the effort that counts. I would definitely give you, if that would have actually happened, solid A for effort and maybe like a C- for execution.
I'd take C-. I probably would get an E, probably, because I wouldn't get any shots back on anybody. I'd be soaring straight for it.
An E, that doesn't even exist as a grade. I'm pretty sure it doesn't.
What, E?
E.
E's definitely a grade.
No, it's not. It goes A, B, C, D, and then I for incomplete.
Interesting. That's different grading with different streams.
I mean, that's what I grew up with. Going to like an American school system kind of thing. They use the letters, but like I've never heard of E. That just doesn't make any sense to me.
Either way, both these teams are at S grade right now. Yeah. That's top tier, because we are slowly getting the lobby back filled up. And it's just, for me, it's just adding to the suspense, right, ladies and gents? You know, we've had that first preview of the game going in, but you know, the pressure's building, but the intensity of this grand finals is almost at its peak right now. And I just can't wait to get back into the action shooter. I just can't wait for the guys to load up. They're already loading into the games whilst we are talking right now. As soon as that gameplay is live, we're going to jump straight to it.
Now, despite the fact that we have mismatching outfits, I can already see the hairs at the back of your neck sticking right through your collar as well. I can tell you're just giggling in anticipation. And speaking of which, yeah, the game is loaded up, so we're going to be transitioning to that in just a hot second. The very final battleground that we have loaded up for you guys. It's Navi, it's Quadrant, 4v4 by the shore. A reset on the cards, potentially, or Navi to take it all.
Yeah, SLG on your screens right now. Just the Slayers, just the kills that matter. Trades to start this game. SLG in a tricky situation, does get the cleanup with the help of Legend, but trades across the board favour Quadrant just to start off with. But both teams, they're going to be a bit nervous potentially going into this one. They don't want to be the first team sort of lose that initial kill lead.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking of kills in particular, control needs to be established because we have yet to actually get our hands on either one of these two, the S7 or the active camo. I think it might have just been popped in the background. I caught that little bit of an audio cue in the back of my eardrums as well. And now hopping on with Mighty, he's looking to ramp up the aggression. Instead, he just eats a face full of plasma from that nade. Legend creeping into a crossfire, and he gets backsmacked looking the wrong direction.
Sniper rifle in the hands of Jimbo, but he's left by himself in such a tricky spot. Just trying to play his life right now, and also not try and reveal where he is. Currently, Quadrant don't know that he's in this corner eventually. Schick tries to challenge, but he's got the help from Mighty. Nice no-scope. But as you normally see at the start of his Slayer game, especially against these two teams at the top of Halo, it's all tied up. It's just back and forth trading.
Exactly, that is the name of the game. you have got to, as a bare minimum, break even. And in the case of Navi, you've already lost 2 Slayers in this series just a little bit earlier on. You have to go above and beyond that. You have to dig deep. And when you get that lead, hold on to it for dear life. Snipe Drone is starting to get harassed. Plasma grenades tossed out as a main deterrent. They have bought themselves enough time to get their shields back up. Snipe Drone and Mighty each find one of their own. Sika around the corner. That's going to prompt Glory to go for a swing himself, and he will secure that frag on Sika.
It's like a crescendo on the main stage, because whenever one team gets kills, you can say yes, yes, all the roar towards them, and the other team answers back with kills of their own. Eventually, Navi get a bit of a lead, but it's only a 2-kill game right now. Camo potentially on the map somewhere. Mighty does get the kill onto SLG. Keeps it free for second. Now, Quadrant answer back.
Indeed, Jimbo, Snipe Drone, and Mighty each staring at the respawn screen. Only Glory is left alive. That's a good comeback coming out from Quadrant at least. And Sika will meet his maker. Snipe Drone now looking to try to get up to high ground. Chick doing the exact same thing. 16 to 17 as Legend activates with that S7. He's got the camo to play with as well. Last shot will be exhausted, and unfortunately for him, he'll get burnt.
Camo off the map as well. Snipe Drone back on our screens. Quadrant spawning towards this yard side of the map, and Navi, they're not opting to collapse just yet. Maybe they don't have the numbers, maybe they don't have the angles they need to. But next Sniper up in 15. You can see Jimbo making his way towards this one. The Snipe Drone tries to hold down Cafe.
Good timing on the plasma grenade. Almost found a stick as well. Still, he's going to get cyber bullied. That should be a stick. No, never mind. I lie at the end of the day, but still, Sika got overzealous and punished for doing so. Thruster Pack should help Snipe Drone in his adventures for the time being. He's got to send it right in through this park area. He's got info to work with on that top ledge side, but Sika's trying to cut him off instead.
Still an even game though. Snipe Drone been on our screens for a while, trying to help down and fight with any of the other players. Does get the shots he needs to onto SLG, but still trades come through and he's taken down.
Indeed, he will be. Now hopping on with Glory. Oh, instantly decapitated. Chick threads the needle on that one, and there's potential for so much more. He's got a repulsor in his back pocket as well. Plenty of tools to play around with, and he's just scouring the map, seeing what poor souls might wander into his line of sight. Legend will take down Mighty's elsewhere off screen. Navi have done a brilliant job of just avoiding Chick to the best of their abilities, but that's what Quadrant want. The rest of the squad, they're just wiping the floor with Navi right now.
Yeah, hits the body shot onto Mighty. He's cleaned up. Chick backs away, but still has 3 bullets in his sniper rifle left. Just trying to find any player from Navi, but he can't even get very quickly enough. All his team are killing around him. 6 kills for good now. Quadrant R, sniper rifle. Not going to be hitting any bodies just yet, but Chick still somehow is playing his life.
Indeed. Now with the bandit whipped out, 2 more nades tossed on through, and he eventually will be cleaned up. Snipe Drone back in an absolute hurry. Navi back with a bit of a vengeance as well, as they will close off the gap. Only 3 points now separate these 2 squads, as SLG is looking for the next opening. Spots out Jimbo towards the very top of bridge. Mighty is directly down below, and he will be picked up thanks to that nade. Glory as well chimes in with one of his own. He has collected the fresh S7, and he's going to get right up and close and into SLG's face, but it backfires horribly.
SLG doing a good job of playing his life. His team as well with the 4-kill lead. Still, boss trade to go back and forth. No power weapons on the map just as of yet. Goes into the engagement with Snipe Drone, backs away, doesn't need to challenge that one. Does have teammate help, but Snipe Drone not cleaned up. Eventually there, Chick comes in with a save. Quadrant are doing a good job right now. They're utilising their teamwork, working as a buddy system. You can see Chick, SLG, they're trying to relocate towards Legend. He's potentially calling out Jimbo and Glory for spawns. They're just trying to get as many eyes on the map as they can.
Yeah, Legend finds one onto Jimbo as well. Glory now isolated, peppered up, and stuck in a 6-foot grave. SLG might be able to win out this one. He has Legend to bail him out as well. The boys are getting loud on the main stage. They're bringing the passion.
They deserve to be as well, Tudor, because they're 9 kills to the good. They just get a fresh head of slays. Momentum in the hands of Quadrant right now. They're not stopping. They've got their hands towards all the sprint buttons on the controllers. Yeah. Legend's taken down, though. Mighty's gets to get the cleanup. No trade comes through. Glories gets a kill onto SLG. Hype momentarily crowd, but it's still an 8-kill game.
Yeah, Quadrant about to hit 40 frags. Navi tailing, and it's starting to get worse and worse. Jimbo falls to the wayside as well. Snipe Drone, and now Mighty on top of that. It might just be curtains for this opening grand final. We might just have to see a reset as Sika adds insult to injury yet again. Navi can't close these wounds because Quadrant is just rubbing salt in them non-stop.
10-kill lead for Quadrant. They also have map control. Navi spawning towards yard side of a map, and SOG with the sniper rifle and the camo.
Dangerous.
Can he be the one to close off the game?
Oh.
Nice shots onto Mighty, and Quadrant are getting loud on the main stage here, ladies and gents. They're only 5 kills away from resetting this grand finals. SLG's camo's gone, but sniper rifle still has plenty of bullets left, but off screen, Quadrant's still getting the slays they need to. SLG trying to relocate, but Navi trying not to show any of their heads. It's such a tricky mountain to climb for them.
Exactly. At this certain point, Navi are so heavily limited with their playing space, they just have to sit idly by. At this stage, you put down the controller and you just wait for Quadrant to come to you. Somehow you still have to play a perfect game of Halo. You can't give away too much. Ooh. Opportunity pounced upon by SLG, but no connection found. 3 more kills is all the Quadrant requires, and that might just be the first mistake. Zed Mighty takes a bunch of damage from that S7, softened up, but Navi, they're still backing forward. Backing off.
The question is when Quadrant going to push. They elect to push right now. Players from Navi are getting weak. Another trade comes through. Only 1 more kill from Reset in this grand finals. Legend pushing forward. The trade gets in. The Reset's fair. Quadrant getting loud on main stage. Tudor 4-3 the score. And the grand final reset has just happened. Quadrant, they win that last game.
Exactly. We're going to have to run it back and do it all over again. This is probably one of the closest fairs that we have ever seen throughout the entire year between both Navi and Quadrant. And the best thing for Quadrant is the fact that their performance over these Slayers has only been on a positive trend. It's only been going upwards. The first Slayer game that we had was a 1-kill game, and since then it has gotten better and better, but I was not expecting a 12-point gap. That was just ridiculous.
Yeah, and one of the Halo sayings is if you win your Slayers, you win the series. Always going to be an ending game of the Slayer. 3 Slayers in that series, 3 wins for Quadrant. They only did 1 OBJ win, and they get the job done. Now the reset in the grand finals. Everything back to a clean slate, back to 0-0. And, momentum definitely favour Quadrant, but at least if you're Navi, you did have that cushion of winning the winners' finals, and now the reset allows it to be a clean playing field. This first game in this series is going to be absolutely massive in terms of the swinging momentum.
Exactly, but unfortunately, we will have to answer those questions just a little bit later on, because until we can get the action back into your hands and before you can feast your eyes upon the grand final reset, we are going to cut to a short little break to get ourselves a rest and to catch our breath, because God knows we're going to need it, Joe.
Ladies and gents, welcome back to EuropaHalo Blackpool. Quadrant just won the best of 7, 4-3 to reset the bracket. Now we have to do it all over again. I'm Joe Sketcher, joined by Tudor, and Tudor, could have been any other way we end this event.
Yeah, exactly. It's the only way that we would have wanted to end this event, although the clock is starting to run a little bit short, so we do have an update coming out from League Ops that we are going to be shortening this best of 7 towards a best of 5 instead, just to wrap things up and speed it up as well. Here's the current map video. We are going to be kicking things off with Argyle CTF as our opening map, Slayer Aquarius, then it is going to be Strongholds on Recharge, Oddball Live Fire, as well as Slayer on Recharge should we ultimately need it, and part of me feels like we're not good. Quadrant has been on point in these slays.
Yeah, now only 3 wins needed for either team. Everything's reset, everything back to 0-0. CTF Argyle being our first game of the grand final reset. Oh my days, Tudor. So many Halo action, so many games we've managed to see today. And to end it with best of 7, going into best of 5 is just the pinnacle.
Exactly. Pinnacle of esports right here, 4x4. 4v4 by the shore. Wouldn't have it any other way as we are loading into Argyle. CTF has been a bit of a mess between these two teams as well. We saw it a little bit earlier on Pits. It was Navi's for the taking overall. Can they do it again? Right here on Argyle is the main question. Can they bounce back after taking the L just a couple of minutes ago?
They did win the CTF Argyle when these two teams played in the winners finals. So they do have that notch in their bout. And it's just one of those games where the snipers can pop off. We can see great, brilliant sniping action. And again, as I said before we went to break, getting this first win in the grand final reset is just crucial to bringing that momentum in your favour.
Exactly. Glory, he has got 7 shots in the S7 and narrowly got decapitated by SLG just moments ago and scampers out of harm's way. Just to readjust, reset. And there you have it. Immediately catches Chick right in the visor.
Nice shot there from Glories. Opens up the map a bit. Allows him to get to the halfway point. Still with sniper rifle in his hand. Still with 6 bullets as well. No heads from Quadrant met just yet. Legend's getting loud off to the side, and you can see why. Gets a double kill. Now suddenly Glory left by himself. Sniper rifle with SOG to contest with. He's cleaned up. Quadrant making their way towards Navi's base.
It's also very often that I've actually seen Wonder Boy step up and have a chat with the lads as well. Following that full reset, that full team wipe, now Quadrant, they're really starting to actually hit Navi where it hurts worst.
Now, for a second, the flag out for Quadrant. Chick in a position to try and play spoiler even. Flag on the move once again. Snipes coming through from SLG. And whilst that's going, both flags out. Jimbo in a tricky situation. Taken down by SLG for the triple kill. And flag on move for Quadrant.
Huge play coming out from SLG. Unfortunately, the timer ran out for the over. Snipe drone is gonna, unfortunately, be the party pooper of that sequence altogether. But Legend's still an active threat that they have got to take into account. Successfully dodging a couple of shots. No connections found for Legend. And he will be forced to rotate. A fresh set of S7s. Spawn in just a couple of moments. Good pre-placed nade, but Jimbo does manage to get out of harm's way. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for Mighty nor Jimbo.
Kills in favour of Quadrant. Map control in favour of Quadrant as well. Legend has to contest once again. Gloria for the respawn. Snipe drone there. Not quite allowed to get this flag just as of yet. They need to get a few more slays before they can get that one moving. But Sniper in the hands of Legend with 1 shot left. He's cleaned up. So defense is there from Navi. Resets the map. Both teams need another set of slays before they can push up.
Yeah, Snipe Drone doing a good job to keep Sika under control. And he's going to take a moment to catch his breath before heading and emerging back out into the open. Has picked up a repulsor in his back pocket, and he will join in on the fun. Take down Legend, easy peasy. And narrowly got caught with his behinds. Smacking around, 2 more players directly above him. Couldn't quite dodge them. Sika and SLG in tandem with one another. They both collapse, find a frag apiece. And now Glory, S7 connection is good, but it's missing that lethal punch.
This is all in defense. Now Glory in a tricky situation. Has the sniper rifle, but has himself in back base. Just waiting for Quadrant players to push up on the map. Shit gets another kill. Flag on the move, just momentarily. The nice shot from there from Glory, stopping any push forwards. Jimbo gets a double kill off screen as well. Defense is strong for Navi. SLG still in contention to get something done. Sniper rifle potentially off the map. Does get the shots he needs to. Not cleaned up. But nice prioritisation from SLG, realising he's not going to win that gunfight, so does throw the sniper off the map. Only one left in play, and it's in the Glory's hands.
It was a bit of an awkward exchange between SLG and Glory with the S7 in both players' hands, but at the end of the day, Navi, they still get one of those sniper rifles out of the hands of Quadrant. For the time being, though, Glory is still looking to potentially catch one of these Quadrant rotates in the middle of its making. Still, though, no attempts at a flagpole for the time being. Both teams vying for map control, and the kill feed is starting to see a little bit more red than blue. Chick. Domed. Oh, SLG. He's also the next to fall. Glory! Living up to his namesake. He's basking in it.
Glory single-handedly taking down 3/4 of Quadrant, and now he's got the pressure towards the side of Quadrant's map. New sniper rifle ammo stolen away from Quadrant. Just needs to reload that sniper in his back pocket. Slay's going in favour of Navi, which allows Glory to push up towards the map. Spot Seeker opting not to grab that flag just as yet, until he gets the kill. Now flag on the move. Only one player really in position to stop, but Glory's deciding just to run this one as far as possible. Allows teammates to get the slays they need to.
Yeah, good 50-50 choice made on the decision for the left or right lane, and this should be an easy carry all the way back home. Just like Neo, he dodges those bullets. Take the flag with you, buddy. He does get caught out, but there is someone back in home base, said Mighties. Make sure that it will be brought back home as Navi lock in the first point on Argyle.
But now pressure definitely in the hands of Quadrant for a counter cap. They have map positioning, they have a sniper with Schick. Mighties has one of his own though, tries to get some shots at the Seeker, doesn't get the kills he needs to. But Quadrant still don't have the slays all in their favour to push up on this map and grab a flag. Schick just trying to pick any players from Quadrant, but Jimbo knows where he is. Nice shots from Jim, and Schick has to relocate.
Yeah, not really given any room to make any plays for the time being. So I thought I might have to hold my tongue for a second. Chick opting to mobilize a little bit further, migrate to a different part of the map. But yeah, the Navi, they're being so evasive. They're not giving Chick a single opportunity. And he gets peppered up. That's the S7 fallen to the enemy.
Glory playing out his mind right now. Only one positive on his team, getting as many slays as possible, almost single-handedly getting away with it. But as I speak, Snipe Drone gets a sniper of his own as well. Flag is on the move once again for Navi, and with a sniper in the hand of Snipe Drone, he will have to stop just for momentarily as Mighties is taken down. Doesn't connect with a shot, but still alive. Still plenty of bullets. Make that only one left. But all of his teammates around him, they're pushing towards this flag.
Oh, nice little snipe coming on through. Despite the fact that he has the QT active, another one is about to spawn. He locks in a double. Still one more shot left for him to play with. And he's going to go back up to top mid. Just waiting for somebody to maybe get overzealous, a little bit greedy for that QT. He's willing to be patient right now. Navi, as a whole, are willing to be patient. They're fine with just letting this clock bleed and have it work as a fifth player in their favor, because Quadrant, they're the ones that cannot afford to fumble any longer.
Glory also has a sniper rifle of his own. Snipe Drone still with one in his back pocket. But Quadrant, they have to be reactive. They have to be the team to challenge Navi. Navi happy just to sit back just momentarily, absorb the pressure, wait for the pushes of Quadrant. All 8 players on the map. Seeker first one to blink. He gets taken down with Trade, but Trades will support and help Navi right now because they've got the flag advantage.
Glory looking for an opportunity, missed. However, he does line up the body shot, won't be there to collect it. That kill credited, I believe, to Mighty instead, and he will claim the enemy S7 all to himself, surprisingly enough. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but now Navi, well, they had 2 S7s to play with. Now not so much. Seeka's going to recover one of them.
It's quite sneaky though from Navi. They've done that twice in this game. Didn't get away with it though this time, Mighties. Seeker picks that one up. But still a lot of map to move towards getting a flag grab of their own even, is Quadrant. But Slay's going in their favour. Seeker still with this sniper rifle. Only Jimbo Glory left alive just momentarily before Quadrant can get a move towards the base.
Good nades tossed on through. Glory doesn't actually catch the brunt of it, but he will get pummeled and tag team down. QT now active for Seeka, and with all 4 dead on the side of Navi, this is the window that Quadrant need. They will pull that flag. It is Seeka to provide some kind of coverage, but we need the rest of the team to start chiming in. That flag will finally, it actually hasn't been tapped for quite a while. Now it's being escorted all the way back, and eventually Seeka will lock horns, but out of harm's way, he just teleports right back out.
Excess slays could be crucial as Navi pick one up against SLG, traded back by Schick. That flag still in contention. The return does come in. Great prioritization there from Navi. That is a huge return. And with only less than 4 minutes left in this map, it's so tricky for one team to get towards the other team's base. Quadrant do the tricky work. Getting that flag out. Jimbo gets a no-scope as well. Falls off the map. Here's a moment there just whilst he's on respawn to appreciate that one.
If you're going to go out, do it in style. Jimbo, you got some points off of me, buddy. That one really looked pretty sick. And Mighty now with the secondary S7, not exactly having the best CTF of his day, of his weekend so far, only 7 and 17, but that's okay because the rest of Navi, they've been there to pick up the slack. Mighty with a remote debt will secure Legend. He's going to be left scratching his head. How on earth did that happen? But with a window of opportunity, that's another dead added to the tally. Quadrant, they're starting to struggle. They're starting to trip over as Navi, they've pulled the flag and is well over halfway back home.
Yeah, Navi getting hot right now here on the main stage. Another snipe coming through from Mighty's. This flag is almost home. Mighty's being protected for his teammates. Should see the 2-0 scoreline with only 2 and a bit minutes left. It's such a tricky spot for Quadrant to get back into this game, but it's made even more harder because Mighty still has a sniper rifle.
Yeah, and he's back in his comfort zone. I might have been critical about him a little bit earlier on, but he has definitely stepped up in the last 60 seconds. Glory! Ooh. Game super duper close, but he is not out of harm's way just yet. He can stand his own ground though. Glory with the QT. Pick up the S7. Show me the money.
Double beat down from Glory after using that QT. What a play. And Navi, they're getting absolutely hyped right now on the main stage. Glory still with 3 shots left. What a game he's having here in the game 1 of the Grand Finals reset. 18 kills and 8 deaths. Still with 1 shot left from Sniper Rifle. Legend narrowly avoids the bullet of Glory. Sniper now no longer in his hands, but still 2 flag caps for good.
Definitely so, and with that lead, only 120 seconds left for Quadrant to rectify the situation. I fear that it might not be enough time. Steam is good. Sayonara, Sika. Sayonara to all of Quadrant. There's just Chick left standing. Navi, they've got so much room to play with, and I feel as if Quadrant, they might have just slammed their heads against a concrete wall that they can't break down.
Yeah, that concrete wall is definitely Glory's as well, because he's got 20 kills on the map right now. What a game he's having. But Snipe Drone, trying to play sneaky. Oftenly we see him in this situation, just trying to be the first person to make that push towards the enemy base. Quadrant, they can overextend, but Snipe Drone just doing his job, being a nuisance, playing his life towards the end of Quadrant's base. Yeah. Quadrant's going to grab this flag, but Snipe Drone just needs to find some shots, just play his life maybe a bit more, maybe grab that flag and be a distraction for Quadrant.
So we're no stranger to seeing Quadrant speedrun a couple of CTF Aquarius games, but I'm not exactly sure if those skills actually translate right now. But look at what's going on screen. They successfully open up the door. Home base is secured. That should be a flag cap ready to go, and it will be locked in by Quadrant. They get themselves on the board, but now it's crunch time. It's mission critical. 50 seconds left to play with. Can Quadrant stick it out?
You can see the sea of red pushing up this map, but Mighty's trying to make the stop towards it. Trades, they're going to favour Navi right now. Jimbo's cleaned up. Schick, SLG, left alive towards this mid-side of the map. Teammates spawning behind them. One more push left here, Tudor on game 1. This sniper rifle could prove the catalyst for Quadrant, but he can't get the shots he needs to. Schick picks him another one. Still with 1 bullet left. And you've got Quadrant players towards Navi's base. Jimbo's cleaned up as well. Killing spree comes through from SLG. They might be able to grab this flag, but only 15 seconds left. They've got to get a touch.
Indeed, and unfortunately SLG is nowhere near enough to be found. Legend, however, he is, but he's getting harassed from back base. He needs to at least touch the flag. He needs to get it off of the home base to force sudden death. SLG, that mantle responsibility is yours for the time being. We've entered sudden death, but Navi, they hold down the fort. It's just too insurmountable. They are indomitable on Argyle.
They get the slays when they needed to. Tudor, the defense strong from Navi. The 2 caps they had, so tricky to come back into this game with. And it was a statement almost from Glory himself in that game, just popping off that sniper rifle.
Exactly. He was, I want to say, probably a little bit pissed off after the first run through of the grand final, and now he really let his fangs show. He really showed us exactly how much grit he has as a player, and that was probably one of the best performances we have seen from him throughout the entire weekend on the main stage. That's going to get the boys up. That's going to get himself hyped up overall, and they're definitely going to be carrying this into our next map.
Yeah, Navi, they settled the nerves. They went down in that first game in our best of 5. They went down in the first grand final reset, and now they win our first game of best of 5. Only 2 more to lock in before they win our whole event here.
Aquarius Slayer is going to be up next. Then we are definitely going to be moving on to Strongholds on the recharge. Slayer, as we've mentioned time and time again, is a bit of a struggle for Navi. Quadrant, they know it like the back of their hand. It seems as if they have no issues when it comes to just fragging out.
But at this point in the tournament, the team's going to get tired. Momentum's not going to be the same as it was early doors. You know, they played a lot of Halo this weekend. They played a lot of Halo just today. Yeah. You know, maybe a bit sluggish. Maybe their mindset's not in the right place. Quadrant, they have won. And now I believe it's 3 of the 4 Slayers that these two teams have played. Yeah. But Navi, they've got momentum. They've got the hype on their side.
Exactly. Despite the fact that we've been here for, give or take, 10 hours, Navi, they've still, well, got themselves in fighting form. Although it is 3, now all 4 players dead within the opening 20-ish seconds for Navi. Not exactly the most, substantial of kickoffs. Not exactly an ideal starting scenario for Navi. And now Quadrant, they're just going to run with it. That's what they do best.
Yeah, Quadrant Slayer just seems to be something that clicks with this whole squad. 7 kills already just to the 2 of Navi. Schick playing his life. He's already got 5 of those kills. No deaths, just as of yet.
Yeah.
And it just seems like wherever Navi are going, they're spawning just as a 2, not as a team. And they're getting collapsed on.
Exactly. We have to wave goodbye to Glory, and that QT will be activated in the back pocket of Chick, so he has a lot of potential bamboozling to do for the time being. Navi, they are trying to mount at least some kind of offensive towards this section of the map, but it hasn't really worked out. Actually, I might have to hold my tongue. Mighty's worked his way on through, but he gets traded off. Chick with a 2-piece. He will get out of harm's way, narrowly escaping with his life, and that QT really putting in some mileage here.
And 8 kills to 0 now for Schick as well. The rest of his team's only got 7. He's got more kills than his whole team combined. What a start to this game 2 we have. Now, Navi stuck towards blue base. All players falling, killing frenzy as well for Schick. I mean, if you're going to lose game 1, the best way to answer back is getting a killing frenzy in game 2.
You know, calling Chick a man who is built different really doesn't do it justice. He is constructed alternatively. He is just an entirely different beast so far. Already in the double digits. Out-fragging the rest of his squad combined.
Out-fragging the whole of Navi is 18-6 right now. Navi's stuck towards red base. They finally push out, but all towards the guns of Quadrant. Finally, Schick gets taken down. But he takes one of the Navi players with him. And all of Navi fall once again. Only 2 kills back, 22-8. This is reminiscent to Snipe Down back in the day when they went 22-0 up against Optic Gaming, and he said the game started. And right now, Quadrant, they're saying to Navi, lads, the game started. You better up yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Pick up the controllers. Why are they down on the desks? It doesn't make any sense. Navi seemingly not present at all whatsoever. Jimbo finds one before being traded off, and Navi collectively will hit 11 kills. But Quadrant, they've already surpassed the halfway mark, doubling that score count. Legend is good for another. The thruster not enough to get Snipe Drone out of harm's way.
26-13. Quadrant with such an insurmountable lead almost at this point. Momentum still in their favour as well. Game settles a bit, so finally, Navi, they can breathe for a second, but only for a second, because 2 of their players go down. And now Quadrant, wherever they go, they just seem to soar as a team. They can almost push because they can't lose right now. Finally, Slayers go in favour of Navi, but 13 kills to mount back, and only a 20-kill game left for Quadrant. It's so tricky to get back into this one.
Exactly. The scoreline says it all. Navi, they're actively getting smothered by Quadrant. Left, right, and center. That nade does so much damage. Snipe Drone, I don't recommend eating lead on a daily basis, but he is going to have to try to actually find some impact with this heat wave. Up he goes, hopping, looking for the high ground. Nothing to be found. He does eventually collect Chick. That is a good start so far, but now he needs to ramp up this aggression if Navi are going to close up this gap.
Yeah, Navi trading some kills together, though. So they have slowed down the bleeding just momentarily. Heatwave off of Snipe Drone's hands as he falls down to the respawn screen. The Quadrant right now, just all they need to do is trade Tudor. They can just run the rest of this game, just trading ins and outs. Obviously, they won't want to do that. They want to win it in fashion. But Navi, as I said, they have stopped beating slightly, but it's still a 9-kill game.
I mean, for Quadrant, even if you get it done with Statacular, that's still one damn good fashion trend that you can set for yourself as a team. And like we said a little bit earlier on, the Slayer trend has only becoming actually more positive for Quadrant. They've been dominating Navi at every single twist and turn. The scorelines have only been getting that much more dominant for them. Keep in mind, the last time these 2 teams played a Slayer, which was just about 20 to 30 minutes ago, was 50 to 38. And we're rapidly approaching that potential conclusion yet again. But Navi, seemingly with a heartbeat, they are starting to bite back.
Yeah, and if I'm listening to the stage as well, Quadrant, they're loud right now. Navi settled a bit, not got the same hype they had in game 1. That's just because they're so just caught in tricky situations right now. Mighty does back away with that QT. Plays his life once again. SLG trying to push up the map right now. Trying to see any of the Navi players who are all down low. Get some shots towards these players. But doing well to work as a squad.
Yeah.
Get the trades they need to. But even though it's still getting slays towards Navi's favour, it's still a 6-kill game.
Indeed it is. Hopping on with Mighty right now. Good double kill already collected for him, and he will use that QT to try to relocate himself. He does have the upper hand on that fridge side, and that is just Nate Central City. Spam out a couple, but he does receive the brunt of those frag grenades in response as well. Spotted out Chick towards the home blue base, but he's already since faded back into the shadows.
Quadrant back towards blue base. The collapse has got to be a strong one from Navi. Just biding their time, trying to get the picks they need to. See if they can fall towards the side of Navi. But once again, Quadrant backing away. Navi just relocating. You can see on the screens right now, Mighty just trying to see a different angle to challenge. SLG plays his life. And it's so tricky because Navi, they want to collapse, but if they do so and just get trades, then Quadrant, it plays into their hands.
Exactly, and that's kind of what we're seeing right now for the time being. Mighty will eventually answer with a kill of his own in response to the initial 2 that Quadrant put down on the table, but it's just really, really tough for Navi. Whatever Quadrant is putting down, Navi don't seem to be picking up that much.
Every slay that Quadrant get is absolutely high from the main stage, but at one point this was a 14-kill game.
Yeah.
Now only 4. It might be a little too late for Navi, but the slays are going in their favour.
Yeah, they
Suddenly,
are.
Tudor, it's only a 2-kill game when we get into the crunch time of this one.
We might have been wrong for our skepticism. Navi looking to prove us and everyone else wrong. As Legend will trade off Snipe Drone. Sika claims Mighty. Glory has the active QT to dodge and bob and weave his way back out. Still the gap set at 2 for the time being, but Jimbo's in hot water. He's going to have to move mountains to get out of this one, but it's SLG instead to claim it all.
Big double kill there from SLG and plays his life. At one point was only a 2-kill game. That double kill opened up the map for Quadrant to collapse on the rest of the players from Navi, back to 5 kills. And now only 2 away suddenly. The collapse could come in. Snipe Drone Jimbo, the last 2 players alive for Navi. Trying to work as a tandem, but Snipe Drone might get caught out here. Heatwave, shots towards Snipe Drone. He's still playing his life, but he's going to get collapsed on right now.
Yeah.
Finally cleaned up for Quadrant. They tie up our series here. 1-1. And now both teams are only 2 wins away. It effectively becomes a best of 3.
It does effectively become a best of 3 right now. We are running out of options. We are running out of opportunities. The room for and margin for error right now is at an all-time low for both of these 2 teams.
Yeah. And Quadrant, if there's one thing we can take away from these, what now, 10 games we've played? No, 9 games we've played between these 2 teams. Slayer, they definitely know and got it locked down. So if this goes to a game 5, potentially a scary time for Navi. We've got 2 OBJ games in between them.
Yeah, exactly. So now we are going to be moving over towards Strongholds on Recharge for our 3rd map. And then afterwards, we will guarantee to see Oddball on Live Fire as well.
Yeah, at least guaranteed. Potentially Slayer on Recharge to close things out. What I will say though, Tudor, bit of stat, bit of trivia.
Okay.
Winners finals, Slayer Recharge, 50-37 to Navi. So potentially, maybe they got a bit of confidence. But Strongholds, we said it before in the Grand Finals reset, when these 2 teams locked horns and it went to that best of 7, went to game 7. Strongholds for Quadrant, something just works as a tandem, clicks as that whole unit, and they're just so powerful. It was 250-18 last time these 2 teams matched up.
And that was on Solitude just a little bit earlier in case if you all missed out on that map, and we're just going to head right back into the action right now, kicking things off with with Strongholds, excuse me. But yeah, as you mentioned, this should be fairly breezy for Quadrant. Navi likely going to be, well, once again in the backseat, kicking and screaming on the struggle bus.
And almost as well for Navi, knowing that Quadrant is so good at Strongholds, that's in the back of their mind. They're not going to play the same way, or something might be a bit sort of niggling at the back of mind each time they're pushing towards these Strongholds, knowing that Quadrant are just so good at this game type.
Yeah, indeed they are. SLG looking to recapture this Lost B side, and the shock rifle has yet to be touched directly above him. Contestion coming on through, and that's Snipe Drones to win. That's absolutely massive for Navi. It means that they hold on to the majority for the time being, but once again, Quadrant, they're back with an instant response. The moment that Navi gets something going, it just seems to be dismantled time and time again by the French.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Navi had the slays they needed to there, but Quadrant just pushed back through off of respawns, get the capture of B, and you can see Seeker right now trying to clear out this turbine side of the map. Jimbo should be taken down. A not captured just as of yet, but he's got a teammate off for spawn. Glory, last one alive, was capturing B, but because he's in such a tricky situation, instead of just dying, he's trying to relocate, maybe group up with his team again and try and recapture that B point.
Now Quadrant and Navi trade A and C for the time being. B still hotly contested and about to be converted. Seeker's got something to say about it, and he does reset the progress as well. That's absolutely massive for Quadrant.
It's just so scary how these guys fly across the map on this game mode. AB still controlled by Quadrant. A lot of, let's say, feisty words being exchanged on the main stage right now. But Snipe Drone trying to stop the bleeding momentarily. Triple cap no longer in effect, but B and C still in control of Quadrant. So it's on to Navi to push up the map.
That's the last thing that you want to see on your POV. Just suddenly you blow up and erupt into blue flames and you're just like, yeah, shit, I've been stuck. Not fun.
Yeah. And Quadrant get a reset on towards B as well. So C and B in their favour. And the points slowly ticking towards getting that 250 margin. But they're not opting just to hold and rest in their laurels. They want to push towards his A side. Mighty's weak, trying to play his life towards back of the base. He's taken down. And now Quadrant may clear out this A side of the map. Might be a triple cap momentarily, but C is being captured by Navi.
At least free real estate right now for Quadrant. C will be converted. That does work out in Navi's favor just a little bit longer because they can, I mean, typically from watching their Stronghold matches as well over the course of the online season through the summer and spring series, they do tend to favor those B and C holes just a little bit better. But we'll have to see exactly how this plays out. Snipe Drone cut in half by that Whirlpool side. Legend also to provide a little bit of extra coverage, but somehow Mighty and Glory, they've just slipped through the line of defense.
Tricky bickies for Navi, but they finally break that A hold from Quadrant. Seeker opts to run away, regroup with his team, play his life for just a bit longer. Now in a challenge of Snipe Drone. Decisive challenge, that one-on-one, gets the win he needs to. Is cleaned up, but Navi, they finally get a hold of this B hold, stronghold, big 1 versus 1 on the A point. Reset comes in from Mighty's. Finally, a bit of control of his strongholds for Navi.
Yeah, crucial backstab that Mighty's was able to employ right there to get rid of the last couple of pests that were plaguing that A site. That will allow Navi to start building up a little bit of progress to try to close off this gap. Look at the overlay. So many of these Quadrant players, they're down on the lower levels of recharge. One of them does slip past, but Jimbo immediately taps on his head. Glory chiming in with one of his own kills. 2 more rounds to play with for Jimbo in this shock rifle. The only player, by the way, who's also got himself 10 kills so far. Can he find number 11 is the big question.
Quadrant opting to divide and conquer right now, trying to capture one of these 2 bases. 2 players towards tower, pushing towards A. The other 2 trying to push towards B and fighting pipes. Jimbo trying to play spoiler, does get the shots into SLG. Nice reaction from him. Killing spree also as well. Nice reaction onto Seeker. Double kill. And the slays go in favour of his teammates as well across the map. That's 4 slays uncontested for Navi. An extra seconds ticking away in their favour. And the triple cap now going in their favour as well.
Indeed, everything is going perfectly on rails for Navi. Jimbo, he's a lean, mean killing machine, and Quadrant, they might have just converted A, but that's just a consolation because Jimbo, with that camo, with that grappling hook, he can close off the gap so rapidly and basically go for a gut punch right where it hurts Quadrant the most.
Nice. Trying to play his life right now, Jimbo. Quadrant don't know where he's gone. The grapple hook great straight towards A. He doesn't get the trade he needs to. That would have been a massive slay if he did. But Snipe Drone picks him up. A and B control from Navi. They take the lead in this game for the first time. And off the back of Jimbo's plays. But the thing is, though, Jimbo had to go massive. But Snipe Drone's done exactly the same. 2 slays for him. Double kill coming on the board. Reset should be coming towards B. But whilst B's being contested by his teammates, he's jumping towards A. C even, sorry, to recatch one of his home bases.
A Herculean effort coming out from Jimbo. Pure heroics enables the rest of Navi to make the best out of what started off as a bad situation because we thought Strongholds by default are Quadrant's game mode. Nice stick coming on through as well. That gets, well, SLG off the playing field for the time being, and Quadrant, they do start to stabilize. They've got the majority right now, but A is once again getting contested. Is there a response unit nearby? Jimbo! Wonderboy, what have you fed this man for breakfast? I need to know.
Triple cap now in favour of Navi. I was about to say, what do Quadrant have to answer back? It seems like it's Jimbo with the shock rifle. Everyone is getting loud. Can he hit the next headshots? No, but C and A both being contested right now by Quadrant. A captured, but the collapse comes through. Seeker's taken down. Shock rifle still in the hands of Jimbo, and he's 17 for 6 in this game right now. Triple cap, no longer in effect, but double cap, A and B in favour of Navi.
This is absolute crazy. He's got the grappling hook. He can safely recover this active camo, slap it on his chest, but no, he doesn't activate it. It hasn't been burned either, so that means that it's up for grabs. Quadrant, they could potentially utilize that as Glory shuts down one extra player.
I don't think Schick knew. He turned away, he didn't grab it. Potentially that one's off the map unless one of the Navi players can go and grab that. But whilst this is going on, A and C, they're being traded right now. Strongholds still in favour of Navi, and the seconds are ticking away, and Snipe Drone's trying to push the advantage right now. Should clean up Schick. No, sorry, SLG, but Schick was there to help him out.
Mighty ducks away back into the shadows, and now Chick is really starting to feel the heat. B will be converted back into the favor of Quadrant, and they're going to start closing off this gap. 72 points separates these two teams currently. A Snipe Drone, well, he starts to pepper up Chick a little bit. Shots exchanged as well, and now Chick might just have to forfeit some of this territory. Jimbo collapsed upon having the game of his night so far, and he will be traded off.
Mighty's getting that slay. 4 down for Quadrant as he pushes towards A. B also being captured, so nice collapse from the blue team. It should be A uncontested here from Mighty, so triple cap momentarily. C is going to be recaptured, but those seconds once again ticking in favour of Navi. They've done such a good job of reclaiming both A and B after going onto the spawn screen. Normally see Quadrant hold that for longer, but they just push straight out, get the kills they need to. Right now, Mighty's getting the slays he needs to as well, and rotating towards the home base of Quadrant, putting pressure once again back on the red team.
A will be converted, but unfortunately for Quadrant, their efforts are for naught. Detective Mighty's, he's on the case right now, and he will successfully cap C as well. Batteries is in hot contention as well. Can the Disruptor find something? Oh, right up and personal. Small little ball tap with that plasma nade.
Yeah, but 4 down for Navi and Quadrant. They're collapsing on the home base right now. Could be a triple cap once again. Scary times for Navi, who are in the lead of this game. A potentially not even captured just as yet. Finally gets locked in. So one stronghold to the good, but Quadrant still in control of both B and C and in control of the map. Potentially even the camo. As you can see, SLG opting not to go for that one. Maybe a teammate that grabbed it, but either way, playing his life to perfection. Finally grabs that one.
Oh no!
No, he doesn't. Doesn't get the camo, but it just for the Glory, who does get taken down. So that one's off the map.
Yeah, good intel being relayed back towards Mighty so he can basically douse the flames right there. Legend is going to be traded off on top of that. B is still getting contested. Jimbo is a bit of a nuisance in Quadrant. They do end up dealing with him, so they still hold on to the majority, but they have to be everywhere at the exact same time, Quadrant. C is also being contested.
But it's not going to go through. Reset comes in from Seeker. Despite not getting any of the kills there, does his job. Navi, once again, having to be the reacting team. Glory should be cleaned up with a trade. And Quadrant, they're just so scary. At one point, this was almost a 100-point game, and they just flip a switch, get the controls they need to. Be in favour of Navi, but both home base in favour of Quadrant.
Yeah, wonderful frags coming out from Sika as well to put a leash on that B side. It will be contested yet again, and that should enable some kind of offensive to be mounted for Quadrant. I do see a little bit of a blue mark coming on through towards that C side. The triple cap is in full effect, but the contention means that you're only racking up points not twice as fast, just the standard rate. Snipe Drone towards that heaven position, narrowly about to get flushed out, and luckily enough for Quadrant, Sika's on the case. He's got that long angle on lock.
And Quadrant retake the lead at the 200-point mark. Now down to the final moments of this game. Who can get the slays they need to? Looks like it's a team in red. Mighty's in a position to potentially do something massive for his team. Finally, the ANC goes in favour of Navi. They still have a chance in this game. Shock rifle in the hands of Mighty's. C has been converted off your screen. Big 1 versus 1. Does fall to Mighty's. Nice double kill. His team needs to react to this one to go towards B. But there's Quadrant players with prying eyes who are already pushing towards A.
Oh, goodness gracious. What has Mighty's gotten himself into? Nothing but trouble, it seems. His Glory will eventually secure trade onto Chick. But this response is once again immediate as Quadrant. They're about 25 points away from locking this in. It feels as if Natas Venser might not be able to get themselves the majority yet again. Quadrant, they've hit their stride. Everything is going in their favor right now. They just have to play the defense and let Navi try to muster everything they have to mount some kind of comeback. But but I don't see it happening. Never mind. A is being converted, B is also being converted by Quadrant in response. Now Navi hold the majority, but the active camo coming in clutch.
One more push for Navi left in our game 3. But Camo of SLG just trying to play spoiler towards his B side of the map. Just playing his life to perfection right now. Only 2 points needed. B no longer contested. Snipe Drift gets in there the last second. And he just be able to convert that one. So 248, 189, make that 190. Nasus Vincere have control, but once again, Quadrant, they get the slays, they get control once of the map, they're capturing A. C's not going to be in a position to be able to potentially be converted. It's still there though, Tudor.
It is C. It will turn blue for the time being. 2 more points. I feel like I'm getting slapped across the face with deja vu because we saw this in the summer finals. This exact same scenario. 2-point difference, all the Quadrant needed, and they might just be able to lock it in right now. 249 and counting. And it's done. Navi brought the goods, but still, Quadrant is the king of strongholds.
Yeah, Navi had such a strong mid-game. They took the lead, got up to 90 points to 110 of Quadrant, and then Quadrant just somehow just come back in sync with each other and take the lead towards the 200-point mark, had the ascendancy in their favour as well. And just towards the end, it looked a bit scrappy. Navi finally got control of 2 hills, but 248, and Quadrant outslaying. It was only a matter of time before they took that game.
Exactly, and unfortunately for Navi, the Grim Reaper did come knocking on their door towards the very tail end, and yes, they were able to buy themselves a couple of extra seconds to try to, maybe get a miracle going in their favor, pull a rabbit out of the hat, but it simply put wasn't enough. So Quadrant, they do take map number 2. They do reestablish a lead right here in the best of 5 grand final reset. And now they are threatening Navi by taking what could be rightfully theirs. Keep in mind, Navi, they might have been those born to win, but it might not be their destiny tonight.
Yeah, ladies and gents, if you're Navi fans, they need your help right now. They're only 1 loss away from losing this grand finals. So channel your energy and pass it towards Navi, because they're only 2 games away. But Quadrant only need 1 more win going into this oddball live fire. It could be all done here now, Tudor.
It definitely could be. The players have loaded up. We are going to be transitioning into game momentarily. A best of 3 rounds. We saw this a little bit earlier before the reset initially hit, and it was really damn tight overall. Can Navi do it? Hopping on board with Sika for the opening couple of engagements. Jimbo will immediately be the first person to find the kill feed. Sika with a response, and Jimbo got his hands on the S7, but he is traded off.
Early doors in this game. Mighties with control of the oddball. Both teams trying to not be the first team to blink over shield. Definitely controlled here by Navi. But the side of Quadrant, potentially not too sure what's going on there, but either way, Mighty's still holding the oddball as things are going.
Seems as we have had an Xbox crash, unfortunately enough, on the side of Quadrant, so we will get that fixed relatively shortly. Not too much of a bother either way, but still.
Yeah, I think it was roughly about 4 or 5 points when Quadrant stopped playing there, so pretty early doors. You'd much rather have that early on than, right to the end of an intense game of oddball.
Yeah, exactly. So we are going to get the admins and league ops on the case to make sure that all of the issues are resolved as soon as humanly possible before we can hop right back into the action. It might take a couple of minutes, so before we actually get back into that, we are going to cut to a very short little break, if that is okay, just to catch ourselves a breather, and we'll be right back with the action in a hot second. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. League Ops have confirmed that 5 points have been already locked in for Navi, if I'm not entirely mistaken. So Quadrant, they need the full 100. Navi only needed 95 to get the dub.
Yeah, but it's pretty much a reset, isn't it?
Yeah.
The start of this one. Now both teams back in the lobby. All guns firing. Odd ball in the hands of Quadrant off the start of this one. And Navi need to answer back.
Indeed they do. Overshield, now a hot priority for both teams. Quadrant, they do have control of dummies, and Sika's going to shut one of them down. Jimbo actually gets away somehow. He gets away with daylight robbery, slaps that OS onto his chest, and now he can wreak some havoc.
What a play from Jimbo. Oddball thrown off a map. That's reset towards the middle. Big 1v1 against Legend. Jimbo gets the kill with the help of that OS. Now rotates back towards his teammates. Protectors in the favour of Navi. Sniper also in the hands of Snipe Drone right now. And the rotation's good for Jimbo. He's trying to try and get towards that green side of map, but he realises Quadrant are outside right now, so he just needs to get his teammates to get the slays before he rotates that oddball.
Tied up as a score for the time being. Quadrant hesitant to make a move, clearing out that mid portion of the map, and Snipe Drone will have to meet them halfway. Oh! Nice fadeaway shot, but he does eventually get traded off. Now Legend is the next to fall at the hands of Mighties, but he's all on his lonesome. He has to try to reset this ball, play it, hold on to it, all on his own until the rest of the team joins back in.
Want to play for Mighties, but that oddball's still not off the map. Both teams deciding, you know what, I don't want to play this oddball, let's reset it. SLG gets the shots under Mighties. He's been cleaned up there as well. Slays in favour of Navi as the ball gets reset on the map. They have a slight lead in this game, but all eyes towards that overshield up in 13 seconds.
Fresh shot ball, reset, down in that dirt tunnel side. Snipe Drone might be baiting to make the first move for the time being, but obviously the overshield is much more important. Smoke will be dropped, and that should prompt Mighty to claim it all to himself. Legend nowhere near enough to contest, and Snipe Drone is a happy little sacrifice for that overshield to be, well, claimed by Navi.
Yeah, Mighties did die there, though, so I'm not too sure if he managed to pop that overshield before he got taken out.
Ooh,
Either
true.
way, though, SLG with control of the oddball. Chick in enemy territory, just playing his life as best as he can. Drops down bottom middle to re-challenge any players from Navi. But what is going on? Mighties, he's pushed up towards SLG. Although SLG has the oddball, caught in a tricky situation, trade comes through. But Quadrant still with their sails on this side of the map. Jimbo left alive for Navi. He's cleaned up as well, so we should get some extra seconds.
Yeah, for a hot second, that was all 4 dead on the side of Navi, so this is going to be a lot of free progress right now that Quadrant can build up in the opening round of Oddball. And now Sika's willing to mount the offensive. Heatwave is good for 1 connection, but he needs a couple more. It's good on the bank shot as well. Mighties will be eliminated for the time being, staring back at the respawn screen as Legend is looking to duke things out. Jimbo can't get that job done. And the S7 is once again online in the center of the map, but Navi, they've reclaimed the skull all to themselves, and Snipe Drone, he's looking to turn up the heat. He will be shut down, though, by SLG, who finds not 1, but 2.
Great rotation there from Glories. Does eventually throw that oddball off the map. Despite his team getting outslayed, he managed to move that ball towards an area where he can reset this game once again. Quadrant with a small lead is a narrow one, only 13. They're first for the party, though. Legend rotating his ball towards his team.
Over towards the bridge it goes, and up the staircase towards the top of that sniper's nest, most likely. 50 points and counting, the halfway mark has been achieved, and, well, SLG doing what he needed to do in that instance, just serve as a distraction. I did see that glowing little orange thingamadig in the middle of the map, so that could potentially be, ooh, stick coming on through, trade as well. Glory now with the S7, tucking the corner. This shot coming on through, can't find the head of Sika, can't find the second shot either, and it will be Mighties from afar to clean up the pieces.
And I'm pretty sure the overshield's in the hands of Quadrant. And whilst this is all going on and the ball isn't being touched, the seconds are ticking down. Finally, the Slays go in favour of the red team. They're rotating this ball towards tower, the most optimum setup on the map, and a bit of overshield left with Sika. He's going to be the first line of defence.
62 points. It's getting rough and tough right now for Navi. They have one hell of a gap to close off, and Legend can basically just put the controller down and chill. Green Gun also finds a little bit of impact. I believe the oddball has just been played. Reset, thrown off the map, and Jimbo's in the prime position to just pick it up. Not exactly the reset the Quadrant would have wanted. Navi were more than happy to just pick it up. They were ready for it on top of that.
Yeah, Snipe Drone playing anchor there as well, allowing his teammates to spawn around tower. Also blocking Quadrant from spawning there as Jimbo rotates this ball towards the garage side of the map. Quadrant have their eyes there. I'm not too sure why they didn't rotate back towards tower. Maybe there was some pressure on the map I didn't see. Either way, gunfight's going down out towards the outside yard of this map. Trade's going either way. Legend somehow staying alive. I'm pretty sure he got stuck, maybe through a nade to escape from that sticky. Either way, they're getting loud. They have the oddball control they need to. They're rotating towards garage.
Yeah, he might have not been credited with any of those frags, but it doesn't really matter because Quadrant, they're going to be reaping the rewards. That entire sequence pays massive dividends, and there's so much time left over. And all of these bodies, Quadrant, they can just throw all of their team members towards Navi because they've got such a substantial lead. Navi will eventually get 2 hands on the skull yet again thanks to Glory, but obviously you've got Legend hunting him down. A nade will be propelled backwards, and that skull has been stripped out of Navi's cold dead hands, pushed even further back towards green, and Chicky can basically just chill for the time being. Navi, they've been outplayed.
What a relay there from Legend on the side of Quadrant. They're also getting the slays they need to. They do throw that ball off a map, so it's going to go down to bottom middle. Sniper in the hands of Legend for about 0.3 of a second before he falls. Overshield now being contested by both teams. Isn't popped there just yet by Snipe Drone, but Mighty's picks that one up. He's grabbed that one. Oddball also in the favour of his team as well, but they're only 12 seconds away from losing this round 1.
Yeah, and Mighty's going to go and hunt down the rest of these Quadrant players, finds the head of SLG, and now he's going to try to take out all of the players inside yard, but unfortunately he's completely exhausted that overshield. He can no longer get as aggressive as he initially wanted to, but that is free time that he has bought for Glory to hold on to the OBJ. 11 points, close off the gap, and that green gun, it just chews through Jimbo, and he's going to have to take a step back, but 3 more points in Navi, they've tied this one up.
Right. They're coming through. Oddball should go off the map. 90 to 88. Next set of slays. Next grab of the oddball. Potentially could be it. SOG gets one. Mighty's also gets another. Sniper now in the hands of the Frenchman. Rotates towards the oddball. Does get the no-scope as well. And rotates his oddball back to his team. That's a huge kill. Finally going outside the map. Opting to throw that oddball down because he's got the power weapon. Any spawners from Navi right now could get blaned. Glory's opts not to challenge SLG, just trying to rotate that oddball back to his team. These seconds could be huge, though. And Jimbo gets the slays around him. Navi get all the kills they need to. And it's going to be round 1 in favour of the blue team. Navi go 1-0 up in this oddball.
I hate to say it, but SLG might have just handed Navi that round of oddball on a silver platter. Didn't maintain Overwatch with the S7 over that skull. And Navi, they were more than happy to oblige. They confirmed the last couple of points that they needed. And now they're properly riled up. 2 players already dead for Quadrant. The oddball being moved off thanks to Jimbo. Chick trying to duel from range. But it's just really not working out. SLG eventually does clap back.
Glory in the power spot. The sniper rifle gets a shot onto Legend. Nice snipe right there. Just trying to be Overwatch for his team. Gets the no-scope on a Seeker as well. But OS still in play. Can he hit the headshot he needs to? Shakes there. Yes, he can. Takes him out as well. One more player. That's Legend. Not quite hitting the shots he needs to, but he's going massive with that sniper rifle, allowing Mighty to pick up this OS.
Exactly, because of the fact that Glory got the shout screen as it was being deployed. It didn't hit the overshield, and that allowed the Navi side to claim it. But Quadrant, they are back with a vengeance. They've nearly wiped the entire floor with Navi. They've got the skull. They've got the majority of the pieces that they need. 1 point might separate these two, but it's still early doors right now in this second round.
Their Quadrant rotates that oddball towards garage. Only Jimbo really in position to do anything about it. He gets a trade. So 3 down for Navi, but 2 down for Quadrant. But most importantly, they still have control of this oddball. Seconds slowly ticking back in their favour. 22 to 9.
Full reset of the oddball coming on through. SLG looking to relocate as Sika's just been dispatched of. An even trade between him and Snipe Drone, if I'm not entirely mistaken. Pummel coming on through, and Glory, he will get the better of that exchange, but the trade is instantaneous, as it usually is with these 8 players in the server.
Once again, Quadrant trying to move this ball. Seeker just trying to watch Overshield. Snipe Drone in position to potentially grab this one himself. He's cleaned up. Mighty's and Glory right there as well. Opting to try and get the slays they need to before going towards this one. Seeker might try and grab this. It's daylight robbery right now. He managed to get this OS and get the full shields onto it. Take down Jimbo. Get the shots onto Glory as well. He's backed away. What a play from Seeker by himself there. opts to jump down the smoke and grab that overshield before making a push with his teammates. Stays alive as well.
Might have only experienced the benefits of that overshield for a glorious 5 seconds, but it was more than enough for Quadrant to get that advantage, the one that's necessary. Mighties finds one with the heat wave, still 6 more shots. Definitely 2 kills can be found, potentially 3 if he lines them up perfectly. Glory holds onto the skull, and silence falls upon live fire, but eventually it's going to erupt into chaos yet again. Mighties to make his move, and he will get propelled narrowly off the map. Eventually, he does give Chick a taste of his own medicine, teaching him a lesson for trying to get goofy around here.
2 versus 2. Snipe Drone and Jimbo versus Legend and Seeker. Rage once again going out for both teams. And after dust settles, Seeker grabs this odd ball. He's got teammates spawning around him as well. So seconds ticking once again back towards Quadrant. Navi spawning other side of the map. They've got to do that long push before we can challenge this odd ball once again.
Nice frag coming out from Legend as well. He's going to ramp up the aggression, knows where Snipe Drone is, and he needs to act on that intel fast because Jimbo is also harassing Sika. That was the oddball carrier, now completely dispatched. Mighties and Glory to join in on the fun, and this should be Navi's OBJ for the time being. They dispatch of Chick as well. Legend just far too late to the contributions right now for Quadrant, and that could be costly.
Nice kills coming through for Navi. Seeker though, trying to place Ploiler right now. Versus Jimbo. Jimbo opting to get some extra seconds. Glory back up on the map. He's taken down. You see the players at Quadrant, they're trying to swarm towards Jimbo, trying to get some oddball time. But right now, both teams just trying to get the gunfights they need to before they can pick that ball up.
Still a couple of red silhouettes lingering about. Overshield will be popped by Mighties, and that is absolutely massive. May as well just let Snipe Drone take that skull, and now he can mount the offensive and try to stop Quadrant, keep them, bring them to a grinding halt within their own spawns. And he's going to move over towards this Raj side, towards green, spots out one player towards that bridge side, but he's getting called for assistance. Snipe Drone will get traded off at the very least. Overshield is still good for a couple more seconds, and he just needs to try to make the most out of it.
Nice shots from Mighties, but he's left alone by himself. Gets the kill towards Chick. 50-50 the score. Only 50 seconds and Navi away from locking this back towards a best of 1 effectively. 2-2. Mighty's trying to rotate this back towards his team. He does have Heatwave in his hands. Slays in favour of Navi. As Quadrant try to push towards him. And the fact that we've seen Mighty's not contested with this oddball for, let's say, 10 seconds or so, just shows that Navi and the rest of his team are slaying around him.
Good trade coming out from Mighties as well. It's going to buy Navi a couple of extra seconds, and they still have that play potential should they want to reset it, and I think that's exactly what Snipe Drone wants to do right now. So all of Quadrant's efforts have been for not to try to fight for that ball. Glory about to take down Legend, trying to not expose as much of his body as he could have, but yeah, just didn't pan out right there. And eventually Quadrant, they will get the ball back on the reset, but they can't afford to put it down, not while the gap still exists. Snipe Drone consistently dueling, and he finds the both of them as well. That is huge for Navi, as it's all down to Legend.
Massive win there from Snipe Drone. Now can the oddball. Has Legend to contest with, but also has teammates to back him up. Trying to play his life as best as he can. Doesn't get the shots he needs to, but Legend also cleaned up. 79-55 in favour of Navi. Slays going across the board for both teams. So no one in position really to grab this oddball. As Mighty's trying to find any players in Quadrant who've pushed up towards it. But no one's in a position to contest right now, so he opts to just grab some extra seconds if he needs to, or maybe just stop that oddball from resetting. But whilst this is going on, there's a battle of a sniper rifle towards top middle.
Exactly, and Mighty's is completely fine with it, because Jimbo has the overshield. S7 may have fallen into the hands of Quadrant, but at this certain stage with 3 players dead and just a couple freshly respawning, the time, it's working in Navi's favor. The score has narrowly reached 100, 2 more seconds. And we will have Navi take a clean sweep on oddball live fire.
2-2 in the series. Best of 5 as well here in our grand finals reset. So it's all going down to the final game, Tudor. Slayer is going to be the one which settles it all.
Indeed, and that's going to take place on Recharge on top of that. We just saw Recharge a little bit earlier on. That was Strongholds, but now, obviously, we're going to be going to one of Navi's crutches, and I don't know how to feel about this one.
Wow. We did say before, Navi did win the Slayer on Recharge last time these two teams played. It was a long time ago I said it, and they probably have the best of it. the start of this best of 5 even. So 50-37 that time round in the winners finals. Maybe that's in the back of mind of Quadrant. I doubt it is. They've played so much Halo since then, they probably don't remember.
Probably. But there isn't any other way that I would have wanted this entire tournament to go, you know? Blackpool 4v4 by the shore, the full distance we've seen. How many maps have we seen in total between these two squads alone so far? 7, and now this is the 12th map that we're seeing right now, right?
But also 5 in the winners finals, 17 overall.
17 maps, and we still can't tell either one of these two teams apart. So, once again, Blackpool, I'm going to have to be a little bit of a cringe commentator. If you want Quadrant to go ahead and take this one to themselves, let me hear you.
Oh, a bit flat
if you're
Quadrant.
Still in the Navi camp, well, make sure these guys know it as well. Glory does go down. Unfortunately, Navi freshly wiped, but they do need you guys' energy for sure.
4-0. Brilliant start for Quadrant. And the fact that they're so good at Slayer now as well, having a start just like that in our best of 5, that's just going to ride momentum for Quadrant. It's going to be feeling confident right now if I'm a red team player.
Indeed, Legend narrowly thread the needle onto Jimbo towards the very end of that pipe tunnel side. And he is going to relocate, migrate a little bit further down. Has caught out Glory, who somehow thrusts his way all the way out. Zico will shut down Glory, who's unfortunately sat on a goose egg, but we're only 11 kills into this Slayer game so far. Quadrant off to a banging start right out of the gates.
It's good we got that match update. But Quadrant, a 2-2 against Navi.
Yeah, couldn't tell otherwise.
You couldn't tell it at the top of your screen.
Nope.
You saw it on the right hand side of your screen. Game slowed though. SLG just trying to see if any of the players from Navi will poke their heads out and make the push towards him. He opts to back away. Right decision. 2 players from Navi towards that tower side of the map. Just going to be relocating with his team. At this point, Tudor, best of 5, last game for all the marbles.
Yeah.
It's going to be a slow affair to start off with because no one wants to be the first person to die in those initial engagements.
Exactly. It's going to move at a glacier's pace potentially. Jimbo, yeah, now thinking twice about wanting to expose himself, knowing that SLG has got this weapon of mass destruction active and online. Almost scalped Snipe Drone on top of that, but fades away, luckily enough for him. And now Navi definitely not willing to show too much of their hands.
Shock rifle still in SLG's hands. Very slow moving game of Slayer so far. Both teams not really wanting to make that first move. Eventually, Slay's go in favour of Navi. SLG answers back.
Ooh.
By himself with his shock rifle. No challenge really coming in as of yet. Grappling, trying to get out of his situation. Maybe waste some ammo with that shock rifle as well. Does eventually get cleaned out though.
Yeah. Good exchange. Benefiting the side of Quadrant. Snipe Drone right now trying to head for the hills and get to a little bit of safety, seeking higher ground. And Chick is also in a little bit of a pickle towards that pipe side, completely isolated from the rest of his squad. We'll have to hold on for as long as humanly possible as Glory does pummel down Chick, as I mentioned a little bit earlier on. And now Navi, they're starting to move as a unit, as one. Snipe Drone, he needs to get the hell out of there. You cannot stare down 3 separate barrels and live to see another day.
With shots onto Legend, Sniper's going to re-challenge, gets a trade. That's a pretty good decision there from Sniper to re-challenge, but around him, his team have fallen once again. And if you're Navi, already losing so many Slayers against Quadrant, being 4 kills down in this game, it's just so tricky to get sort of the heads together and re-challenge and try and get back into this lead.
Yeah, it's much better than what we saw a little bit earlier on Aquarius, which at a certain point we had like a 25-8 score line. It was something really ridiculous, so it's good to see that Navi, they've been able to put their laurels to rest and they've come back into this one completely fresh-faced. Now hopping on with Glory. Patiently waiting for those shields to come back online, and he does lock horns. He will try to scurry on through, but he does get caught off mid-rotate.
Still a 4-kill lead, Quadrant. SLG just rotating around the map, spots Jimbo. Jimbo backs away. 20 seconds left on that camo. That might be the next catalyst for these players to start moving. Jimbo does get taken out by Legend. So, cogs in motion. SLG starts to push up on the map. Gets shot in the back, backs away with his life, playing it. Full red shields, nades come in, he's somehow still alive, and this camo's going to be up any second.
Curious who has the grapple hook, because that would definitely ease in the process of getting that active camo. It will come online right now, and with Jimbo and Mighty being the only two people, now just Mighty being the only person left alive. He actually contests the active camo. It was picked up off of its spawn by SLG, but now it's laying underneath his corpse.
Just said it's cool from the guys from Navi. Camo's down, so that's no longer on the map. Mighty's though Just trying to find any players weak on Quadrant. Can't find anything though. Relocating. Maybe back towards his team. Trying to get a different angle towards these Quadrant players. Finds Schick in his sights. Does take him down. Nice shots from him. With a 6-kill lead. He's got to try and play his life as best he can. Legend and another player from Quadrant there to take him down.
Yeah, unfortunately, he got crossfired and pinched basically from 2 different directions. While he was preoccupied with Chick, he left the 6 exposed. Now Legend on this Heaven side will have to probably drop a little bit further down and look for some blue heads to click on. Jimbo patiently waiting on the opposite end of that elevator, and we'll have Legend rotate a little bit further up. Yeah, the gap is at 6 kills, but why wouldn't you want to just buddy up and chill out with the rest of the crew?
Long this game goes on. Close of those seconds get down to 0. More pressure on the Navi side right now. Quadrant, they don't need to push. They're 6 kills to the good. They can effectively get squad right without a trade, and they're still going to be the lead of this game. You can see that with Seeker right now. He's going to channel his own hidden reach. But a team Mi Seng and try and hide on the map.
Didn't know this game rebranded into Tarkov, honestly.
It's almost like they're playing S&D from Call of Duty.
True.
Every single death is so valuable between these two teams.
Yeah, mid-game we just happened to disable respawns, and that's why everyone's playing so conservatively.
The shock rifle in the hands of Glory. No one's going to pink for him, so he's going to make the magic happen himself. Camo, though, coming up any second. What a player to get, both a shock rifle and camo it could potentially be. Maybe the Quadrant players will decide to come out of their hidey holes once this camo comes up onto the map. Mighty's just take down Seeker, somehow finds his spot. Legend gets the shot onto... So Glory gets a shot onto Legend, and now shock rifle and camo. Backquack potentially here for the side of Glory as well. 6-kill lead for Quadrant becomes 4.
Yeah. Silence was deafening just for a little bit, and now Glory, well, he continues to revel in it. He's got a couple of shots left to work with in the shock rifle. 5 totaling up. There will be a little bit of action happening down towards that pipe side. What is Mighty's up to? Oh no. Glory, he's been spotted out as well, and he just gets collapsed upon, revealed himself a little bit too early, and that is a crucial mistake.
I like that play from Quadrant, sticking as a 4, knowing camo and shock rifle are somewhere on the map. So if he does reveal himself, he'll get traded out. So now, no longer having any camo, but shock rifle in the hands of Seeker, as once again just playing as a 4. It's a great play to do. Just rotate as a squad, because if you get the trade, you win this game.
Indeed. You just have to break even if you're in the shoes of Quadrant right now. Jimbo, don't expose yourself. Seeka's got your number.
And once again, dust settles. Quiet on recharge. But all this time, Navi keep having the team, which have to make the play.
There it is. Seeka once again to break the silence, decapitates Glory as Mighty's retorts. Jimbo gets a trade, and he will secure that shock rifle yet again. What can he find with it though? A little bit of intel, some feet spot out, but that's not exactly what you want to be hitting with the shock rifle. Navi 4 kills away from tying up the gap, and Jimbo cutting his losses, heading back towards elevator where it's a little bit safer.
Finally, some action though on the map. Jimbo takes down Legend. So a 2-kill game, make that a 1-kill game. Jimbo a huge double kill, 32-31 in favour of Quadrant. Last player left alive from Quadrant has to scramble away with his tail between his legs. Just that, and gets the trade. 1-kill game, camo in favour of Jimbo. Opts of re-challenge, but he doesn't have his shields back. Couldn't get them back. Legend with the camo eyes takes him down.
Damn. Legend's got some special kind of contacts that he's wearing, because I've never seen this amount of consistency with spotting out camouflage players. It's ridiculous. And that should have been the silver bullet for Navi, but they've just lost out on 2 players inside of this pipe side. Mighty's as well. We'll have to wave goodbye to him as Chick will eventually be traded off, but what was just a gap of 2 kills has now been once again expanded all the way to 5.
It took 3 minutes to Navi to get back into this game and tie this game up, but just like that, flick your fingers and Quadrant retake the lead. 3 points once again, and they can go back to playing their sneaky game that they need to potentially just ride down the time at this point.
We might actually have to start worrying about the clock. 180 seconds left to play, and Jimbo's going to try to get on the aggressive, but he gets shut down, so does Mighty. Jimbo does eventually claim 1 from afar, from the void, from the grave, but still, Quadrant, they are edging their way to getting themselves that belt. Seeka lands 2 more. And Navi tailing by 5. They've got to dig deep to muster up something to claw their way back into this.
It's been such a long series here on the main stage between these two teams. They've played some of the best Halo. Here, they've done all LAN, and now only 4 kills separate the two squads. But, more importantly, only 8 kills left for Quadrant before they win this game. But also, Tudor, suddenly, time becomes a factor. Just over 2 minutes left in this one. And Quadrant, as we've seen them do multiple times, they back away, they try and play sneaky. SLG, he's cleaned up. Mighty's first slay. Now the numbers in favour of Natus Vincer.
Indeed. And he can play off of this so much better. Mighty's can take this to new heights, but he's doubting to commit to this play. He eventually will take down Shake. That's brilliant intel acted upon, but still, they're unable to keep Quadrant at arm's length. 45 kills left in SLG. He's got the active camo. He can sow chaos into the Navi camp.
What a 1 versus 1 win for SLG. Staying alive with this camo. Now he can just play the intel man. He can just call out, doesn't need to shoot his weapon. Find the perfect spot to collapse onto the Navi players. Jimbo first to fall. Glory should fall after him as well. Mighty, Snipe Drone having to run away from each other as Legend and SLG are in pursuit.
There is no way, no shot that Navi can actively contest this. You've got to win your ones, Mighties, and he eventually does get the job done. Snipe Drone and Glories, they keep the dream alive for Navi. 5 more kills for Navi. 2 for the French squad on top of that. Snipe Drone, where is he? He's out alone all by himself after dark, and he needs to rejoin his mates.
3 kills, the difference between these two teams, but only 50 seconds left in this game. You can see the red names all piled up towards each other. And Navi know where they are. There's going to be a collapse at one point. There has to be. And it's just waiting for that perfect time. As the seconds tick down, the likelihood of that collapse is going to be more and more. Split across the map, Snipe Drone, Jimbo. Jimbo gets the first kill with a shock rifle. Shots onto 2 other players. The collapse coming in. Slay's come through. 3 down. 49-48 in favour of Navi. 20 seconds left. Respawn coming through for Quadrant. Where they're going to respawn. Shock rifle now in the hands of Jimbo. Working as a unit. Only 1 more kill and they win this grand finals. Seeker tries to challenge. Shik's there as well. Backing away. 10 seconds left. The collapse has got to come through. Red shield for Jimbo. He's getting shot in the back. 49-49. What? Seeker gets a kill. 50-49. The collapse was good from Quadrant. 3-2 and our best of 5 finals. Everybody's getting hype here. What a way to win. What a way to win. The grand final reset comes through. 50-49 in our Slayer. And Quadrant, they win EuropaHalo Blackpool.
I never thought I would live to see the day that we'd have to settle a match of Slayer on time alone. And just like that, in the blink of an eye, one small mistake, it cost Navi a trophy at 4v4 by the shore. It's done. Quadrant.
It is done.
Divine intervention has struck.
Wow. I mean, I don't have a voice anymore. I think I'm done.
Yeah, we're both done.
Bout being presented right now by Scherzi and Onset on stage. We can jump on board with them. Look at those 2 glorious men holding a glorious bout as well. Yeah. Waiting for Quadrant to come up here and get their trophy. What a way to do it. What a victory there for the French squad. Locking it in with 50-49, 3-2 in the grand finals reset.
Oh! Hey.
Unbelievable. Quadrant maintain their status at the top of EU Halo. And what a way to do it.
Indeed. Clawing their way through that lower bracket final, forcing a reset, and getting it done in all 5. Has been one hell of a weekend. 17 maps of Halo played between these 2 teams over the course of just 2 days. The most well-earned victory that they might have just gotten on EU soil.
32 teams started this weekend. The chance to win EuropaHalo Blackpool. But only 1 team remains. Quadrant Esports. atop the pedestal of European Halo. And they get the bout, they get the bragging rights, and ultimately they get the victory.
Yeah. We may as well just soak it in right now. Just
I
revel
am.
in this.
What a series. What effectively 3 series we had between these two teams. But in the grand finals, best of 7 going to 4-3. And then best of 5 going 3-2. You caught me in awe there for a second, because just so much to take in.
Yeah. And with that completely out of the way, that means that, well, the weekend has basically concluded just as quickly as we initially started things off. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, for the first time ever in over a decade, your 4v4 winners by the shore. It is Quadrant. A massive round of applause for them. And a massive round of applause for our runners-up Navi.
I'll come round this way. We're not done just yet. Yeah. I'll be upset if you didn't carry it. Suddenly I become Tudor in this side, as we have SLG with me. Now, what a way to win the series, SLG. I mean, I didn't even have any words to say. I can't even formulate anything going in my mind, but how are you feeling?
Feeling really good, obviously. Try to keep it entertaining, you know.
Yeah.
And so we went all the way to the last game to win it beautifully. I think we had to get a revenge, obviously, from the online cup, and to win online means everything. Yeah.
Yeah. Online Synical Cup last weekend, yeah, Navi's taking you down, but 50-49 in the Slayer. I saw you guys trying to play the numbers, trying to sort of sit back and absorb the pressure from Navi coming in. But those final moments in the game, was there any sort of game plan, or was it just run, try and get the slays you need to?
Oh no, we tried to have a game plan all game long. Even towards the end, we nearly blew like a huge lead by going 4 down when we pushed A. But we just wanted to, you know, just play as we usually play, regardless. Obviously, it's way harder when we play on Xbox. But I'm glad we clashed out in the end.
It's such a grueling series as well. Towards the end of it, 12 games on the main stage, 2 best of 7s. When you got that reset, was there the different level of confidence when you going into that second set of best of 5s?
Yeah, I mean, we were feeling really confident after the reset. It was a long series. It's a good thing we won like quite fast in the loser final, so it's not too much of a marathon. But yeah, it was super fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's been absolutely awesome. And I'm sure you